The young homebody Liu Sihang, who had been hit by a dump truck while playing mobile games, never expected that at the contract ceremony 16 years after his transmigration, his beast taming space would mysteriously overlap with a mobile game from his previous life, Goblin Ranch. Standing within a purple magic circle, he glanced nervously at the stone statues of various magical beasts carved around him, his hands trembling slightly. Even after living in Pokemon for 16 years, he still worried that his identity as a transmigrator might affect the contract process. Yet, as the magic circle lit up, his beast taming space was successfully activated. Please summon your beast according to the procedure, the record-keeping teacher gently reminded him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Liu Sihang raised his hand and activated the summoning array. As the light faded, an adult goblin appeared, standing there dazed. It glanced blankly at its tamer, then, right in front of everyone, picked its nose and tasted what it found, causing a wave of murmurs among the onlookers. Wow, it's actually a goblin. That's not impressive. Once my monkey evolves into a blaze ape, it could take it out with one punch. Think about how much fruit you'll have to feed it first. Goblins can eat dirt if they have to. Who knows, by the time his goblin mutates into a warrior, your monkey might still be nursing. While the crowd buzzed with discussion, the teacher frowned and asked, why is it an adult goblin? Isn't the first summon always a juvenile? This question made Liu Sihang's heart race. If they found out he had 14 more identical adult goblins in his beast-taming space, it would cause an uproar. Even more shocking, a series of system notifications suddenly appeared in his mind. Goblin Ranch Level 1. Current goblins, 15. Participate in battles to gain experience and trigger random goblin evolutions. Cannot obtain more goblins until the ranch is upgraded. On a floating green island surrounded by nothingness, 15 goblins stared blankly into the black void, lazily stuffing muddy grass and leaves into their mouths. The bizarre scene sent chills down Liu Sihang's spine. It's all right, goblins are a special case, the teacher reassured him. But remember, never leave your beast alone in the wild. She explained the consequences in detail. The beast could be treated as a wild monster, leading to wasted resources and even causing ecological imbalances. Lost in thought as he left, Liu Sihang was still wondering how to deal with his 15 goblins when someone suddenly blocked his path. Ha ha ha, Liu Sihang, you loser. 16 years as a supposed genius, and your beast is a worthless goblin? Today, they'll show you what real power looks like with my Gale Wolf King. Looking at the short-haired, muscular boy who had suddenly jumped out in front of him, Liu Sihang responded offhandedly. Yeah, don't get cocky. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for another 30. 60 years from now, they'll be playing the flute at your grave. The boy's name was Zhang Yiming, Liu Sihang's childhood friend. Their mothers both worked for Granny Huang, the owner of Qingxi Workshop, the local clothing factory. Zhang Yiming shot back with a laugh. Oh please. Who says you'll outlive me? They'll make it to 100 at least. He swung his fist playfully at Liu Sihang and grinned. Come on, let's go to the beginner's trial grounds and see how our beasts do in a fight. Liu Sihang chuckled, knowing Zhang Yiming was getting excited again. The so-called beginner's trial grounds sounded grand, but in reality, it was just a magical beast ranch behind Baiyue Middle School. They kept a few low-level monsters there, goblins, slimes, wind rabbits, and the like for students to practice on. Unlike the peaceful era Liu Sihang had known in his previous life, every inch of land in this world was fraught with danger. Even their small town faced threats from magical beasts, invaders from other realms, and sometimes even their own kind. In the big cities, cultivating combat skills was just as crucial. Even if you didn't become a professional, you had to learn how to protect yourself. Liu Sihang had grown up in this perilous world. As a newly minted beast master at school, had already defeated dozens of goblins in practical classes, consistently earning top marks. Beyond their regular beast training, he and his classmates got to visit the trial grounds each week to pick a monster and pit their own beasts against it, honing their combat skills. If you were willing to spend a bit of money, you could go even more often. Usually, beginners like Zhang Yiming could only summon young beasts with little fighting power. His companion's beast, for instance, was a puppy that, while fierce in its own way, could only hold its own against slimes and other weak monsters. The main goal was to help the puppy develop a sense of battle, not necessarily to win. Liu Sihang was different. His goblin had already reached adulthood and was experienced in combat. Whenever he visited the trial grounds, he always chose the tougher goblins to challenge. This time was no exception except, wait, which goblin did I summon just now? Liu Sihang stared at the 15 goblins in front of him, momentarily stumped. They all looked so similar that he couldn't tell which one was his. He scratched his head, half laughing at himself. If I can't even recognize my own summoned goblin, who else could? My brain must be fried. With no better option, Liu Sihang randomly picked a lucky winner, grabbed a short wooden stick, and stepped into the trial arena. The goblin across from him paused, as if thinking, hey, this guy has a weapon? That's not fair. But Liu Sihang's goblin wasn't bothered by fairness. Once it received its master's command, it lunged forward with a wicked grin and the two goblins clashed in a fierce brawl. They tussled over the short stick, trading blows until they finally tossed the stick aside and just started slugging each other with wild, flailing fists. Liu Sihang couldn't bear to watch any longer. He got up and stepped in to help his goblin, barely securing a narrow victory in a battle that had almost ended in defeat. The battered goblin, bruised and swollen, was summoned back to his beast space, and the system interface immediately appeared before his eyes. You have defeated a cowardly goblin. Gained 1 experience point. Other than that, nothing else had changed. Liu Sihang did a quick calculation. It would take 10 experience points to evolve an ordinary goblin, and even then, the evolution outcome was random, with each goblin only granting 1 point. He'd need to defeat 9 more just to have enough. His gaze drifted toward the river just outside the town's East Gate Mistwood, East Creek. Wild slimes often appeared there, and maybe they'd offer more experience. Although the area bordered the Mistwood Forest and the magical beasts inside had been especially restless lately, Liu Sihang had played there countless times as a child and knew it like the back of his hand. With no classes that afternoon and itching for action, Liu Sihang made up an excuse, said goodbye to his childhood friend, and headed for the East Gate alone. White Moon Town, now home to 30 or 40,000 people, had started out as little more than an outpost for adventurers entering the Mistwood Forest and only flourished later. The town's name had an amusing origin. After a monster horde attacked years ago, the sign that once read Service Town outside Mistwood Forest was left with only the characters for Service Town. The mayor decided to rename the place White Moon Town. Every time Liu Sihang thought of this history, he was grateful he hadn't ended up as a resident of Chocolate Town. Mistwood East Creek formed a natural barrier between White Moon Town and the Mistwood Forest. The town had built a stone bridge outside the East Gate to connect both banks. Although it was equipped with defensive mechanisms that could sever the bridge, they had little effect during monster attacks. Powerful beasts simply leapt or flew across the river, while weaker ones would detour through the distant shallows. The gate guards mostly watched for wanted criminals and magical beasts, turning a blind eye to the comings and goings of ordinary people. Liu Sihang quickly found a few slimes along the riverbank and directed his goblin to deal with them, earning 2 experience points. It was then he noticed that experience points actually included decimals, though the system didn't display the fractional part. Seeing that the opposite bank was unusually quiet apart from a few scattered slimes, even the usual adventurer teams were scarce. Liu Sihang hesitated for a moment before crossing the stone bridge into the forest's outer edge. After taking out a few wandering slimes, he set his sights on a swift rabbit, but his attempt at a pincer attack ended in failure as the target escaped. Damn, these rabbits are way too fast, he muttered in frustration, only then realizing he had ventured too deep into the forest. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly heard the heavy thud of hooves behind him. A wounded wild boar burst out of the dense woods, locking eyes with Liu Sihang as he spun around. Seeing the ferocity in the beast's gaze, Liu Sihang's heart tightened. An injured wild boar was especially dangerous. He wasn't sure he and his goblin could handle it. Wait, he suddenly paused. How many goblins did he actually have? The injured wild boar charged furiously at Liu Sihang, completely ignoring the scrawny goblin standing next to him. After all, everyone knew that a lone goblin was no threat at all. In this critical moment, Liu Sihang no longer cared about the risk of exposing his secret. In one go, he summoned all 14 remaining goblins from his beast space. As summoning circles flashed on the ground one after another, a group of identical goblins appeared in front of the wild boar, each wielding a short wooden stick. The charging boar paused, briefly wondering if it had hit its head on a rock while running away. Otherwise, how could that lone goblin suddenly split into so many copies? In fact, many beastmasters believed that goblins had a hidden trait. When they outnumbered their opponents, they became especially fierce, downright savage. This was particularly true for summoned goblins. For example, one goblin stood directly in the boar's path, impaled on its tusks and lifted into the air, yet still glared viciously and kept hammering the boar's head with its stick. Liu Sihang didn't even need to join the fight. The injured boar had no chance to escape and was quickly beaten to death by the frenzied goblins. You have defeated a frenzied wild boar and gained 5 experience points. Together with your previous 5 points, you now have a total of 10 experience points. Liu Sihang recalled all the goblins back into the beast space and eagerly used the evolution function on the healthiest one. You have spent 10 experience points to evolve a goblin. Evolution successful. Goblin has evolved into Goblin Laborer. Huh, what's this? Liu Sihang was a bit stunned as he looked at the new goblin variant in the beast space. It was much sturdier than a regular goblin, but not any taller. Was there even such a type among goblins? He didn't remember reading about this in any books. Judging by its name and appearance, it didn't seem like a combat type at all. As he focused on the Goblin Laborer, a message appeared in his mind. Goblin Laborer, the basic craftsman of Goblin society, possesses simple forging and building abilities and can command ordinary goblins in basic tasks. Further evolution grants more advanced production skills. Next evolution requires 100 experience points. More advanced skills, could it become a goblin technician? Wait, after all that effort, this is what I get. But hold on, maybe it wasn't a waste. He could feel a faint, unfamiliar sensation in his body. Was this the energy feedback teachers at school had mentioned, the kind that beast masters received as their beasts grew? It seemed like he was a bit stronger now. Liu Sihang carefully sensed the changes in his body, a smile spreading across his face, though he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled as well. Strange. According to what the book says, a goblin's first evolution shouldn't give such a noticeable feedback. At the very least, that only happens after a second evolution. Liu Sihang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows tightly knit. Wait a second, he muttered, his eyes lighting up with sudden realization. Normally, beast tamers only have one goblin, but I have 15. This feedback is coming from 14 regular goblins, plus one evolved goblin, all at once. His breath quickened with excitement, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. If I had 15 evolved goblins now, maybe just 5 or 6 would be enough. That should give me the energy I need to start training my profession. Liu Sihang's fist hovered in the air for a second before he slowly relaxed his hand. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No, if I stand out too much, it might not be safe. I'd better take things slow. He glanced up at the darkening sky. It's getting late. I should head home first. His gaze fell on the wild boar carcass beside him, leaving him in a dilemma. If I bring this home, Mom will definitely scold me. But if I leave it here? Thinking about his family's tight finances, Liu Sihang bit his lip. A few scoldings won't kill me. Leaving all this meat out here would just be a waste, and that's just wrong. Not wanting to expose his goblin laborers to the public, Liu Sihang summoned a healthy goblin to help him drag the wild boar. Ignoring the surprised stares from the town guards, he set off toward Baiwa town. Why didn't he put the boar in his beast space? Liu Sihang wasn't sure. The size of a beast space usually depended on the tamer's strength and the beast itself. He didn't know if a newborn goblin space could hold a full-grown wild boar, so he decided to just drag it home instead. All the way back, Liu Sihang and the goblin ignored the curious glances from passers-by, sweating buckets as they finally managed to haul the boar to his front door before collapsing from exhaustion. The goblin, completely spent, immediately slipped into a near-death state and automatically returned to the beast space. Good buddy, hang in there. He'll make you some fresh pig intestines to try later. Liu Sihang promised, panting for breath. At the doorstep, a timid little girl had been quietly waiting for her brother to come home, never expecting to see such a scene. She stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly open, completely frozen in place. Seeing his sister's rare expression, Liu Sihang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He walked over and ruffled her hair with his sweaty, dirty hand, turning her once neat hair into a bird's nest. The little girl's name was Liu Xian, Liu Sihang's cousin. 3 years ago, she lived in a village south of Baiwa town. After a flying beast attack wiped out her parents, she had been taken in by Liu Sihang's family. The Liu family had never been well off. Years earlier, Liu Sihang's father, Liu Yuanyang, had fallen seriously ill, draining their savings and leaving them in debt. Just as they were starting to recover, another mouth to feed made things even harder. At first, Liu Sihang's parents worried he'd resent Xian, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Having been an only child in both his lives, Liu Sihang adored his doll-like, delicate little sister. Unfortunately, Xian had clearly been traumatized by her parents' deaths. She was shy and quiet in front of others, and cried alone under her covers at night. Liu Sihang had done everything he could to cheer her up. Speaking of which, I heard there's still some inheritance from uncle's family being held back. Liu Sihang was just thinking about this when his father, Liu Yuanyang, noticed the commotion at the door and called out. Why are you home so late? Xian's been waiting for you at the door for ages. Something came up, so I was delayed. Where's your goblin? Summon it, and let me have a look, Liu Yuanyang said, putting down his newspaper and hurrying over. How did you know my beast is a goblin? Liu Sihang asked, curious. Old Wang from next door told me. He was at your school this morning while out for a walk. Huh, he really went out of his way for that stroll, Liu Sihang said, rolling his eyes. Never mind that you're goblin weight. What the hell? In the dim night, Liu Yuanyang suddenly spotted the wild boar lying behind Liu Sihang and jumped in shock. What's going on? Li Qin, who was cooking in the kitchen, rushed out holding a spatula. Liu Yuanyang pointed at the wild boar behind Liu Sihang. Just look at what your son brought home. Huh. Li Qin glanced at the boar on the ground, then at her son's filthy, disheveled state, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Sensing its master's anger, the giant spider with ghostly markings, which had been idly lounging in the living room, suddenly scuttled out on its 8 long legs, hissing menacingly. The ghost-faced spider scurried to the doorway and saw that its master was scolding her child. It immediately froze, dropped to the ground, and let out a low, guttural chuckle. Li Qin glanced back at it and said coldly, you seem pretty free, don't you? Come over here and drag this wild boar aside. The spider tensed up, instantly silenced, and obediently walked over. It spat out 2 thin strands from its mouth, stuck them firmly to the wild boar, and slowly dragged it away. You think you can go hunting wild boars in the misty forest with just a single goblin? If you had a goblin warrior, would you be planning to slay dragons next? Li Qin scolded Liu Sihang in the living room. I'm not stupid, Liu Sihang muttered under his breath, sounding a bit defiant. Li Qin snorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, still got the nerve to talk back? Come here. Why are you standing so far away? It's not that I mean, I'm already grown up. My sister's watching, Liu Sihang replied awkwardly, forcing a smile as he took 2 steps back, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Li Qin shot him a cold look, her lips curling in mockery. Oh, so you know you're an adult now? Then why don't you use your brain for once and save me some worry? It was just an accident. And look, I'm not hurt at all. It's just that the wild boar was so big I got a little worn out dragging it here, Liu Sihang said, turning around to show he was unharmed, trying to sound nonchalant. Li Qin eyed him sideways, clearly displeased, but then looked him over more carefully. Seeing that he was only a bit disheveled, with no injuries and his clothes intact, she finally relaxed a little, and her expression softened. Lu Yuanyang, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. Pointing at the wild boar's head poking out from the kitchen, he said, "That's a hefty wild boar. The fact that your son managed to bring down something that big and drag it all the way home, he's got some skills. If the neighbors found out, they'd be green with envy." Li Qin's eyes lit up at that, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Of course, I'm definitely a genius. Heh, just wait till you'll be living the good life soon enough, Liu Sihang said smugly. Seeing her son grinning cheekily as he came closer, Li Qin felt a flash of irritation and couldn't help but swat at him. Feeling proud of yourself, huh? I'm warning you, this is the last time. Don't make it a habit. Don't you know there's been a surge of magical beasts in the misty forest lately? This time it was a wild boar. What if you run into something worse next time? Okay, I won't go again. They'll listen to you. Liu Sihang nodded quickly, though he muttered under his breath, I'm not that reckless. After dinner, Liu Sihang took a shower and collapsed into bed. He was worn out from the afternoon and could barely move. Even though he had promised his mother not to go adventuring in the misty forest again, he was already making plans, thinking about raising a battle goblin. After all, goblin workers just weren't strong enough to handle tougher fights. There was no need to rush, though. Normally, even if you fed a goblin pup like Zhang Yiming's dog nothing but meat every day, it would still take a month for it to grow up. For it to fully mature and learn to use elemental attacks, it would take at least another 6 months. Still, in a world this dangerous, it was hard to feel secure without power. Once goblins evolved, they could really help improve life at home. Take today's wild boar, for example. It would feed the family for half a month. Even though his mother complained, she was clearly a little proud when she made arrangements for it. What a shame. If only the first goblin to evolve hadn't been a laborer, Liu Sihang thought regretfully as he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in his beast-taming space, the very goblin laborer he disliked was still hard at work, sweating as it toiled away. The next morning, Liu Sihang woke up right on schedule. A good night's sleep had washed away most of his fatigue, though his muscles were still a bit sore. Out of habit, he glanced at his beast-taming space, and what he saw nearly made him jump out of bed. A new chest-high wooden fence now circled the space, and inside stood a simple weapon rack. Several primitive weapons, stone spears, axes, and hammers made by tying polished stones to wooden shafts with vines, were neatly arranged on it. The goblin laborer was chopping trees at the edge of the space with a stone axe, while other goblins worked together to carry logs. A few badly injured goblins lay on the ground, leisurely munching on grass. These guys are born workers. Liu Sihang couldn't help but marvel, picturing all 15 goblins swinging stone axes and chopping wood in unison. He quickly shook his head to clear the strange thought and got up to wash. Breakfast was a bowl of wild boar bone porridge. It had a strong gamey taste, but at least it was rich and filling. In a world where animal farming was underdeveloped, having meat for breakfast was a rare luxury. When no one was looking, Liu Sihang summoned a goblin and had it bring the leftover offal, worthless to most people, into his beast-taming space as an extra meal for the tribe. It's worth mentioning that when most people first awaken their beast-taming space, it's tiny, barely 10 square meters, just enough for their beast to sleep in. Liu Sihang's space, on the other hand, was as large as a football field and felt more like a ranch than anything else. After breakfast, Liu Sihang said goodbye to his younger sister and headed to school. It was the end of the first year of middle school, and in big cities, students were sorted into combat or life skills classes based on their beasts. But in a small town like Baiwei, only students whose beasts had combat potential like Liu Sihang had separate practical lessons, and even those weren't mandatory. The upcoming 3-month vacation was the perfect time for these new beast tamers to consider their future paths. Of course, those whose beasts lacked combat abilities didn't have many options. Take Liu Sihang's father, Liu Yuanyang. For example, his beast was a small chipmunk with yellow flowers on its head, called a flower chipmunk. This type of beast could only tend to plants and slightly speed up their growth, with no combat abilities at all. As a result, Liu Yuanyang could only work at a nearby farm. Without some stroke of luck, most people with life skill beasts followed a similar path, finding a job suited to their beast's abilities, and living a quiet, ordinary life. This world isn't as technologically advanced as the one before. Even with the help of tamed beasts, paper is still expensive due to the lack of industrial production lines. The students in the classroom don't even have proper textbooks. They can only jot down key points from the blackboard in their rough, homemade notebooks. An air of barely contained excitement fills the room. These teenagers, who have just awakened their beast-taming abilities, are completely distracted. Some are absorbed in their own beast spaces, while others are lost in daydreams, their faces occasionally showing hope or worry. The teacher standing at the front is hardly surprised. If it weren't for the few students still paying attention, he would have called it a day and sent everyone home early. Liu Sihang sat quietly at his desk, his pen moving steadily across the page. Having lived an extra 20 years compared to his classmates, he understood well that knowledge was like hidden treasure. In a world full of dangers and opportunities, even the most trivial bit of information could become the key to changing one's fate at a critical moment. It wasn't until class was dismissed that Liu Sihang stretched and glanced at his beast space. What caught his eye was a new innovation from his goblin workers. A simple grass hut had appeared in the livestock area. Injured or tired goblins were resting inside. He wondered why they'd built a hut in a space with no wind or rain. But as he stared, a message popped up. Simple goblin grass hut. Goblin recovery speed 1. Whoa! Liu Sihang sucked in a breath, catching the attention of his friend sitting nearby. What's up? Too fake? Zhang Yiming leaned over. It's nothing. I just found a bug. A bug? Where? I don't see anything. This is wild. Zhang Yiming whispered. I've been here 16 years and never heard of anyone building houses in their beast space. Goblin workers? Sounds like a big shot to me. After a pause, he asked, by the way, did you really go into the misty forest yesterday? Huh. How do you know? My mom brought back some wild boar meat this morning. Said your mom gave it to her. Zhang Yiming grinned. Word about you hunting a wild boar has probably spread across half the town by now. Then the folks at my dad's farm must know too, Liu Sihang said, a bit helpless. You're too reckless. Don't you know how dangerous the misty forest is these days? Zhang Yiming said, sounding worried. Liu Sihang couldn't tell his friend about his cheat, so he just smiled and explained, my goblin's already an adult. It needs battles to grow. You don't have to rush things, you know. Didn't you always say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? As long as you live long enough, anything's possible. Liu Sihang shook his head slightly and said softly, I just want to start making money as soon as possible. You can't do it alone. Zhang Yiming was taken aback and said anxiously, it's dangerous in the misty forest, even if you evolve into a goblin warrior, let alone just being a regular goblin. Wait for me. Wait until my Gale Wolf King grows up. That little puppy of yours. Liu Sihang rolled his eyes bluntly. It'll take at least half a month for it to grow into a big dog, let alone a wolf king. Who knows when that'll be? Enough. If you're really my friend, keep this a secret. If my mom asks, just tell her I went with you to the west side of town to catch fish. You're even going to lie to your mom? Liu Sihang patted his buddy on the shoulder and said seriously, when I make it big, we'll take you with me. Yeah, we'll see who ends up taking who to the top, Zhang Yiming replied with a helpless shake of his head. Fine, just be careful out there. You know, have I ever done anything I wasn't sure about since we were kids? Even the best swimmers can drown, Sihang. Wow, you're improving. Quoting idioms now. Get out of here. That afternoon, since the teacher was absent, the students were free to do as they pleased. Liu Sihang quickly finished his lunch, skillfully climbed over the school wall, half-covered his face, and hurried toward the east gate of the town, carefully avoiding anyone he might know along the way. After a night of rest, his goblin team had mostly recovered, except for 3 that were seriously injured and 1 that had gotten hurt dragging a wild boar. Although he had fewer goblins available, thanks to the stone weapons made by the goblin laborers and their greater strength compared to ordinary goblins, their overall combat power had at least doubled or tripled. Because of yesterday's cleanup, there were no slimes left along the riverbank. Liu Sihang had the spear-wielding goblins lead the way, while he followed from a distance, cautiously heading toward the misty forest. If only I had a canine beast, he thought as he walked. It could help me find prey and warn of danger. I remember there's a big-nosed variant in the goblin tribe. He originally wanted to hunt some gale rabbits or burrowing mice near the edge of the forest. Not only would that give him experience and improve his meals at home, but he could also claim he caught them in the fields west of town. But reality quickly dashed his hopes. The prey were there, but he simply couldn't catch them. The gale rabbits were too fast, and the burrowing mice disappeared underground before he could get close. Neither he nor his goblins stood a chance. Just when he thought he'd have to go home empty-handed, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a wild goblin squad. Or rather, they found him. The lead goblin, a big-nosed variant, was sniffing the air like a hound, following Liu Sihang's scent straight toward him. Well, what do we have here? A lone human child. The big-nosed goblin shouted excitedly, quickly signaling his companions to spread out and surround their target. 8 goblins wielding wooden clubs fanned out, blocking every possible escape route. Surrounded by these green-skinned creatures, Liu Sihang didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, His eyes lit up free experience points. Without hesitation, he summoned goblins from his beast space, equipping each of them with stone weapons. Just as the wild goblins closed in, the ground suddenly gleamed with dazzling light. With the flash of a summoning circle, 9 fully armed goblins, led by a burly goblin laborer, charged out and collided head-on with their foes. The battle erupted instantly. Thanks to superior weapons and greater numbers, Liu Sihang's goblin squad quickly gained the upper hand. The goblin laborer was especially fierce, swinging his stone axe meant for chopping trees cleanly, decapitating the big-nosed goblin in a single blow. Without missing a beat, he hurled his axe at a fleeing wild goblin, crushing its skull and spraying blood everywhere. The gruesome scene shattered any remaining will to fight among the wild goblins. Screaming in terror, they scattered in all directions. But since both sides were goblins and equally fast, escape was impossible. Liu Sihang's goblins grinned viciously, chasing down the stragglers and beating them mercilessly until none were left alive. The last wild goblin, desperately trying to escape, ran straight into a returning goblin scout. With a precise throw, the scout pinned it to the ground with a stone spear, ending its life instantly. When the battle was over, Liu Sihang checked his beast space and was delighted to find Head gained 17 experience points, far more than the 1-point Head expected per goblin. This made him ponder the link between experience points and battle difficulty. As he was about to recall his goblins, he noticed they were busy looting the bodies. Aside from a few pieces of mystery jerky and some crude wooden clubs, there was little of value. Suddenly, the sound of chopping rang out. It turned out the industrious goblin laborer had set his sights on a nearby tree and, without a word, started working away. Liu Sihang could only sigh and rub his forehead. This workaholic's relentless drive was both amusing and exasperating. When Liu Sihang glanced into his beast space, he saw that all the large trees that had once grown inside had been chopped down, leaving only a few small, immature ones behind. It seemed the goblin laborers had spared them because they hadn't grown enough yet. Sigh, fine, if you have to chop them, go ahead. Liu Sihang shook his head helplessly, then sent the goblins carrying their spoils back into the beast space, leaving only the hard-working goblin laborer outside. From the remaining goblins, he picked the one in the best condition and, with focused intent, activated the evolution function. A system prompt immediately echoed in his mind. You have spent 10 experience points. Goblin has evolved into Goblin Warrior. Goblin Warrior. After surviving many battles, the goblin has finally awakened its innate combat instincts, becoming a warrior among its kind. Powerful, goblin warriors possess much greater strength. A green light rippled out from the goblin's body, and the once small and scrawny creature rapidly transformed. Muscles bulged beneath its green skin, and it grew tall and burly, standing out like a giant among the other ordinary goblins. Finally, I've managed to evolve a goblin warrior. Liu Sihang cheered, patting his chest in relief. If I'd gotten another goblin laborer, I'd really have to consider switching to being a farmer. Once the goblin laborer had finished chopping down the last tree, Liu Sihang summoned it, and the hefty log it was carrying back into the beast space. Then he called the newly evolved goblin warrior to his side. It hadn't been obvious inside the beast space, but now, seeing the muscular, green-skinned brute standing before him, Liu Sihang realized something was off. He wasn't unfamiliar with goblin warriors. At the school's breeding grounds, some of the goblins that survived long enough and weren't chosen would occasionally evolve naturally into warriors during fights. But even those naturally evolved goblin warriors were only a bit taller and stronger than the average goblin. Never seen one reach such a perfect state right after evolving. Well, I guess having a cheat like this makes a little magic possible, Liu Sihang muttered to himself with a nod. After checking his new fighter, Liu Sihang's gaze fell on the goblin corpses on the ground. He frowned, concern showing on his face. Goblins might be weak, but they weren't stupid. They knew how to avoid danger. Unless their tribe was particularly strong, these little green creatures would never approach a human settlement under normal circumstances. The appearance of these goblins was unusual. He hoped they'd just wandered over from deep within the misty forest by chance. When he was 8 or 9, Liu Sihang had experienced a serious beast-tide attack firsthand, a memory that remained vivid to this day. White Moon Town was nearly destroyed, saved only because a normally timid man, driven to desperation by the danger facing his wife and daughter, broke through his limits and awakened a fusion ability. Teaming up with his partner, a noodle chef, he used a noodle hammer fist to beat the leading high-level beast to death, saving the town. Well, it's a bit worrying, but 7 experience points. Just 3 more, and I can evolve another one. Might as well finish the job before heading back. Liu Sihang patted his chest. Now that I've got a goblin warrior, what's there to be afraid of? With that, he recalled the goblin warrior to the beast space, summoned an ordinary goblin, and headed out of the misty forest. Though he tried to sound brave, Liu Sihang knew safety came first. He decided to check by the river for some slimes to fight, since it was relatively safe there. Sure enough, he found 3 or 4 blue slimes by the river, bringing his experience up to 9 points. As dusk approached, Liu Sihang decided it was time to head home. On the way back, he thought to himself, even though I have a Goblin Warrior now, I can't just show it off. They'll lay low at school for a few days. Soon, he'll get free entry to the initial trial grounds. He'll just say my Goblin evolved after a fight makes perfect sense, right? He answered his own question with a sly smile. Yeah, totally makes sense. After returning home, Liu Sihang behaved himself for a few days and didn't sneak off to the misty forest again. However, he wasn't idle during this time. Instead, he focused on another important task. Ever since he acquired the Goblin Warrior, he had noticed the faint energy within him becoming much clearer. Every evening after dinner and before bed, he would lock his door and carefully practice controlling this energy, following the basic cultivation techniques taught at school. Through various sources, he had learned that before becoming a professional, a tamer's energy strength depended on two key factors: the power of their beast and the tamer's own aptitude. The way this world classified energy levels was quite interesting. Initially, because energy resembled the three states of water, it was divided into mist, rain, and stream. As the beast-taming civilization advanced, more ranks were added: spring, brook, river, lake, and finally, sea. Yet even the most powerful beast-taming masters of today had only reached the lake stage, expansive, but never as boundless as the sea. By this standard, Liu Sihang's current energy level was only at the thin mist stage, like morning fog, visible, but hard to grasp. He practiced day after day, but saw little change in his body. Still, this was expected, since the main purpose of the basic cultivation method was to improve his control over energy and lay the groundwork for becoming a professional in the future. In his spare time, he rummaged through the family storage room and found a rusty kitchen knife. After sharpening it, he tossed it into the beast's space and had the goblin laborer tie it to a sturdy stick, making a makeshift weapon for the Goblin Warrior. Finally, Monday after school arrived. Liu Sihang eagerly grabbed his best friend and a few classmates to act as witnesses and headed straight to the beginner's trial ground. He first claimed a farm-bred goblin, and his own goblin made quick work of it with a stone hammer. But instead of summoning the Goblin Warrior right away, he decided to take another gamble. He wanted something stronger, perhaps a mutated goblin capable of casting spells. After spending 10 experience points, the goblin before him instantly transformed into a ragged, unkempt vagrant. The system notified him that this was a special type of goblin, a scavenger who liked to wander around collecting junk. After death, it would return to the farm with its collection, rest up, and continue its wandering. Liu Sihang was about to complain about this bizarre setup when he suddenly remembered that when he was hit by the dump truck, he had just finished downloading that game and had only seen the opening animation. What exactly was this junk king supposed to be? Wait, where was the goblin? As he was puzzling it over, he realized the goblin he had just obtained had already vanished. In just a split second, that ragged king vanished from the beast's space. Liu Sihang blinked, not even having time to get another good look. Still, that scruffy goblin left him quite a surprise. The energy feedback was on par with what Head felt when a goblin evolved into a Goblin Warrior. Snapping back to his senses, Liu Sihang immediately summoned the Goblin Warrior. The imposing figure filled him with excitement, and he couldn't wait to show it off. He strode out of the shabby mud brick house and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old Zhang! Zhang Yiming! Come see this genius Goblin Warrior! What are you yelling for?" Zhang Yiming's voice called out from nearby, followed by a gasp. "No way! Is this for real? You evolved it into a Goblin Warrior this fast?" Zhang Yiming's outburst echoed across the entire trial ground, catching everyone's attention. Students in the middle of battling magical beasts stopped what they were doing and poked their heads out of their rooms. When they saw the burly Goblin Warrior standing next to Liu Sihang, shock spread across their faces. "Impressive, Liu. You really are a genius. That evolution is flawless. How did you pull it off?" Their reactions were exactly what Liu Sihang had hoped for. This way, Head proven in front of everyone that his goblin had evolved right here in the trial ground. Grinning with satisfaction, Liu Sihang made a deliberate lap around the school to make sure the news spread as far as possible before heading home in high spirits. On the way, he started planning his next steps. With a Goblin Warrior, he could convince his parents to buy him proper weapons and gear. Then He'd be able to hunt in the forest, earning money and gaining experience. Once all his goblins evolved, he could arm them and take on even stronger beasts for bigger rewards. Thinking of this, Liu Sihang couldn't resist checking his beast's space again. The scene was unchanged, ordinary goblins lounging around, some even eating dirt, the Goblin Warrior off by itself, staring into space, and the Goblin Laborer busy building a little hut. What's that hut for? He wondered, watching for a moment. The system popped up a message: Goblin Grass Hut under construction. Obviously, Liu Sihang muttered, rolling his eyes and quickening his pace toward home. When he showed off the Goblin Warrior, Liu Yuanyang and Li Qin were both shocked and delighted. But after the excitement faded, a practical issue arose. Unlike regular goblins that could survive on dirt, the Goblin Warrior needed at least one meat meal a week to keep growing stronger. Although Liu Sihang suspected his Goblin Warrior might already be at its peak and could evolve at any moment, he still needed this excuse to get permission to enter the misty forest. After plenty of reasoned arguments, heartfelt persuasion, and all sorts of promises, his parents finally agreed to buy him a basic set of armor and weapons, and allowed him to join familiar adventurers or hunters on trips to the edge of the misty forest. When it came to hunters he was familiar with, the first person who came to Liu Sihang's mind was his close friend Zhang Yiming's father Zhang Dashan. In his youth, Zhang Dashan had been an adventurer who once reached the pinnacle of merging with his beast companion. Back then, his strength was nearly unmatched, but fate had other plans. During one expedition, he suffered a severe injury that permanently weakened his power and shattered his future prospects. Around that time, his wife Liu Xiaojuan became pregnant, and with some savings set aside, Zhang Dashan decided to retire, settle down, and take up hunting instead. Zhang Dashan's contracted beast was a crimson flame tiger, a massive creature with fiery red fur that seemed to blaze with heat. When angered, its fur surged like living flames, making it look as if it had fused with fire itself. The crimson flame tiger possessed powerful fire abilities, capable of unleashing devastating attacks in battle. Zhang Dashan became a hunter not just to provide for his family, but also to ensure his beast had enough meat to eat. Without regular meat, a beast's abilities would gradually decline, which could even affect its master's strength. With Zhang Dashan's skills, as long as he didn't venture deep into the misty forest, looking after Liu Sihang was a breeze. Besides, Li Qin and Liu Xiaojuan had been friends for years, so the two families had always gotten along well. Naturally, Zhang Dashan was happy to help by taking Liu Sihang along for a while. Liu Sihang also knew this was a win-win situation. He planned to rely on Zhang Dashan's experience in the beginning, and once he improved his own abilities, he could further boost his Goblin Warrior's combat power. By then, he should be strong enough to operate independently around the forest's edge. Before going to bed, Liu Sihang couldn't help but glance at his beast's space. The goblins were incredibly efficient. In just a few hours, a new grass hut had already been built. As Liu Sihang focused on the space, detailed information about the hut appeared before him. Normally, a beginner beastmaster's space was quite limited, just enough for the beast to rest or roll around a bit. If the beast was clever and good-tempered, it might even help its master store a few small items. But Liu Sihang's goblin farm was completely different. Not only was the space much larger, but every goblin could work, making it more than sufficient as a storage area. If he could actually enter the beast's space, Liu Sihang would have built himself a house inside and used it as a hideout in case of danger. However, this idea had long been proposed by others. Although many had researched it, the conclusion was almost always the same: no matter what, living people or other magical beasts couldn't enter the beast's space. Even undead creatures could only cross that barrier if they weren't completely dead. Liu Sihang glanced at his beast's space, deep in thought, before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Liu Sihang opened his eyes, he instinctively checked his beast's space only to find a corpse in the grass hut. He frowned. The goblins had all recovered, so why was there a dead body? The corpse turned out to be the playboy goblin who had just left. Hadn't he only gone out yesterday? How had he died so quickly? Puzzled, Liu Sihang triggered the goblin farm's system prompt, and a string of information immediately appeared. In the mist-shrouded forest, a lonely goblin wanderer was cautiously making his way forward. He first stumbled upon a group of kobolds panning for gold. As he fled in panic, he managed to snatch up a gleaming nugget of gold from the ground. Before he could celebrate his luck, he ran straight into a pack of gnolls who were themselves fleeing from an ogre. In the ensuing chaos, a stray arrow mercilessly ended the unfortunate wanderer's life. Though he met his end, the adventure wasn't entirely fruitless. A nugget of kobold gold quietly remained among his belongings. After reading this record, Liu Sihang's eyes lit up. Wait, kobold gold? His consciousness immediately searched throughout the goblin breeding grounds and finally spotted the unremarkable golden stone in a shabby little hut, the so-called storage area. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused, looks like the workers built this hut especially for wanderers to store their loot. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Liu Sihang took a closer look at the ugly, yet valuable kobold gold. Although it looked loosely formed, its size suggested it was worth quite a bit. His mind was already calculating, when the time comes, he'll just say I found it by the river. He'll ask my parents to help sell it, and that should cover the cost of my new equipment. This unexpected windfall kept Liu Sihang smiling all day. However, since his goblin had just evolved the previous day, his classmates all assumed his good mood was because of that. Indeed, thanks to his carefully crafted publicity campaign and his parents' casual boasting, everyone in Baiwa town and the surrounding farms had heard the news. The Liu family had a prodigy son who, within just a week of activating his beast taming space, managed to evolve his goblin into a goblin warrior simply by having it eat dirt. That morning, as soon as he stepped onto campus, Liu Sihang was invited to the principal's office. The principal praised him with a string of compliments, but didn't actually offer any tangible rewards. It made sense evolving a goblin depended entirely on luck, and there was no telling when the next evolution might occur. It could take 5 or 6 years if fortune didn't favor you. If he had evolved a beast with higher potential, the principal might have handed out a reward on the spot. Still, the principal did make a promise. If his goblin warrior managed to evolve again, not only would Liu Sihang's tuition be waived, but had also received a generous reward in money and resources. Liu Sihang couldn't have been happier. In his eyes, those rewards were as good as his already just temporarily held by the school. After all, he knew a few little secrets that no one else did. After Liu Sihang returned to his seat, his best friend Zhang Yiming immediately leaned over and whispered, "What did the principal want? Is he secretly giving you some kind of reward?" Liu Sihang glanced at the teacher lecturing at the front of the class and shook his head slightly. "Let's talk after class." As soon as the bell rang, Zhang Yiming couldn't wait to ask, "So what did that headshake mean?" "No special reward," Liu Sihang shrugged. "The principal just promised to waive my tuition and give me some extra resources if my goblin warrior evolves again." "Seriously? The principal is so stingy." Zhang Yiming slammed his desk in protest. The classmates who had been eavesdropping reacted in different ways. Some looked relieved, while others even flashed schadenfreude smiles. Amid the mix of genuine and fake words of comfort and the occasional sarcastic joke, Liu Sihang just kept a calm smile. He understood how people thought they didn't want their friends to struggle, but they also didn't want to see them get too far ahead. As long as no one was openly hostile, he chose to just brush it off. But Zhang Yiming couldn't stand their attitude. He felt like everyone was taking the chance to rub salt in his friend's wounds. So he quickly changed the subject. "Hey, you're not busy during the break, right? My dad wants to take me to the misty forest to let me experience an adventurer's life early. Why don't you come with us?" "With my dad around, maybe your goblin warrior will evolve faster. Then people can stop gossiping behind your back." As soon as he said that, the classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Quite a few classmates looked envious, and some of the bolder ones even asked if they could tag along. "Give it a rest." Zhang Yiming rejected them right away. "My dad can't take that many people. Sihang's goblin warrior can actually fight and get stronger. What would you guys even do?" "That's funny, because I was just talking to my parents about this last night," Liu Sihang replied with a smile. "I wanted to ask your dad to take me along for a while. I even made a list of equipment." "Don't bother buying gear." Zhang Yiming patted his shoulder. "We're still growing, those beginner sets won't last long. My dad has a bunch of old equipment lying around that my mom's always complaining about. Just pick out a few things to use. Those aren't cheap." "I can't accept that," Liu Sihang said politely. "Just think of it as borrowing," Zhang Yiming insisted. "Didn't you say you'd help me level up too?" "Man, Zhang's being so generous to Sihang. It's hard not to question his motives." A classmate teased, making the whole classroom burst out laughing. Yeah, whatever," Zhang Yiming waved them off impatiently. "You guys don't get it. This is called investing early. I'd rather lend it to him than to any of you." Liu Sihang looked at his friend seriously. "Don't worry, I promised I'd help you, and I will." "Good. He'll hold you to that." In this world, there were no final exams at school. The only purpose of school was to teach knowledge. Whether students actually learned was entirely up to them. As a grassroots school, nurturing outstanding talent is just as important as daily teaching. Students who excel, whether as fighters or in civilian professions, are recommended to advanced academies or various institutions in nearby cities. This was exactly why the principal wanted to speak with Liu Sihang. Although he wasn't given a direct reward due to his identity as a goblin, the conversation itself was a clear sign that he had caught the school's attention. Unlike ordinary students, Liu Sihang didn't have to take the final exams. He simply needed to say goodbye to his teachers on the last day, and his school life would come to an end. Meanwhile, the graduating third-year students were taken somewhere to participate in a month-long selection exam. At this moment, however, Liu Sihang had no time to worry about any of that. He was fully focused on preparing his gear for the upcoming hunting trip in the misty forest with Zhang Yiming and his father. After considering the advice from Zhang Yiming and his mother, the Liu family chose a more economical option. They borrowed some leather armor and a machete from Zhang Dashan's old equipment, and used the money they saved to buy a high-quality broadsword for the goblin warrior. Late at night, Liu Yuanyang sat in the courtyard, sharpening a blade with steady, rhythmic strokes. As a father watching his son about to set off on an adventure, his complicated emotions could only be soothed by the repetitive motion of sharpening the weapon. Li Qin, unable to sleep, got up and scolded her husband for making too much noise, but then quickly urged, "Keep sharpening. The boy will need it tomorrow, just try to be quieter." With that, she silently stood by, watching her husband focus on his task, her mind filled with worry. Inside his room, Liu Sihang was still awake, excitement and anticipation coursing through him, with little room for fear. Peeking through a crack in the window, he saw his parents' anxious figures in the courtyard. Without a word, he closed the window and lay back down. Unable to sleep, he opened the beast's space to check on his goblins. Everything was normal. Some were eating dirt, others chewing grass. The goblin laborers, finally with some free time, were dawdling alongside the goblin warriors. In the grass hut, he found the corpse of the Goblin Wanderer. His old acquaintance had finally returned, surviving longer this time than before. This goblin had remarkable regenerative abilities, bouncing back from death in just 3 days last time before setting off on its travels once again. The records showed its latest journey had been eventful. It ventured deep into the misty forest, encountered wolves that ignored it, witnessed a non-lethal fight between human adventurers, and scavenged a broken dagger and a snapped sword blade from the battleground. In the end, it crossed paths with a rock bear and its cubs deep in the forest, and was killed instantly by the beast's stone spikes. Its only spoils from this adventure were 2 pieces of scrap metal. Early in the morning, as soon as the town gates opened, Zhang Dashan led 2 teenage boys into the misty forest. Zhang Dashan walked at a steady pace, not in any rush to hunt or venture deep into the woods. Every so often, he would stop and point out animal tracks on the ground, scratches on tree bark, or even faint scents in the air, patiently explaining survival skills in the wild to his son, Zhang Yiming, and Liu Sihang. Occasionally, small animals would dart by, but Zhang Dashan didn't even bother to summon his beast. He would simply draw his bow, and with a swift whoosh, the prey would fall instantly. By the time the 2 boys realized what had happened, the animals were already taken down with a single arrow. It wasn't until noon that Zhang Dashan finally released his contracted beast from its space. With practiced ease, he set up a fire and signaled the Crimson Flame Tiger to ignite it with a burst of flame. He then began processing the morning's catch, skinning, bleeding, and gutting the animals with smooth, practiced movements. From his belt, he took out a small bottle and sprinkled seasoning evenly over the meat. "Dad, won't grilling meat in the forest attract monsters?" Zhang Yiming asked anxiously. "Don't worry," Zhang Dashan replied with a smile, gesturing around them. "We're still in the outer area, not even close to the edge. Besides, with Crimson Flame here, nothing dares come near." The Crimson Flame Tiger lounged lazily on the ground. Hearing its name, it yawned and glanced at its master. Zhang Yiming walked over and rubbed the tiger's head. "Spent half the day in the beast's space and still not rested enough. It can hardly sleep in there," Zhang Dashan explained, tossing a half-cooked Gale rabbit to the tiger. "It could be summoned at any moment, so it's always on alert." The Crimson Flame Tiger devoured the roast rabbit in a few bites, crunching the bones to dust. "We've been walking for half a day, and we're still in the outer area?" Zhang Yiming asked. "How long until we reach the edge of the mist?" "With you 2 rookies, of course we have to take it slow," Liu Sihang joked. "Otherwise, Uncle Zhang and Crimson Flame would have reached the edge long ago." As he turned the roasting ground mole meat, Zhang Dashan said seriously, "This trip is mainly to teach you guys and help you build a solid foundation before we go deeper. With Crimson Flame here, what's there to worry about at the edge?" Zhang Yiming said, sprawled across the tiger's back, unconcerned. "It used to be safe," Zhang Dashan replied, his expression serious. "But lately, there have been monster outbreaks. Last time, I ran into a pack of starving Ironclaw wolves and nearly got injured along with Crimson Flame. If I hadn't acted fast, your mom would have given me an earful when I got home." "That's what you get for loving tigers raising a male and wanting to find him a mate," Zhang Yiming teased. "Watch your mouth." Zhang Dashan shot his son a glare. "Your mom used to be gentle. It's you who turned her like this with your antics." "Yeah, right," Zhang Yiming retorted. "Mom always said it was your reckless youth that nearly got you killed and scared her into changing. Now you want to pin it on me? Hey, you little rascal." Liu Sihang sat off to the side, watching the playful banter between father and son while adjusting the skewers on the grill. As an outsider, he got to enjoy the gentle and caring side of his best friend's moment experience that the father and son clearly didn't share. It reminded him of his own mother, praised for her kindness in front of others, but at home, she ruled the household with an iron fist. Just the energy she got from that sinister-looking spider was enough to keep everyone in check. Today, Zhang Dashan had taken the 2 kids out to the edge of the forest for a full day of activities. At one point, he found a lone old wolf, giving Liu Sihang's Goblin Warrior a chance to practice. Normally, an experienced but aging wolf would be a tough match for a standard Goblin Warrior. Breaking even would be impressive. But to everyone's surprise, the Goblin Warrior took down the wolf with just a few swings of its massive blade, though it did suffer a minor injury itself. "Your goblin's physical strength is amazing," Zhang Dashan said to Liu Sihang. "But it still lacks combat experience. You kept going for the hardest bones with that blade." "No worries, though. Practice makes perfect. They'll find you a few more targets to work on in a bit." The Goblin Warrior couldn't speak, but seemed to understand human language. It scratched its head, worriedly inspecting the nick on its blade, then glanced thoughtfully at the wolf's carcass. It kept making chopping motions, as if trying to figure out what went wrong. As night fell, Zhang Dashan kept busy while sharing his survival tips with the 2 kids. "Spending the night alone in the wild is a big mistake unless you're absolutely confident in your strength," he said seriously. "Nighttime brings out predators and stranger things. Having a companion means you can watch each other's backs. Beast companions are great, but they often can't even tell when their master is in danger, let alone come to the rescue." He shared stories from his own adventures, leaving the 2 beginners wide-eyed and speechless. Liu Sihang even found himself second-guessing whether he'd dare go out alone in the future. Late at night, Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming lay wrapped in blankets beside the campfire. It was their first night sleeping outdoors, and the two teenagers were clearly restless. If not for the exhaustion from walking all day, they probably wouldn't have managed even this fitful sleep. The Goblin Warrior had no such troubles. With his machete at hand, he sprawled out and slept soundly. Zhang Dashan added a few more logs to the fire and glanced at the recently awakened Crimson Flame Tiger. The big cat let out a huge yawn, baring its sharp teeth. Propping his chin up with one hand, Zhang Dashan closed his eyes. Pale moonlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting scattered patches of light on the forest floor. The faint glow did little to illuminate the surroundings, making it impossible to spot the fallen leaves that were weighed down by an invisible pressure. The soft crackling of the deformed leaves was entirely drowned out by the chorus of night insects. The Crimson Flame Tiger lounged lazily on the ground, its red fur glowing like flowing fire in the firelight, radiating intense heat. It purred softly, mouth slightly open to reveal two sharp fangs, its lips curled in a mocking sneer. Suddenly, the constant chirping of insects stopped abruptly. The Crimson Flame Tiger seemed to sense something and tensed up instantly. The predator lurking in the darkness also froze, sensing that something was wrong. With a thunderous roar, the Crimson Flame Tiger burst into a blaze of red fire and leapt toward what appeared to be an empty patch of ground near Liu Sihang. Roar! The revealed predator no longer hid itself, a black panther wreathed in swirling shadows. It dodged the Crimson Flame Tiger's attack with lightning speed. Zhang Dashan's eye snapped open. He grabbed his weapon and stood up, scanning the area warily before locking onto the panther locked in battle with the Crimson Flame Tiger. The Goblin Warrior scrambled to his feet, grabbed his machete, and rushed to stand by his master. The two teenagers only woke up when the furious roars of the two big cats pierced the night. Groggy from the noise and their poor sleep, it took Liu Sihang a few moments to realize what was happening. That's a shadow panther, a predator of the night, Zhang Dashan explained, gripping his powerful bow, but making no move to help his own beast. It's extremely good at hiding, especially at night or in dark caves. It can almost become completely invisible. Uncle Zhang, aren't you going to help? Liu Sihang asked, confused. Zhang Dashan smiled. No need. With Crimson Flame's abilities, this one's no match at all. It's just toying with it. In fact, have your Goblin Warrior join in, the experience will do him good. Liu Sihang hesitated, then quickly ordered the Goblin Warrior to jump into the fray. While Zhang Dashan and the Crimson Flame Tiger didn't seem to take the panther seriously, Liu Sihang could tell at a glance that it was no pushover. If his Goblin Warrior could land a few hits, it might gain a lot of valuable experience. The Crimson Flame Tiger was indeed playing. Whether in speed, strength, or sheer power, it easily outclassed the panther. The Shadow Panther couldn't land a hit or escape, and was batted around by the big red cat's paws, left dizzy and disoriented by the relentless assault. The Goblin Warrior scampered over to the Shadow Leopard, brandishing his broadsword and bringing it down hard. The blade sliced a deep gash into the unsuspecting leopard's back. With a pained growl, the Shadow Leopard lashed out with its tail, as hard as steel, striking the Goblin Warrior and nearly knocking him off his feet. The leopard's tail then whipped back, striking the goblin's arm and ribs with fierce force. Blood seeped through his skin in an instant, staining his armor crimson. Despite the searing pain, the Goblin Warrior didn't flinch. Rage burned in his eyes. He let out a guttural roar, clenched his teeth, and with every ounce of strength, lunged at the Shadow Leopard again, swinging his broadsword. This time, he was more cautious, keeping a close eye on the leopard's every move, ready to dodge any counterattack. The Shadow Leopard, already enraged by the Red Flame Tiger's earlier taunts, now found itself the target of this green creature's assault. Its anger boiled over. Dark mist surged more thickly around its body, its presence growing even more menacing. Just as it was about to strike back, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The Red Flame Tiger's paw landed hard on the leopard's head, leaving it dazed. The swirling black mist scattered, and the Shadow Leopard staggered, barely able to stay upright. Before the leopard could recover, the Goblin Warrior seized the moment, swinging his blade at the creature's neck. The sword sliced through with deadly force. Blood spurted out, covering the goblin's face and body in scarlet. The Shadow Leopard shrieked in agony, its head growing heavy with pain. Before it could react, the Red Flame Tiger struck again, slamming its paw onto the leopard's forehead and ending its life instantly. The Red Flame Tiger dragged the leopard's corpse over to its master, Zhang Dashan, with the Goblin Warrior quickly stepping in to help push the body from behind. Zhang Dashan watched the scene with a smile, slowly pulling a skinning knife from his backpack. By the firelight, he began to skin the leopard. This creature's a rare sight. If it weren't for you two, it would have bolted the moment it saw the Red Flame Tiger, Zhang Dashan said with a chuckle as he worked. Zhang Yiming chimed in with a grin. So, you brought us here to be bait, huh? Zhang Dashan shook his head, still smiling. Not quite. Shadow leopards usually stick to the misty inner ring, hardly ever seen outside. As for what's happening deeper in the misty forest, no one really knows. Lately, All kinds of monsters have been coming out. Liu Sihang suddenly remembered someone had died in a goblin hut and spoke up. Uncle Zhang, are there ogres and gnolls in the misty forest? There are, Zhang Dashan replied casually, continuing to skin the leopard. There's an ogre tribe in the northern part of the forest's inner circle. As for gnolls, they usually roam the inner edge of the mist. I've run into them a few times. They're pretty fierce. Aren't those guys really dangerous? I heard they can even forge weapons, Zhang Yiming asked. That's right. Many humanoid beasts have those abilities, Zhang Dashan nodded. I once met a master swordsmith in a city. His companion beast was a gnoll lord. Its blacksmithing skills were just as good as his. Liu Sihang's eyes lit up as he thought of his own goblin laborers. If they evolve a few more times. Wait, what was I about to ask? If ogres are chasing gnolls, then it means the ogres have left the forest's central area, Zhang Dashan said, turning to Liu Sihang with a hint of confusion, but still explaining carefully. Gnolls would never dare enter the center. The ogre tribes there have lords and mages among them. So, something's wrong in the heart of the misty forest? Liu Sihang frowned, clearly puzzled. Yeah, the real issue is that the Adventurers Guild hasn't released any news, Zhang Dashan replied. They put out a scouting bounty a while back, but there aren't many adventuring teams left in White Moon Town. Only 2 groups took the job and went into the misty forest, and neither has returned yet. Zhang Dashan led the 2 of them around the outskirts of the misty forest for 3 days and 2 nights, patiently teaching them wilderness survival skills. This period served both as a lesson and a gradual adaptation to the forest environment. After all, the conditions near the deeper edge of the mist would only become harsher. During those 3 days, apart from the shadow leopard they encountered on the first night, they only ran into weaker magical beasts, a pair of foraging jackals, and a small group of wild boars. To avoid provoking these animals, Zhang Dashan kept the flame tiger in the beast space and sent the goblin warrior to handle the encounters instead. Whenever the goblin warrior struggled, Zhang Dashan would step in with his longbow, supporting with precise arrows. These real battles led to significant improvement for the goblin warrior, whose combat skills became noticeably sharper. However, the machete that Liu's father had painstakingly sharpened overnight was now nicked and battered, which would surely make the old man feel distressed. Fortunately, Liu Sihang still had a chunk of gold or stored in his beast space. When the time was right, he could bring it out to ease his parents' financial worries. On the 3rd night, Zhang Dashan told them to get plenty of rest, as the next day they would head to the edge of the mist and truly experience the mysteries of the misty forest. As they were preparing to settle down, the freedom-loving Goblin Wanderer, having regained its strength, couldn't wait any longer and slipped away from the breeding ground. Liu Sihang didn't have high hopes for its survival, only wishing that if it did return, it would bring back something worthwhile. Last time, it had brought back 2 scraps of iron, which the goblin laborers had turned into iron-tipped spears. While these were a step up from stone spears, they only made the enemy suffer a bit more or increased the risk of dying from infection. By now, the goblin breeding ground had accumulated 63 experience points. At this rate, they would surely reach 100 before leaving the misty forest. However, Liu Sihang recently noticed that, aside from experience points, the goblin warrior also needed to gain enough combat experience through real battles to evolve. Although he wasn't sure of the exact requirements, it was clear that the most important thing now was to have the goblin warrior participate in as many fights as possible. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after packing up, Zhang Dashan stopped circling the outskirts and led the group straight toward the edge of the mist. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and more imposing. The undergrowth became denser, and a thin mist began to fill the air, seriously limiting their visibility. Zhang Dashan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings while explaining, the denser the mist in the forest, the more concentrated the energy particles in the air. That's why the magical beasts and monsters near the center are so much stronger. Wild magical beasts need to constantly absorb these particles to maintain and increase their power, and any creature that isn't strong enough simply can't survive in this environment. There are plenty of cunning creatures in the wilds, always lying in wait for their prey to walk right into their trap, Zhang Dashan said as he kept a wary eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He swiftly drew his powerful bow and loosed an arrow at a large tree ahead. Instead of the dull thud of wood, there was a sound more like an arrow piercing leather. Blood spurted out as a huge lizard, perfectly camouflaged against the tree bark, leapt up in panic. Before it could run far, the scarlet flame tiger sprang from the side, its claws wreathed in fire, striking the lizard's head with pinpoint accuracy and bringing it down in an instant. Not bad. Chameleon lizard skins fetch a decent price. Zhang Dashan grinned as he pulled out his skinning knife. Too bad the meat isn't much, far too sour and pungent. Now, if we ran into a fire lizard or an explosive flame lizard, you'd get to taste roasted lizard, and that's a real treat. If you don't want it, they'll take the meat, Liu Sihang chimed in. Goblin warriors can eat just about anything. Zhang Dashan nodded. That's true. Goblin warriors aren't picky, unlike the scarlet flame tiger. That's why goblins are so easy to keep. Once Zhang Dashan had finished skinning the lizard, Liu Sihang directed his Goblin Warrior to store the whole carcass in his beast space, sharing half with the other hungry companions while the Goblin Warrior eagerly devoured the rest. Mindful of the dangers near the edge of the mist, Zhang Dashan didn't take the two children too deep. Instead, he led them along the thinnest part of the fog, explaining the various threats they might encounter along the way. But just as he was teaching them how to distinguish between similar-looking mushrooms, the scarlet flame tiger suddenly crouched low, letting out a warning growl toward the depths of the forest. A thunderous roar followed as a massive wild boar, its body covered in rocky armor, charged out of the mist, its eyes blazing red. Earthshaker boar? Damn it, what's it doing here? Zhang Dashan cursed, grabbing the two boys and tossing them up into a tree before quickly climbing up himself. With a sharp whistle, the scarlet flame tiger bounded up into the branches as well. As Zhang Dashan motioned for everyone to stay quiet, more wild boars came stampeding out of the mist. Suddenly, several white globes shot from the fog. Even though the last boar managed to escape for a moment thanks to its rocky hide, it was soon tangled up in sticky white goo, completely immobilized. Moments later, over a dozen massive, eth-tone spiders covered in spikes burst out of the mist, screeching as they chased after the boars. The largest of them sprayed a stream of green venom onto the trapped boar, melting away most of its head in an instant. Damn it! A swarm of venom spike spiders? Zhang Dashan's face went pale as alarm bells rang in his mind. If Zhang Dashan were alone, he wouldn't be worried. Even if he couldn't win, escaping with the help of the Scarlet Flame Tiger would be easy. But things were different now had two defenseless teenagers with him. If that swarm of venomous spiders found them, keeping everyone safe would be nearly impossible. At this moment, he could only silently hope that the wild boars would lure the spiders far away. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. A panicked boar suddenly broke away from the fleeing herd, stumbling directly toward the tree where they were hiding. The unlucky boar hadn't gotten far before the sharp-eyed venomous spiders locked onto it. Several clumps of white spider silk shot through the air, exploding on the boar and pinning it firmly to the ground. One spider separated from the main group, scuttling quickly over the dry leaves, clearly intending to claim the prize for itself. Desperate, the boar unleashed all its strength. Spikes of rocks suddenly burst from the ground, stabbing toward the spider. But the spider was incredibly agile. It easily dodged the attack, circled behind the boar, and began to drip corrosive saliva onto its victim, all while making a shrill, mocking noise. The pain pushed the boar past its limits. Energy surged wildly within it, and with a thunderous roar, over a dozen stone spikes erupted from the earth, crisscrossing to impale the overconfident spider right through its abdomen. The spider let out a piercing scream, all 8 legs kicking as it leapt into the air. Mid-jump, it spat a deadly stream of green venom at the boar, then tried to land on a nearby tree to escape. But that leap led it straight into Dangara Tiger's paw, blazing with orange flames, shot out from the thick leaves and slammed into the spider's belly, burning a gaping hole through it. Foul-smelling green fluid splattered everywhere. Damn it, of all the trees, you had to pick this one. Zhang Dashan muttered as he shot an arrow, severing the spider's mouthparts and cutting off its cry for help. Without wasting a second, he scooped up the 2 teenagers and quickly left the tree. Dad, shouldn't we wait for Qian? Zhang Yiming called out as they ran. Without looking back, Zhang Dashan dragged the 2 boys along at full speed. That spider's scream will bring the whole swarm. Qian has to stay behind and keep them distracted. We'll have to make it back to Baiwa Town on our own. Save your breath, just run. Luckily, they were already near the edge of the mist. After running for a while, they broke free of the fog and re-entered the outer forest. Maybe the chaos caused by the spiders had scared off other beasts, because they didn't run into any more monsters along the way. The 2 teenagers, however, were exhausted and collapsed as soon as they stopped. Sihang, summon your Goblin Warrior to keep watch, Zhang Dashan ordered, then turned to Yiming. And you get your pup out here and have it check the path behind us for any spiders that might be following. Zhang Yiming didn't fully understand, but he immediately summoned his young Gale Hound and sent it back to scout the way. Seeing the confusion in the 2 boys' eyes, Zhang Dashan patiently explained, whether it's Sihang's Goblin Warrior or your puppy, both are effective as early warning. If we run into a venomous spider, there's no way to survive, but the Goblin Warrior is definitely stronger in combat. If we encounter other magical beasts, it can at least hold them off for a while and help escort us safely back to Baiwa Town. Qian, has it returned to the beast space yet? Zhang Yiming asked nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Dashan shook his head heavily. Not yet. Maybe, if we're lucky, it can make it back. He glanced around, his expression grave. It's getting dark. It's too dangerous here. We need to move a bit further before we can settle down for the night. After a brief rest, the Gale dog that had been scouting ahead came racing back. Once he confirmed that the venomous spiders hadn't followed them, Zhang Dashan finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly led the 2 boys onward. When night fully fell, Zhang Dashan found a large tree that was a good distance away from the others. He had Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming climb up and used ropes with slipknots to secure them to the thick branches, planning to spend the night there. Without the Qi and tiger by their side, lighting a fire would only attract predators. Knowing the two boys wouldn't be able to sleep, Zhang Dashan assigned them and the Goblin Warrior to keep watch for the first half of the night, while he leaned against the trunk and drifted into a shallow sleep. Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming exchanged glances, neither daring to speak for fear of attracting trouble. They could only gaze silently at the stars, each lost in thought. Late into the night, the Qi and tiger failed to return alive and instead reappeared in Zhang Dashan's beast space, barely clinging to life. Zhang Dashan guessed privately that the tiger must have drawn away the venomous spiders, but was killed by their poison while escaping, which explained the delay. At its current strength, it would probably take more than half a month to revive. How strange, Zhang Dashan murmured to himself, leaning against a branch. These venomous spiders are supposed to stay at the border between the mist center and the middle area. Why did they come all the way to the edge? No, when we get back, I have to visit the Adventurers Guild. Something must be seriously wrong in the Misty Forest. Just then, a system notification popped up showing the Goblin Wanderer's activity log. Entered the Misty Forest, encountered and escaped from a herd of Earthshaker boars, accidentally entered a venomous spider's lair, stole 3 spider eggs, was discovered and fled, ran into the boars again, was killed by a ground spike. This time's haul, venomous spider eggs x3. Unbelievable. Liu Sihang bit his fist, barely stopping himself from crying out. So the real culprit who nearly got him killed was his own goblin. This guy was something else, treating everything on the ground as loot to be claimed. No wonder he found cobalt gold near the kobolds earlier. Turned out it was something they just dug up and left there. As Liu Sihang silently complained, he stared in shock as the goblin laborer who should have been sleeping suddenly jumped up, inexplicably gathered a pile of wood, and built a crude fence in the clearing. The system immediately displayed, "This is a rough beast pen, a simple structure used to house small animals or young magical beasts. Only goblins with specific abilities can activate it." To ensure he could safely bring the 2 children home, Zhang Dashan moved carefully through the misty forest. He paused frequently, crouching to examine tracks on the ground while his eyes swept vigilantly over the surrounding bushes. Thanks to years of adventuring, he was always able to spot early signs of magical beasts and would lead the children on a wide detour to avoid any danger. Suddenly, Zhang Dashan stopped in his tracks. He knelt down, inspecting a messy trail of footprints, and his calm expression gradually grew serious. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhang Yiming asked, noticing his father's change in demeanor. Zhang Dashan frowned deeply and shook his head. "There are a lot of goblin tracks here, and some belong to goblin warriors in advanced type. What's more troubling," he pointed to several claw marks on the ground, "are these wolf prints. There might be wolf riders nearby." "Wolf riders? Aren't they a level above goblin warriors?" Zhang Yiming exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. I suspect there's a large goblin tribe in this area," Zhang Dashan replied as he stood up. "Qian is still recovering, so we should head back to town first. We'll report this to the Adventurers Guild later." This way, Liu Sihang hesitated, but ultimately decided not to mention his recent encounter with the goblin squad. He didn't know how to explain how he and a single ordinary goblin had managed to defeat the whole group. Lying might fool the naive Zhang Yiming, but he doubted he could deceive the experienced Zhang Dashan. Shortly after the 3 left, a green head poked out from the bushes. The goblin cautiously scanned the area, and, after making sure it was safe, stepped out completely. It glanced in the direction the humans had gone, then quickly disappeared into the forest. Moments later, a large black wolf galloped into view, carrying a goblin knight who was even bigger than a normal goblin warrior. The wolf sniffed the ground, then let out a low growl in the direction the 3 humans had gone. The goblin knight looked back at its panting companions, clearly dissatisfied with their pace, but had no choice but to accept it. After all, it still didn't know how strong those humans were and needed these underlings to test them first. As they were about to leave the misty forest, Zhang Dashan finally relaxed a little. Seeing how exhausted the 2 kids were, he let them stop and rest. "Dad, you're always bragging about how tough you are. So why did you run so fast when you saw the goblin riders?" Zhang Yiming teased. That's only because I had you 2 with me. If it weren't for your safety, goblin riders would be nothing," Zhang Dashan said, patting his strong bow with a smug grin. "Even with my current health issues and low energy, this bow alone is more than enough to take down a goblin rider." Zhang Yiming rolled his eyes. "There you go bragging again. We did plenty of research on goblin warriors in the school library for Sihang's project, you know. The goblin wolf riders were already much stronger than regular goblin warriors, not to mention they had their mounts to help them. Without any energy, you wouldn't stand a chance against them." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, cutting him off. Zhang Dashan sprang to his feet and saw a mass of green figures rapidly approaching. "Damn it, you jinxed us," he cursed under his breath, grabbing the still-stunned Zhang Yiming and Liu Sihang, and took off running. The goblin warriors behind them immediately snatched up their machetes and followed close behind. "What's going on?" Wolf riders, run. Don't look back. At those words, the two teenagers' faces went pale, and they sprinted forward with all their might. The bridge at the east gate of Baiwa town was finally in sight. As long as they made it across, the goblins probably wouldn't dare to follow. The goblin riders at the rear, seeing their prey fleeing in panic with no intention of fighting back, broke into vicious grins. One of them gave its black wolf a pat, and the beast let out a low growl. With a few powerful strides, it overtook the goblin foot soldiers ahead and charged after the fleeing humans. Zhang Dashan kept a close eye on what was happening behind him. When he saw the riders gaining, he quickly turned and fired 3 arrows in a triangular spread. The black wolf nimbly ducked under 2 of them, while the goblin rider knocked the third aside with its blade. Unfazed, Zhang Dashan knocked another 3 arrows, aiming as he retreated. The goblin rider let out an angry growl and urged its wolf forward, weaving between the trees for cover. Suddenly, Zhang Dashan switched tactics. She gripped his bow and arrows tightly and broke into a sprint, turning his back on the enemy. The sudden move enraged the rider even more. As the goblin urged its mount to speed up, Zhang Dashan suddenly leaped backward, spun around, and fired another arrow. Though the goblin rider managed to dodge just in time, the arrow still grazed its shoulder. But before Zhang Dashan could celebrate, an ice shard whistled through the air. Even with his quick reflexes, his left arm was grazed, instantly covered in a layer of frost, and left numb and stiff. Damn, a mutant goblin. Zhang Dashan immediately tossed aside his bow, drew the short sword at his waist, and ran for his life. Behind him, the goblin rider ripped out the arrow from its shoulder and, shouting excitedly, urged its wolf to give chase at full speed. Sihang, get your goblin warriors to block the rider. Zhang Dashan shouted. Seeing the situation, Liu Sihang grabbed Zhang Yiming, who wanted to turn back. Don't stop. Uncle can run faster than us. At the same time, he quickly used all his experience points at the goblin breeding ground to evolve 6 goblins, ready to unleash them all if necessary. At this life or death moment, there was no time to worry about keeping any secrets. If they were exposed, so be it. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a goblin thief. In order to improve its chances of survival, the goblin did everything it could to reduce its presence, eventually mastering the ability to vanish from sight. Basic stealth. While standing still, it can become completely invisible, emitting almost no scent or sound. Even when moving, it remains partially hidden, though the effect is greatly diminished. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a frost goblin. This goblin possesses innate magical talent and has accidentally awakened the power to control frost within its bloodline. Ice arrow. It can shoot ice arrows with a slight homing ability, dealing damage to enemies and having a chance to freeze them. However, each use consumes a large amount of energy, requiring time to recover. The frost goblin can fire up to 3 ice arrows. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a goblin slinger. This goblin specializes in long-range stone throwing, and as its skill improves, its accuracy and attack power continue to increase. Basic precision. Its vision is enhanced, making it much easier to hit targets from a distance. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a goblin tamer. After surviving in the wild for a long time, this goblin has learned how to communicate with animals and can tame small creatures or young magical beasts. Basic beast speech. It can communicate simple ideas with other magical beasts. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a goblin laborer. These goblins have become more efficient through hard work, adapting to heavy labor and harsh environments. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a goblin warrior. With accumulated experience, the goblin warrior's combat skills have matured and its body has grown stronger. Watching these goblins successfully evolve, Liu Sihang finally felt a sense of relief. At least now, he had enough cards up his sleeve to ensure the safety of the 3 of them. But in the next moment, Liu Sihang noticed his goblin warrior taking a direct hit from a goblin rider. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin warrior lunged at the rider's arm and dragged him off the back of his wolf mount. The 2 rolled on the ground, locked in fierce combat. Despite the goblin warrior's desperate efforts, the goblin rider was simply stronger, and with the help of his black wolf mount, the battle quickly turned in the rider's favor. Within seconds, the goblin warrior was finally defeated, dying under the rider's attack with a final scream. Its body turned into light, disappearing into the air and returning to Liu Sihang's beast space, where it now lay quietly beside the Goblin Wanderer. Although the goblin warrior's death made Liu Sihang's heart tighten, it bought Zhang Dashan precious time. At this point, Zhang Dashan had managed to escape onto the bridge with the 2 half-grown children. As soon as they set foot on the bridge, the sounds of battle on the outskirts of the misty forest finally drew the attention of the guards at the gates of Baiwa town. The guards immediately summoned their own beasts and rushed to the scene. One called forth a giant jackal, while the other summoned a sturdy, horned black bull. Although these beasts were no match for Zhang Dashan's crimson flame tiger, they were more than enough to deal with the goblin rider. Combined with the guards' own strength, It was certain that the goblins stood no chance in the fight. Realizing the situation was dire, the goblin rider let out a roar, quickly pulled his mount to a halt, and turned around, fleeing in the opposite direction, desperately trying to escape before the reinforcements could catch up. Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming collapsed onto the bridge as soon as they saw the goblins retreat. Both of them were gasping for air, their muscles aching from the intense exertion. Zhang Dashan didn't linger. After quickly dropping Liu Sihang off at his doorstep, he hurriedly took Zhang Yiming to the Adventurers Guild in town to report the urgent situation: the rampaging venom-spitter spiders and the appearance of goblins on the outskirts of the forest. Liu Sihang opened the door and, dragging his exhausted body, flopped directly onto the sofa. Hearing the commotion, his younger sister Liu Zian ran out of her room. Seeing her brother's disheveled state, her face filled with worry. "Are you okay, brother? Zian, could you get me a glass of water?" "I'm dying of thirst," Liu Sihang said, waving his hand weakly. Liu Zian sprang into action, not only bringing him a large glass of water, but also grabbing a piece of bread from the kitchen. Liu Sihang gulped down the water in one go and quickly finished the bread, finally starting to feel alive again. "I've run a bath for you," Liu Zian said as she trotted over. "My sister is the best." Liu Sihang ruffled her hair affectionately. "I'm really tired. They'll go straight to bed after my shower. If mom and dad come back, let them know for me." "Okay." The little girl nodded seriously, her adorable expression making Liu Sihang pat her head once more before he dragged himself into the bathroom. After his shower, Liu Sihang returned to his room, and as soon as he lay down, sleepiness washed over him. But the thought of the newly evolved goblins kept him awake, so he forced himself to focus on the goblin breeding pen. Inside the rough animal enclosure, 2 goblin workers were busy building new nests out of twigs and dry grass. 2 completed nests each contained a venom-spitter spider egg. Nearby, the goblin handler was crouched by another spider egg, ear pressed to its shell as he carefully adjusted its position in the nest. Curious about the scene, Liu Sihang wondered, are they trying to hatch all 3 spider eggs? A prompt from the breeding pen appeared: venom-spitter spider eggs, incubating. Success rate, 25. Only a 25 chance? If it fails, all that suffering would be for nothing. Suddenly, Liu Sihang remembered something that made his anger flare. If that idiot wanderer hadn't insisted on grabbing 3 eggs, the flame tiger wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have been chased so badly by the goblins. If Wed waited a few more days, maybe the goblin warrior would have evolved instead of ending up dead in the shed. But there was nothing he could do now. The Goblin Wanderer, still in its corpse state, obviously couldn't answer his frustration. Still stewing in regret, Liu Sihang soon drifted into a deep sleep. Barely out the door on his first adventure, Liu Sihang almost lost his life, which terrified his mother, Li Qin. Tears streaming down her face, she muttered that he should just pick a regular trade after all. A simple life is still a life. The worry in Li Qin's swollen eyes and trembling hands showed just how much a mother could care. Liu Sihang listened quietly, knowing these were just words spoken in the heat of the moment. In a world as dangerous as theirs, survival for the weak was a matter of luck. More importantly, Beastmasters not only lived several times longer than ordinary people, sometimes even 10 times as long, but they also stayed at their peak for most of that time. The appeal of such a life was hard to resist, except, perhaps, for the town's contented noodle maker who was happy with his lot. The day after his injuries had eased, Liu Sihang quietly slipped out to a farm on the west side of town and caught a few fish from the canal to bring home. Acting nonchalant in front of his parents, he pulled a lump of gold ore from his pocket, claiming he'd found it while fishing. The stone looked dull and was caked in mud, making it appear worthless. But his mother's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly shut all the windows, posted her ghost-faced spider by the door on guard, and carefully took the gold from Liu Sihang. Drawing the curtain back just a sliver, she examined the gold closely in the faint light. "Lalu, look at this. I think it's real," Li Qin whispered, unable to hide her excitement. Liu Yuanyang weighed the gold in his hand, his expression serious. "It seems real. Sihang's goblin warrior died, and his machete is pretty much done for. We should get him a better weapon." Li Qin hesitated, then finally nodded. "All right, we'll do as you say. No need." Liu Sihang quickly waved his hands. The goblin warrior doesn't need such good gear right now. It'd be a shame if we lost it again. But his parents ignored his protests. In this world, gear usually wasn't lost unless a beast died in battle. And if the beast was dead, the master was likely in danger too. If the worst happened, what good would money be, anyway? Unable to persuade them, Liu Sihang gave in, but insisted that the new weapon only needed to be a bit better than the machete. After all, if his goblin warrior evolved, he'd need to change weapons again. Speaking of which, the now-dead Goblin Wanderer had once brought back a piece of star metal ore. If not for the hint from the goblin breeding grounds, Liu Sihang wouldn't have even known what it was called. Even so, he had no idea how valuable it might be, so he didn't dare show it to anyone. Meanwhile, the town's Adventurers Guild organized a team to search the nearby misty forest. There, they discovered a temporary goblin camp with over 200 goblins, including a chieftain more than 3 meters tall. This chieftain was 2 ranks above a goblin knight. While it couldn't command elemental powers, its raw strength in close combat was even greater than Zhang Dashan's Crimson Flame Tiger. Since there hadn't been any particularly powerful adventurer teams or mercenary groups passing through White Moon Town lately, the Adventurers Guild put out a notice. They called on everyone in town capable of fighting to join forces. 3 days later, they planned to venture into the forest and wipe out the goblin camp to prevent any harm from coming to the townsfolk. The Adventurers Guild also announced the reason behind the recent outbreak of magical beasts within the Misty Forest. Apparently, a young green dragon of unknown origin had entered the heart of the forest, forcefully occupying a large area and driving out the beasts that once lived there. This sudden struggle for territory forced all the magical beasts of the Misty Forest to rearrange their domains. The panicked creatures scattered in all directions, plunging the entire forest into chaos. According to the guild's notice, as the beasts gradually settle into new territories, the unrest will soon subside. The outer areas of the Misty Forest have already returned to relative safety, with the only remaining threat being a goblin tribe that refuses to return after being driven out. Once the truth was revealed, the townsfolk quickly let go of their worries about a beast tide. Within 3 days, the number of people signing up for the Goblin subjugation campaign soared. Although most residents weren't particularly skilled in beast-taming combat, there were always a few persistent individuals in town who had trained their beasts to a decent level. While these beasts might not be strong on their own, together they were more than enough to handle the goblins. As the number of participants surpassed 200, the whole operation became much less dangerous and almost turned into a fun group activity. Many who had hesitated before decided to join in as well, seeing the growing crowd. Even the Silk Pavilion, where Liu Sihang's mother Li Qin worked, closed for a paid holiday because the owner, Madame Huang, was going to take part as one of the main fighters. Lu Yuanyang couldn't help but envy them. What are you so jealous about? Do you really want to take Xiaohua and fight goblins? Li Qin pointed at the chipmunk perched atop the ghost-faced spider's head. The chipmunk, barely bigger than a teacup, was happily gnawing on a nut. When it heard Li Qin's voice, it even flashed a big smile, showing off its 2 prominent front teeth. I just want to join in the excitement, Lu Yuanyang muttered under his breath. Li Qin rolled her eyes and ignored him, then turned to ask her son, what about you? Do you want to come with me and see how Madame Huang fights? In Liu Sihang's mind, he immediately pictured himself standing among a group of aunties with their spiders, their chatter morphing into a buzzing roar in his ears. The thought made him shudder, and he quickly refused. No, I'll figure something out on my own. All right, just remember there will be a lot of people there. Don't rush to the front. After all, your goblin warrior is still just a low-level beast. While his mother kept reminding him, Liu Sihang simply smiled and nodded, but his mind had already drifted to his goblin ranch. Early that morning, the Goblin Wanderer had already set out. Wow, you're already back in bed? That was fast this time. Liu Sihang glanced curiously at the Wanderer's journal. Goblin Wanderer's travel log. The Goblin Wanderer ventured deep into the Misty Forest. The Goblin Wanderer encountered a young green dragon. The young green dragon approached, curious. Because the Goblin Wanderer smelled so bad, the dragon sneezed. The Goblin Wanderer was hit by a poisonous mist. The Goblin Wanderer was completely dissolved. This journey's reward, toxic solution. Liu Sihang sucked in a breath. Wow, you walked out the door and went straight to your grave. Right into the boss lair? That's what you get for never bathing. Now you've been poisoned down to your bones. He frowned, thinking, but isn't this a little strange? How did you bring back a toxic solution after being poisoned to nothing? Curious, Liu Sihang checked the storage area. The already shabby wooden shed now had a massive hole eaten through it, leaving it in a damaged state. 2 goblin craftsmen were busy making repairs. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What are you shaking your head for? Li Qin suddenly demanded, eyes wide. Huh. Liu Sihang snapped back to attention, looking at his mother in confusion. Seeing her son's absent-minded expression, a flash of irritation crossed Li Qin's face. She grabbed the broom by her side and swung it at him. You brat. I've been talking for ages, and you haven't heard a word, have you? Early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, Liu Sihang was woken up by the commotion on the street. Still half asleep, he opened his eyes and heard his mother's clear voice calling from downstairs. He responded, then pulled back the curtain by his bed and looked outside. He saw small groups of people, each accompanied by a variety of spirit beasts, their faces alight with excitement as they all headed toward the east side of town. Humans really are a lot like goblins, Liu Sihang thought to himself. Once they gain the upper hand, they can't help but get excited. When he and Zhang Yiming arrived at the east gate of the town, the scene before them was overwhelming. Hundreds of people were packed together outside the gate. Fortunately, Zhang Pied, the president of the Adventurers Guild, stepped in just in time. The short, white-haired old man raised his voice and instructed everyone to put away their spirit beasts, barely managing to clear some space at the narrow entrance. While Zhang Pied was loudly announcing important reminders, Zhang Yiming nudged Liu Sihang, signaling him to look to the side. 4 unfamiliar teenagers, 2 boys and 2 girls, stood at the edge of the crowd, talking quietly among themselves, all dressed in identical adventurer gear. Students from Qingzhou Academy, Zhang Yiming whispered. Thanks for the info, but I can see the school crest on their uniforms too, Liu Sihang joked. What's an info guy? Zhang Yiming looked confused for a moment, then grinned and raised his eyebrows out of habit. Those 2 girls are lucky they just got here and already get to join the Goblin Hunt. Liu Sihang shook his head with a wry smile. In your eyes, any pretty girl is a miss, and everyone else might as well be invisible. Meanwhile, a clear voice rang out from among the students. We really have terrible luck, complained Zhao Xiaoxue, a black-haired girl with a ponytail, clutching a wooden staff, her face clouded with worry. With so many people entering the forest, all the spirit beasts will be scared away. I'm just an apprentice Magiite's too much to go straight to the edge of the mist for a mission. The beasts there are terrifying. We're supposed to train at the edge of the mist anyway, said Su Yu, the short-haired girl carrying a bow and arrows, who was also the team's temporary leader. She tried to reassure her. The beasts outside are too weak and won't earn us any trial points. Besides, finding the goblin tribe early is actually a good thing. If we ran into them on our way back from an adventure, that would be much more dangerous. It's just a bunch of goblins, said Hu Shuo, the chubby boy carrying a broadsword and a sturdy leather shield. He scratched his head with an honest grin. If we can't beat them, we'll just run away. Su Yu shook her head and explained, I asked around. That tribe has a goblin chief, wolf riders, and even frost goblins. If we're unlucky, it could really get dangerous. That sounds like a serious threat, added the last member, Zhao Xiaofeng, Zhao Ziox's twin brother. Though he carried a short sword, his real role was as an apprentice support mage, responsible for enhancing his teammates' abilities. Su Yu nodded, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her when she heard there were at least 200 goblins. Phew, thank goodness. Zhao Xiaoxue patted her chest in relief. If we really got caught by those goblins, they'd make us have their children. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Zhao Xiaofeng raised his hand and gave his sister a smack on the back of the head, scolding her in a low voice. I told you to stop reading those weird novels. Goblins aren't going to make you have their kids. If they catch you, they'll probably just chop you up and roast you. That's still terrifying. Zhao Xiaoxue grumbled, clutching her head and lowering her voice. Enough, everyone else is moving out. We should catch up, Su Yu reminded them. To prevent the goblins from fleeing before the battle or coming back for revenge, the townspeople split into several small teams after crossing the bridge, just as planned. The stronger townsfolk led the groups, surrounding the goblin camp from multiple directions. After dividing up, everyone summoned their beasts. The strongest ones took the lead, and only then did the teams move forward. A few students from Qingzhou Academy happened to be in the same team as Liu Sihang. When Liu Sihang summoned his Goblin Warrior, the students' eyes lit up. Wow, look at that guy's Goblin Warrior. It looks so strong. Zhao Xiaoxue said excitedly, tugging on her friend's sleeve. Zhao Xiaofeng felt a headache coming on and whispered, keep your voice down. That's really rude. And honestly, something about that just sounds off. Yeah, exactly, Hu Shuan nodded in agreement. What if he just looks young? You can't just call him a kid. Come on, he's obviously a high schooler. And he does look young, but that's not the point. Zhao Xiaofeng rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache in his forehead. Captain, can you get them to quiet down? He pleaded to Su Yu, his face full of embarrassment. They can definitely hear us. This is so awkward I could die. Su Yu smiled slightly, then turned to Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming. In a gentle voice, she said, Xiaofeng is right. It's fine to look, but keep your voices down. We don't want people to think we're weird. Besides, we're wearing the academy uniform. It wouldn't be good if rumors spread back at school. Oh, Zhao Xiaoxue, who listened to Su Yu more than her brother, immediately lowered her voice, though she couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Captain, that Goblin Warrior really is raised so well. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Definitely. It's strong and looks like it's been through a lot of battles. You can see the warrior's spirit in it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming was quietly chatting with Liu Sihang. Nice work, man. Those 2 girls are clearly impressed by your Goblin Warrior. Zhang Yiming grinned. Come on, there are 4 of them. Don't just focus on that, Liu Sihang replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. See that big dog? I think it's an evolved Galehound, probably a Stormhound, right? Oh, you're right. Zhang Yiming looked surprised. That girl's beast is the same as mine. What a coincidence. Liu Sihang smiled and casually glanced over the 4 students' summoned beasts. Besides the long-haired girl's Stormhound, the short-haired girl's beast was a massive black eagle with a striking tuft of bright red feathers on its head, making it stand out. This Gale eagle had powerful flight abilities, could control wind elements, and even use some fire skills. The chubby boy's beast was a huge, powerfully built rock boar. As soon as it appeared, it armored itself and its master in a layer of stone, showing impressive defense. This was an earth-type magical beast, destined to evolve into a quake boar. As for the thin boy, his beast was a large, fierce flame hound. Its fiery red fur radiated heat, distorting the air around it with its intense flames. Clearly, this flamehound had mastered powerful fire abilities. Each beast's unique traits seemed to silently tell the story of the trainer's strength and dedication behind them. Liu Sihang wasn't sure when the battle had actually started. By the time their group arrived at the scene, the goblin tribe had already been scattered. The wild goblins, realizing they were outmatched, fled in all directions, while the townspeople quickly split up to chase down the escaping creatures. Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming, who were at the front of the group, reacted the fastest. Liu Sihang's sharp eyes instantly locked onto a wild goblin warrior trying to escape. He shouted to Zhang Yiming and immediately charged after the goblin with his own goblin warrior. Zhang Yiming understood right away and followed closely behind with his Galehound. Liu Sihang's goblin warrior was clearly much stronger than the wild ones. With the Galehound's help, they quickly took down the panicked goblin with just a few strikes. After finishing off his opponent, Liu Sihang spun around, hoping to find another target to gain more experience. However, the battlefield was already crowded with noisy townsfolk and their beasts. There were only a handful of goblins left, not nearly enough for everyone. Many people didn't even get a chance to fight, and could only let their beasts vent their energy on nearby trees, at least leaving some marks to prove they had been there. There are more people than monsters, there's just not enough to go around. Liu Sihang sighed in frustration, feeling a bit unwilling. After coming all this way, the experience he gained was minimal, and there was nothing he could do about it. With such a large operation, the surrounding monsters had been scared off long before. Even if he wanted to sneak off and hunt something to boost his experience, he wouldn't be able to find any targets. Just then, he noticed the 4 students from Qingzhou Academy quietly discussing something among themselves. After a moment, they broke away from the group and headed deeper into the forest with their beasts. Liu Sihang suddenly understood they must have come to complete their holiday trials, so it made sense for them to venture further into the forest to train and strengthen their beasts. The direction they chose seemed to lead toward the edge of the mist. With their abilities, they might actually be able to handle the challenges there. As he was thinking, his close friend Zhang Yiming came running over, panting and looking anxious. He slapped Liu Sihang on the shoulder and said, "Sihang, you won't believe it. I just heard my dad and the others talking. There really was a goblin leader." "Oh, so who took it down? Old Lady Huang or Old Master Zhang?" Liu Sihang asked absent-mindedly. But Zhang Yiming shook his head. "No, the goblin leader realized things were going south and ran off right away. That's why the fight ended so quickly." "Huh." Liu Sihang frowned in surprise. Didn't they surround the goblin camp? How did it escape? Who knew it would react so fast? Before the fight even started, it turned and ran straight toward the edge of the mist. People tried to stop it, but it just forced its way through a barrage of beast attacks. "It probably got hurt pretty badly, but I doubt it'll have the guts to come back," Zhang Yiming explained. "By the way, where are those 2 girls?" Zhang Yiming looked around, but couldn't spot the Qingzhou Academy team. Liu Sihang pointed deeper into the forest. "They went that way, probably off to do their holiday trial." "Oh no." Zhang Yiming suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, startling Liu Sihang. "What's wrong? They probably don't know about the goblin leader. We should catch up and warn them," Zhang Yiming said urgently, worry flashing in his eyes. Liu Sihang was a bit speechless. Come on, those students were from the Academy for Professionals with 4 contracted beasts. Taking on a goblin chief was hardly a challenge for them. Wait a minute, were there only 4 of them? Zhang Yiming paused for a second, then said, "Even if those girls aren't in any real danger, it's their first time here. What if they need a guide? Let's go before they get too far. Let's catch up and check on them." Liu Sihang was about to object, but his eyes flickered with an idea. He didn't really care about the girls. What mattered was that it was his best friend Zhang Yiming who suggested going deeper into the forest. He had only agreed because he couldn't say no to him. They hadn't found the Qingzhou Academy team, but on their way back, they'd run into some magical beasts and been forced into a few fights. If anything went wrong, it was all Zhang Yiming's idea anyway. If their parents found out they'd snuck into the forest at night, they'd flip out and all the blame could be pinned on Zhang Yiming. He wouldn't be able to argue his way out of it. As for danger, the goblin chief had already been scared out of its wits. It had probably fled to the edge of the mist or deeper into the forest. With their current strength, as long as they stayed out of the mist zone, they should be fine. Perfect plan. So, Zhang Yiming dragged him forward. Liu Sihang protested, but didn't really resist, and the 2 of them hurried after the direction where the Qingzhou Academy team had gone. However, even though they were in decent shape, they were nowhere near the level of professionals. After chasing for quite a while, they still hadn't found any trace of the Qingzhou Academy group. Out of breath, Zhang Yiming slumped onto a clean rock. Liu Sihang, on the other hand, felt a surge of energy stored up inside him. He was a bit tired, but nowhere near as exhausted as Zhang Yiming. Seeing his friend finally give up the chase, Liu Sihang breathed a sigh of relief. This spot was just right any deeper, and they'd be close to the edge of the mist. If something else came running out from inside, they'd be in real trouble. Just then, heavy footsteps thundered from the distance. Liu Sihang and Zhang Yiming exchanged glances and quickly turned to look. A massive goblin, over 4 meters tall and bulging with muscle, covered in blood and panting heavily, was charging toward them. Crap! It was the Goblin Chief. Zhang Yiming whispered, but his voice caught the Goblin Chief's attention. The creature paused, stared at them for a moment, and, seeing that they were just a couple of young humans, relaxed slightly. Then its gaze hardened with hatred and cruelty. A twisted grin spread across its face as it hefted a huge stone hammer and charged at them. Run! Liu Sihang shouted, grabbing Zhang Yiming and bolting. At the same time, he commanded his nearby Goblin Warrior to intercept the Goblin Chief. But even though the Goblin Warrior was fairly strong, it was 3 whole levels below the Chief, not even close to a match. The Goblin Chief swung its stone hammer casually. The Goblin Warrior tried to block, but the force sent it staggering back 2 steps before it crashed to the ground. Zhang Yiming's Windhound barked furiously and lunged at the Goblin Chief. But the Chief had seen it coming. The stone hammer whipped out from the side, smashing straight into the Windhound's head. With a yelp, the Windhound was sent flying, its body shimmering and fading away into light. Split up! Liu Sihang shouted urgently. He spat on the ground, slapped his backside, and made a taunting gesture. Seeing the Goblin Chief's furious reaction, Liu Sihang spun on his heel and sprinted off in another direction. The Goblin Chief roared in rage and chased after him without hesitation. Zhang Yiming, gasping for breath, glanced back and saw only the Goblin Chief pursuing Liu Sihang. Guilt and regret overwhelmed him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Damn it, you idiot! Zhang Yiming slapped himself hard, then gritted his teeth and forced himself to stumble toward the edge of the forest. I hope the townsfolk haven't all left yet, maybe I can get help in time. A while later, the 4 students from Qingzhou Academy, led by 2 large dogs, followed the Goblin Chief's trail. Seeing human footprints on the ground, their expressions changed. Oh no, it looks like the Goblin Chief ran into someone else. Let's hurry and catch up. On the other side, Liu Sihang was being chased by the ferocious Goblin leader, but there wasn't a trace of panic on his face, only a sly smile flickered across his lips. As he ran, he silently calculated the distance, waiting for the perfect moment as the Goblin leader drew closer and closer. Suddenly, with a swift gesture, more than a dozen magic arrays lit up on the ground. Goblin beast tamers, who had been lying in wait, emerged from the glowing circles, gripping their weapons tightly and grinning menacingly as they surrounded the Goblin leader. The Goblin leader's fierce expression froze. He glanced back in disbelief at the Goblin warrior still chasing after him, only now realizing had fallen for a diversion. Well, caught you off guard, didn't I? Go get him! Liu Sihang shouted, quickly retreating to a safe distance. The battle erupted in an instant. The Goblin warrior, wielding a tetanus-stained iron spear, charged in first, followed closely by 2 Goblin craftsmen armed with stone hammers. The Goblin beast tamer and shield thief blended into the crowd, supporting from the rear with their stone spears. The Frost Goblin, conserving its limited magic, stood ready by the side. Nearby, the Goblin Slinger, carrying a basket full of smooth stones, took up position on the opposite flank, forming a pincer attack with the Frost Goblin. The Slinger grabbed a carefully polished stone, aimed, and hurled it at the Goblin leader with all his might. As the leader raised his hammer to strike the charging Goblin warrior, he caught the stone flying toward him out of the corner of his eye and hastily raised his arm to block. Crack! The stone slammed into his arm, splitting open a barely healed wound. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin warrior thrust his iron spear deep into the old injury on the leader's abdomen, twisting it viciously. The Goblin leader roared and swung his hammer in retaliation, but the Goblin warrior rolled out of the way just in time. On the other side, an ordinary goblin jabbed his stone spear into the leader's waist, but he was a bit too slow. Before he could retreat, the leader struck him down with a powerful backhanded blow, causing him to vanish in a flash of light within the beast-taming space. After this initial exchange, the goblin beasts quickly identified the leader's weakness, his unhealed wounds. They immediately shifted tactics, focusing their attacks on these vulnerable spots. Once a dominant force, the goblin leader had never suffered such humiliation. If not for his severe injuries and the relentless assault from 4 professionals earlier, these lowly underlings would never have been able to push him to such a desperate state. After a chaotic battle, the Goblin Chief crushed 3 goblin beasts to death with his hammer, but the effort caused several half-healed wounds on his body to split open again. Blood seeped out, staining his gray-green skin. Instead of weakening his fighting spirit, the sight only fueled his rage. Roaring, he swung his stone hammer wildly, rampaging through the crowd of goblins. Finally, as he chased down a goblin craftsman trying to escape, his overzealous movement left him fatally exposed. A round stone flew through the air and struck him squarely in the eye with a sharp crack. His eye burst, blood spurting everywhere. The Goblin Chief froze, clutching his face and letting out a piercing scream. On the edge of the battlefield, an ice goblin's eyes flashed with cunning. It had been waiting for this moment. Quickly drawing its bow, it unleashed a long-prepared ice arrow. Although the Goblin Chief was now half blind, his battle instincts remained sharp. Sensing the danger, he twisted his body to dodge, but the arrow still grazed his right hand. Frost instantly spread, numbing his arm. His fingers slackened, dropping the stone hammer to the ground with a heavy thud. Among the goblin horde, an inconspicuous goblin thief's eyes lit up at the sight. It darted forward, snatching up the hammer as soon as it hit the ground. Ignoring its weight, the thief dragged the weapon away, leaving a shallow trail behind. The goblin chief swiped desperately with his left hand, but caught only air, a surge of panic rising within him. Now weaponless, with his right arm nearly useless and his body covered in wounds, the goblin chief's situation had grown dire. With only his left fist, he managed to bludgeon a few attacking goblins to death, but others continued to harass him from the sides, while two goblin warriors pressed their assault from front and back. Under this relentless siege, he finally couldn't avoid the ice goblin's remaining 2 arrows. The cold spread rapidly, freezing most of his flesh and rendering him completely immobile, helpless, like a fish on a chopping block. A group of goblin beasts, eyes glowing red and faces twisted with cruel grins, closed in. They clawed and bit at the once feared chief in a frenzy. Amid the chaos, a goblin warrior seized its chance and, with a swift motion, severed the goblin chief's head. Seeing the chief finally dead, Liu Sihang breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly ordered the remaining goblins to gather the weapons scattered on the ground and return to the beast's space. But the goblin thief, upon receiving the order, did something truly unsettling. It ran to the chief's corpse, plunged its hands into the wound in his chest, and dug out his still faintly beating heart. Cradling the bloody trophy in both hands with a sense of ceremony, it returned to the beast's space. Though Liu Sihang was curious about what he had just witnessed, there was no time to dwell on it. He hurried away from the scene with his injured goblin warrior, worried that if his friends brought townsfolk to rescue him, he wouldn't be able to explain the gruesome mess. Not long after Liu Sihang left, students from Qingzhou Academy arrived at the battlefield. They looked at the goblin chief's decapitated, battered body, all wearing equally puzzled expressions. There are traces of ice magic, blade wounds, blunt force trauma, and lots of tiny scratches. Zhao Xiaofeng crouched down, carefully examining the chief's injuries. Could it have been the townspeople, ganging up on him with their beasts? Hu Shua guessed, frowning deeply. Team leader Suyu looked around, her brow furrowing as well. Aside from the signs of battle, it looks like there's only a single set of human footprints. The rest are all goblin tracks. So, does that mean there are other goblin tribes in this forest? Zhao Xiaox's voice trembled with fear. Suyu shook her head. Hard to say, but from the tracks, it seems that one person got away safely. The strange thing is, where did all the goblins go? There aren't any tracks showing them leaving. Unaware of the mystery head left behind, Liu Sihang limped back toward the town with his injured goblin warrior. On the way, he ran into his best friend, who had brought people to rescue him. Feeling safe at last, Liu Sihang finally relaxed, letting go of all his tension. The goblin warrior, having played its part, could finally return to the beast space to recover. Seeing Liu Sihang unharmed, Zhang Yiming, who had been anxiously waiting, ran up and threw himself at him, bursting into tears. Caught off guard by this sudden show of emotion, Liu Sihang stood there awkwardly, arms half raised, unsure whether to hug back or just pat his friend's shoulder, his embarrassment tinged with a hint of gratitude. But seriously, man, if you're going to cry and hug me like this, are you planning to never go outside again? Liu Sihang glanced at the group of townsfolk laughing behind them, feeling a bit sorry for his friend. He figured it wouldn't be long before Zhang Yiming's embarrassing moment was the talk of the whole Baiwei town. Although his best friend had already taken full responsibility, Liu Sihang still couldn't escape his mother's clutches. There was nothing he could do. When Li Qin first heard that her son had been chased by the goblin leader, she was so terrified that she nearly fainted, her face instantly drained of all color. When Liu Sihang finally returned home safe and sound, she almost passed out from relief. Seeing the worry etched across his mother's face, Liu Sihang was overwhelmed with guilt. Looking into her eyes, filled with love and concern, he understood that this scolding and the spanking that followed was only natural. Sometimes, a mother's deep love could only be expressed this way. Even though it hurt so much that he had to sleep on his stomach that night, the pain served as a constant reminder that he truly needed to reflect on his actions. After a long, exhausting day, Liu Sihang finally had a moment to catch his breath. Sitting on his bed, he quietly began checking on the goblin farm. During a fierce battle, he had defeated a powerful enemy, and the system notified him. You've gained 76 experience points. Seeing this message, Liu Sihang was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. The rewards from this fight were incredible. With the leftover experience from before and the points just earned from defeating the wild goblin warrior, the goblin farm's total experience had reached 92 points. He was just a little short of enough to trigger the goblin warrior's evolution. Excited about the upcoming evolution, Liu Sihang focused on the goblin warrior and noticed a yellow exclamation mark above its head. Not only that, but the goblin breeder also had a green exclamation mark above their head. Having not played games in 16 years, Liu Sihang felt a strange mix of emotions as he saw the two different colored markers. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled himself together and clicked on the Goblin Warrior's yellow exclamation mark. A prompt appeared. Goblin Warrior's wish, the desire to grow stronger. After many battles, the Goblin Warrior has reached its current limit. Only evolution can help it continue to improve. Please evolve it as soon as possible. Fulfilling the Goblin Warrior's wish will grant you a random reward. This was unexpected. Evolving the Goblin Warrior would also come with a reward. Liu Sihang was intrigued, eager to find out what the reward would be. Unfortunately, he was still 8 experience points short. 8 points didn't sound like much, but risking another trip to the Misty Forest and another round of education from his mother didn't seem worth it. Besides, once he evolved the Goblin Warrior, he might receive an even more surprising reward, which made him look forward to it even more. Next, Liu Sihang turned his attention to the Goblin Breeder. What did the yellow and green exclamation marks mean? He clicked on the green one and read, Goblin Breeder's request, the flesh of the strong. The Goblin Breeder discovered that when the Goblin Thief fed the heart taken from the Goblin Leader to the Venom Spike Spider hatchling, it greatly accelerated the spider's growth. The Goblin Breeder hopes that after every battle, you'll bring back body parts infused with power from strong enemies to feed the young magical beasts. This was a very practical tip. Liu Sihang made a mental note after every battle. He could have the Goblin Thief search for suitable parts to feed the beast cubs, or simply bring the entire corpse back to the beast taming space and let the goblins handle it. Thinking of this, Liu Sihang remembered the 3 spider eggs from before. At first, he thought he'd be lucky if even one hatched, but thanks to the Goblin Breeder's care, the hatching rate kept improving until all 3 Venom Spike Spider hatchlings successfully emerged. Now he was even more curious what changes would occur when these 3 hatchlings grew up. Could they possibly become goblin pets? 2 days later, Liu Sihang's injury finally healed. While his parents were at work, he decided to sneak out to the outskirts of the Misty Forest to hunt magical beasts, hoping to quickly earn the 100 experience points he needed. He thought that once his Goblin Warrior evolved, his parents would no longer stop him from exploring the forest's edge. To avoid being recognized and reported by acquaintances, Liu Sihang went to great lengths to disguise himself. He wore a straw hat, a high-collared jacket with the collar pulled up to cover half his face. Before leaving, he casually told his younger sister, Liu Xian, that he was going to meet his best friend, earning an exasperated look in return. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Misty Forest, Liu Sihang began searching for prey along the riverbank. He quickly spotted a slime and had his Goblin Warrior take care of it with ease. Moving on, he noticed several gale rabbits grazing leisurely. Remembering his previous failed attempt, he knew that catching these alert and swift creatures would be impossible with just himself and the Goblin Warrior. After making sure no one was nearby, Liu Sihang summoned his Goblin Rock Thrower and Goblin Rogue. The gale rabbits had already noticed them, but, confident in their speed and with some distance to spare, they only watched warily while continuing to nibble on tender grass and half-ripe wild fruit. As the rabbits prepared to leave, the Goblin Rock Thrower hurled a stone, striking one of them squarely on the head. The rest panicked, twin magic swirling around them as they scattered in different directions. One rabbit barely took 2 steps before the Goblin Rogue, who had been lying in wait, skewered it with an iron-tipped wooden spear. The remaining rabbits grew even more frantic, fleeing for their lives. Another was struck on the hind leg by a rock and was quickly captured by the rogue as well. After the fight, Liu Sihang helped the rock thrower retrieve usable stones, then sent the 2 goblins back to the beast space with their spoils. He and the Goblin Warrior continued deeper into the forest, following the trail of one of the fleeing rabbits. Unexpectedly, the panicked creature ran straight into 2 ironhead wolves. Delighted by this stroke of luck, Liu Sihang immediately ordered the Goblin Warrior to dispatch the terrified rabbit. Facing the 2 snarling ironhead wolves, he wasted no time summoning the other goblins to surround them. In the end, amid the wolves' desperate howls, Liu Sihang finally gathered the experience points he needed. The Goblin Warrior had finally evolved into a goblin champion. After countless battles and life-or-death trials, this goblin awakened its dormant bloodline through sheer bravery, gaining even greater power. Now, as a goblin champion, its body was larger and more imposing, with powerful, defined muscles that seemed to radiate strength from every inch of skin. It faced strong enemies without fear, relying on battle-hardened instincts and experience to adapt easily on the ever-changing battlefield, never easily defeated. Through relentless fighting, it didn't just improve physically, its combat skills and ability to handle crises also grew significantly during this evolution. At this moment, the Goblin Warrior's goal was fulfilled. It had transformed into a stronger goblin champion, ready to face even greater challenges ahead. For Liu Sihang, this was more than just an exciting breakthrough, also received an unexpected reward. The Goblin Thief gained a buff, doubling the effectiveness of its progress. With this buff, the experience needed for evolution was halved, and when evolving, it could bring another goblin of the same rank to evolve together. If there were no other eligible goblins, it would evolve alone. Filled with pride, Liu Sihang didn't linger in the misty forest for long. Eager to share the news, he hurried home with his now much stronger goblin champion. Along the way, everyone who saw Liu Sihang and the goblin behind him looked on in shock and amazement. When Li Qin returned from the workshop, she was stunned by the transformation and quickly realized how much her son had progressed. A surge of worry rose in her heart, but when she saw the excitement on her son's face, her concerns quickly faded. She let out a gentle sigh and said softly, "Promise me you'll always keep yourself safe from now on." Liu Sihang's excitement calmed instantly. He nodded and replied quietly but firmly, "I promise." Li Qin glanced toward the kitchen. "He'll start cooking. Let's make a few dishes tonight and celebrate properly." She smiled and walked away. Liu Sihang watched her go, wiped his nose, and a faint sheen of tears appeared in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he took out 2 swift rabbits and an ironhead wolf from his beast space and carried them to the kitchen. "Today's spoils," he announced. Li Qin chuckled. "Save those for your goblins. Now that they've evolved into goblin champions, they'll need more meat to keep growing." "It's all right. Let's give the ironhead wolf to it," Liu Sihang replied, his tone resolute. Li Qin hesitated, puzzled. Would a goblin warrior really chase swift rabbits until it evolved? She knew goblin evolutions could be unpredictable, but the timing still caught her off guard. When she looked up, she noticed Liu Sihang watching her, his expression a bit odd, but she didn't press further. With a sigh, she let her imagination fill in the blanks. After a moment's thought, she turned to Liu Sihang. "Bring out the other ironhead wolf too. Its hide will fetch a good price, and even though wolf meat isn't great, with some seasoning and roasting, it'll make a good meal for the goblins." "No problem," Liu Sihang agreed, following his mother into the courtyard. Under Li Qin's direction, the yard quickly became a scene of organized activity. She skillfully started butchering and processing the prey, while the goblin champion stood nearby, quietly waiting, ready to provide even more strength for itself and its master. The house was filled with the sounds of work and laughter that day, and it felt like even greater challenges and hopes were waiting just ahead. In the evening, Liu Sihang and his family of 4 sat around the table, sharing a lively and cheerful dinner. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior sat in the courtyard with a large basin in his hands, devouring the aromatic roasted wolf meat with great gusto. He crunched through both bones and meat, making loud cracking sounds. Nearby, the grinning spider ate slowly and carefully from a smaller bowl, its movements cautious. Sensing the goblin warrior's hungry gaze, the spider nervously sped up its eating, as if it could feel the threat in the air around it. Watching this scene, Liu Sihang couldn't help but frown. He knew that, although there was only one goblin warrior in front of him, there was a whole group of goblins in his beast-taming space. How was he going to find enough meat to feed them all in the future? Then again, aren't goblin tamers supposed to raise small animals? Maybe he could catch a few live gale rabbits to feed them. But catching them himself would be difficult unless he targeted some young ones, or perhaps asked Uncle Jean for help, since he might have traps for catching gale rabbits. With this thought, Liu Sihang felt his mind open up and decided to visit Zhang Yiming's house tomorrow to ask for advice and maybe show off his goblin warrior a little. Before going to bed, Liu Sihang habitually checked on his goblin breeding shed. Sure enough, there was another corpse lying in the old, rundown shack. The wandering goblin had died and returned yet again. This time, the Goblin Wanderer had set a new record and managed to survive out there for 2 whole days before dying again. The Goblin Wanderer's adventures were basically a series of misfortunes. He was chased by wolves in the misty forest, hunted by wild boars, and even threatened by gnolls. He had found a freshly ripened flame fruit in the forest, picked up a tattered piece of leather armor, and even joined a goblin hunting party back to their tribe. In the tribe, he scavenged a rusty iron dagger and a metal ring from the trash heap. Later, he followed the goblin chief in an attack on a lone 2-headed ogre mage, but the chief was blown apart by a massive fireball. The Goblin Wanderer managed to grab a fallen greatsword and escaped with his life, only to fall off a cliff, find a chunk of iron ore, and die from blood loss. This time, his spoils included a ripe flame fruit, battered leather armor, an iron dagger, a magic ring, a great sword, and a piece of iron ore. Liu Sihang knew that flame fruit was rich in fire energy and often used in making magical potions or as food for fire-type beasts. He was curious about the magic ring, which gave off a faint magical aura and seemed to have some mysterious effect. The description of the ring reminded him of the marketing hype he'd seen in his previous life, lots of empty words and no real information. Liu Sihang took the unremarkable bronze ring from his beast-taming space and slipped it onto the ring finger of his right hand. Instantly, a misty energy surged into the ring, which glowed faintly, and Liu Sihang felt his body become lighter. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Zhang Dashan had once shown him a catalog of magical items, which mentioned a ring called the Featherlight Ring. When worn, it would consume a small amount of energy to make the wearer's body lighter and movements more agile. So, this was that effect. Liu Sihang couldn't help but marvel no matter how miserably the Goblin Wanderer died each time. He always managed to bring back a pleasant surprise. Liu Sihang woke up in the morning and had breakfast with his younger sister. After a few quick words, he couldn't wait to rush over to his best friend Zhang Yiming's house. Pushing open the gate, Liu Sihang originally planned to ask Zhang Dashan for advice on setting traps for catching gale rabbits. But Zhang Yiming told him that his dad had left on a trip and wouldn't be back for a few days. Instead of looking disappointed, Liu Sihang's lips curled into a knowing smile. Geez, that creepy grin of yours just gave me a scare. Zhang Yiming shuddered and frowned. Want to come in for a bit? Hold on. Liu Sihang's grin grew wider. Let me show you something amazing. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a faintly glowing beast summoning circle appeared on the ground. When a tall figure slowly emerged from the circle, Zhang Yiming froze, then stared wide-eyed at the Goblin Warrior, who was noticeably larger than usual. Wait a second, what did you feed this guy? How did your Goblin Warrior get so huge all of a sudden? Faced with his friend's shock, Liu Sihang just grinned smugly without saying a word. Seeing that attitude, Zhang Yiming finally caught on. No way. Is this really a Goblin Warrior? How about it? Pretty impressive, right? Liu Sihang finally couldn't resist showing off. It's awesome. Zhang Yiming circled the Goblin Warrior excitedly, running his hands over its solid muscles. But after a while, his smile faded a bit, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Liu Sihang quickly noticed his friend's change in mood. He understood that it wasn't just jealousy, but a worry that their growing difference in strength might drive them apart. What's wrong? Shocked by your buddy's talent? Liu Sihang patted the stunned Zhang Yiming on the shoulder. Don't worry, brothers for life. When I make it big, they'll always have your back. Yeah, right. You just got lucky, Zhang Yiming retorted, unwilling to admit defeat. Once my Gale Wolf King grows up, he'll surpass you in no time. Then he perked up again. Now that you've got a Goblin Warrior, you could register as an adventurer. I've got some old gear at home. All right. Don't go giving away your dad's keepsakes so easily. Liu Sihang quickly stopped Zhang Yiming, who was about to dash inside. You don't get it. The best thing about goblins is that they can use all kinds of equipment. Without gear, their combat ability drops a ton. Zhang Yiming explained anxiously. Of course I know that. Liu Sihang waved him off, but I'm not heading out on adventures. At most, they'll hunt some game around the outskirts of the misty forest. I don't need any equipment for that. True. Zhang Yiming finally remembered. You're not a professional yet, so you can't go anywhere too dangerous. I'm thinking of registering at the Adventurers Guild and maybe checking out some easy bounty quests. Want to come with me? Liu Sihang suggested to Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming hesitated, a slight frown on his face. He looked interested, but shook his head and said slowly, I can't today. Someone's coming over, and my mom specifically asked me to stay home and wait for them. All right, I'll head out then. Liu Sihang replied with a nod before turning to leave. He walked briskly down the town's main street and, within minutes, arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The Baiwa Town Guild was a relatively large building, old, but still imposing. The main hall was several times bigger than the tavern next door, but these days, few adventurers visited, leaving the place quiet and nearly empty. In the center of the hall, beneath the quest board, stood 4 figures. Liu Sihang recognized them as students from Qingzhou Academy, deep in discussion about a newly posted bounty. Their conversation was lively, a stark contrast to the empty hall. Liu Sihang paused for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the elderly man sunning himself in a rocking chair by the window. That was Zhang Pai Difi, guild master of Baiwa Town and a retired, veteran adventurer. Sensing someone approaching, Zhang Pai slowly opened his eyes and looked over at Liu Sihang, his brow raised in mild confusion. Master Zhang, I'm here for adventurer certification, Liu Sihang said with a smile. Zhang Pai looked momentarily surprised. As guild master, had seen this young man before, but couldn't help being a little taken aback. You just activated your contract array not long ago, didn't you? That's right, Liu Sihang nodded, a hint of confidence in his eyes. All right, let me see your beast summoning, Zhang Pai said, sitting up straight, his tone suddenly serious. Liu Sihang was briefly caught off guard, but quickly understood what the old man wanted. He stepped back a few paces and summoned his Goblin Warrior into the open space. Zhang Pai's eyes widened, and he drew a deep breath. Even with all his experience, he couldn't help feeling stunned by the Goblin Warrior Liu Sihang had summoned. This kid's talent is terrifying, can't be underestimated, he thought to himself, the shock evident in his tightly furrowed brow. Liu Sihang kept a faint smile on his face, though inwardly he joked about the old man's reaction. Just as I thought, the old guard can't handle seeing the new generation's talent. Zhang Pai gave Liu Sihang a strange look, then turned away, patting his own forehead and chuckling. Go to the counter and fill out a registration form. Liu Sihang nodded and walked over to the guild counter, where he asked the attendant for a form. After filling it out, he handed it back to Zhang Pai. Zhang Pai glanced over the form, stood up, and said, Wait here, I'll go enter your information. Aren't there supposed to be some tests? Liu Sihang asked, puzzled. Zhang Pai shot him an impatient look. What tests? None needed. Liu Sihang's smile faltered a bit, and he muttered inwardly. This old man must be getting on in years and can't stand seeing young talent, so he's giving me a hard time. A short while later, Zhang Pide returned from his office with a bronze badge in hand. He tossed it casually, and it landed perfectly in Liu Sihang's palm. This is worth over 30 silver coins, enough to cover a year or two of my parents' expenses. Liu Sihang marveled silently, feeling the weight of the badge. He smiled to himself, already planning to store this precious item safely at the goblin breeding grounds. The story follows the original plot, but with richer details. Liu Sihang's talent and Zhang Pei's reactions are portrayed with added depth. After receiving his badge, Liu Sihang wanted to check if the Adventurers Guild had any simple bounty tasks he could complete while gaining experience in the forest. As he turned around, he met 4 curious gazes. The 2 young men immediately looked away, awkwardly launching into an unrelated conversation, their discomfort obvious. Suyu smiled and nodded at Liu Sihang, her cheeks tinged with a light blush as she instinctively smoothed her hair. She then reached out and gently turned Zhao Ziox's head away. Zhao was still staring at him, completely oblivious. Liu Sihang smiled and walked over to them. "Hi, everyone," he greeted warmly. "Hello," Suyu replied with a graceful nod. "Hi there, little brother," Zhao Xiaoxue responded enthusiastically. Hey there, handsome," Zhao Xiaofeng said with a sheepish grin, still looking a bit embarrassed. "Yeah, hello," Hu Shuo mumbled, keeping his head down, clearly a bit shy. Eyes sparkling with curiosity, Zhao Xiaoxue couldn't wait to ask, "Did you just summon a goblin warrior? How old are you?" Though a bit blunt, no one stopped her. Instead, they all looked at Liu Sihang with interest. "Yeah, it was a goblin warrior," Liu Sihang nodded. "I'm 16. He'll be in my 2nd year of middle school this fall." "Wow," everyone exclaimed in unison. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately said, "Why are you still in middle school? You could get into the academy early." "Exactly," Zhao Xiaoxue chimed in, tapping her chin. "You must already have mist-level energy, right? You'd be better off going to the academy and becoming a professional sooner. Staying in middle school is just a waste of time." Suyu gently tapped her friends, her tone kind but authoritative. "You shouldn't say things you don't really understand. Goblins are different from your summoned beasts. For goblin warriors, the energy density might not be enough to qualify as a professional." She turned to Liu Sihang with a warm smile. "You can ask your teachers or principal about it once school starts. If you want to enter the academy early, getting a recommendation from your school is the fastest and safest way." Liu Sihang quickly nodded in thanks, noticing the look of realization on Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Ziox's faces. He thought to himself, "They're both good-looking, but I'm not sure how reliable they are." Liu Sihang spent some time chatting with the academy's trial adventurer team and learned that they had just returned from a mission in the Misty Forest and planned to rest at the Adventurers Guild for a couple of days. They told him that there were rooms available upstairs in the guild, cheaper than regular inns, with extra discounts for academy students, but only registered adventurers could stay there. When Liu Sihang mentioned he was looking for some easy bounty tasks, Zhao Xiaofeng enthusiastically pointed out a few of the most basic ones: collecting materials or gathering hides from low-level magical beasts. He explained that most of the bounties posted in the hall were of this type, with no special requirements. Adventurers usually only completed them if they happened to have the needed items on hand, exchanging them for a little extra money. "If you want an adventurer to go out of their way for a specific bounty," Zhao Xiaofeng continued, tapping the notice board, "the reward has to be especially high. Most of those are assigned tasks. Once someone accepts one, no one else can submit it until they fail. Otherwise, adventurers could spend a lot of effort only to find the task already completed by someone else, which kills motivation and can lead to nasty conflicts over quest items." Of course, he added, assigned tasks aren't open to just anyone. Besides adventurer rank, there are all sorts of other requirements. For now, none of this had much to do with Liu Sihang. He just wanted to make some extra money while heading into the Misty Forest. After memorizing the requirements for a few simple tasks, he smiled and bid farewell to the student adventurer team, then turned and left the Adventurers Guild. Since it was still early, Liu Sihang decided to take a stroll through the Misty Forest. His conversation with Su Yu and the others had helped him understand why there were so few adventurers in town. Recently, a massive underground ruin had appeared in the barren stone fields, and most adventurers had rushed over to join the excitement. It was likely they wouldn't return to White Moon Town for several months. This news was a relief for Liu Sihang, since he always worried about being discovered whenever he summoned goblins to fight. His next goal was to upgrade his goblin thief. Thanks to an efficiency boost, the main challenge was fulfilling a specific requirement. The goblin thief needed to successfully ambush an enemy 10 times while hidden in order to build its confidence in its stealth abilities. So far, had only made it through 1 out of 10, but as long as other goblins helped distract the enemies, it shouldn't be too difficult. As for the other goblin waiting to evolve, Liu Sihang most wanted to cultivate an ice goblin. Elemental attacks were incredibly tempting and would be a powerful trump card in crucial moments. Unfortunately, its evolution requirement was tricky. It needed to fully master ice energy, which would take 53 days to happen naturally, or he could use items like frost fruit to speed up the process. For now, Liu Sihang decided to let things take their course and focus on evolving the goblin thief first, since each evolution had its own advantages. When he reached the outskirts of the Misty Forest, Liu Sihang didn't rush in recklessly. He spotted a slime by the riverbank, and after making sure no one was around, he summoned the Goblin Thief. The Goblin Thief faded from sight and crept toward its target, but the shifting light made its movement too obvious. Even the simple-minded slime sensed something was off. Anticipating this, Liu Sihang picked up a small stone and tossed it at the slime, successfully drawing its attention. At that moment, the Goblin Thief seized the opportunity, quickly circling behind the slime and driving its iron-tipped wooden spear straight in. With a wet splat, the slime spurted a jet of clear water and collapsed. Liu Sihang had hoped the Goblin Thief could practice a few more times on one slime, but it ended up killing it right away. Still, judging by the Goblin's excited expression, maybe the confidence gained from real combat was worth more than simply meeting the task requirements. Looking for a stronger opponent, Liu Sihang recalled the Goblin Thief, summoned the Goblin Warrior, and headed deeper into the forest. The giant horned deer let out a mournful cry and tried to break free, but the Goblin Warrior held its antlers in a vice-like grip. No matter how the deer struggled, it couldn't move an inch. Meanwhile, the Goblin Thief vanished into the shadows, moving with ghostly speed to circle behind the deer. With a sharp thrust, he drove his iron-tipped spear into the deer's vital spot and twisted it violently. As soon as the spear struck, he deftly retreated, slipping out of range before the deer could lash out with its hind legs. However, the deer's reaction was far fiercer than the Goblin Thief had expected. Its haunches tensed, eyes bloodshot and bulging, breath coming in ragged gasps as white foam dripped from its mouth. Gritting its teeth, the deer made no attempt to kick at its attacker. Instead, its entire body was taut, caught in a state of desperate rage and struggle. Watching from the side, Liu Sihang felt his legs tense up, a phantom pain echoing from his own vitals. As the Goblin Thief evolved, its attacks had grown more cunning and dangerous, often targeting an enemy's most vulnerable spots for a lethal strike. While this method was undoubtedly effective, Liu Sihang couldn't shake a vague sense of discomfort that came with it. He took a deep breath, suppressing his mixed emotions, and kept his eyes on the unfolding battle. Fortunately, after this fight, the Goblin Thief finally fulfilled the requirement for 10 stealth attacks. When Liu Sihang brought the giant horned deer back to the beast-taming space, he wasn't surprised to see a large yellow exclamation mark appear above the Goblin Thief's head, quickly followed by a quest notification: Goblin Thief's Wish, Secret Combat. The quest details were similar to those of the Goblin Warrior's previous mission, complete with a random reward. A thought crossed Liu Sihang's mind: just 8 more experience points, and the Goblin Thief would be ready to evolve. Meanwhile, another goblin seemed to have quietly reached its own evolution threshold. The first Goblin Laborer to evolve had already begun to change without anyone noticing. Goblin Laborer's Wish, Craftsmanship Evolution appeared before Liu Sihang's eyes. The mission description read: through hard labor, the Goblin Laborer has gained a wealth of experience and longs to master more advanced crafting techniques. The reward: a random blueprint for a piece of low-level goblin equipment. Liu Sihang paused in surprise. Had never heard of goblin equipment before. Perhaps it was something unique to the Goblin Ranch. Could there be some hidden special effect? Driven by curiosity, he pressed on. This time, Liu Sihang found a low valley filled with wild berry bushes, where 4 wild boars were foraging. He quickly directed the Goblin Warrior to block the valley's exit, then led the other goblins to quietly surround and capture all 4 wild boars, sending them to the Goblin Ranch. After finishing this series of actions, Liu Sihang didn't stop. He left the Goblin Warrior to stand guard and ordered the others to retreat quickly into the beast-taming space. In the quiet that followed, Liu Sihang decisively chose to initiate the Goblin Thief's evolution. As a bright light flashed, the Goblin Thief's body began to change. He grew a bit larger, his muscles bulging, his skin taking on a darker hue. His once alert eyes now gleamed with a sly, dangerous light. When the evolution was complete, the Goblin Thief had become a Goblin Raider. The Goblin Raider's abilities improved dramatically. He gained intermediate stealth, almost undetectable even while moving in stealth, and the ambush skill, allowing him to unleash a devastating attack after lying in wait. With the right weapon, he would be even deadlier. This evolution left Liu Sihang full of anticipation for the Goblin Thief's future. He knew that this stealthy and lethal companion would be a powerful asset as he ventured into ever greater challenges. The Goblin Craftsman was noticeably bulkier than the raiders, and a sharp intelligence gleamed in its alert eyes. No sooner had it completed its evolution than a conspicuous green exclamation mark appeared above its head. Although this versatile artisan was skilled in all sorts of basic crafts, it showed remarkable talent and enthusiasm for blacksmithing and smelting. Yet at the moment, it scratched its head in frustration. Without the right tools and enough materials, this masterful craftsman couldn't put its skills to good use. Liu Sihang carefully checked the task prompt and found that the list of items the craftsman needed was extensive: a hammer, tongs, anvil, furnace, or saw, ruler. These tools covered nearly everything required by blacksmiths, carpenters, leatherworkers, and tailors alike. He shook his head in disbelief and quickly shifted his attention to the rewards earned after the evolution. The first was the white blueprint. Goblin's wild shoulder pads, a set of leather shoulder guards designed specifically for goblins, studded with menacing metal spikes. While they didn't provide any special effects, their fierce appearance was enough to intimidate enemies. Every goblin craftsman would automatically learn how to make this piece of equipment. The second was the green blueprint. Fresh grass cakey, a special treat made from pure, natural grass. It could lift a goblin's spirits and slightly speed up recovery from injuries. Looks like no matter how powerful a goblin becomes, it can't escape a diet of grass, Liu Sihang thought wryly. By now, the idle craftsman had already started gathering grass, clearly planning to make some cakes to celebrate. Glancing around the valley, Liu Sihang noticed wild berries hanging from the bushes, exactly what the tavern owner's bounty required. He immediately organized the goblins for a berry-picking operation, while the clever craftsman quickly wove a delicate fruit basket from vines found in the valley. While the other goblins were busy harvesting, Liu Sihang instructed a raider to test out its intermediate stealth ability. The results were impressive, especially while moving. The raider was almost impossible to detect, and in dim lighting, it blended in perfectly. This was evident from the reaction of a mole in the corner. It cautiously poked its head out of its burrow, completely unaware of the raider, silently closing in from the shadows. Thinking it might be possible to tame, the raider restrained itself, opting to grab the mole by the neck instead of killing it outright. Unexpectedly, the timid mole fainted on the spot from fright. After confirming it was only unconscious, Liu Sihang, half amused and half exasperated, had the raider bring it back to the beast-taming space. However, the moment they crossed into the space, the poor mole convulsed and died. So it won't work after all, Liu Sihang sighed. It seemed that if he wanted to raise creatures in his ranch, he'd have to hope for the chance to find some young animals or eggs someday. Night had already fallen when Liu Sihang hurried out of the misty forest, carrying a basket of wild fruit on his back and accompanied by the Goblin Warrior. Upon returning to the White Moon Town Adventurers Guild, he headed straight to the counter to turn in his quest. The staff member carefully inspected the quality of the wild apples and weighed them on a special scale. 30 copper coins, she said, counting the payment. These wild apples are in excellent condition, so the price is higher than usual. After a pause, she added, actually, this is part of a long-term request from the tavern owner. Now is the peak season for wild apples, and with few adventurers around lately, if we miss this window, the tavern might run out of wild apple wine next year. The owner said if you can gather more, he's willing to pay even better. Liu Sihang nodded in agreement, though he didn't think much of it. Had already picked the valley clean of wild apples, and whether there were more growing elsewhere would depend on luck. After receiving his reward, Liu Sihang did a quick calculation in his mind. This one basket of wild fruit was worth 2 days of his parents' wages. Not to mention, he still had plenty of game stored in his beast space. No wonder so many people became adventurers. Even if their beasts weren't strong fighters, the risks were there, but the pay was much better than ordinary work. Instead of taking the copper coins home, Liu Sihang went straight to the general store. He bought woodworking tools, tanning supplies like alum and thread, and even stopped by the blacksmith to pick up a skinning knife. While he couldn't afford a hammer, anvil, or furnace just yet, these basic tools would be enough for the goblin craftsman to start working on wood and leather projects. To avoid arousing his parents' suspicion, Liu Sihang only took a stag, 2 of the largest wild boars, and a few smaller animals from his beast space, leaving the rest for the goblin craftsman to process. The goblin skinned, butchered, and roasted the remaining game, sharing the meat with other goblins at the ranch. When Li Qin and Lu Yuanyang returned home and saw the animals in the yard, their faces lit up with joy. As they skillfully got to work butchering the game, they chatted excitedly about how much the meat and hides might fetch at the market. Their happiness lingered into the night, and even in their sleep, they dreamed sweet dreams. Seeing his parents so content, Liu Sihang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Before falling asleep, Liu Sihang noticed that inside the beast space, the goblin craftsman was leading a few workers in moving timber, apparently preparing to renovate the shabby old hut. When he woke up the next morning, the hut had been replaced by a brand new wooden longhouse, sturdy and far more comfortable than before. The large wooden bunks for goblins stood before him. Though the structure was built from ordinary timber and looked rather rough, it was surprisingly sturdy. The spacious interior could comfortably accommodate 20 goblins resting at once, and more importantly, it boosted their recovery speed by 10. Not far away, a group of goblin craftsmen and laborers were sweating as they renovated another straw hut. Watching them, Liu Sihang couldn't help but sigh. These guys are born workaholics, working tirelessly without rest. Since the goblins were working so hard, he felt he couldn't slack off either. I'd better go out and earn some money. The sooner I can build a smithy for these hard workers, the better. In high spirits, Liu Sihang hummed a tune as he headed toward the east gate. Unexpectedly, he saw a surprising scene in the distance. 8 students from Bamboo Grove Academy, split into 2 groups and locked in a tense standoff. Looks like some kind of school rivalry, Liu Sihang guessed, instinctively slipping to the side to avoid being spotted by Su Yu and the others, not wanting to get dragged into unnecessary trouble. Just then, a girl in a finely crafted leather outfit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, walked past him. After a couple of steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to take a closer look. Liu Sihang. Oh, Senior Xiaoho. Liu Sihang finally recognized her as Xiaoho Yu, a senior from the year above. Are you headed to the Misty Forest too? Xiaoho Yu asked with a smile. Liu Sihang hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I'm going out, but, Senior, isn't your crescent cat still not ready for combat? That's all right. My brother and his friends are here for a holiday trial, and they'll take me to the forest's edge to get some experience, Xiaoho Yu explained, glancing at the gate. Huh, why are there 8 students from our school over there? Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're getting along, Liu Sihang replied, thinking to himself that his nearsighted senior was still the same, unable to recognize people without her glasses. What a hassle. Looks like I'm going to make enemies for no reason, Xiaoho Yu muttered, then flashed a mischievous grin. She pulled a black mask from her bag and put it on. Can you recognize me now? Not at all, and it actually looks pretty cool. Liu Sihang's eyes lit up. Do you have any extra masks, Senior? Xiaoho Yu just smiled, tied her ponytail up, and put on the leather cap slung over her shoulder. Now, except for her lively eyes, she was completely unrecognizable. Want to go over there together? She offered. I just remembered something. I need to head home for a bit. Liu Sihang declined politely. See you next time, then. Xiaoho Yu waved and walked straight out of town. Once she was gone, Liu Sihang quickly found a secluded spot to hide, peeking out just enough to keep watch. He planned to wait until everyone had left before heading out himself. Liu Sihang didn't know much about Xiaoho Yu. All he knew was that she came from a wealthy family, owned several farms on the western side of Baiwa town, and usually lived in a luxurious estate nearby. At that moment, his attention shifted to the tall man leading Xiaoho Yu's group, presumably her brother, since the other 3 were women. The young master of the Xiaoho family exuded elegance with every gesture. He was tall, well-built, and strikingly handsome, making a strong impression. When Xiaoho Yu, her face veiled, appeared outside the town, the tense standoff between the 2 groups immediately quieted down. After a brief conversation with her brother, the 5 of them turned and headed toward the Misty Forest. As they left, Su Yu and her companions gathered together, whispered among themselves, and finally decided to abandon their adventure plans for the day and return to town. Seeing this, Liu Sihang instinctively shrank further into his hiding spot. As Su Yu's group passed by, he could clearly hear their conversation. What bad luck. Days of planning wasted, all thanks to those 2 jinxes. Maybe it's a sign from the goddess of fate. Did you notice? While Xiaoho Yang was arguing with those 2 idiots and you, he kept rolling his eyes the whole time. It's probably a task assigned by his mentor. With his family background, he doesn't have to bother with those losers at all. Only after their voices completely faded did Liu Sihang cautiously emerge from his hiding place. Making sure no one was around, he let out a quiet sigh and slipped out of town. From what Su Yu's group said, it was clear that there were 2 unreliable members in Xiaoho Yu's team, both in terms of strength and character. But instead of worrying about that, he was more concerned about whether more students from Qingzhou Academy would come for training. In previous years, adventurers came and went frequently, and he had never paid much attention to how many academy students showed up during the summer. Thinking about it now, those students were all professionals and would likely stick to the forest's edge, so they probably wouldn't interfere with someone like him who operated mostly on the outskirts. Rather than worrying about these things, it was better to focus on hunting for now. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side today. After wandering around for half a day, he hadn't come across any prey or found the wild apples the innkeeper wanted. All he managed to find were some worthless wild berries along the way, just enough to stave off his hunger. It wasn't until late afternoon that Liu Sihang finally spotted several large, antlered deer in the distance. To make sure the prey wouldn't escape, he not only summoned his goblin warriors, but also brought in a few more goblin helpers. Using the cover of trees and shrubs, the group crept silently toward their target. With the goblin raiders launching a surprise attack, the slingers providing ranged support, and the rest of the goblins working together, they managed to bring down 4 of the big deer. As Liu Sihang and the goblin slingers emerged from the undergrowth to check their spoils, a heavy running sound suddenly echoed from behind them. Turning around, he saw a female student in a Qingzhou Academy uniform sprinting toward them. Her hair was disheveled, her body covered in blood, and her face twisted with terror. Behind her, a massive wild bull, its bloodshot eyes fixed on her, charged in relentless pursuit. What caught him off guard was the flash of a sinister smile on the girl's face when she spotted Liu Sihang. She abruptly changed direction, racing past him at full speed, clearly hoping to use Liu Sihang as a distraction for the enraged bull. From her perspective, all she could see was Liu Sihang and what appeared to be a single, weak goblin. Liu Sihang simply stepped back a few paces, calm and composed. The battered, one-horned bull ignored him completely, its focus locked on the girl, determined to settle the score with its true enemy. A piercing scream rang out, followed by the dull thud of a heavy impact. Peering out from the bushes, Liu Sihang saw the girl slumped against a massive boulder. Her abdomen had been gored open, her organs clearly visible and writhing. With her left hand, she clutched a necklace to her chest, which glowed with an earthy yellow light, forming a protective shield. Trembling, she used her right hand to pull out a small crystal vial, bit off the cap, and gulped down the red potion inside. But the wild bull wasn't about to let up. Its broken horn glowed with earth magic as it repeatedly rammed her energy shield. When the girl caught sight of Liu Sihang's face peeking through the bushes, she shrieked, desperate as if clinging to a lifeline. "You damn peasant. What are you staring at? Hurry up and save me. I'm a direct heir of the laying family. If anything happens to me here, I'll make sure my family wipes out yours." Liu Sihang's previously expressionless face froze, his brow furrowing and his gaze turning icy cold. "Idiot, wait, idiot?" He took a closer look at her blood-streaked face, suddenly realizing, "Tsich, so it's you. Wasn't this the teammate of Xiahou Yu's brother from this morning? No wonder Su Yu and the others called her a jinx. She really was trouble. Even though I can't tell if you're telling the truth, I'll treat you as if you are," Liu Sihang thought to himself. "I was worried my secret might be exposed, but if I'm dealing with a dead person, things just got a lot easier." With a few agile movements, he climbed up a tall tree and vanished into the thick foliage. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, he watched the battle below while directing the goblins to carry the giant stag's corpse back to the beast-taming space. When the female student saw Liu Sihang suddenly disappear, she mistakenly believed he had abandoned her. Her face twisted with rage as she began to curse him viciously. "You worthless scum. I'll wipe out your whole family," she screamed, her fury bordering on madness as she hurled curses at both Liu Sihang and the raging bull, her expression growing increasingly deranged. The magical equipment the girl wore was baffling. Her energy shield flickered unsteadily, looking as though it would shatter at any moment, yet it somehow managed to withstand the bull's relentless assaults again and again. After repeated charges, the red light in the bull's eyes gradually faded. Its legs gave out, and the massive beast crashed to the ground, its chest rising and falling weakly as its life ebbed away. Seeing the bull collapse, the female student let out a crazed, triumphant laugh. Whatever strange potion she had taken earlier was working wonders. Her supposedly fatal abdominal wound was visibly knitting itself back together. She released her left hand, letting the energy shield dissipate, and glanced regretfully at the now dull yellow gem on her necklace. Struggling to her feet, her eyes flashed with malice as she gritted her teeth and snarled, "That damn brat, just wait. I swear I'll." Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, an iron-tipped wooden spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight through her throat and twisting cruelly. The girl clutched the spear with both hands, her eyes wide with shock as she stared in disbelief at the goblin that had materialized right in front of her. The female student's face was deathly pale, her throat pierced by an iron spear as blood gushed from her mouth. She tried desperately to speak, but could only manage a series of muffled, choking sounds. After a final struggle, her hands fell limply to her sides. Her eyes remained wide open, staring ahead, filled with terror and unwillingness. The goblin raider pulled out the spear and used its tip to nudge her head. Once it was sure she was dead, it looked up at the figure hidden among the thick branches. Liu Sihang leapt down from the tree and took a few steps toward the girl's corpse. Seeing the fear frozen in her eyes, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. "I still need to deal with the aftermath," Liu Sihang thought to himself. In this world, undead really existed. Heard stories of vengeful spirits returning to seek revenge. Whether those tales were true or not, it was safer to cremate the body. But for now, he didn't have enough firewood, and if anyone happened to pass by or the girl's teammates came looking, things could get complicated quickly. He decided to drag both the girl's corpse and the half-dead wild ox into the goblin ranch first, planning to handle them somewhere more discreet later. At that moment, the goblin raider began searching the girl's body. It yanked off the necklace from her neck, then rummaged through her clothes to find a delicate purse, which it handed to Liu Sihang, as if presenting a treasure. Next, under Liu Sihang's somewhat exasperated gaze, it started stripping off her outer clothes and seemed ready to go even further. "That's enough. Save the rest for when we're inside the space." Liu Sihang quickly stopped it. "Let's deal with the ox first, and see if we can get some experience from it." The goblin raider's eyes lit up at his words. It bounded over to the wild ox, measured with its iron-tipped wooden spear, found the right spot, and sliced down. Reaching inside, it dug out the still-beating ox heart. Liu Sihang's eyelid twitched at the sight, and once he was sure the ox was dead, he ordered the goblin to take the carcass back to the ranch. To clean up the scene, Liu Sihang summoned all the goblins and carefully wiped away any blood and footprints. He directed them to create signs of a chaotic battle nearby, leaving behind messy tracks to make it look like a goblin skirmish had taken place. Finally, he called back the other goblins, leaving only the goblin warrior to carry him swiftly away from the scene. Once he was a safe distance away, Liu Sihang finally began to inspect the spoils. Liu Sihang studied his spoils carefully. He had already experienced the power of the magical necklace firsthand. It was indeed a remarkable magical item. The seemingly ordinary lady's wallet contained not only a handful of silver coins, but also 2 gold coins that glimmered faintly with magical energy. This was the first time he had seen gold coins in this world. He knew that a single gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins. But more importantly, these coins were forged with special magical materials. It was said that in some mysterious underground ruins, there were ancient mechanisms that could only be activated using gold coins, or even higher-grade magical currency, reminding him of the vending machines he'd seen in his previous life. Despite their value, he was hesitant to use the gold coins since they had been acquired through dubious means. He carefully stashed the silver coins away, placed the gold coins and the magic necklace back into the wallet, then summoned a goblin to return the wallet to the breeding farm. Worried that the goblins might do something outrageous with the woman's corpse, like turning her into sashimi or barbecue, Liu Sihang immediately projected his consciousness into the farm. The female corpse was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her clothing had been neatly stored in a newly built wooden warehouse by the goblin craftsman. The warehouse not only reduced storage space by 10, but also slightly slowed down the deterioration of stored items. Inside, there were blood-stained clothes, undergarments faintly imbued with magic, and a heart of the strong taken from the wild bull, a special piece of meat containing the essence of the bull's strength. If eaten by a goblin, it could grant temporary abilities, with a very small chance of bestowing a permanent trait. There was also a low-grade earth magic beast crystal, a power crystal occasionally found in earth-type monsters. After searching around, Liu Sihang saw only the wild bull's carcass being taken apart by goblin craftsmen. It wasn't until he noticed several goblin laborers filling in soil at the edge of the farm that he realized what had happened. The female corpse he had planned to cremate had instead been buried by the goblins. Gazing at the freshly filled grave, Liu Sihang fell into thought. The female student had died with a heavy grudge. Would she return as a vengeful spirit? If an evil spirit were to emerge in the farm, would he be able to control it? With these questions in mind, he instructed the goblin tamer to feed the heart of the strong to the venomous spider hatchling, and ordered the goblin warrior to eat the bull's essence meat. As his main summoned creature, the stronger the goblin warrior became, the better. If he was lucky, it might even gain a permanent trait. Although no permanent trait appeared, the temporary effect was impressive. The goblin warrior gained bull's strength, not only boosting its power, but also granting a faint earth energy shield that would last for 15 days. Watching the faint earthy glow radiate from the goblin warrior, Liu Sihang nodded to himself. This haul had turned out to be quite rewarding. By the way, Senior Xiaohou entered the misty forest together with that female student, didn't she? The girl was chased so desperately by the wild bull. Who knows what happened to Senior Xiaohou and the others? At the very edge of the misty forest, an intense battle had just come to an end. A massive wild bull crashed to the ground, a shimmering magic greatsword still lodged deep in its thick neck. With a final, agonized howl, the ferocious beast breathed its last. Xiaohou Yang stood drenched in blood, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He turned to look at his younger sister, whom he had fought so hard to protect. Just as he was about to give her a reassuring smile, he saw Xiaohou Yu staring wide-eyed and pointing behind him in alarm. "Brother, your weapon was just stolen by a goblin." Xiaohou Yang spun around and saw a short, sneaky-looking goblin clutching his magic greatsword and trying to sneak away. The unexpected sight left him momentarily stunned. Then he shouted desperately to his teammates, "Li, quick me weapon!" The goblin, startled by the shout, glanced nervously at the three of them and immediately bolted. Off to the side, Li casually raised her staff and said, "Yeah, I see it." She summoned the last bit of magic she had left and sent a bolt of lightning streaking toward the fleeing goblin. With a shriek, the goblin collapsed to the ground. Convulsing as smoke curled from its body, it looked like it had been half-cooked by the electricity. But just as Xiaohou Yang was breathing a sigh of relief, the goblin and the magic greatsword both dissolved into shimmering motes of light and vanished without a trace. A summoned beast. Xiaohou Yang stared in disbelief. "Wait, where's my sword? Even if it was a summoned creature, how could it take my weapon with it after dying? What the heck is going on?" Finally, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. "No, my precious sword." The cry was so piercing that even the nearby monsters scattered in terror. Liu Sihang had no idea who that female student really was, but from her arrogant words and the casual conversations between Su Yu and the others, he had pieced together one thing: she came from a powerful background, likely a noble family in Qingzhou City. People like her could definitely bring trouble to him and his family. Left with no other choice, Liu Sihang had to let her die. However, her death did not solve the problem entirely. Even when an ordinary student died during an adventure trial, Qingzhou Academy would send people to investigate, let alone someone with connections. It wouldn't be long before a large group arrived in Baiwa town to look into the cause of her death. As a kid from a civilian family, Liu Sihang's understanding of the world was limited, mostly coming from what he learned at school, books in the town library, and the drunken ramblings of adventurers' superficial stories that were hard to verify. He wasn't sure if those powerful professionals possessed any spells that could peer into the past and reveal the truth. I just hope there isn't such a spell, or at least that girl isn't important enough for them to use something that powerful, Liu Sihang muttered to himself. Otherwise, my goblin breeding farm is going to be exposed. Death wasn't an option for him, but he also had no idea if he'd end up locked away and studied, forced to breed, or worse studied while being made to breed. Despite his turbulent thoughts, Liu Sihang kept a calm face, greeting acquaintances on his way home. Once inside, he immediately had his goblin warrior pull 2 unskinned giant deer out of the beast's space. The other 2 giant deer had already been processed by the goblin craftsman and the goblin laborers skinned, antlers removed, meat cut all done in one go. At the moment, some goblins were roasting venison while others were busy tanning the hides, each with a clear task, working efficiently. The goblin craftsman had even gone out of his way to cut off the deer penises, placing them separately in a container in the wooden storage shed, clearly thinking the master might need such a tonic. Liu Sihang could only sigh to himself, I'm still a young guy, you really don't have to be this thoughtful. While checking the storage room, Liu Sihang came across something remarkable: a large, glittering sword inlaid with magical gems. This was clearly a finely crafted magical weapon. Liu Sihang had long noticed that unless the items came directly from his goblin farm, the system's text prompts were basically useless. He glanced at the goblin drifter lying lifelessly on the communal bed, then skillfully opened its wandering journal. What kind of place could it be to let it pick up something like this? Did it sneak into a dragon's hoard? Liu Sihang wondered as he flipped through the entries. According to the journal, the goblin drifter had passed by a battlefield and found a magical greatsword on the corpse of a dead wild bull. Nearby human adventurers noticed it and struck the drifter with a lightning spell, killing it. So, this guy took advantage of the chaos and grabbed someone else's weapon from a monster's corpse? Liu Sihang realized, and then a thought struck him. Wait, a wild bull. Could that have been Senior Xiaohe and her team? Liu Sihang looked at the great sword in his hands, his thoughts a little scattered. If I say I just found this on the road, no, better not. Shaking his head, he decided to let this mysterious weapon gather dust in the warehouse. Thinking back to Senior Xiaohe's team's setup, if this magical greatsword really belonged to them, it must have been her brother's weapon. With the Xiaohe family's wealth, I doubt they'd care about losing a single sword, Liu Sihang mused to himself, though he had no idea how much this so-called finely crafted magical weapon was actually worth in the real world. In reality, for Xiaohe Yang, unless he was willing to swallow his pride and go home to beg, there was no way he could get his hands on another weapon of the same caliber anytime soon. But right now, he didn't even have time for that thanks to his 2 foolish teammates, had been seriously injured, and now he was being chased by a wild ox, with no idea where he was. The next morning, Xiaohe Yang finally made it back to Baiwei town with his sister and his old partner, Lu Li. After asking the guards and learning that the other students hadn't returned yet, he had a bad feeling. Clinging to a last bit of hope, he dragged his exhausted body to the Adventurers Guild. Under the surprised gazes of Su Yu and the others, Xiaohe Yang asked about the whereabouts of his missing teammates. The guild members were stunned for a moment, then tried to suppress their laughter as they shook their heads and said they hadn't seen them. As soon as Xiaohe Yang's group left, everyone could no longer hold back. Those 2 idiots probably died in the misty forest, Zhao Xiaofeng said gleefully. Su Yu pinched her leg, trying to look serious. Come on, they're still our classmates. Don't be too obvious. Zhao Xiaofeng glanced at a staff member in the distance and lowered his voice. How about we go out for a nice dinner tonight? Consider it a farewell for our classmates. That's a great idea. Both Hu Shuo and Su Yu agreed enthusiastically. 5 days later, when the Academy's investigator presented their findings, Su Yu noticed a familiar name on the list of people who had left town: Liu Sihang. When the investigator asked about him, she explained, we know a prodigy here who became a certified adventurer at just 16. The investigator's eyes lit up. At that moment, none of them realized that this seemingly routine report might help the Academy discover an unassuming genius. As for the representatives sent by the Liu and Huang families, once they confirmed there was no evidence of foul play, they lost all interest in this remote town and left in a hurry. Liu Sihang took a few days off at home, claiming he was exhausted from hunting in the wild and needed some time to recover. This excuse was flawless after all. Hunting was undeniably a physically demanding task in this world. However, his unease lingered, unaware that investigators from Qingzhou Academy had already visited Baiwei town and had nearly wrapped up their investigation into the disappearance of the 2 female students. The investigators reviewed all relevant documents, including Liu Sihang's personal file, before returning to Qingzhou Academy. Although the 2 missing students came from influential families, in such a dangerous world, it was not uncommon for adventurers to encounter misfortune. The only puzzling detail was that not a single scrap of clothing was found at the scene. However, at one of the sites where a student went missing, investigators discovered signs of a goblin tribe. Judging by the various footprints on the ground, this particular group of goblins was not to be underestimated. Combined with reports of a nearby goblin settlement, investigators suspected that something unusual had happened among the goblins in the misty forest. Before leaving, they specifically warned the Adventurers Guild and local officials to be on high alert. Based on Xiahou Yang's account and supporting evidence, the investigators concluded that this was a classic case of reaping what you sow. In fact, it was Xiahou Yang, the well-meaning mentor who had taken the students on the trial, who had nearly lost his life and was now left to deal with the aftermath. The investigators couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. As for Liu Sihang, he was just an ordinary student from a civilian background, and they saw no reason to focus on him any further. Meanwhile, while Liu Sihang was home spending time with his younger sister, his beast-taming space was bustling with activity. The Goblin Artisan, known as the Big Scroll King, was leading the Little Scroll King and a team of goblin laborers, working tirelessly in the goblin enclosure. Within just a few days, they had constructed 3 elegant wooden houses. These goblin wooden huts were specially designed as independent residences for goblins of the 3rd rank and above, and could boost their post-death recovery speed by 18. Among them, the Goblin Warrior's house was the most spacious, while the homes for the Goblin Artisan and Goblin Marauder were similar in size. Seeing how effective these huts were, Liu Sihang was tempted to upgrade the ever-wandering Goblin Vagabond as well, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough experience points. The Vagabond's evolution requirement was also quite unique, must discover its life's purpose while wandering, which suited its free-spirited nature perfectly. Aside from these 3 wooden houses, a new, much larger building had also appeared in the enclosure. The Goblin's simple workshop stood in a corner of the camp, built entirely from rough timber and serving as a multifunctional production center. The interior was thoughtfully organized, with various tools and equipment carefully arranged to maximize the Goblin craftsman's efficiency. Not only did this setup minimize material waste, but it also boosted productivity, making the workshop a crucial part of the Goblin tribe's infrastructure. Standing at the entrance, Liu Sihang studied the building closely. Its structure reminded him of a carpenter's shop in town, but it was unmistakably Goblin in style. The walls featured a series of clever little mechanisms, and tools hung neatly in rows. Some were crude, handmade Goblin implements, while others were high-quality pieces Liu Sihang had purchased from the town. Several workbenches, made of both stone and wood, were scattered across the workshop floor. On one bench, pieces of wood were being shaped, with sawdust littered around. Another was piled with oddly shaped stones, waiting to be carved. At a third, a goblin craftsman was skillfully fashioning leather armor for a companion from processed animal hides, moving with practiced efficiency. The quality of the armor worn by the goblin raiders and warriors was a testament to the craftsman's skill. Though the leather armor looked rough, it was well constructed and offered protection nearly on par with the custom-made set Li Qin had ordered from the town's leather shop. Remembering that set had cost 8 silver coins simply for a nicer appearance, Liu Sihang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No matter how good the armor looks, after a few fights, won't it just end up patched and tattered? He thought to himself, though he knew he couldn't simply take armor from the goblin rancher. There'd be no way to explain where it came from. With only a single gold coin and a handful of silver left in his pocket, he let out a slow breath, trying to comfort himself. It's just a bit of money. Once it's spent, it's spent. There was still plenty of empty space inside the workshop, clearly reserved for future tools and equipment. Thinking of the long list included in the Goblin Craftsman's wish quest, Liu Sihang could easily guess what these spaces would be used for. On his day off, Liu Sihang finally left the house, but not to hunt in the misty forest. Instead, the family was heading out to pay respects on the anniversary of his uncle and aunt's passing. Li Qin's ghost-faced spider, despite its size, wasn't suitable for long rides, and Liu Yuanyang's chipmunk was even less would be squashed back into its beast space the moment anyone tried to ride it. Without modern transportation, they relied on beast-drawn carts that shuttled goods between nearby villages and Qingtown. The fare was reasonable and the speed acceptable, but the journey was rough and bumpy. When Liu Sihang jumped down from the cart, he was limping, his backside completely numb. The thought of enduring the same ride on the way home made him wince, his rear suddenly aching at the anticipation. His younger sister, Liu Xian, sat on Li Qin's lap for the journey. Her backside was spared, but the jostling left her dizzy and disoriented. When she got off, her eyes were glassy and she could barely walk straight. The ride had been so overwhelming that, for a moment, she forgot the sadness she had felt that morning about their parents. It wasn't until they stood before their parents' tombstone that the 11-year-old seemed to come back to herself. Eyes red, she hugged Li Qin and began to sob quietly. Her tears quickly set off Li Qin as well, who found herself wiping her own eyes. Liu Sihang exchanged a glance with his father, both of them watching the mother and daughter cry, feeling a bit helpless. Still, it's your own brother lying there. Shouldn't you at least show a little emotion, Dad? Liu Sihang thought to himself. Forget it. I already cried once when we collected the body. That's more than enough for your uncle, his father's expression seemed to say. Liu Sihang let out a soft sigh and turned to look toward the nearby village at the foot of the mountain. His gaze narrowed as he focused on a few specific courtyards, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Realizing his emotions were getting the better of him, he closed his eyes, masking the turmoil within. After paying their respects to their uncle and aunt, Li Qin and his wife said they had some things to take care of and asked Liu Sihang to take his younger sister for a walk elsewhere. Sihang agreed, and, seeing that Liu Xian was still shaken, led her down the mountain, taking a detour to the other end of the village. He knew exactly what his parents were up to. He were there because of the inheritance left behind by his uncle and aunt. It was almost laughable. Those few families, who were supposedly his aunt's relatives, had wasted no time dividing up everything left behind, even kicking Xian out of her home. If it hadn't been for some kind villagers who took her in and gave her something to eat, Sihang didn't even want to think about what might have happened before they arrived. Li Qin and his wife weren't really after the inheritance. Things like that in a village were always complicated and hard to sort out. The old village chief just muddled things further, openly and secretly siding with those shameless people, so there wasn't much they could do. Still, when his uncle got married, Sihang's late grandmother had given his aunt a jade pendant. It wasn't especially valuable, but it meant something to the family, and Lu Yuanyang had always wanted to get it back. Of course, those people flat out refused to admit they ever took it. But Xian remembered clearly that her mother had hidden the jade pendant in her jewelry box, and it was those so-called relatives who took the box when they ransacked the house. Sihang didn't hold out much hope for his parents' efforts. If those people were willing to return the pendant, they would have done it by now. No point expecting them to suddenly grow a conscience. Before coming back, Sihang had thought about using the Goblin Raider's ability to turn invisible to steal back the pendant, but the real problem was, they had no idea who actually had it now. Shaking his head a little, Sihang wandered aimlessly around the village with his sister. Eventually, they found themselves in front of a blacksmith shop. He was surprised to see a sign hanging outside, store closing, clearance sale. Last day. For such a rundown shop in a small village, Sihang thought, was there really a marketing genius hiding here? This kind of sales trick had been overused by businesses in his previous life, but it was the first time he'd seen anyone try it in this world. Curious, Sihang stepped inside the unusually quiet blacksmith shop. There was none of the usual clanging of metal, the forge was cold, and the quenching tank was dry. An elderly, burly man looked up, a little startled to see a young man and a girl walk in. "Hey there, what can I do for you?" the old man asked, clearing his throat. "I saw your sign outside, so I thought I'd have a look," Sihang replied with a smile. "Oh, feel free to look around. There's not much here worth seeing, though just a few hoes and sickles, not like those weapon-making shops," the old man said cheerfully, turning back to pack up his things. Sihang then noticed the old man was putting various odds and ends into a large chest. The shop was already nearly empty, and with each item packed away, it looked even barer. "So, you really are closing up for good?" The old man gave Liu Sihang a strange look, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What else could it be? Yeah, what else could it be? Liu Sihang silently mocked himself for being so naive. How could a real marketing genius be hiding away in a tiny village like this? Outsiders rarely even set foot here. Trying to scam the locals with old tricks would probably get you beaten up. "I'm getting old, and my body just can't handle it anymore," the old man said slowly, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the blacksmith shop. "My daughter wants to take me to live with her, so I figured I might as well close up the shop." There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the tools that had been with him for decades. He sighed softly. It's just a shame about these old companions. They could still be used for many more years. Following the old man's gaze, Liu Sihang noticed the unused forge in the corner, the anvil beside it, and the cooling trough. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he instinctively licked his dry lips. "Since you're closing the blacksmith shop, what are you planning to do with the forge and all the equipment?" Liu Sihang asked, trying to sound casual. The old man shook his head, looking troubled. "That's exactly what's worrying me. There's no one in the village who can take over the shop, and anyone with any skills wouldn't come here to be a blacksmith. It feels like such a waste to just sell it all as scrap metal." "Well, how about selling it to me?" Liu Sihang suggested. The old man looked up at him, a bit surprised by how serious he seemed. "You don't look like a blacksmith. What do you want with this stuff?" "It's for forging, but not for myself," Liu Sihang replied with a smile. "I have a friend who's really interested in smithing and has been looking for a set of tools. This seems like a perfect opportunity. If possible, I'd like to buy all of this and give it to him." "Really?" The old man stared into Liu Sihang's eyes, as if trying to see through him. Liu Sihang grinned. "Absolutely. But I don't have much money on me. If it's too expensive, I'll just have to buy a few tools." The old man thought for a moment and said, "I'm not trying to rip you off. These old tools were all hand-forged by me, made with real quality materials. How about 20 silver coins?" He paused, then added, "If you sold them as scrap, you'd get maybe 2 or 3 coins at most." Liu Sihang scratched his head a little awkwardly. "I only have 17 silver coins. Could you give me a discount, or maybe leave something out? But I definitely need the forge and the anvil." "You're really planning to use them for smithing?" The old man stared at him intently. "Of course," Liu Sihang replied, a bit bewildered. "What else would I use them for?" roasting sweet potatoes. The old man burst out laughing. All right, take everything. These and those too. He pointed around the shop at the various tools. And there are some coal and iron ingots stacked in the back. You can take those as well. But I only have 17 silver coins. That's not enough for all of this, Liu Sihang said, confused. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Forget the money. Huh. As long as these old tools can keep being used, I don't want a single coin from you, the old man said cheerfully. Besides, if you spend all your money here, how are you going to pay someone to move all this stuff for you? He seemed genuinely pleased to have found a good home for his tools. I don't need anyone to move it. My beast space is just big enough to fit everything, Liu Sihang replied, summoning his Goblin Warrior and having it bring out the silver coins from the wooden storage shed as well. Sir, please, at least take the money. But the old man didn't even glance at the silver coins. Instead, he eyed the Goblin Warrior's muscular build with interest, clicking his tongue in admiration. Now that's the perfect helper for a blacksmith. Too bad my beast is just a donkey. It only helps me carry things. If I had a companion like yours, I could have kept working for another 10 years. Liu Sihang smiled quietly, thinking to himself, you haven't seen a true ox or horse beast body. Those can work so hard. You'd be set until the day you die. The Goblin Warrior had just moved the blacksmith's tools into the livestock shed when the Goblin craftsman eagerly began transferring them into the makeshift workshop, so impatient that he didn't even bother finishing the half-made leather armor. The old blacksmith, seeing how easily Liu Sihang had solved the transport problem, casually commented on the spaciousness of his beast-taming space, then gladly accepted the silver coins handed to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was getting late, so Liu Sihang took his sister's hand and said goodbye. Once they had walked some distance, he looked down and told her, don't tell mom and dad about what I bought today. Liu Zian blinked her big eyes and asked why. Oh, I get it, it's your secret stash, isn't it? Liu Sihang laughed and ruffled her hair. You're such a clever girl. Can you keep it a secret for me? Otherwise, mom will come after me with the feather duster again. Okay, I won't say a word. Liu Zian promised cheerfully, but as she turned away, there was a hint of subtle disdain at the corner of her mouth. When they returned to the meeting place, they could see from a distance that their parents were upset clearly. The negotiations hadn't gone well, and those people had left them quite angry. Liu Sihang narrowed his eyes, recalling the saying in medical circles, endure too much, and you'll get mastitis. Give in too easily, and you'll develop ovarian cysts. For his mother's health, he decided to help her get back this interest. As for the family jade pendant, he would count himself lucky if he got it back, and accept it if he didn't. Seeing their children return, Lu Yuanyang quickly nudged Li Qin, and both of them forced smiles as they greeted them. Where did you two go? Li Qin asked. Just wandered around the village. Are we heading back now? Liu Sihang replied casually. Yes, let's go wait for the bus at the village entrance. You go ahead. I need to use the restroom, Liu Sihang said, letting go of his sister's hand and heading toward a deserted area. What were you doing all this time? Li Qin complained. It's not easy with my little sister in tow, Liu Sihang explained with a smile. Hurry up. We'll wait for you at the village entrance, Li Qin said as she pulled her daughter away. Once his family was out of sight, Liu Sihang summoned his magic circle, but no goblin appeared. Calmly, he pointed toward a few houses in the distance and gave quiet instructions. Wait until the dead of night, then sneak into those homes. Don't hurt anyone, but kill all their livestock and smash every egg you find. Take anything valuable, and make a big scene when you leave so people see you. Remember, don't get killed in front of anyone, and don't reveal your beast-taming ability. Feeling that the Goblin Raider had fully understood his instructions, Liu Sihang waved it away and loosened his belt to relieve himself. Since he was putting on a show, he had to do it thoroughly, and besides, he was worried that if he held it in, the rough cart ride might cause trouble later. The Goblin Raider quickly scrambled up a nearby rise, scanning the village below. Its sharp eyes took in the layout of several houses, already plotting its route for the night. To avoid drawing suspicion, Liu Sihang ordered the goblin to remove all its leather armor and carry only a rusty, battered blade. The thin, corroded knife danced nimbly between the goblin's fingers like a black butterfly flitting in the moonlight. The Goblin Raider narrowed its eyes, patiently waiting for night to fall. One by one, the villagers returned to their homes, lights went out, and steady snores echoed from behind the walls. Just as the goblin was about to act, a shadow slipped out of a nearby house, sneaking along a secluded path to another home. The figure tapped lightly on a window, which opened in response. After a cautious glance around, the shadow climbed inside. The Goblin Raider cocked its head, curiously mimicking the tapping pattern in the air. Suddenly remembering the driver's instructions, it snapped back to the task, leaping from its perch and gliding silently toward a farmhouse. Nearly every house in the village kept guard dogs, some as many as 3 or 4. The goblin, ever shrewd, selected a home without any dogs. With a few agile movements, it scaled the wall into the courtyard. At first, it planned to use its iron blade on the sleeping livestock, but then it spotted a gleaming hatchet by the firewood pile. Swapping the rusty knife to its left hand, it hefted the hatchet in its right. swinging it a few times and relishing the crisp sound of the blades slicing through the air. A sly grin crept across its face. Swish! In the moonlight, a cold flash cut through the air. The sleeping old ox didn't even have time to open its eyes before its head thudded to the ground, its body twitching briefly before falling still. The 5 hens in the coop were more alert than the ox, sensing danger and clucking anxiously. In a blur of movement, the goblin decapitated them almost simultaneously, their terrified eyes wide but silent, their headless bodies flailing weakly on the ground. Just as the goblin was about to leave, it recalled the driver's orders and doubled back. Using the hatchet, it opened up the hens' bellies and found several fully formed eggs inside. With the tip of the blade, it broke and stirred the eggs, then repeated the process for the remaining hens. Sneaky, fat birds, hiding their eggs inside. Almost missed the driver's orders. Good thing I'm clever, it thought, feeling rather pleased with itself. The doors and windows of the house were securely locked, and the goblin had no skill with locks. However, it noticed an open window on the 2nd floor, left ajar in the summer heat. Nimbly, it climbed up and slipped inside without a sound. 2 people slept inside. Remembering Liu Sihang's instructions not to harm anyone, the goblin ignored the sleeping humans. Guided by instinct, it quietly pocketed a few pieces of jewelry and money bags, and even found a few silver coins hidden in the corners. Pathetic hiding spots, it thought, glancing disdainfully at the sleeping humans. A look of contempt flickered in its eyes. Before leaving the house, the goblin raider grabbed a dagger and 2 kitchen knives. He pulled a leather pouch from the corner and deftly stuffed the stolen silver coins and jewelry inside, his movements quick and practiced. As night deepened, the homes with guard dogs became troublesome targets. Though the raider was protected by an intermediate invisibility spell that made him nearly invisible in the dark, it couldn't mask his scent. He landed lightly, but all the yard dogs instantly raised their heads, eyes glowing in the darkness, ears twitching as they tried to catch any unusual scent in the air. A few dogs' noses twitched rapidly, and low, threatening growls rumbled from their throats, ready to erupt into barking at any moment. In a split second, a light breeze swept by, and 2 flashes of cold steel cut through the air. Several dog heads hit the ground, blood spraying everywhere, while the raiders stood silently behind their bodies, skillfully avoiding the spurting blood. With each success, the raider grew bolder and more efficient. House after house, he slaughtered chickens, butchered cattle, smashed eggs, and casually stuffed any valuable silver or jewelry into his pouch. It wasn't until the last house that he finally ran into real trouble. The guard dog at this home, though only slightly larger than the others, was a true beastmaster's hound, far more alert and powerful than any regular mutt. The moment the raider stepped into the yard, the big dog jumped up and barked furiously in his direction, waking the owner and the neighbors. Unfazed, the raider sprang forward like a shadow. With a flick of his left hand, he flashed a blade to draw the dog's attention, while his right hand slashed its throat with a cleaver. The wounded dog didn't retreat. Instead, it lunged at him with even greater ferocity. The raider blocked with the cleaver and, in a blur, stabbed his dagger into the dog's right eye. As the animal howled in pain, he spun around and finished it with a final stroke. He sneered, wiping the cleaver on the dog's fur, leaving a smear of fresh blood. The startled owner flung open the window, only to lock eyes with the raider's terrifying face. He wore 2 kitchen knives at his waist, dagger and cleaver in hand, glaring menacingly before dashing into the chicken coop. Right before the owner's eyes, he slaughtered the hens and even gutted one to take its eggs. The sight left the owner trembling, and he quickly slammed the window shut, shouting for help. Woken by the barking, the villagers grabbed whatever weapons they could find and quickly gathered, rushing to the aid of their neighbor. Hearing the sound of humans gathering nearby, the goblin raider swiftly climbed onto the wall and flipped over, disappearing outside in an instant. It wasn't afraid of the villagers armed with farm tools, but it still had a heavy leather sack full of loot waiting for it outside. The raider quickly slung the heavy sack over its shoulder and glanced back at the house, clicking its tongue in disappointment. It could clearly sense the presence of treasure, but for now, it had no choice but to give up. The villagers' shouts and the growls of their beasts drew closer. The goblin raider turned and darted into the pitch-black forest. Under the moonlight, the villagers caught a glimpse of a green shadow flashing out of the village like lightning. Several fierce hunting dogs chased after it, howling, but before long, they returned with their tails tucked between their legs, whimpering in fear and hiding behind their owners. Their numbers had noticeably dwindled. This scene completely shattered the villagers' courage. They stared at the dark forest, as if countless monsters were lurking within, and instinctively took a few steps back. The mountain path is so slippery, and it's pitch dark out there. That creature is vicious enough, at least it's gone now. Let's deal with it in the morning. They all mumbled, making excuses. Just then, a few families who had suffered heavy losses stormed over, brandishing their farm tools angrily. The women broke into loud sobs. All our cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks are gone. My jewelry, dowry, and years' worth of silver coins all stolen. Faced with their cries, the other villagers avoided eye contact and quickly made excuses to slip away. I left my midnight snack cooking. I need to turn off the stove. He'll go with you. This is serious. We should all go together. These clumsy excuses only infuriated the victims, and soon everyone was arguing, completely forgetting about chasing down the thief. While the villagers were busy quarreling, the goblin raider circled back and quietly slipped into the village again, sneaking into a house with its door wide open. When it emerged, the leather sack on its back was even fuller. Sensing the presence of the beast tamer, the raider cast an invisibility spell and slowly made its way toward the village entrance. Burdened by the heavy loot, it had to move slowly, and the invisibility was much less effective. As it passed a farmhouse, it heard tense breathing inside, and, driven by curiosity, knocked lightly on the window, mimicking the rhythm of someone familiar. Who? Who's there? Came a trembling female voice from inside. The raider thought it odd. Shouldn't she have opened the window right away? It knocked twice more. Suddenly, the window swung open and a woman stuck her head out. Which scoundrel is it this time? An invisible hand brushed past her face, nearly hitting her forehead. The woman's face turned ghostly pale in the moonlight. A ghost, a ghost! Her piercing scream echoed throughout the entire village. Setting aside the chaos sparked in the village by the Goblin Marauder's small act of curiosity, Liu Sihang wasted no time taking action after returning to Baiwei Town. Using training as an excuse, he summoned the Goblin Warrior and had it carry a heavy boulder while pacing up and down the main street. Whenever he saw someone he knew, he would deliberately slow down, flash a bright smile, and greet them enthusiastically. The townsfolk, puzzled by his unusual behavior, exchanged glances and quietly wondered what had gotten into the usually low-key young man. This performance was, of course, driven by his own anxiety. If the Goblin Marauder's actions were discovered, if someone realized it was a tame beast, or worse, if someone maliciously linked it to the Goblin Warrior, at least today's witnesses could vouch for his innocence. The odds were slim, but Liu Sihang always believed in being prepared for the unexpected. After finishing his deliberate patrol, Liu Sihang returned home with a blank expression. As he pushed open the door, the clanging of metal filled his ears. Inside the goblin enclosure, the hard-working goblin craftsman was leading the goblin laborers, all busy with tools acquired from the old blacksmith, working with great enthusiasm. The vibrations from the hammering made the bodies of the vagrants lying on the communal bed tremble as if they might spring back to life at any moment. But this did nothing to dampen the goblin spirits. The Goblin Warrior now held a brand new saber, its blade gleaming and razor-sharp, with all the nicks expertly repaired. The handle was wrapped in animal hide, making it both slip-resistant and shock-absorbing. The goblin soldier received the warrior's old weapon, which had also been carefully refurbished. Not far away, the goblin slingshot was getting used to solid iron balls, 4 or 5 of which lay neatly in its bamboo basket, all identical in size and clearly cast from the same mold. A few ordinary goblins crowded around the workshop, eagerly waiting for the craftsman to forge iron-tipped spears for them. These spears not only had sturdy iron heads, but also iron strips wrapped around the wooden shafts, making them far superior to their old stone weapons. The only one uninterested in these new weapons was the frost goblin, who sat quietly in its own hut, deep in meditation as if lost in another world. Leaning against the wall, Liu Sihang watched the goblin craftsman's powerful, rhythmic hammering, and the steady beat gradually lulled him into sleep. The next morning, when Liu Sihang woke up, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. The goblin craftsman was intently forging a brand new axe, the metal glowing red in the firelight. Glancing around, he saw the goblin weapons reforged the previous night neatly arranged, and the 2 short swords salvaged from the wanderer's junk pile had been carefully polished until they gleamed coldly clearly prepared for the goblin raiders. Watching his beast companion work so diligently, Liu Sihang couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Does this guy really not need any rest? He thought with a wry smile, deciding to punish himself by staying in bed for another hour. After a week of staying indoors, Liu Sihang was feeling restless. He mulled over his current situation. The Goblin Warriors still needed 500 more experience points. The evolution of the regular goblins remained unresolved, and although the household debt was nearly paid off thanks to Lu Yuanyang and Li Qin's careful budgeting, he couldn't afford to relax when it came to planning for the future. Su Yu's earlier comment lingered in his mind. If the Goblin Warrior wanted to enroll early at the academy, he would have to pass a test for physical energy concentration. While his own energy talent wasn't remarkable, the sheer number of goblins he commanded had already raised his energy concentration to an exceptional level. Time was short, and before the holiday ended, he had 2 main goals: earn enough money to support city life and improve his family's situation, and gather more experience to prepare for future challenges. Although he could choose to hide his strength and delay entering the academy, starting his professional training sooner was clearly the wiser choice. He understood well that in this magical world, strength was the foundation for survival. Even with his unique advantages, Liu Sihang didn't dare let his guard down. To quickly boost his power without revealing his farm, he decided to return to the Misty Forest for another hunting trip. Of course, his first stop would be the Adventurers Guild. Maybe he could pick up some suitable quests there. In this world full of uncertainty, becoming an academy professional would not only give him the means to protect himself, but also grant him valuable status. For Liu Sihang, this was crucial for his long-term future. Unlike the quiet atmosphere from before, the Adventurers Guild was now bustling with activity. Groups of students in Qingzhou Academy uniforms gathered together, animatedly discussing something with excitement and anticipation in their voices. As Liu Sihang stepped into the guild, he was greeted by a sea of familiar academy uniforms, making him almost feel as if he had mistakenly walked into a campus event rather than the guild itself. He had always wondered why he and Su Yu's group were required to wear their academy uniforms whenever they went on adventures. Su Yu and the others told him it was a school rule. Still, Liu Sihang suspected there was more to it. He remembered reading somewhere that academy students should avoid revealing their identities while adventuring, since it could easily lead to trouble. Compared to seasoned adventurers, students were inexperienced and carried an air of innocence, making them easy targets. Losing a bit of money would be the least of their worries. What was truly dangerous was running into people with malicious intentions. What Liu Sihang didn't realize was that the book head read actually referred to recently graduated adventurers. Most of the students he saw now, still in their uniforms, were still enrolled at the academy. For them, the uniform actually served as a kind of protection. If something happened to a student while adventuring, the academy would investigate. If foul play was involved, the school would pursue the matter relentlessly. Students like Xiao Yang, who was still under investigation, knew firsthand that this policy greatly improved student safety. That's why the academy insisted on students wearing uniforms during holiday trials to ensure they had the protection they needed while away from campus. Even more importantly, the uniforms were not only highly recognizable, but also offered impressive defense. Carefully designed, they were lightweight enough to be worn under metal armor, yet provided better protection than most adventuring gear available on the market. At that moment, Suyu was chatting with a few friends in the corner. She looked up, spotted Liu Sihang at the entrance, and waved at him with a smile. He quickly responded, smiling as he walked over, but couldn't help glancing at Suyu's tablemates. Besides Suyu, who nodded in greeting, there were 3 boys he didn't recognize. One of them, a black-haired youth, stood out with his delicate features and relaxed posture, exuding a lazy, aristocratic air that was hard to ignore. Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder if the boy might be the heir of some noble family. As Liu Sihang lowered his head and walked towards the quest board, a voice called out from behind. "Who's that? Your friend?" The tone was curious, tinged with intrigue. Turning around, Liu Sihang saw the black-haired boy watching him with interest. Suyu smiled and nodded, her voice gentle. That kid's pretty interesting. Who knows? He might become our junior soon. Funny enough, he shares your last name." Liu Yuhui raised his eyebrows, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Oh, a local prodigy?" Suyu didn't continue talking about Liu Sihang. Her brows knitted slightly as she looked straight at Liu Yuhui. "So what are you really here for?" "Obviously, I'm here for the holiday trial," Liu Yuhui replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Suyu's lips curled in a faint, cold smile, her gaze sharpening as she spoke with a trace of disdain. "The moment the break started, you all rushed off to explore the ruins, and now you suddenly show up here. Are you investigating Lumo's death? As far as I know, you and she weren't particularly close. Besides, your family's investigators have already gone back." Liu Yuhui just smiled faintly, saying nothing. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. She gave a soft snort. "So, what exactly did you come to see me for today?" Liu Yuhui glanced at her, his expression unchanged. "Did you see her that day?" "Yeah." Suyu nodded. "We were planning to head to the Misty Forest, and just as we got to the gate, we ran into Xiao Yang waiting for his sister. That's when we bumped into them. Honestly, I don't even know what set them off, but out of nowhere, they picked a fight with us. It killed our mood, so we just headed back to town and wandered around for the day." She paused, a cold glint suddenly appearing in her eyes as she lowered her voice. "What? Do you suspect we had something to do with their deaths?" Liu Yuhui's expression shifted, his usual laid-back demeanor turning a bit more serious. He quickly waved his hands. "No way. I just wanted to know if Liu Mo acted unusual that day." "Unusual?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery at her lips. "She was especially annoying. Does that count?" The 6 team members standing nearby couldn't help but laugh. Liu Yuhui chuckled helplessly, waving his hand. "All right, I get it." Suyu gave a calm smile and patted the shoulder of the teammate next to her, giving a light signal. She then stood up, straightened her clothes, and headed toward the guild's main doors. "Looks like you've asked everything you wanted. We're busy with the trial, so we can't keep you company. Suit yourself." Zhao Xiaoxue stood up with her, waving at Liu Yuhui and his team with a smile. "Bye, Liu. See you around, everyone." She hooked her arm through Su Yu's, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Hu Shuo and Zhao Xiaofeng nodded politely to Liu Yuhui before following them out. "The girls are sharing secrets, so we guys better keep our distance." Wouldn't want to overhear anything we shouldn't, Zhao Xiaofeng said quietly. Liu Yuhui's team watched as Su Yu's group left, finally letting out a small sigh of relief. One of them couldn't help but ask, Captain, is this really about Liu Mo? Liu Yuhui's lips curled into a faint smile as he tapped his fingers on the table, his tone calm. I just don't believe that girl would die so easily. She played dumb for years, and then suddenly disappears without a trace now. It's just too much of a coincidence. I mean, well, even if you're here for Liu Mo, you probably shouldn't be so direct with Su Yu, a teammate cautioned carefully. Liu Yuhui's smile stiffened. Suddenly, something seemed to dawn on him, and he asked uncertainly, So Yu was upset just now because she thought I suspected her of being involved in Liu Mo's death? The team members exchanged looks and sighed in unison. Standing in front of the task board, Liu Sihang discreetly glanced at the other students around him. He noticed that most of them only gave him a brief look before turning away, which helped ease his nerves a little. Shifting his focus to the bounty board in front of him, he carefully scanned through each task. There weren't many changes compared to before, except that the number of assignments involving gathering plant materials or hunting magical beasts near the edge of the mist had noticeably decreased clearly. Students who came here for training during the holiday had already completed most of them. Looking at the generous rewards marked on those tasks, Liu Sihang couldn't help but swallow. While his goblins were strong enough to operate near the mist's edge, he himself, as a non-professional, wouldn't survive inside the mist. With a sigh, he turned to find Su Yu and talk about the missing female student, only to realize that she and her companions had already left. After a moment's thought, he decided to let it ghosting around rashly might only attract unwanted suspicion. His hunting efforts that day were unusually unproductive. With more and more people entering the misty forest, the wildlife near the town had been scared off. All day, he and his goblin warrior managed to catch only a single starving old wolf. The wolf, clearly famished, lunged at them with a sickly green glint in its eyes. The goblin warrior subdued it effortlessly, breaking its neck with his bare hands to preserve the pelt. Unfortunately, the wolf was covered in scars, and its fur was badly damaged, making it worth little. Late at night, Liu Sihang was jolted awake by a strange feeling. He opened his window and looked down at the empty street below. Through his beast-taming contract, he could sense his goblin raider was right below. Sensing his master's gaze, the raider revealed himself, carrying a large bundle and skillfully climbing up. Liu Sihang quickly stepped aside, letting him in and carefully closing the window behind him. Damn, did you sneak all the way back here invisible? Liu Sihang whispered in surprise, his eyes wide with amazement. Liu Sihang turned around, somewhat surprised to see the goblin raider covered in dust. The little creature grinned, baring its sharp teeth, and gently set its pouch on the wooden floor. With its rough green fingers, it pried open the bag to reveal the contents inside. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a dim glow on the floor, but Liu Sihang could still make out the shapes of the items in the pouch. Where did you get all this stuff? Liu Sihang asked curiously. Gabu, Goluk Gabu, the goblin raider replied, gesturing quickly with its hands and making unintelligible sounds. Liu Sihang couldn't make sense of the gestures, but thankfully, their beast-taming contract kicked in and he managed to grasp the general meaning. So, you stole all these things from those families. Liu Sihang was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile and patted the goblin raider's dusty shoulder. Nicely done, my friend. Encouraged by his master's praise, the goblin raider beamed, displaying a row of crooked yellow teeth, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Liu Sihang set aside the kitchen knives, hatchets, and other tools, then carefully took out the coins and jewelry from the pouch, arranging them by type in the moonlight to count them. Halfway through, he pulled out an exquisite jewelry box from deep inside the pouch. When he opened it, he found a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry and a piece of jade pendant with a rich green hue. He picked up the jade pendant and examined it under the moonlight. The jade was smooth and warm, glowing softly in the faint light. He couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe the thing my parents have been longing for all these years has found its way back to us like this. After his moment of emotion, Liu Sihang frowned, troubled. The pendant is back, but how am I supposed to explain where it came from? I can't just say I picked it up on the street, can I? Or claim that grandma visited me in a dream and I woke up to find it on my nightstand. He shook his head and put the pendant back in the jewelry box. Forget it. This is just another thing I can't show anyone for now. They'll store it in the Goblin Ranch. As for these coins and jewelry, I can't explain their origins either, better stash them in the warehouse cabin for now. Looking at the Goblin Raider, who was practically glowing with anticipation, Liu Sihang chuckled. Still, you really outdid yourself this time. You put in a lot of effort to bring all this back, so you deserve a good reward. By the way, do goblins like to drink? They'll go to town tomorrow, buy some barbecue and some wine, and let you try it. But for now, Liu Sihang yawned and pointed at the pile of loot. Take all of this back to the beast space. I need to get back to bed. Getting this worked up in the middle of the night, he'll never be able to wake up in the morning. Just as Liu Sihang's consciousness was about to drift off to sleep, He glanced at the jade pendant in the beast-taming space and suddenly felt wide awake again. A line of shimmering text appeared in his mind. A peculiar jade pendant, a magical accessory whose power has been depleted. With enough energy, it might regain its mystical abilities. What the? Liu Sihang's eyes snapped open. Turns out the family heirloom my grandma left behind really is a treasure. Because he woke up in the middle of the night and spent some time cleaning up, Liu Sihang was still groggy when he woke up in the morning. He decided to roll over and keep sleeping until he was half awake by the familiar sound of someone calling from downstairs. It turned out to be his best friend, Zhang Yiming, paying a visit. Zhang Yiming had run into Liu Xian, who was reading downstairs. After learning that Liu Sihang was still asleep, he started shouting up to him. Liu Sihang called back, telling Zhang Yiming to wait a moment, then rushed into the bathroom to wash his face, grabbed some clothes from his closet, and headed downstairs. He shouldn't be looking for me at this hour, Liu Sihang thought as he made his way down. He knows I might be out hunting in the misty forest. Usually, he only comes by in the evening. Downstairs, Zhang Yiming had his galehound play with Liu Xian while he curiously picked up the book she was reading. Expecting a children's storybook, he was startled to find dense text and technical jargon filling the pages. His anti-knowledge reflex kicked in immediately, and a wave of drowsiness nearly had him dozing off on the spot. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Zhang Yiming quickly closed the book. Catching a glimpse of the complicated title on the cover, he looked as if had seen a ghost. He hurried over to Liu Sihang in a few big strides. Dude, why is your little sister reading something that terrifying? He whispered, holding on to Liu Sihang's arm. Liu Sihang glanced at the familiar hefty tome and couldn't help but laugh. She doesn't like going out, so I bought her some wordy books from a second-hand stall to keep her entertained. She's just a kid. Books like that are going to scar her for life. Zhang Yiming stomped his foot in frustration. Come on, not everyone's like you, prone to drowning in knowledge. Liu Sihang shot him a look. My sister's a genius who swims in the sea of knowledge. Besides, books are expensive. Of course I buy the ones with the most words, better value for money. You should have said so. I've got tons of storybooks from when I was a kid. If you're that eager to help, I won't be shy. Let's go pick them up now, Liu Sihang said, grabbing him by the arm. Wait, I actually came here for something else. Zhang Yiming quickly pulled a simple metal pendant from his pocket. Liu Sihang took the pendant and examined it. Where did you get this? My dad went on a trip recently. Said he was helping a friend at a newly discovered ruin. He brought this back as a souvenir. The moment Liu Sihang held the pendant, he felt a faint surge of energy strengthening his body. He shoved it back at Zhang Yiming, frowning. Souvenir? This is clearly a magical item Uncle Zhang got for you. Don't go giving away everything you get. Huh, how did you know it's a magical item? My dad didn't say, and I didn't notice anything. Zhang Yiming looked surprised. Your energy level is that high already? Yeah, you could say it's like thick fog now, Liu Sihang replied. If it gets any denser, it might start to condense into droplets. Liu Sihang smiled with a hint of pride. Holy crap, seriously? That's insane. Zhang Yiming suddenly shouted with excitement, his voice echoing through the yard. The big dog, who had been playing with the little girl, immediately perked up its ears and looked at its owner with an alert, defensive stance. Don't worry, your owner's just being his usual crazy self, Liu Xian said reassuringly as she gently stroked the dog's head. Hearing this, the dog relaxed right away, glanced disdainfully at its still flailing owner, and then turned its head away in annoyance. Once Zhang Yiming had calmed down, he pulled out a pendant from around his neck identical to Liu Sihang's and handed it over. Here, I've got one too. My dad brought this one back just for you. It's a magical item, but it's pretty old, so most of its energy is gone. Now ITLL only help you recover a little bit of stamina, not really worth much. Since it was a gift meant especially for him, Liu Sihang accepted it without hesitation and put it around his neck. Instantly, he felt that familiar, subtle boost in physical strength. Have you heard about the ruins that showed up recently? Zhang Yiming was eager to share what his father had discovered. Yeah, I know about them, Liu Sihang replied casually, still adjusting to the changes in his body. Wait, how do you know? Zhang Yiming asked in surprise. So you and the others told me when I went to the Adventurers Guild to register last time. What? Those two gorgeous sisters are at the guild? And you didn't tell me? You're keeping all the good stuff to yourself. I'm so disappointed. Zhang Yiming put on an exaggeratedly wounded expression. Don't forget about the two older guys, please, Liu Sihang replied, rolling his eyes at his overly dramatic friend. Besides, if you want to meet pretty girls, there are plenty of academy students doing their trial runs at the guild during the holidays. Let's go. Zhang Yiming's eyes lit up as he immediately dragged Liu Sihang toward the door. Liu Sihang was used to his friend's quirks by now. Zhang Yiming had a particular fascination with women 3 to 6 years older than him, but showed no unusual interest in those who were much younger or older. His parents had taken him to various healers and tried all sorts of remedies, but nothing worked. It was as stubborn as his dislike for studying. Everyone knew that an incurable habit was basically a chronic condition. Fortunately, neither of these conditions affected his daily life or caused any real harm. Still, Liu Sihang suspected this annoying quirk would get his friend into trouble someday. After all, in the novels from his previous life, There were plenty of side characters who got wiped out just for looking at the heroine the wrong way. But real life probably wasn't that dramatic at worst. He'd just get beaten up. Watching the two boys rush out the door, Liu Sihang pursed her lips and shot a disdainful look at the clueless Zhang Yiming. She gently stroked the big dog's back. Go find your silly owner. The dog stood up, nuzzled the little girl affectionately, and as it left, used its tail to swing the door closed behind it. Liu Sihang smiled slightly, reopened her book, and found her place to continue reading. She had read this book several times already, but each reread brought new insights and understanding, a feeling she truly enjoyed. They had expected the Adventurers Guild to be bustling with students, but when Liu Sihang pushed open the wooden door with Zhang Yiming, the spacious hall was eerily empty. The place, usually lively and crowded, was now so quiet it felt almost unsettling. Even the elderly guild master, who was always sipping tea by the window, was nowhere to be seen. That's strange. Where's everyone? Liu Sihang looked around with a frown. Even if they're out on quests, it's impossible for so many people to be gone at once. Zhang Yiming, however, didn't seem bothered at all. He walked straight up to the counter and began chatting and laughing with the female receptionist on duty. Before long, he got the information he wanted and reluctantly returned to Liu Sihang. It turns out that a group of students from Qingzhou Academy found what looked like a fragment of an ancient relic while adventuring, after defeating a kobold. They wanted to explore the kobold's mine to investigate further. The kobold's mine? Liu Sihang's eyes widened. That's their lifeblood. Yeah, Zhang Yiming scratched his head. Those students ended up getting beaten badly by the kobolds and almost lost their lives in there. Last night, they came back to ask for help and showed the relic fragment to the guild master. After confirming it was genuine, the guild master took the guild members and those students to the kobold mine at the edge of the mist to check it out. Hearing this, Liu Sihang's expression became serious. What's wrong? Why the long face? Zhang Yiming asked, puzzled. Were you even paying attention in class? Liu Sihang shook his head helplessly. Ancient ruins are a double-edged sword for adventurers. They can bring great opportunities, but also disaster. For ordinary people, they're nothing but trouble, whether it's the dangers of the ruins themselves or the chaos caused by waves of adventurers. It's never a small matter. So what should we do? At this point, all we can do is wait and see. If they really discover a ruin, the town officials will definitely issue a warning. But, Liu Sihang paused to think, doesn't your dad have a lot of connections? Maybe you should let him know first, that might be able to get a head start. After parting ways with his best friend, Liu Sihang returned home, still feeling uneasy. He had originally planned to save up experience until he entered the academy, but now it seemed safer to evolve all his goblins first. Who knows, the farm might even bring some unexpected surprises. Sure enough, the goblin farm delivered a huge surprise. A special structure, a graveyard, was detected, and the goblins successfully evolved into goblin grave diggers. Goblin grave diggers can unearth corpses from cemeteries, mass graves, and burial grounds to summon the undead. At most, they can control 3 undead at a time. The strength of the summoned undead depends on both the grave digger's own power and the strength the corpse had in life. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. The number of goblins above Tier 1 has reached its maximum. Upgrade the goblin breeding ground to evolve more goblins. Stupid game. Liu Sihang cursed under his breath and turned his attention elsewhere. He was puzzled by the goblin grave digger's design. There was no record of such a creature in any human historical texts. What was even stranger was the existence of a cemetery inside the breeding ground. Instinctively, he glanced at the communal sleeping area and noticed that the vagabond had already risen from the dead and left. The goblins in the breeding ground didn't really die, so logically, there shouldn't be any need for a graveyard. After searching carefully, Liu Sihang finally found an inconspicuous stone tablet in the corner of the breeding ground. If he hadn't been looking for it, the marker, indistinguishable from an ordinary rock, would have been easy to miss. The moment he saw it, he realized the truth. The female student's body was buried right beneath it. A goblin grave digger with a crafty grin borrowed a shovel from the blacksmith and eagerly ran over to dig. Lacking proper tools before, the goblins had only managed a shallow grave. Now, the grave digger quickly unearthed the body. To Liu Sihang's surprise, what emerged wasn't a decayed corpse, but a spotless, pristine skeleton, as if it had lain there for centuries. He guessed this must be a special effect of the breeding ground. Even though the gravestone had been placed at random, the result was remarkable. The grave digger gently stroked the skull and chanted an eerie incantation. Gray mist rose from the skeleton's head, coalescing in front of the goblin into a transparent, hazy figure, the lowest level of specter, just as Liu Sihang had read about in the library. It was on par with a graybone skeleton, slow and weak, but immune to most physical attacks, making it quite intimidating to ordinary people. Thrilled with his successful summoning, the grave digger danced awkwardly, his ugly body twisting with excitement, while the specter floated silently in place. Just as Liu Sihang was about to look away from the goblin's hideous dance, the grave digger finally stopped and beckoned. The specter darted toward him and vanished, replaced by a faint, menacing ghostly face that appeared on the goblin's back. Liu Sihang couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. How tough is this goblin grave digger's luck to dare feed himself to a ghost? To be fair, the goblin grave digger was surprisingly considerate. After carefully guiding the wandering spirit into its own body, it immediately bent down to tidy up the schoolgirl's remains, gently rearranging the bones. It then painstakingly covered the grave with soil, even putting the simple little headstone back in its original place, not missing a single detail. Liu Sihang gazed at the humble grave. Aside from that small stone, there wasn't even a proper mound to mark the spot. According to the system prompt, the goblin gravedigger could control up to 3 undead at a time, but there were no other undead left in this makeshift farm. He recalled the past of Baiwa Town. There used to be a notorious mass grave near a natural pit that criminals often used to dispose of bodies. Over time, it became a haunt for undead, with all sorts of evil spirits and skeletons wandering about. As the town developed, the Adventurers Guild sent people to clear out the undead and meticulously remove all the skeletons from the pit. Those who could be identified were properly registered, while unidentified remains were cremated together and their ashes reburied. This operation even solved several old missing person cases. Although the culprits were long gone, the incident helped some people earn merit. These days, Baiwa Town no longer had a mass grave. Even if someone was murdered, the killers would either feed the body to magical beasts in the misty forest or bury it in some secluded spot. If Liu Sihang wanted to find new undead for the gravedigger, he'd have to dig up other people's graves. Not only would that bring a lot of trouble, but he also had no way of knowing which graves held intact bodies and which just contained ashes. It was like playing a deadly game of blind boxes. Suddenly, he remembered that a few of his old enemies had specifically requested their bodies be kept intact after death. But those graves were far away, and those people were just ordinary folks. Even if he managed to summon their spirits, they probably wouldn't be very useful. Making a special trip would draw too much attention. It was better to have the gravedigger check them out if he ever passed by. Shaking his head, Liu Sihang decided it was more urgent to test out the wandering spirit's combat abilities in the misty forest. He also checked the gravedigger's evolution requirements. It could only evolve after acquiring 3 powerful undead. Although the gravedigger might not be able to directly command strong undead, they could gradually strengthen themselves by absorbing living souls. Forget it, there's no rush, he thought. I don't even have enough experience right now, and there's a whole bunch of goblins waiting to evolve. Better to just let things take their course. Since it was still early, Liu Sihang let his sister know he was heading out, grabbed a few pieces of dried food, and set off at a brisk pace toward the misty forest. Although most of the academy students had rushed to the edge of the mist out of curiosity, Liu Sihang remained vigilant, constantly keeping an eye out for anyone who might suddenly appear. He already had a plan in mind if someone did show up. He'd have the Goblin Warrior step in and deal with the Goblin Gravedigger as if it were a wild goblin. Then, he would simply put on an innocent face and explain, "Oh no, it turns out this was a tamed beast. I thought it was just a wild goblin. What a mistake, I'd better go apologize to its owner." Fortunately, that awkward scenario never happened before the experiment ended. Through Hansen testing, Liu Sihang gained a clear understanding of the wraith's abilities. As the weakest of all undead, its reputation was well-deserved. Devon, taking down a single large antlered deer required it to stab its target 7 or 8 times. If not for the Goblin Warrior's assistance in controlling the prey, the deer would have escaped long before. Still, the wraith had its unique strengths. It was nearly immune to physical attacks, and its own attacks carried a faint psychic shock. When it snuck up invisibly on rabbits or groundhogs and suddenly revealed itself, these timid creatures would freeze in terror, paralyzed until the wraith finished them off. Their wide-open eyes were filled with fear, as if they had really seen a ghost witch. In fact, they had. Although their deaths were gruesome, their fur remained intact, making them high-quality game. Liu Sihang also discovered a limitation. The wraith could only operate within a 300-meter radius centered on the gravedigger, as if confined by an invisible barrier. It couldn't extend even a finger beyond that range. While not especially large, this area was sufficient for everyday use, and perhaps it would expand as the gravedigger evolved. To further investigate what happened to the wraith after the gravedigger died, Liu Sihang decided to run an experiment. He promised the gravedigger, once you're revived, they'll have the goblin craftsman roast you a whole large antlered deer. Seeing the gravedigger's confused expression, he signaled to the goblin warrior and made a slicing gesture across his throat. The goblin warrior understood immediately. Before the gravedigger could react, the warrior swung his blade. A flash of white light, and the gravedigger's bewildered head flew into the air, followed by its headless body dissolving into motes of light. At the same moment, the wraith hovering in midair vanished as well. Liu Sihang turned his attention to the goblin breeding pen, where he saw the gravedigger lying peacefully on a communal bed, eyes shut. He had a dazed goblin flip the gravedigger over, confirming that the terrifying ghost face tattoo was still on its back. With this, he could be sure, when the goblin gravedigger dies, the the summoned undead returns directly to the breeding pen. Next to the Adventurers Guild, there was a tavern, the only place in Baiwa town that sold alcohol. Its presence made it a regular stop for most of the town's residents. When Liu Sihang visited the guild in the morning, the tavern's doors were still shut. By the time he returned from the misty forest in the afternoon, he decided it was time to reward his goblins, especially the Goblin Raider, who had performed exceptionally well, with some drinks. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a faint aroma of alcohol greeted him. It was a quiet time of day. Most adventurers were still out on quests, and the townsfolk had yet to finish work, so the tavern felt unusually empty. A server was busy moving barrels and polishing utensils, preparing for the evening rush. Behind the counter stood the owner, a man with a thick beard, absent-mindedly polishing a glass. When he noticed someone walk in, he glanced up and broke into a teasing grin. "Hey there, kid. If you're looking for cooking wine, the general store's that way. We only serve drinks for grown-ups here." Liu Sihang ignored the joke and went straight to the counter, taking a seat. "Boss, what kind of alcohol do goblin familiars usually drink?" The question caught the owner off guard. "Wait, you want to buy drinks for your goblins? Even your dad doesn't get that kind of treatment, does he?" "My dad doesn't drink." Liu Sihang shot back, sounding a little annoyed. "Come on, just give me a recommendation." When it came to alcohol, the tavern owner, who had run his business in Baiwa town for years, was an expert. Had seen plenty of adventurers treat their familiars to a drink after a successful mission. Still, it was rare to see a young regular like Liu Sihang, who never touched alcohol himself. "You really are one of a kind," the owner remarked with a chuckle. "Huh?" Liu Sihang looked confused. The owner just shook his head, still smiling, and got down to business. "I heard your goblins have evolved into warriors, right? They usually go for strong alish. Here these are affordable and taste pretty good. Or you could just summon one and ask directly." Surprisingly, Liu Sihang didn't summon his goblins right away. Instead, he leaned in with interest. "Do different evolved types of goblins have different tastes in alcohol?" "Well, obviously," the owner replied with a roll of his eyes. "Wild goblins are lucky just to get a drink, so they're not picky. But familiars are a different story. Take your goblin warriors, for example. They're a common warrior type evolution, and they all love strong liquor. Now, those that mutate into mage types? That's a whole different matter. I've only ever seen goblin frost mages and fire mages myself, but the highest ranking one should be a lightning wielder," Liu Sihang recalled. "That lightning wielder really left a strong impression. Its presence was unforgettable." Speaking of their preferences, frost mages seem to favor light fruit wine, while fire mages have a taste for spicy flavors. As for the lightning wielder, it had a unique habit. It liked to mix electrified magical fruits with alcohol. He paused, thinking over the tastes of the other goblins. Raiders are more of a warrior type, so their preferences are probably different. I have no idea what the tamers and craftsmen might like. As for the gravedigger, whether it's a mage or not, as long as there's alcohol, it's happy. "Boss, he'll take 2 barrels of ale and a few bottles of that fruit wine," he said, pointing to the pale fruit wine on the counter. The tavern owner raised an eyebrow. "Buying this much? What do you need the fruit wine for?" "I'm out of cooking wine at home, so I thought I'd bring a few bottles back to use in the kitchen." "Come on, the price of these 2 bottles could buy you a whole jar of cooking wine." The owner grumbled, but quickly fell silent and started preparing the order. Liu Sihang summoned a goblin warrior to help carry the goods. Just as he was about to leave, the owner called out, "Wait, were you the one who picked that basket of wild apples last time? I haven't seen you bring any since." "That was just a one-time thing. I happened to come across them," Liu Sihang replied. "You should have said so sooner." The owner hurried upstairs and soon returned with a wrinkled map, marked with wild apple picking spots in misty forest. Surprised by the unexpected gift, Liu Sihang asked, "If you have a map, why bother posting a task at the Adventurers Guild?" The owner lowered his voice. "It's a newbie benefit we worked out with the guild. But this summer, there haven't been many adventurers, and students aren't interested in these kinds of tasks. If you're willing to pick more wild apples, we'll have enough for next year's wild apple wine." "People actually drink that sour stuff?" Liu Sihang took the map, curious. The owner glanced meaningfully at the goblin warrior. "Who says it's for people? Lots of herbivorous beasts love this fruit wine. By the way, the locations marked on the map are pretty hidden, with plenty of wild shrubs and frequent beast sightings, so be careful if you go." Liu Sihang's eyes lit up. "That's a great deal. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" As it turned out, goblins really did love their booze. The 2 barrels of ale that Liu Sihang had just hauled into camp were snatched up in no time, leaving only the frost goblin, who remained unusually reserved. It carefully carried the few bottles of fruit wine it received back to its hut and sipped them like a seasoned wine connoisseur. Liu Sihang quickly regretted not asking the tavern owner about the goblin's tolerance for alcohol. The scene before him was both amusing and exasperating. Several goblins, dead drunk, had stripped off their leather armor and were rolling on the ground, wriggling around like maggots digging into the earth. Oddly enough, this wasn't too unusual. Goblins were known to act bizarrely even when sober. What really took him by surprise was when 2 unevolved goblins, suddenly inspired, decided to play goblin knights by trying to ride the venomous spiders. The outcome was predictable. The two drunken fools had their brains fried by spider venom and vanished on the spot, only to reappear on the communal bunk, joining the grave diggers. Just as Liu Sihang was shaking his head at this ridiculous scene, a new corpse suddenly appeared on the bunk. Looking closer, he realized it was that wandering goblin who had been drifting around for days. Checking its travel log, Liu Sihang saw its journey had been quite the adventure. It had survived an attack by a pack of ironhead wolves in the misty forest, stumbled upon a battle between goblins and lizardmen, and, amid the chaos, managed to swipe a rune from a lizardman shaman and accidentally acquire a frost magic orb while escaping. Liu Sihang couldn't help but think this guy was a master at taking advantage of a crisis. Thankfully, it kept a low profile, so it was unlikely to cause any trouble for him. However, the mention of an underground ruin caught his attention. Could it be that the guild leader and the others had already started exploring it? Meanwhile, the camp was still in a state of drunken chaos, though nothing too serious had happened. The frost goblin, however, seemed drawn to the magic orb. It staggered to the wooden warehouse, retrieved the orb, and promptly fell asleep outside clutching it, despite only having drunk half a bottle of fruit wine. Watching all this, Liu Sihang sighed, hoping that the goblins would sober up by tomorrow so they could continue searching for the wild apple grove in the misty forest. Thankfully, goblins might not hold their liquor well, but at least they recovered quickly. When Liu Sihang woke up in the morning, he saw that the goblin blacksmith who had been swinging a massive hammer and shaking his hips the night before had already finished crafting a pair of leather pauldrons adorned with metal spikes. At that moment, the blacksmith was busy helping a goblin warrior put on and adjust the new shoulder armor. The goblin's savage pauldrons, originally designed as fierce-looking gear to intimidate enemies, had been transformed by the blacksmith's skillful hands. The metal spikes were no longer just for show. If the goblin could master some shoulder charge techniques, those spikes could leave a real impression on opponents in battle. This would slightly boost the goblin's courage and resistance to fear. Still, what Liu Sihang cared about most was the final attribute of the armor. After all, goblins hardly had years of experience using their shoulders as battering rams. Aside from maybe executing an over-the-shoulder throw, he found it hard to imagine how the goblin warrior could actually use the sharp spikes to hurt enemies in real combat. Honestly, he thought it might be better to give them spiked gloves. Instead, one punch could leave a row of holes, and maybe even block a blade or two. Even so, Liu Sihang was surprised that such simple leather armor with a few spikes could trigger effects similar to magical equipment. He decided not to worry for now about how had explained the spikes on the goblin's shoulders to his mom. Although Liu Sihang had accepted the tavern owner's quest to gather wild apples, he couldn't help but make his usual detour to the Adventurers Guild. After all, what if he stumbled onto another easy task just by walking a few extra minutes? To his surprise, the guild had some unexpected news. Recently, the Adventurers Guild and students from the academy had fought a fierce battle with kobolds and reclaimed their mine. To their astonishment, they discovered a door to ancient underground ruins deep within the mine. However, this door was protected by a special magical force and could only be opened with a specific key. Even more surprising, after investigating, they found that the door had been opened not long ago, and there were clear signs of a battle between humans and kobolds nearby. Evidently, someone had already gotten the key and entered the ruins ahead of them. Hearing this, Liu Sihang raised an eyebrow. It seemed the female adventurer the Goblin Wanderer had encountered was the one who used the key to open the door. If a student hadn't accidentally found a clue on the kobolds, she might have quietly claimed all the treasures in the ruins for herself. What was even stranger was that, in all these years, no one had ever found clues to ancient ruins on kobolds before. This meant the kobolds must have only recently unearthed the door themselves. So how did that female adventurer know the door had been found? Did the key have some kind of notification ability? In any case, now that the existence of the underground ruins door had been confirmed, it was clear that things in the misty forest would no longer be peaceful. For those without the key, though, there was little to worry about. After all, if a door can be found by physical means, it can only be so secure. Veteran adventurers would surely find a way to open it. Besides, since the Goblin Wanderer could enter the ruins through the deep cave pool, it proved there weren't strong protections elsewhere. Adventurers could probably just dig their own tunnel inside. Liu Sihang had little interest in the ruins. With his frail physique, jumping into that chaos would be nothing short of suicide. Compared to that, the wild apple distribution map, given by the tavern owner, seemed like a far more practical choice. Before word of the ruins spread and all sorts of troublemakers swarmed in, it was better to gather the wild apples first. If luck was on his side, he might even bag a few wild boars or a stag along the way. The map, however, was rudimentary, a torn page from an adventurer's manual showing the misty forest, with a dozen crude marks indicating wild apple locations. Apart from a few main roads and obvious landmarks, the rest was a blur of vague details. The wild apple bushes themselves were well hidden, and even after wandering through the misty forest for half a day with the Goblin Warrior, Liu Sihang hadn't found a thing. It wasn't until a plump wild boar, satisfied after feeding, emerged from the undergrowth that they discovered a thicket concealed by dense trees and brush. After sending this unexpected prize to the breeding pen, the goblin warrior swung his broadsword, hacking a path through the tangled shrubs. Liu Sihang followed close behind, pushing aside layers of greenery until he finally saw what he was looking for, a sprawling patch of wild apple bushes, teeming with birds and beasts foraging among them. The burly, fierce-faced goblin warrior's sudden appearance startled the grazing stags and swift rabbits, sending them fleeing in panic. Startled birds flapped away in all directions. Liu Sihang immediately summoned all the goblins not resting in the barracks, and they charged forward, weapons in hand, excitement in their eyes. The thick vegetation served as a natural barrier, trapping the animals desperate to escape. Tangled in thorny branches and vines, the more they struggled, the harder it became to break free. The smaller swift rabbits and burrowing mice, however, either dove into their holes or vanished into the grass in the blink of an eye. Just then, the frost goblin raised his magical orb, gathering energy to launch an ice arrow. The arrow exploded midair, showering the area with a flurry of icy rain. Nearby plants instantly withered under the frost, and while the larger prey stiffened in the cold, they quickly recovered as their body heat warmed them. The smaller creatures, like rabbits and mice, weren't so lucky. Struck by the ice rain, they froze solid, unable to move, with one swift rabbit's head even turning into a block of ice. The passing goblins didn't hesitate to snap the necks of the immobilized critters. Liu Sihang stared in astonishment at the orb in the frost goblin's hands. The manual had mentioned its powerful frost magic, but it had never said it could enhance the goblin's magical control to this extent. Even after evolving into a goblin frost mage, a goblin's magical control still leaves much to be desired. Liu Sihang gazed thoughtfully at the frost orb in his hand. Normally, a typical frost goblin can only wield spells through a bloodline awakening, casting them purely by instinct and with no ability to alter their form. Only after advancing to the controller rank do these mutated goblins gain some finesse, making their magic appear a bit more sophisticated. But now, the frost goblin before him could effortlessly change the shape of its magical attacks just by using this orb. This magic orb is probably far more valuable than I imagined, Liu Sihang mused. This feud just got a lot more serious. But then again he chuckled to himself. The grudges of a Goblin Wanderer have nothing to do with me, a rookie beastmaster. My goblins are warriors. He decided to have a goblin craftsman disguise the orb, since carrying it around so openly didn't feel safe. The hunt went unusually well. The goblins brought back a bountiful haul. 3 massive antlered deer, 2 agile springbucks, a sturdy wild boar, and 7 or 8 smaller animals of various kinds. Even a juvenile wind-swift bird wasn't spared. It got its feathers soaked by the icy rain, slowed down, and was struck down by a goblin slinger. This catch earned Liu Sihang 75 experience points. With what had already accumulated, his total experience now exceeded 460 points. The goblins first hauled the game back to the ranch, then were summoned again with their vine baskets. It was time to gather wild apples. Liu Sihang had thought collecting apples from the 3 patches would be easy, but a closer look revealed just how hard they were to find, with the thickets inside dense and tangled. If not for the number of goblins he had, he and the goblin warrior alone would have taken at least 2 days to fill over 20 baskets. By the time the harvest was done, night had fully fallen. Liu Sihang decided to head back to town. Because of the limited space in a standard beastmaster's storage, he planned to store the apples in the goblin warehouse and deliver just 2 baskets a day to the guild to complete the quest. As for why he didn't deliver them directly to the tavern, that was a special request from the tavern owner. Liu Sihang wasn't interested in the details of their dispute. As long as he kept completing these low-level bounty tasks, he'd still earn adventure points. Once he'd saved up enough points and completed a few more challenging tasks, he'd be eligible for an adventurer rank up. While bronze-level adventurers only enjoy basic benefits, starting from the iron tier, members can receive regular stipends from adventurer guilds in various locations. The extra income isn't much, but it's still a nice bonus. Of course, adventurer rank isn't permanent. Besides regularly earning enough quest points, members must actively participate in guild missions and strictly comply with all legal requirements. These are just the minimum standards. Unless an adventurer is seriously injured on a job and retires at their current rank to continue receiving the stipend, anyone can be demoted or even have their qualifications revoked for a variety of reasons. It was already late, and worried that his parents might be anxious, especially his mom, who wasn't above chasing him with a feathered duster. Liu Sihang decided not to head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Instead, he went home first, bringing back a few hunted animals as proof of today's efforts. Only after dinner did he set out again to the guild to turn in his quest. Compared to the morning bustle, the Adventurers Guild was much quieter now, with just a handful of students scattered around the hall. After submitting his quest at the counter, Liu Sihang turned to leave, but his eyes happened to catch sight of Su Yu's 3 teammates. They were huddled together with 3 other boys, whispering among themselves and occasionally sneaking glances at a nearby pyro guy and a girl. Their furtive behavior made Liu Sihang hesitate, unsure if he should go over and say hello. Just as he was wavering, Zhao Xiaoxua waved her fair, delicate hand at him. Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder, do they have sunscreen in this world too? How does she keep her skin so pale when she's always outdoors? Her hands really are ugly. This is all Zhang Yiming's fault. Now I keep noticing the weirdest things. Shaking off those thoughts, he walked over and sat down next to Zhao Xiaoxua, his gaze landing on the backs of Su Yu and Liu Yuhui. Curiously, he asked, are you guys shipping a couple right here? But something feels a bit off between those two. Shipping? Zhao Xiaoxua blinked, not quite catching the slang, but she latched onto the second part of his question with more interest. Right? You feel it too? The atmosphere between them is so strange. A noble's son and a rich merchant's daughter, two people in love, but torn apart by a huge class divide. Still, they go to the same school, see each other every day, always together. Liu Sihang's eyes widened a bit. Whoa, is their relationship really that complicated? This sounds straight out of a soap opera. Knock it off. Zhao Xiaofeng rapped his sister on the head, warning her sternly, it's one thing for us to joke around, but Liu Sihang here doesn't know anything about their situation. If rumors start flying, don't forget the captain can lose his temper too. Liu Sihang relaxed a little at that, though he felt a strange tinge of disappointment. It's not that far off, though, Zhao Xiaoxua muttered, rubbing her head where she'd been smacked. Zhao Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Not even close. There's no big class divide. Liu Yuhui's parents don't have any issue with Su Yu at all. The real problem is Su Yu's father. She's his only daughter, and he insists on bringing in a son-in-law to join their family. But Liu Yuhui has always been groomed as the successor in his own family. How could he possibly agree to that? Huh. Liu Sihang raised an eyebrow. That sounds pretty dramatic in its own way. Ahem. Pang Yin, the shield-bearing trainee warrior sitting across from Zhao Xiaofeng, and another of Liu Yuhui's teammates, coughed quietly to interrupt. Maybe we don't need to get into all the details. What's the harm? Zhao Xiaofeng waved it off. Pretty much everyone at the academy knows about it anyway. Once Sihang gets to Qingzhou, he'll find out sooner or later. The trio of boys paused for a moment before one of them realized. Hey, weren't you just turning in a quest at the counter? You've already qualified as an adventurer before even entering the academy? Come on, he's not even in the academy yet, Zhao Xiaoxua said with a hint of pride, lifting her chin. He's only 16 this year. Looking at the siblings, Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder, why do they both seem prouder about this than I am? And why do they have so much faith in me? Liu Sihang felt a surge of doubt, had never undergone any tests, so logically, no one should know that the energy within his body had begun to condense into liquid droplets. This change probably occurred when his grave digger advanced, breaking through some threshold so that his energy, once purely mist-like, now occasionally formed tiny drops of liquid. That can't be right, Sun Yukai said, eyeing Liu Sihang's ordinary clothes and tapping the twin sword sheath on his back. You look like you come from a background similar to ours. At 16, you'd have just awakened your beast space, right? I saw him summon a Goblin Warrior when he turned in his quest, Yang Guang chimed in, adjusting the two-handed hammer at his feet. Pang Yin did a quick calculation on his fingers before his eyes widened. Wait a minute, are you saying your goblin evolved twice in just 2 months? That's insane. Well, goblins are all about luck. Liu Sihang started to explain, feeling a bit uneasy, but Pang Yin suddenly stood up and cut him off. You don't get it, Pang Yin said excitedly. As long as a third-tier goblin has decent potential, the academy will accept you early. You'd start your training 2 years ahead of everyone else. Those damn nobles are popping pills all the time just to get a 1-year head start. Ahem, Pang. Careful, our captain's technically a noble, too. Sun Yukai quickly tugged on Pang Yan's sleeve. Great, now he's looking this way. Pang Yan's rugged face stiffened. He sat back down awkwardly and tried to sound calm. Anyway, the earlier you start your training, the greater your achievements will be in the end. Thanks for clearing that up, Liu Sihang replied with a smile. Afraid to look back at the captain, Pang Yin changed the subject. So, what quest are you here to turn in? I saw it. Yang Guang jumped in. His goblin warrior brought in 2 baskets of wild apples. Pang Yin cursed inwardly. You really pay attention to everything, aren't you worried the captain will glare us to death? Yeah, it's the harvesting quest from the tavern owner, Liu Sihang confirmed. Oh, those are for making wild apple wine, right? Zhao Ziox's eyes lit up. Hu Shua's little pig loves that stuff. Hu Shua chuckled and nodded. Yeah, it's a favorite, but it can't hold its liquor. Once it gets drunk, it starts running all over the place. Everyone laughed as they swapped stories about tamers and their beasts getting drunk. After chatting for a while, Liu Sihang brought up the topic of the kobold mine ruins. The students shared everything they knew without holding back. We already notified the academy yesterday, Zhao Xiaofeng explained. Judging by that magic stone door, the ruins probably aren't too high level. The academy might send teachers over in the next couple of days to organize nearby students for an exploration. Liu Sihang was a little surprised and frowned as he asked, the academy plans to reserve the entire ruin? Wouldn't other adventurers cause trouble if they found out? Zhao Xiaofeng smiled confidently and waved it off. Not exactly. But newly discovered low-level ruins like this are rare teaching resources for the academy, so it's a good opportunity for students to get hands-on experience. He paused before continuing. As for other adventurers, word will get out, and people will show up eventually. But right now, the more capable ones are all at the high-level ruins in Huyan City, so they won't pay attention to a small site like this for now. Liu Sihang nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Zhao Xiaoxua turned to him with bright eyes. Sihang, are you interested in checking out the ruin? Want to join us? Huh, really? Are you sure I won't be a bother? Liu Sihang's eyes lit up with anticipation. He weighed his options. Adventuring alone was too risky, but joining this group of academy students was different. There was safety in numbers, and there might even be teachers from the academy overseeing things, which would make it much safer. He didn't expect to find any treasures, but just seeing the ruins up close would be a rare experience. Sensing his hesitation, Hu Shua patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you'll be fine with us. Low-level ruins usually aren't that dangerous. If there were any powerful monsters inside, they would have shown up by now. That's right. Pang Yin slapped the large shield on his back and said boldly, see this shield? You can count on me to keep you safe. It was clear from the way these young people chatted that they got along well. Not only were they not jealous of Liu Sihang's potential, but they were also thinking ahead, hoping to become friends with a future classmate. Hey, what do you all think? Sun Yukai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since no one's explored the ruin yet, do you think there might be some real treasures hidden inside? Zhao Xiaofeng quickly brought him back to reality. The main gate's already been opened, so someone's obviously beaten us to it. If there was anything valuable, it's probably long gone by now. We'll be lucky to find a few relics left behind. He turned to the three across from him with curiosity. By the way, why does old Liu keep insisting that the person who entered the ruin was Liu Mo? With her abilities, how could she possibly survive being chased by two wild beasts? Unless her three-tailed snow fox suddenly mutated or something. Liu Sihang froze at that. He didn't know much about the snow fox, but he distinctly remembered the Wanderer's journal mentioning a woman in the ruin. Unfortunately, there were no further details in the diary. 2 days later, Liu Sihang blended in with the students from Qingzhou Academy, joining Su Yu and Liu Yuhui's group. The atmosphere was relaxed, almost like a field trip, as they set out toward the edge of the mist. Even without mentioning the huge group of summoned beasts brought by the students, just the overwhelming presence of the two teachers at the front and back was enough to scare away all the surrounding monsters. The teacher leading at the front had summoned a 5-ma turtle, 2-headed ogre archmage, while the teacher at the rear rode a massive earth bear, as large as a small mountain. The intimidating aura they deliberately released was more than enough to keep any threats at bay. Liu Sihang's gaze landed on the middle-aged man riding the earth bear. He held a staff in his hand, but wore only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his body rippling with muscles completely different from the traditional image of a mage. Confused, Liu turned to Zhao Xiaofeng and whispered, Feng, is that teacher at the back really an archmage? He looks more like a warrior to me. Zhao Xiaofeng smiled knowingly. You've been influenced by those low-level adventurers outside. At our academy, basic combat techniques, spell knowledge, and energy control are all required subjects. After all, awakening the power to fuse with their beasts is the most basic goal for every student aiming to become a beast master. He nodded toward the middle-aged man. That's Teacher Zhu, an archmage specializing in fire magic. His earth bear is a close combat powerhouse. When they merge, Teacher Zhu can draw on the bear's strength, but without solid combat skills, all that power would go to waste. You'll see for yourself when he breaks down the door later. What are you thinking about? Su Yu interjected. Once Teacher Zhu merges with his bear, his human bear form packs a punch as powerful as a meteor of fire. Even a kobold mind wouldn't be able to withstand it, so there's no way they'd let us watch from up close. That's a real shame, Zhao Xiaofeng said to Liu Sihang with a sigh. Liu Sihang then shifted his attention to the front of the group. Sitting on the ogre's shoulder was a young female teacher, graceful and elegantly dressed, who looked much more like the scholarly mage had always imagined. What about her, he asked. Teacher Zhang. Zhao Xiaofeng started, but his expression turned a bit odd, and the others nearby looked just as conflicted. Careful, bro, Zhao Xiaoxua quickly warned. Teacher Zhang is a wind archmage's got sharp ears. After making sure Teacher Zhang wasn't paying attention, Zhao Xiaofeng leaned in and whispered, don't be fooled by her looks. She's a top-tier alchemist, a specialist in potion making. While both she and her beast focus more on magic and less on close combat, she has a unique talent. She can share the ogre's strength. She always keeps heavy weapons like flails and spiked clubs in her spatial gear. When she gets angry, even the headmaster avoids her. Seriously? Liu Sihang glanced at the quiet, elegant teacher and couldn't help but feel a chill. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Because there were so many people, their group moved quite slowly. By the time Liu Sihang and his companions finally reached their destination, night had already fallen completely. The kobold mine ahead, judging by its name, was expected by Liu Sihang to be just an ordinary cave. To his surprise, it turned out to be an underground cavern completely hidden by thick vegetation. Its entrance so well concealed it was almost impossible to spot. Curious, Liu Sihang turned and asked, "Hey, this place is so well hidden. How did you guys find it in the first place?" Zhao Xiaofeng replied offhandedly, "Oh that? Actually, the student who discovered this cave has a kobold warrior as his beast companion. It was pure luck. I happened to be passing by, caught the scent of ore, and got the urge to start digging. That's how he and his partner stumbled on this place." Seriously, Liu Sihang couldn't help but think of a certain troublemaker, the guy who always snuck off to mess with the goblin tribes in the wild. Traitors really are the most dangerous. While Liu Sihang was lost in thought, Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly grabbed his shoulder and hurriedly pulled him back. Huh. Liu Sihang was a little confused. Zhao Xiaofeng explained in a low voice, "Mr. Zhu is about to use a big spell. You're not very sturdy, so stay back or you might get caught in the crossfire." "We're still pretty far from the cave." Liu Sihang was puzzled, but obediently retreated to a safer distance. Even so, Hu Shua took his shield from his back and stood protectively in front of him, ready to guard him from harm. Looking at the cave entrance over 300 meters away, Liu Sihang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Isn't this a bit much? It's just a door." Suddenly, the ground shook violently and a deafening boom echoed from below. The earth around the cave entrance collapsed inward, sending rocks and clumps of dirt flying into the air. Dust and debris filled the sky, blotting out the light as they rained down in all directions. Liu Sihang staggered, nearly losing his footing as he watched massive chunks of stone hurtle through the air. Panic started to rise in his chest. Just then, the goblin warrior beside him sensed his anxiety and immediately stepped in front of him like a living wall. The warrior's large frame blocked the falling rocks, his blade gleaming coldly as he kept a vigilant eye on the debris above. "Windshield!" A clear but not loud shout rang out, yet somehow everyone heard it distinctly. In an instant, a wild gale swept through the area, whipping up grass and bending trees under its force. Suddenly, a huge green barrier appeared in the air, like a living shield, bouncing back the rocks and dust as they fell. Zhao Xiaoxua looked at the tall figure sitting on the ogre mage's shoulder and couldn't help but think, "Ms. Zhang is just so cool." Zhao Xiaofeng glanced at his sister, giving her a look that said, "When are you ever going to be that strong?" He couldn't resist muttering, "With my lousy talent for magic, what could I possibly achieve? If I don't switch to being a warrior, I'll be stuck as a support forever." Zhao Xiaoxua rolled her eyes, shaking her head with an exasperated expression. "What's with that attitude? Our abilities are about the same. Why are you complaining about me?" Zhao Xiaofeng's lips twitched. "You're the one complaining. What makes you think you're any better than me?" As the rocks finally settled, Zhang Pei gave her staff a gentle wave, and the green barrier dissolved into a gust of wind that swept away the lingering dust. This revealed a massive crater and, at the bottom, a towering black bearman over 10 meters tall. Looking at the enormous pit, Liu Sihang couldn't help but complain again. All this just to open a door? Isn't that a bit over the top? With that kind of power, the underground ruins are probably buried by now. Zhao Xiaofeng patted Liu Sihang on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. Mr. Zhu knows exactly what he's doing." "What does he know, really?" Liu Sihang muttered to himself, a faint, sarcastic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, a small group of adventurers was trailing behind the student team. They had come prepared with all sorts of plans, determined to sneak into the ruins and get something out of it. But now, they huddled together in fear, lips trembling, not daring to utter a single word. Whether you are in the right or not, it only matters if the strong are willing to listen to reason. The Academy's teachers are busy people. It's best for nobodies like us not to waste their precious time. Even though everyone was thinking about giving up, it was getting dark, and heading straight back to the town would be too risky. They had no choice but to move farther away, set up a campfire, and stick together to get through the night. Zhu Zian released his fusion form and exchanged a quick smile with Zhang Pei. Qingzhou Academy never intended to monopolize the ruins, but the adventurers clearly didn't have the nerve to go in themselves. You couldn't really blame the teachers for not inviting them. This low-level ruin wasn't worth such a big display. Instead of breaking down the door with force, it would have been much easier for the Earth Barbarian Bear to just dig a tunnel underground and enter directly. Still, a show of force had its benefits. It could prevent unnecessary trouble, and even the local monsters would be frightened away, saving everyone a lot of hassle. Zhu Zian and the Earth Barbarian Bear stood guard at the entrance while Zhang Pei and the Ogre Mage went in first. Not long after, they both came back out. Zhang Pei looked relaxed, sharing a few quiet words with Zhu Zian before the two teachers announced that students were free to explore as they wished. The Earth Barbarian Bear built two simple stone huts at the entrance. Each teacher went into their own hut, clearly leaving the students to their own devices. Like most of the others, Su Yu and his friends were exhausted from a full day's journey, but their curiosity about the ruins pushed them to follow closely behind and step through the entrance. Liu Sihang noticed that the walls and floor around the entrance had a glazed, crystal-like texture, as if they'd been scorched by intense heat. The air was thick with the smell of burning. The other students seemed unfazed, carefully avoiding the still hot patches as they pulled out their lights. excitement and anticipation written all over their faces as they poured into the ruins. Just then, a clear notification sounded in Liu Sihang's mind. Ding! This location has been designated as a low-level trial ground, accessible only to low-level participants. You meet the requirements and have been selected as a challenger. Complete the trial to earn rewards. Remaining attempts, 9. What the heck is this? Liu Sihang froze, completely stunned. But while Liu Sihang was still in shock, the other Qingzhou Academy students broke into excited shouts. No way. It's a trial ground? This is our big break. A chance to change our fate. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab your chance before the others catch up. Zhao Xiaofeng let out a sharp whistle, and a gentle breeze swirled around him, pulling the still stunned Liu Sihang forward. Come on, he'll explain everything on the way. Liu Sihang snapped out of it, suddenly feeling light as a feather, and even running felt effortless. Along the way, some low-level undead monsters tried to block their path. They weren't much of a threat, but they did slow the group down. As a laid-back support, Zhao Xiaofeng easily summoned his Blaze Hound and cast a floating light orb above his head to light the way, leaving the fighting to others. That gave him plenty of time to explain everything to Liu Sihang in detail. Trial grounds are somewhat similar to contract arrays. They're said to be miracles bestowed by a great being to aid humanity. When a ruin, illusionary realm, or even a monster-infested area meets certain conditions, it may be chosen to become a trial ground. Those who qualify and enter such a place become trial participants, gaining the right to undergo the trial. If they succeed, they can earn special rewards. Sometimes, powerful factions deliberately seal off certain locations, allowing monsters to breed freely or even artificially creating areas that meet the requirements for a trial ground. Our academy has a few such places, home to all sorts of creatures, and occasionally, a trial ground appears. However, it's said the rewards from these artificially made trial grounds are usually mediocre. As for the nature of the trials, there are sometimes hints, but most of the time, like what happened to us today, there's no guidance at all, and participants have to figure everything out on their own. Most trials are combat-related. Zhao Xiaofeng gave Liu Sihang a brief explanation of what a trial ground was, then took out a flute and played a short melody. With the sound of the flute, a gentle breeze swirled around them and their summoned beasts, dispersing the green poisonous mist released by the decaying zombies. Liu Sihang generally understood what Zhao Xiaofeng meant, but his attention wasn't fully on the trial. Whether in his previous life or this world of magic, anything that couldn't be explained was usually attributed to divine intervention, at least until the day humans could uncover the truth for themselves. At this moment, Liu Sihang didn't plan on joining the battle up ahead. He was here mainly to broaden his horizons. He had his Goblin Warrior guard his side and observed the surroundings with Zhao Xiaofeng. The place didn't seem like a tomb or a sealed site, it looked more like an underground shelter. The marks left on the wall suggested it had once faced a powerful enemy attack. As they walked, Zhao Xiaofeng glanced back and warned, "Be careful, there might be traps set up here for intruders." Liu Sihang nodded. Even without Zhao Xiaofeng's reminder, he had already been very cautious. The Wanderer's diary clearly recorded that someone had triggered a trap here and was burned to ashes. Liu Sihang didn't think he was any tougher than that unfortunate soul. Aside from the undead creatures, there were scattered broken bones and damaged equipment all around. Most of the gear had been destroyed in battle, and the few pieces that looked intact were so worn by time that they were practically unusable. Zhao Xiaofeng scanned the area and suddenly pointed to a leather pouch in the corner. "TSK, looks like someone's been here already." Judging by the dust patterns on the pouch, it was obvious that someone had opened it recently and taken whatever was inside. Not only has someone been here, Liu Sihang thought to himself, but it looks like there were goblins too. Just then, his gaze landed on a dim corner in the distance, where a strange red glow was shining. "Foam, wait, there's something over there," Liu Sihang said, stopping in his tracks and signaling for Zhao Xiaofeng to move the floating white light orb toward the corner. As the orb illuminated the area, a patch of red glass glinted in the light. Liu Sihang immediately instructed his Goblin Warrior to go over and check it out. The Goblin Warrior stepped forward and roughly yanked aside the decayed corpse slumped in the corner, wrapped in tattered clothes. Underneath the remains, it discovered a small pouch. Picking it up, the goblin found several glittering gems inside and promptly brought the spoils back, handing them to Liu Sihang. Liu Sihang accepted the pouch and poured the gems into his palm without hesitation, holding them under the small glowing orb to examine their luster closely. Zhao Xiaofeng leaned in for a look, a hint of professional appraisal flashing in his eyes. "Except for that flame ruby, the rest are just common jewels not worth much. Well, you could sell them for a bit of cash. Keep them for yourself," Zhao Xiaofeng said, pointing at the particularly striking gem. "But as for the flame ruby, that will need to be included when we divide up the team's loot later." Liu Sihang nodded, feeling completely content. As someone who barely contributed, finding a bag of gems for free was more than enough. More importantly, these gems had a clear origin and could be sold openly. He was already planning to mix in some of the items stolen from the Goblin Raiders, launder them in the pouch, and give them to his parents to help with the family finances. He put the ordinary gems back into the pouch and handed it to the Goblin Warrior to return to the beast's space. Then he offered the fiery red gem to Zhao Xiaofeng. Just as Zhao Xiaofeng reached out to take it, a sudden, urgent warning came from ahead. "Watch out!" Startled, both looked up to see a large bird wreathed in flames swooping out from the darkness, its gleaming talons aimed straight at the flame gem in Liu Sihang's hand. Before he knew it, the gem was gone, and a wave of scorching air knocked him off his feet, sending him tumbling backward. His back slammed hard against a stone wall, and in that instant, the wall spun around Liu Sihang vanished in the blink of an eye. "Li Chongda, are you looking for trouble?" Liu Yuhui shouted furiously. The single eye on the head of the one-eyed little creature beside him suddenly flashed with a piercing purple light. The blazing fire raven, just about to retreat to its summoner, froze in midair, instantly paralyzed. The Gale Eagle pounced from behind, grabbing the raven and hurling it back with force. Sun Yukai's twin swords slashed down, trailing flames, and the helpless fire raven let out a shrill cry before its body dissolved into shimmering light and disappeared. On the other side, Li Chongda's face turned ashen. Clenching his teeth, he spat. "It was just a magic gem. If it's such a big deal, I'll give you another one. Did you really have to go that far?" Because the fire raven had night vision, Li Chongda had let it roam freely to search for treasures on the ground, but he hadn't expected the foolish bird to go straight for someone else's loot. Although its death was deserved, losing his beast made Li Chongda much weaker, and with the ruins now activating a trial arena, he felt robbed of a great opportunity. Frustration and resentment burned inside him. "Like hell you will." Pang Yin shouted angrily, ready to step forward with his teammates to teach Li Chongda a lesson. Seeing this, Li Chongda and his companions panicked and quickly backed away, preparing to run at the first sign of trouble. After all, in terms of strength and family background, none of them could compare to Liu Yuhui. At that moment, Zhao Ziox's anxious cry came from behind. "Oh no, it's an energy barrier. Liu Sihang seems to be trapped inside the trial area." Everyone froze for a second, then quickly gathered in front of the wall where Liu Sihang had vanished. Liu Yuhui pressed his palm wreathed in magical flames against the wall, but an invisible energy barrier appeared, blocking the fire completely. Liu Yuhui shook his head grimly at Suyu beside him. Suyu's heart sank, her fists clenching tight as regret washed over her. Shed only wanted to give her junior a bit more experience, never imagining Shed put him in danger. Zhao Xiaofeng looked even more frustrated, while Zhao Xiaoxue, eyes brimming with tears, clung to her brother's hand and sobbed. "What do we do now? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he never would have come here." Meanwhile, Li Chongda and his companions stood not far away, their expressions dark and eyes filled with complicated emotions. They recognized the teenager who had accidentally fallen into the trial ground, a regular high school student with almost no combat ability, whose only contracted beast was a goblin warrior. There was little chance he would make it out alive. Once that kid died, the trial ground would reopen. If they acted quickly enough, they might be able to seize the opportunity to enter. While his companions were eager to snatch the chance for themselves, Li Chongda had no intention of risking his life. The only reason he was willing to risk getting in trouble by being here was to see the frustration on Liu Yuhui and the others' faces. Missing out on the trial ground was unfortunate, but watching Liu Yuhui turn pale and helpless gave him a vengeful sense of satisfaction. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Chongda thought to himself that once he returned to the academy, he could spread word of the so-called geniuses from the prestigious families and their ridiculous actions, thinking they could bring a high schooler along to explore ruins, only to end up costing someone their life. Just imagining the scene made him want to laugh. At the same time, Liu Sihang felt a violent jolt run through his body, followed by a heavy impact that sent him hurtling into a sealed chamber like a bowling ball. Dizzy and disoriented, he heard the familiar prompt from when he first entered the ruins. Number of participants, 1. Trial objective, defeat the skeletal general within the trial ground. Liu Sihang's heart skipped a beat as he instantly understood the situation. He scrambled to his feet, crouched low, and scanned his surroundings warily. Beside him, the summoning circle glowed, and the goblin warrior drew its sword, stepping protectively in front of him. Though this was an ancient underground ruin, the chamber was brightly lit by torches set into the walls and stone pillars, their flames illuminating the room and allowing Liu Sihang to take stock of his environment. Despite being called a chamber, the space was larger than a basketball court, with scattered humanoid skeletons strewn across the floor. Sensing the presence of the living, these long-dead creatures began to tremble violently, slowly rising from the ground with eerie flames flickering in their eye sockets. Liu Sihang wasn't concerned about these lesser undead. They were barely stronger than regular goblins and could be dealt with quickly. What truly made him wary was at the far end of the chamber, where a massive throne constructed from countless bones sat. Atop it was a towering skeletal figure, clad in thick bone armor, clearly a formidable foe. The creature was about 6 or 7 meters tall, its skull partially exposed beneath the armor. Liu Sihang couldn't tell if it had once been an ogre or a giant, but judging by the trial's objective, it probably wasn't skilled in magic. A general, huh? Yet it's sitting there like some kind of skeletal emperor. Who's it trying to scare? Liu Sihang muttered to himself. After double-checking that he was alone and no one else could enter, he finally relaxed a little. He then decided to summon all his available goblin warriors, except for the 3 that were still unconscious, to prepare for the battle ahead. The combat abilities of the Greybone skeletons were about on par with the goblins. The battered weapons in their hands were nothing more than crude wooden sticks, making them no different from a group of goblins armed with clubs. Goblin warriors could easily sweep through a horde of Greybone skeletons. However, the Whitebone skeletons were a different story. Their bones were snow-white and tough, and the bone weapons they wielded were exceptionally sharp. Even when a goblin warrior swung his broadsword at them, it could do little more than leave a crack in their armor. In fact, the metal blade itself would end up with several deep notches from the impact. One goblin, caught off guard, was struck on the head by a Whitebone skeleton's bone club. Its skull shattered instantly, sending a spray of blood and bone fragments flying as it collapsed lifeless to the ground. Even the thick leather armor worn by the goblin warriors could hardly cushion the blow, leaving them grimacing in pain. At this moment, the most effective fighters were the goblin blacksmith and his apprentice. Armed with a large and a small iron hammer, they shattered skeletons with each blow, smashing both gray-boned and white-boned enemies to pieces with ease. The skeletons stood no chance against the iron hammer's direct hit reduced them to dust. Seeing this, one of the goblin warriors switched to an iron hammer. With a mighty swing, the hammer landed on a skeleton, producing a crisp crack as bone fragments scattered everywhere. Witnessing its power, the goblin warrior's eyes lit up. He charged into the throng of skeletons, targeting the white-boned ones in particular. Strangely, the trial ground's mechanism seemed different this time. The skeleton general remained motionless, sitting silently as chaos erupted all around. It showed no reaction to the noise and fighting nearby. Only after nearly all the skeletons were destroyed did a ghostly blue fire ignite in its eye sockets. With a faint sound of bones grinding together, the skeleton general slowly stood up, picked up a massive spiked club covered in metal barbs, and dragged it across the ground with a harsh screech, advancing toward them with heavy steps. Liu Sihang gazed nervously at the towering figure. He had no idea how powerful the skeleton general was, but its imposing size and aura made it clear that it was much stronger than any goblin warrior. Glancing at the distance between them, he thought to himself, at least it's not too close yet. He quickly ordered the goblin warrior to retreat and fetched the gleaming magic greatsword from the goblin breeding grounds. This sword had been hidden away in the goblin's wooden warehouse, kept secret for fear of discovery. Now, at last, there was a chance to use it. Liu Sihang didn't have high expectations for the sword's power, wasn't sure how strong the blade, once owned by Xia Haoshiji's older brother, truly was, but it had to be better than the broadsword the goblin warrior was currently wielding. Unlike the previous fight against the goblin leader, this time Liu Sihang was much stronger. The goblin warrior had better equipment, and he had gained a lot more experience. However, the skeleton general was clearly no wounded goblin leader. Its entire body radiated a deadly aura, showing that it was at the peak of its strength. With a casual swing of its spiked club, the skeleton general sent a goblin flying. The goblin didn't even have time to react before it was knocked through the air, disappearing in a flash of light before it even hit the ground, instantly removed from the beast-taming space. Seeing this, the goblin slingers began hurling stones at the skeleton general's head, hoping to distract it and create an opening for their teammates. But the skeleton general simply dipped its head, letting the stones thud harmlessly against its bone helmet. Though the helmet was left with a few shallow dents, the attacks had almost no effect. Suddenly, the skeleton general spun around, swinging its spiked club in a wide arc. It easily sent a goblin raider flying and kicked another goblin worker away before they could even react. Seizing this brief opportunity, the goblin warrior charged in, slashing down hard with the greatsword. The blade crashed against the skeleton general's bone armor with a deep metallic clang, but the attack barely left a mark. The bone armor was nearly unscathed, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing how dire the situation was, Liu Sihang began to wonder if he should try evolving the goblin tamer. In fact, he now had over 600 experience points, but the goblin warrior's evolution requirements weren't met yet, while the tamer's conditions were. It seemed like the only option. As he hesitated, the magic greatsword in the goblin warrior's hands suddenly burst into brilliant light, illuminating the dim chamber as if it were daylight. Golden light surged into the chamber like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire space. Liu Sihang could almost feel its searing heat. He had expected the intense brightness to blind him temporarily, but when he tried to open his eyes, he felt only a slight stinging sensation, nothing unbearable. In stark contrast, the skeletal general suffered greatly. The greatsword strike had hit his thigh, as if scorching flames were devouring it. The bony armor was charred and ruined by the heat, exposing the blackened, cracked femur beneath. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. Thrown off balance by the unexpected injury, the skeletal general barely managed to steady himself by jamming his spiked mace into the floor. But in doing so, he lost any ability to dodge. At that moment, an iron ball hurtled towards him, aimed directly at his eye socket with tremendous force. At the same time, empowered by the frost orb, an icy arrow streaked through the air and pierced the joint of the general's right arm. Frost instantly spread along the joint, encasing the surrounding bone armor in a layer of ice that sealed every gap. Bang! The iron ball missed the eye socket by a hair, smashing into the general's skull and leaving a deep crack. The general let out a guttural roar, stomping hard as he tried to swing his mace in a wide arc. But his right arm, frozen stiff by the ice, barely moved, nearly sending him tumbling in a clumsy roll. Seizing this opening, the goblin warrior rushed in, gripping the enchanted greatsword with both hands and slashing at the general's thigh. The blade flashed, carving more cracks into the bone, but failed to unleash the same devastating power as before. Just then, the goblin blacksmith swung his heavy hammer with precision, smashing down on the general's right thumb. The unarmored bone shattered under the blow, and the mace slipped from the general's grasp, crashing to the floor. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the lurking goblin raider dashed forward and snatched up the fallen mace. Deprived of his weapon and mobility, the skeletal general's combat strength plummeted. The goblins, emboldened, lunged at their unlucky foe, eager to finish him off. Yet the skeletal general refused to surrender. Amid the chaos, the last unevolved goblin beast tamer tried to approach, only to be flung aside by the general's left hand. The tamer crashed against the wall, bursting into a spray of red light that vanished instantly, leaving only the iron-tipped spear clattering to the floor. It was clear that the unevolved goblins posed little threat. By comparison, although lacking in combat power, the nimble goblin tamer proved far more agile. He darted around with remarkable speed, his iron-tipped spear swirling like the wind. Though he never landed a blow, he skillfully kept his distance from the skeletal general, much like a background character in a drama, never the focus, but always ready to seize an opportunity. There was no other way after all. The tamer's strength was limited. Even if it used all its might, it could only leave a faint mark on the bone armor before having to retreat to the beast's space to recover. At this point, it resorted to jumping and dodging, which unexpectedly managed to distract the bone general. With the bone general's threat greatly reduced after losing its spiked club, the goblin warrior seized the opportunity. Wielding its enchanted greatsword, it launched a relentless assault on the enemy's legs. The bone general found itself in an unprecedented predicament. Black death energy kept seeping out to repair the damage to its thighs. Ice still clung to its right arm and melted slowly, all while it had to fend off harassment from the goblin slinger, stay alert for the frost goblin spell, and deal with attacks from the other goblins. The blue ghost fire inside its skull flickered wildly, burning ever brighter, with wisps of white mist rising from its crown as if it might explode at any moment. At this critical moment, the magic greatsword's energy surged once more, bursting with dazzling light. With a single blow, it severed one of the bone general's thigh bones. The quick-witted goblin marauder darted forward and snatched the detached bone. Off balance, the bone general crashed to the ground. Before it could react, two frost arrows from the frost goblin struck its shoulder joints. Completely unable to resist, the bone general let out a muffled roar, forced to watch as the goblin warrior raised the greatsword and brought it down again and again, finally cleaving its skull from its body. Liu Sihang's eyelids twitched as he watched, worried that the goblin warrior might damage the borrowed magic sword after all, he'd have to return it to Senior Xiao's brother. Even after being decapitated, the skull wasn't truly dead. Its jaw kept trembling, as if cursing the goblin beastmaster for fighting unfairly. When the goblin warrior moved to stab its eye socket with the sword, Liu Sihang quickly stopped him. Not sure if it would work against the gravedigger, he ordered the goblin beasts to bring all of the bone general's remains back to the beast space. But then, something unexpected happened. As the goblin holding the skull disappeared into the recall array, the skull itself tumbled out, rolling a few times on the ground. The soul fire inside flickered, then slowly faded out. Liu Sihang was stunned last time. The mole had been killed outright. Was this some kind of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? As he muttered to himself, the trial arena's voice sounded again. Bone General defeated. Trial complete. 3 cards of different colors suddenly appeared in his mind, each marked with a different reward. A green card labeled Special Beastmaster Talent. Beast Substitute. A white card labeled Special Item. Consumable Reshuffle X3. And a blue card labeled Special Item. Consumable Ultimate Swap X1. Seeing this familiar card system, Liu Sihang grew excited, trying to see if there were any other people from Blue Star around. Wait, isn't this just like a roguelike deck builder? The moonlight before my bed? What's your name? Han Mimi? Can you hear me? But there was no response. Feeling a little awkward, he rubbed his nose, sighed, and refocused on the 3 reward options. Do the colors of the cards represent the rarity of the reward, or are they just decorative? If they indicate rarity, then the beast's substitute talent should be the most powerful one. With no cooldown and enough beasts at his command, it would make him practically immortal, at least in theory. In that instant, Liu Sihang realized that while this talent was a godsend for him, it might not be as useful for other beastmasters. After all, beasts that stay in their spatial storage are usually in a relaxed state. In the case of a sudden attack, it might be possible to avoid a fatal blow once, so it isn't useless, but it's not exactly unbeatable either. By comparison, the last reward seemed designed purely for facing some overwhelming enemy or for a desperate struggle at death's door. Between the two options, Liu Sihang didn't hesitate and chose the beast substitute. 3. What 3? Aren't there just two options? Liu Sihang smiled slightly and selected the first trial reward in his mind. Instantly, the other two cards vanished from his consciousness, while the card representing beast substitute transformed into a green glow and merged into his awareness. At that moment, he felt as if something new had settled inside him, though it was vague, almost like an illusion. Current maximum number of talents. 1. Number of beast talents owned. 1. Choosing a new talent will overwrite your current one. Huh. He was momentarily stunned, then understood. It turned out that after obtaining one talent, any new trial reward could only replace the existing talent, not add to it. Although a bit confused, he quickly let it go. Overthinking wouldn't help. The trial was over, and the current area would be unlocked in 300 seconds. As the notification sounded, Liu Sihang snapped back to reality and saw the goblins had already cleaned up the scene, retrieving damaged weapons and other items. He glanced at the battered goblin warrior, frowning slightly. He couldn't just take out the skeleton general's corpse site, would be too suspicious. But apart from these grayish-white skeletons, there were no other powerful monster remains, which seemed odd no matter how you looked at it. Besides, he still didn't know what had happened in the other trial areas. Maybe I should evolve the goblin warrior? He thought to himself. He had enough experience, and after defeating the skeleton general, all the conditions for evolution were met. But evolving 3 times in just 2 months, if he said there was no secret behind it, even Liu Sihang wouldn't believe it. Forget it. This is my first time in this trial, so who knows what happened in the others? Isn't it the veteran's job to answer those questions? He chuckled inwardly and shifted his focus. Once he was sure of his plan, Liu Sihang had the goblin warrior switch to a saber, then waited quietly for the secret chamber's door to open as the countdown ticked away. As the countdown ended, the energy barriers on the surrounding walls vanished instantly, and the chamber shrank dramatically. Mechanisms whirred as the stone walls spun open. The people on the other side were momentarily stunned, but the 3 students who had been ready in the distance reacted instantly, unleashing their skills and racing towards the chamber as soon as the door opened. Liu Yuhui, who had been lost in thought, was startled by the sudden approach of 3 people. Instinctively, his right hand unleashed a massive burst of flame. With a thunderous roar, several figures were sent flying back, trailing black smoke as they crashed heavily to the ground. Casting a cold, indifferent glance at the 3 students writhing and groaning on the floor, Liu Yuhui sneered, then turned his attention to Liu Sihang and the goblin warrior beside him. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Xiaoxue, the notorious slacker siblings, were the first to rush into the secret chamber. They hurriedly checked Liu Sihang from head to toe, anxiously asking if he was hurt. Wait, Xiaoxue. Men and women shouldn't touch each other actually. Neither should 2 guys. Liu Sihang struggled in a panic. Let me go, I'm really fine. Not a scratch. There's no need to take my clothes. I swear. I'm telling the truth. He shot desperate glances at the others, silently pleading for help. Seeing that Liu Sihang was indeed unharmed, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she rescued him from the siblings' clutches. But just as he escaped one trap, he fell into another. Zhao Xiaofeng and his sister had barely stepped back when Pang Yin and 2 other burly guys crowded around, enthusiastically hugging Liu Sihang. Good job, kid. Pang Yin threw an arm around Liu Sihang's shoulder, his voice tinged with lingering fear. We thought you died in the trial. Almost caused a disaster with good intentions. Then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, so, how did you manage to pass the trial with just a goblin warrior by your side? Just as Liu Sihang was about to make up an explanation, Sun Yukai, the dual-blade warrior, interrupted. While poking at the skeletal remains on the ground, he exclaimed, wow, you seriously lucked out. You got the easiest trial, just gray bone and white bone skeletons. No wonder you didn't get hurt at all. Exactly. Liu Sihang's eyes lit up, and he quickly gave a thumbs up. You're really sharp, man. Well, age brings experience, after all, Sun Yukai replied, raising his eyebrows with a smug grin. Meanwhile, Liu Yuhui carefully inspected the goblin warrior's wounds, his brow furrowed. He exchanged a meaningful look with Su Yu, and a flash of understanding passed between them. Don't tell me you've got some kind of hidden luck talent? Pang Yin slapped Liu Sihang on the back, excitement in his voice. Your luck is insane. The goblin evolved so quickly, and on your first run through the ruins, you triggered the trial and it's the lowest level 1. I bet your trial reward is awesome too. Pang Yin, enough. Liu Yuhui suddenly barked, shooting a fierce glare at his overly talkative companion. The big guy froze, then caught on immediately. He quickly clamped a hand over his own mouth. Realizing that wasn't enough, he swiftly covered Liu Sihang's mouth as well and whispered urgently, "Don't say a word. Whatever you got, keep it to yourself." As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at a few students outside the chamber. Especially Li Chongduo's entire demeanor radiated resentment, his eyes practically burning with hatred. Unbelievable, Liu Sihang thought to himself, memorizing their faces. He nearly got me killed, but from the look of him, you'd think he was the victim. All right, since you're okay, let's get out of here, Suyu said with a gentle smile. We've been on the road all day, and after everything that's happened, we should head back to the surface and rest. Liu Sihang, feeling the exhaustion in his body, still asked in confusion, "Aren't you guys going to look for the trial chamber?" Suyu shook her head and explained, "This ruin has pretty much been explored already. We even found the entrance to the next level. But the air down there is thick with death energy, and there are probably some powerful monsters inside. We need to prepare before going any further." Besides you, 2 other trial arenas were also triggered. Both were single-person challenges, but their luck was far worse. One faced a mutated skeleton warrior, and the other was up against a wraith, barely making it out alive. Zhao Xiaofeng walked to Liu Sihang's left, chattering away at a rapid pace. On his right, Hu Shua held a shield, his eyes alert. Behind them, Pang Yin and the others loosely formed a protective semicircle, carefully keeping Liu Sihang in the center, as if a single misstep might spell disaster. The mention of the mutated skeleton warrior didn't sound as intimidating as the giant bone general, but the thought of facing a wraith made Liu Sihang uneasy. He wondered to himself whether his enchanted greatsword would be of any use against such a ghostly creature. As they chatted and walked, they had just stepped out of the ruins when a rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Looking up, they saw several large bonfires in the distance, each with a massive magical beast roasting over the flames. The beast had already been skinned, and as the fire licked at the exposed flesh, fat dripped onto the logs below, sizzling and crackling, making everyone's mouth water just from the sound. The one tending the roast was none other than the towering 2-headed ogre Archmage. Its huge blue hands deftly flipped the beast over the fire, the flames casting a tempting sheen over the meat. Beside it, the great earth bear lay quietly, its gaze fixed on the roasting meat, nostrils flaring as it tried to savor every wisp of aroma and ease its hunger. Teachers from both academies sat by the fire, speaking in hushed tones and occasionally glancing over at the students. The delicious smell had set off everyone's appetite, and soon students were pulling out their rations, sitting nearby, and making do with dry food while the savory scent hung in the air. Though the food was plain, after a long exhausting day and with all the magical beasts in the area scared away, being able to eat in peace was already a rare treat. As for the magical beast being roasted by the ogre, no one dared even think about taking any. Anyone foolish enough to snatch food from under the earth bear's nose would probably get smacked into the ground and buried like a carrot. So everyone sensibly stuck to their own rations, hoping to find a safe place to sleep soon. After all, anything was possible in dreams. Just then, several figures strode up to the 2 teachers by the fire, their voices raised with excitement. "Professor, I'd like to report something." Liu Yuhui and Su Yu brought outsiders into the ruins without permission and took up a spot in the trial arena. The speaker was Li Chongda. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot a smug look toward Liu Yuhui and his group, a satisfied grin on his face. The other students turned, whispering among themselves, their faces showing a range of reactions. Some glanced at Liu Sihang with curiosity or disdain, while others watched Li Chongda group with cold amusement or even a hint of mockery. Pang Yin and the others bristled with anger, ready to argue, but Liu Yuhui stopped them with a raised hand. His eyes were icy, a trace of sarcasm appearing on his handsome face as he shot Li Chongda a sidelong glance, and said coolly, "Don't waste your time on these idiots." Su Yu patted Liu Sihang reassuringly on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, just watch." At that moment, the female mage sitting cross-legged by the fire slowly looked up. Her expression was calm and her tone indifferent as she asked, "So, is there a problem?" Li Chongda was momentarily stunned. With a look of urgency on his face, he said to the teacher, "He's not even a student at the academy, but he took our reward." "Teacher, you should. You should what? Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" The mage, Zhang Peipei, glanced at him indifferently, but the pressure from that look made Li Chongda feel as if he had been thrown naked into a frozen wasteland. Every shameful thought in his heart laid bare. "Academy property?" Zhang Peipei sneered. "You're bold to say that. Clearly, our lava lord has been too lenient, making fools like you forget your place." Her tone grew sharper. "Go read the Imperial Code. When it comes to wild ruins, who besides the lord or the royal family has any right to claim them?" Her lips curled with obvious mockery as she went on. "You've spent over 2 years at Qingzhou Academy, yet you can't even compare to a middle schooler who just formed a contract with his first beast. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face, let alone come here whining. You're all just worthless freeloaders who bought your way in." "Ahem." Zhu Zian, Seeing Zhang Peipei getting more agitated, quickly coughed and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Li Chengde and his companions, already intimidated by Zhang Peipei's presence, seized the opportunity, bowed hastily, and fled the scene drenched in cold sweat. They do bring a lot of resources to the academy, Zhu Zian muttered quietly, only to be met with a sharp snort from Zhang Peipei. Upon witnessing the scene, Pang Yin and the others immediately burst into applause. That was amazing, Teacher Zhang. You're my idol. Zhang Peipei's lips twitched in a faint smile, but she quickly put on a stern face. You lot, get over here as well. The group of burly men froze mid-applause, swallowing nervously. Liu Yuhui was amused by his friend's anxious expressions. He patted Pang Yin on the shoulder and strode forward confidently. Liu Sihang followed, but felt a hostile gaze fixed on him clearly from the disgraced Li Chengde. Suyu noticed Liu Sihang's wariness and whispered, "Don't worry about him. He's just a distant branch of some out-of-town family. They say he came to Qingzhou City to make his fortune, but in reality, he was exiled by his main family. He puts on airs, but he's already squandered everything he had." Liu Sihang nodded with a faint smile, thinking to himself that people with nothing left to lose were often the most desperate. Liu Sihang. Zhang Peipei's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She looked him over carefully. I've seen your file. You evolved your goblin into a warrior in just 2 months. Not bad. My file. Liu Sihang was a bit puzzled, but replied humbly, I was just lucky. Zhang Peipei's expression remained unreadable. Summon your beast. Let me take a look. Though he disliked her arrogant attitude, Liu Sihang quickly summoned his goblin warrior and let it show itself from every angle before the two teachers. Zhu Zian and Zhang Peipei exchanged glances, clearly impressed by the goblin's development, but said nothing more. Zhang Peipei gestured for everyone to sit by the campfire, then pulled out a translucent white crystal from her pocket. The energy detection stone may not be very precise, but it's portable and convenient. It can give you a rough idea of your internal energy concentration, and it also reveals your elemental affinity, Zhang Peipei explained as she handed the clear, crystalline stone to Liu Sihang. Liu Sihang, although unsure of what was happening, accepted it respectfully with both hands. As soon as the crystal touched his palm, it lit up with a bright emerald glow, casting a greenish hue across his face. This thing isn't radioactive, is it? Liu Sihang muttered under his breath. Wow, your energy is so pure, hardly any impurities at all, Zhao Xiaoxua exclaimed, leaning in for a closer look. Staring at the flickering green light in his hand, Liu Sihang felt a wave of anxiety. He couldn't help but recall the lyrics of a song. Love is a beam of light, green and unsettling. Had spending so much time with goblins turned his own energy green? Green, does that mean what element? That's a rare affinity, Suyu remarked with curiosity. Standing nearby, Liu Yuhui nodded in agreement. Definitely rare. Look at Teacher Zhang's ice theory practically glowing. Following the gaze, Suyu saw that Zhang Peipei's eyes were indeed shining, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Liu Yuhui leaned in and whispered, Teacher Zhang may look young, but that's just her talent. What element mages are especially suited to become potion masters. Teacher Zhang has worked hard to carry on the old dean's legacy, but some things can't be achieved by effort alone. Zhang Peipei shot Liu Yuhui a glance, but then her cool demeanor broke into a smile as she beckoned Liu Sihang to sit beside her. The sudden warmth in her smile made Liu Sihang even more nervous, but he obediently took the seat. Xiaolan, slice some meat for our young guest. Zhang Peipei instructed the two-headed ogre, who was grilling meat. One of the ogre's heads focused on slicing, while the other curiously eyed Liu Sihang. Nearby, the earth bear nudged Zhu Zian impatiently with its nose. What's your rush? There's plenty of meat. How much can the kid eat, anyway? Besides, if you ruin Teacher Zhang's mood, you'll be in trouble, Zhu Zian warned in a low voice. The bear snorted in protest. Zhu Zian shrugged and said, Hey, if you're so tough, go ahead and make a scene. Meanwhile, at the heart of the misty forest, deep within a green labyrinth shrouded in white fog, lay a massive cave entwined with countless vines. This was the nest that the young green dragon, Yizwire, had spent over 3 months constructing. At that moment, a group of masked adventurers was hiding just outside the labyrinth, warily watching for any movement inside. Boss, are you sure this thing is reliable? Adventurer A asked anxiously. Boss, are you sure this potion is reliable? The leader sounded impatient and clicked his tongue. I went through a lot of trouble and spent a fortune to get this dragon bewilderment potion. Of course it's reliable. I've never heard of such a thing before. What if we got scammed? Adventurer A muttered, his voice growing quieter. The leader immediately snapped in a low voice. Shut up. His eyes glinted dangerously beneath his mask. Just then, Adventurer B perked up and warned, Quiet, you two. Listen, has it gone silent inside? Hearing this, everyone fell silent, barely daring to breathe. For a moment, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves could be heard, while the interior of the green labyrinth was eerily quiet. After a few seconds of silence, a deep, satisfied chuckle came from beneath the leader's mask. Told you the potion would work. The green dragon must have eaten that forest goat, and now the potion's taking effect. His laughter grew louder. Huh, we're in luck. Let's move all that treasure is ours while the dragon sleeps. But I heard this green dragon only just arrived. Is there really any treasure in its lair? One adventurer asked hesitantly. Why worry about that? Another said, patting him on the shoulder. Just follow the boss. He paid for the potion anyway. And if there's no treasure, we can always grab some dragon dung to sell. You've got the right idea, the leader said approvingly. Despite their foolish banter, these adventurers were seasoned veterans. Instead of charging in blindly, they sent their summoned beasts in first to scout. That way, if the dragon wasn't really asleep, they'd still have a chance to escape. Normally, this would have been a solid plan. Unfortunately, suddenly, an enraged dragon's roar echoed from within the green labyrinth, shaking the ground. The summoned beasts vanished in flashes of light, returning to their respective summoning spaces. The adventurers' expressions turned ashen as they realized things had gone terribly wrong. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. At that moment, the surrounding plants began to grow wildly. Vines and brambles, as if suddenly alive, shot toward the adventurers like tentacles. The leaves became razor-sharp in an instant, and colorful flowers spewed thick, toxic clouds. The adventurers fought back desperately. Some hacked at the vines with swords. Others unleashed fire magic to burn the plants, but several weaker members were dragged into the dense forest, their screams quickly fading. After losing some of their companions and summoned beasts, the remaining adventurers finally broke through the vegetation and escaped. They barely had time to feel relief before realizing a massive shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw the enormous green dragon hovering silently in the sky, its crimson eyes filled with madness. The dragon bared its teeth in a savage grin, delighted by its new prey, and then dove toward them. Moments later, as the human screams faded, the jungle floor was strewn with torn flesh. Blood stained the grass, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Even after this bloody massacre, the young green dragon's frenzy was far from sated. Gazing at the sea of red, the madness in its eyes only deepened, becoming even more sinister. How dare these humans offend me? Kill them all! The green dragon roared, beating its wings furiously. Its massive body shot upward, circled twice, then flew straight toward White Moon Town. Hearing the dragon's roar, the nearby monsters reacted instantly. Some scurried back to their dens in terror, others fled as far as they could, desperate to avoid getting caught up in the carnage. After a while, the chaos in the misty forest gradually subsided. A sly-looking goblin crept out from afar, eyes darting around cautiously. Sensing no danger, it swaggered over to the massacre site, rummaging through the remains and picking out a few items that hadn't been completely destroyed, stuffing them into its tattered backpack. With a look of disdain, the goblin kicked aside the head of a fallen adventurer, thought for a moment, then turned and headed toward the green labyrinth. After the green dragon departed, the wildly growing plants seemed to have exhausted their last bit of energy. They drooped limply over the ground and tree branches, no longer holding any threat despite their strange and twisted shapes. The once green maze of the mountains was now completely tangled with thorny vines, but the nimble Goblin Wanderer used his small size and agility to slip and climb through the narrow gaps, eventually making his way to the dragon's lair. The so-called dragon's lair was nothing more than a natural cave in the mountainside, where various plant seeds were scattered around. Years of exposure to the green dragon's wood magic had filled the cave with all kinds of magical plants, creating a bizarre scene. Still, for a dragon's home, it seemed rather humble. The Goblin Wanderer didn't mind at all. He looked around curiously and finally found a mature magical plant growing beside a simple latrine the dragon had built, picking a fruit from it without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and glanced back at the latrine and the lush magical plants nearby, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the green dragon had no idea that there was anything in its humble lair worth remembering. Its mind was consumed only by a bloodthirsty impulse. Ever since it had devoured the jungle ram that wandered into its path, it had been tormented by severe headaches, as if countless evil spirits were gnawing at its brain. Only during its recent slaughter of the adventurers had the pain faded for a moment, replaced by an exhilarating rush. As dawn broke, the green dragon, circling high above, immediately spotted the still glowing campfire and the students sleeping haphazardly around a large pit. It let out an excited roar and dove toward them. The students, confident with two powerful teachers nearby, had simply eaten and rested against their own beasts or snuggled up with companions' creatures. At the sound of the dragon's roar, the vigilant students leapt to their feet, scanning the sky and shouting to wake those around them. Liu Sihang, exhausted and deeply asleep, was jolted awake by the commotion only to be hoisted up by a goblin warrior before he was fully aware. Just behind them, a splash of dark green liquid crashed down exactly where Liu Sihang had been lying moments before, instantly eating a bubbling, reeking pit into the earth. Looking up, they saw a massive three-headed ogre mage standing there. Between the two ogre heads was an oversized woman's head, the Mongesher, three mouths chanting in unison, weaving a powerful magical shield that barely managed to block the dragon's breath as it descended from the sky. Although the thick stream of dragon breath had been blocked, the corrosive and poisonous green liquid splattered in all directions from the collision of energies, spreading into clouds of toxic mist that drifted outward. On the ground, the earth bear suddenly rose to its feet, its front paws splaying open as energy of earth and fire gathered at its claws. In an instant, it forged a blazing, diamond-shaped pillar of molten rock, glowing with embers, and hurled it fiercely at the green dragon in the sky. The green dragon, now completely crazed, focused solely on destroying the magical shield before it, paying no attention to the massive pillar hurtling toward it. It was only when the pillar crashed violently into its side with a thunderous explosion that it realized the danger. Scorching magma erupted like a rain of fire, and the dragon let out a piercing scream as its body twisted and crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the three-headed ogre let out a hunter's laugh, its massive body gathering a surge of air. With a powerful kick, it leapt high, both hands raising its enormous spiked club, which blazed with fire as it brought it crashing down toward the green dragon, who was just struggling back to its feet. The dragon reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging a fatal blow, but the club still struck its right wing with tremendous force. Shattered scales flew as intense flames erupted, and the young green dragon howled in pain, whipping its head around to unleash a blast of thick, green breath. Yet, with the help of the storm, the ogre's huge body easily leapt out of range, quickly putting distance between itself and the dragon. Meanwhile, the female mage and the ogre to her right finished chanting their spells in perfect unison. A hurricane roared and a wave of flames surged forth. Fierce winds entwined with orange fire instantly wrapped around the green dragon, binding it in place. The searing heat and razor-sharp wind blades swept over the dragon, who writhed in agony under the relentless assault. Perhaps the heat burned away some of the toxins in its body, or maybe the pain snapped it out of its frenzy, but the green dragon finally tapped into its own magic. A layer of emerald light enveloped its body, defending against the flames, while it cast a healing spell to slowly mend its wounds. Enduring the pain, the green dragon broke free from the hurricane's grip. Using its powerful body, it tore through the fiery storm and shot forward. Just then, a massive hand of molten rock suddenly descended from above, slamming down on the dragon's head and nearly forcing it back into the storm. The dragon let out a desperate howl as its body erupted in a blinding green light, and a thick cloud of poisonous mist quickly spread outward. At the same time, a ring of thick, thorny vines burst from the ground, lashing out wildly. The ogres and the earth bear were ensnared, and even the students watching from a distance were not spared. The students struggled desperately, using their own powers and the help of their beasts to break free, but the vines grew faster than they could react. Poisonous barbs tore at their skin, the venom quickly sapping their strength or knocking them unconscious. Taking advantage of the chaos and the cover of the mist, the green dragon finally beat its wings and soared toward the distant sky. As it ascended, a clear voice rang out. "I didn't mean to. It was the humans who hurt me." There was a trace of childish pleading in its words. The female mage watched with a hint of regret and sighed. "Tisich." It actually came to its senses. With her sigh, she dispersed the raging winds above her, and two massive fireballs merged in her hands, ready to launch another attack. As the green dragon flew away, the massive vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground like dead pythons. However, the thorny plants wrapped around the students, though no longer growing wildly, still held their victims in a tight grip. Pang Yin was bound up by a dozen thick and thin brambles, looking like a giant dumpling. His head drooped, his eyes were vacant, and his mouth hung open as white foam bubbled out. His skin had taken on an unnatural purplish hue, a clear sign of severe poisoning. Liu Yuhui and the others didn't dare to use magic to free him, fearing they might inadvertently cause harm. Instead, they carefully cut through the toxic vines one by one using knives and their beast's claws. Is this guy a pig, or what? Everyone else had already run away, but he just had to go back for a closer look. Zhao Xiaoxua grumbled as she quickly pulled out some medicinal powder from her bag, poured it into a cup, and mixed it with water to make an emergency antidote. Standing nearby, Liu Sihang couldn't offer much help, so he just muttered to himself. Maybe this is what people call front row seats, clear view, and a personal taste of the green dragon's magic attack. Working together, they gently laid Pang Yin flat on the ground, pried open his clenched mouth, and poured the antidote in. Combined with Zhao Ziox's water-based detoxification spell, the purple color on his skin faded visibly. Fortunately, it looks like the green dragon was only trying to escape. The plants it conjured are only mildly poisonous, just enough to paralyze, not kill. He should wake up in about half a day, Zhao Xiaoxua said after checking Pang Yan's condition. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhao Xiaoxua, carrying her freshly prepared antidote, moved on to treat other poisoned students nearby. Liu Sihang noticed that most of the poison were the stronger, warrior-type students. Mr. Zhang, you could have stopped the green dragon just now, right? Why let it escape? Liu Sihang asked curiously. If it were any other dragon, you definitely wouldn't have let it go. After all, dragons are full of rare alchemy materials. But when it comes to green dragons, our country is allied with several ancient green dragons. If this one dared to build a nest in the misty forest, it's probably one of their descendants, Liu Yuhui explained. Just then, Zhang Peipei floated over, surrounded by swirling wind elements. That's right. After some investigation, we found out the young dragon's name is Yizwire, a descendant of the ancient green dragon Yirwaya. She glanced at the students sprawled on the ground, some groaning in pain, others foaming at the mouth in deep comas, and frowned in obvious annoyance. When these idiots wake up, make sure they copy the adventurer's code 10 times each once we're back at the academy. Hearing this, the nearby students silently mourned for their unconscious classmates, hoping the news wouldn't make them faint all over again when they woke up. Turning to Liu Sihang, Zhang Peipei smiled. What a pity that one woke up too soon. Otherwise, we could have drawn a bit of dragon blood. Green dragon blood is a very rare ingredient for making potions. Woke up? Liu Sihang asked, puzzled. Yes, that young dragon was acting very strangely when it arrived. Old Zhu and I planned to contain it and check its condition, but we ended up knocking it right back to its senses. Contain it? Judging by your stance, I thought you were about to roast the whole dragon, Liu Sihang thought to himself. By the way, have you thought about what I mentioned to you yesterday? Zhang Peipei suddenly asked. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well come with me to the academy early. Even though you can't start learning alchemy right away, it's still good to get a head start on the basics. There was an unusual gentleness in Zhang Peipei's tone as she looked at Liu Sihang, her eyes full of expectation. Liu Sihang nodded lightly. I'm fine with it, but I still need to discuss it with my parents first. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Peipei's eyes lit up. Your family lives in Baiyue town, right? Wait, here'll go talk to old Zhu, then he'll go home with you. There's no need to rush. Liu Sihang barely got the words out before Zhang Peipei turned into a streak of light and vanished on the wind. To be honest, I've never seen Ms. Zhang be this gentle with a student before, Zhao Xiaofeng said to Liu Sihang, envy clear in his voice. Liu Sihang thought to himself, that's because I'm a genius, but he only smiled politely, not wanting to provoke his slacker friend. Liu Sihang's parents were surprisingly supportive of the idea. As soon as Zhang Peipei got their approval, she was eager to take Liu Sihang back to the academy for a full evaluation. As long as his mental aptitude wasn't too poor, she could take him as her apprentice immediately. However, when she contacted the academy through the Baiyue Town Adventurers Guild, she received an unexpected response. The academy denied her request to return early due to a shortage of staff. Short on staff? Zhang Peipei frowned. There were plenty of teachers at the academy when I left. We just got word that several rampaging dragons have attacked our city. Most of the teachers have been called away, the person on the communicator explained. The mention of dragons reminded Zhang Peipei of what happened that morning. We ran into a crazed green dragon earlier today. The dragon suddenly regained its senses during the fight and escaped, saying a human had set it up. The person on the other end immediately sounded alarmed. Don't do anything rash. If you need to investigate, let old Zhu handle it. Your job is to keep an eye on those kids. TCH, got it. Zhang Peipei replied impatiently. But I'm not giving up on that student. If you want, let me bring him to the academy. They'll just start teaching him meditation myself. After ending the call, Zhang Peipei returned to Liu Sihang's house and pulled more than a dozen thick books from her spatial ring, instructing him to read and master most of the material in less than a month. On top of that, he was to learn the basic meditation technique on his own, spending at least 3 hours each night practicing. Before leaving, she told him she'd check his progress before they returned to the academy. As he watched the mage stride away, Liu Sihang hesitated, wanting to speak up. Teacher, is it too late to change my mind? Regret? I was just saying that. Liu Sihang knew perfectly well he didn't truly regret anything. He had already learned about teacher Zhang Peipei's background from Liu Yuhui, and the other she was one of the most powerful and wealthy figures at Qingzhou Academy. With such a strong supporter reaching out to him, how could he possibly let the opportunity slip by? If he could hold on to this chance, it could be his golden ticket. Besides, being a potion alchemist sounded lucrative. Plenty of people wanted to learn but had no way in. Of course, if he really didn't have any talent for magic or alchemy, he'd have to take the path of a toxic warrior or a jungle ranger. And if that didn't work out, he could always grow low-level magical plants and become a farm owner himself. He shook his head, quickly pushing those peaceful daydreams aside. This world was nothing like his previous life. Here, a stable life took more than luck or cleverness. It demanded true strength as a foundation. Watching her brother lost in thought, Liu Xian's mood gradually lifted. She happily stepped in to help, carrying the heavy stack of books teacher Zhang Peipei had left into Liu Sihang's room. After finishing, Liu Xian realized she had brought in her favorite thick books. She was startled. These books were not only expensive, but in a place like Baiyue Town, there were no proper bookstores. Liu Sihang had gone to great lengths to find even a few of them from elsewhere. and she had already read them until they were nearly falling apart. Zhang Yiming had once brought over the storybooks had read as a child, but after flipping through them, Liu Sihang found them far less interesting than the tales her brother told her. She remembered one story where Tang Sanzang and the Monkey King were traveling for scriptures and suddenly wandered into the Grand View Garden, while Lin Daiyu, in order to bury flowers, uprooted an ancient tree in the courtyard. The chaotic plot lines left Liu Sihang completely baffled. Even now, she still couldn't figure out if Tang Sanzang had ever taken the 108 heroes up Mount Ling to demand scriptures from the Buddha. She snapped back to reality to find Liu Sihang staring at the heavy books in a daze. Thinking he was about to indulge his book addiction again, she was just about to urge him to rest when she noticed he had picked up a basic guide to magical plants and handed it to her. Go ahead and look through this one in your room, but remember not to talk about what's inside with anyone, he said gently, but his gaze was serious. Liu Sihang paused. Then her eyes lit up as she took the book. She nodded excitedly and hurried off to a corner of the room to read quietly. Seeing his little sister so well behaved, Liu Sihang couldn't help but smile. Then, with a sigh, he looked at the remaining books, picked up a thin volume titled Basic Meditation Techniques, and flipped it open. There wasn't much about meditation itself, just 2 short pages. The rest was filled with warnings and advice for beginners. If you feel anything strange, dizzy, or weak during meditation, stop immediately. If you hear odd voices, it might mean some creature has its eye on you. Never trust what it says. Stop at once and report to your teacher. In addition to this, Liu Sihang also learned that the success rate of basic meditation was closely tied to the strength of one's mental power. For those with weak mental strength, even mastering the meditation techniques wouldn't guarantee success. They were also more likely to be disturbed by outside influences. Liu Sihang had no idea how strong his own mental power was. It required specialized equipment, which was obviously unavailable in Baiwa town. Strangely enough, teacher Zhang Peipei didn't seem at all concerned about whether he could meditate successfully. She simply handed him a book and told him to study on his own, insisting that he practice for 3 hours every night. Liu Sihang shook his head with a smile, sat cross-legged on his bed as instructed, placed his hands on his abdomen, and focused his mind on the beast-taming space. He ignored the goblin farm within the beast-taming space and quickly withdrew his consciousness, trying to maintain a special state one where he had left the beast-taming space, but hadn't fully returned to his body. According to the book, beginners would struggle to hold this state and might lose it in an instant. But with persistent practice, the time spent in this state would gradually increase, and once he could clearly sense and influence the energy within his body while in this state, he would have mastered the basics. Unexpectedly, Liu Sihang didn't drop out of the meditation state as quickly as the book suggested. Instead, as time passed, he began to sense a dense, mist-like energy inside his body. Unlike the vague sensations Head had before, he could now clearly perceive the energy's state and even guide its flow with his mind. As the energy flowed faster, more and more of the mist condensed into droplets, which would fall halfway and then turn back into mist. In this cycle of transformation, Liu Sihang felt the energy in his body grow livelier and easier to control. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when a wave of dizziness washed over him, signaling it was time to exit the meditation or risk mental strain. He slowly opened his eyes to find that it was deep into the night. The world outside his window was silent, broken only by faint insect chirps and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Liu Sihang was nowhere to be seen in the room. The basic illustrated guide to magical plants had been neatly placed next to the other heavy tomes. Liu Sihang felt a haze in his hiata, a clear sign of mental exhaustion, but he was relieved he had stopped in time. With some rest, he would recover. According to the book on basic meditation, moderate mental exertion could help increase mental strength and improve sleep quality. Whether this was true or just a way to encourage students to practice, he wasn't sure. But none of that mattered now. At this moment, Liu Sihang was simply overwhelmed with sleepiness. Using the moonlight to guide him, he forced himself through his nightly routine, took off his pants and jacket, and slipped into bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. He wasn't sure if it was a hallucination brought on by mental fatigue, but Liu Sihang kept thinking there was a strange, burnt odor lingering in the air, something like cow manure that had been fermenting for a long time. Isavire, who had almost ended up as a roasted dragon, felt both physically and emotionally battered. To vent his frustration, he caught an unlucky magical beast on the way home and devoured it in his lair, which finally helped him calm down a little. After his meal, he lay down in the dragon's nest for a while, letting the gentle flow of wood energy gradually heal his battered body. Most of his injuries were nearly healed, except for his destroyed dragon scales, which were slowly regenerating, and a lingering ache in the bone of his right wing, a sharp reminder of his recent brush with death. As for the psychological trauma, it was really nothing new. In the dragon forest, Isavire was already used to getting beaten up for all sorts of reasons. Taking a hit had become a part of daily life. So, he knew the wounds would eventually heal, and his mood would improve with time. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, A sudden urge in his stomach told him he needed to use the bathroom. He got up quickly and headed for the toilet. But as soon as he opened the door, Isavire was dumbfounded. Where was his stash of magical supplies? And what happened to the air-purifying magical plants had planted by the toilet? He had lived in the dragon forest for over 100 years and had never heard of anyone daring to break into a dragon's lair just to dismantle the toilet, let alone steal the contents. What kind of bizarre place was this misty forest? Seething with rage, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Unbelievable. You've really outdone yourself." Meanwhile, Liu Sihang woke up early and couldn't help but sigh. The Goblin Wanderer's adventures, now that's an experience. As he looked over the hall he had just acquired, something about it felt off. Deep in the misty forest, the Wanderer had scavenged through corpses, collecting a broken magic ring, a useless amulet, a low-quality spatial ring, and a snapped gemstone dagger, among other things. Then he entered the green dragon's lair and picked a light-wind fruit. But what surprised Liu Sihang most was that the Wanderer had actually rolled the dragon's dung into a huge ball. That's certainly creative. Liu Sihang shuddered at the sight of the giant dragon dung ball that had been pushed around. The Wanderer then uprooted 13 magical plants and planted them in the pile. During the process, the Wanderer was pricked by a poisonous thorn and collapsed beside the heap. But with the help of the goblins, the dragon dung farm finally took shape. The goblins worked diligently in the farm, using green dragon dung as fertilizer to grow all sorts of magical plants. Even though they had no farming skills to speak of, they still managed to create little miracles of life in this strange land. The plants grew in wild, unruly patterns, but they survived tenaciously and even began to show some unusual traits. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder if the goblins might one day evolve a farmer skill to improve their weird crops. This land, known as the Dragon Dung Farm, used green dragon dung as fertilizer, allowing even these inexperienced goblins to cultivate magical plants brimming with energy. Even if the plants looked odd and grew in strange ways, their quirky personalities shone through in every single one. Liu Sihang made good use of the books on magical plants to identify the species cultivated by the goblins. He carefully flipped through the tomes in his hands, matching each entry to the magical plants before him. Breeze grass, upon maturity, produces 1 to 3 breeze fruits each year and serves as a basic material for low-level wind magic. Purifying blossom not only eliminates unpleasant odors, but also releases a gentle fragrance when in bloom that calms the mind and refreshes the senses. Dragon mite grass imitates the aura of a true dragon, emitting faint waves that effectively repel insects and small animals. This plant is often found near dragon lairs. Saluo vine is covered in poisonous thorns so toxic that they can be fatal within a short time, making it a top-grade ingredient for crafting potent poisons. Looking at these plants, Liu Sihang quickly weighed his options. Although they were valuable, none were particularly rare, so they weren't worth the extra effort. These mature magical plants were clearly capable of surviving on their own. In the workshop, the goblin craftsmen were dismantling damaged magical tools. Liu Sihang specifically instructed them to first remove any ordinary decorative gems from the equipment. These could be mixed in with the gemstones he had collected from the ruins and later handed over to his parents. The results of last night's meditation filled him with confidence about becoming a mage. Once he enrolled at Qingzhou Academy, all his expenses would be covered, and he'd enjoy a fully inclusive arrangement. As for alchemy, Zhang Peipei had already promised that as long as Liu Sihang showed talent, she would cover all the costs herself, with additional rewards for good progress. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but compare. Master Alchemist Zhang always kept her word, unlike the stingy old headmaster who made empty promises. Although he had to head to Qingzhou Academy before the start of high school and hadn't managed to get any real benefits out of the old headmaster, Liu Sihang didn't mind much. He had a feeling he wouldn't be short on money in the future, and if he ever was, these things wouldn't solve the problem anyway. It was better to leave them for his parents. After all, there were still plenty of valuable items in the goblin warehouse. Even though the greatsword and the magic necklace would be hard to sell openly, any random item from the stash would be worth more than this bag of ordinary gemstones. Thinking of that vagrant's shoddy space ring, Liu Sihang had a goblin fetch it from the warehouse. When the goblin appeared in the room through the magic array, a foul odor filled the air, so he quickly recalled it back into the beast's space. Surprisingly, the space ring was very simple to use. As soon as Liu Sihang focused his attention on it, a basketball-sized space appeared in his mind, containing some coins and 2 bottles of alchemical potions. With a thought, the items materialized in his hands. One bottle was labeled Swift Potion, and the other Healing Potion. Liu Sihang opened his copy of Principles of Basic Alchemy and found their descriptions. The Swift Potion floods the drinker's body with wind elements, increasing agility and reducing air resistance during movement. The Healing Potion is meant for treating injuries, rapidly healing minor wounds, and easing severe ones. He recalled seeing a female student drink a much brighter, clearer red potion, which instantly closed a large wound on her abdomen. Compared to that, The pinkish, murky healing potion in his hand was likely far less effective. There weren't many coins left in the spatial ring at least, not for someone bold enough to venture deep into the misty forest and seek out a dragon. For an adventurer willing to risk it all, having just 2 gold coins and 30 silvers to their name was rather pitiful. Liu Sihang frowned as he counted his meager fortune, then stuffed everything back into the cheap spatial ring. He gently removed the relic pendant from Zhang Yiming that hung around his neck, threaded the ring onto the chain, and put it back in place. It was a clever way to hide the ring could access its powers whenever he needed, without raising his parents' suspicions by suddenly wearing a ring on his finger. After putting away his spoils, Liu Sihang's gaze fell on the heavy stack of books at his feet, prompting a deep sigh. While he forced himself to study at home, news of the underground ruins was spreading like wildfire outside. Baiwa town was growing livelier by the day. Adventurers were trickling in from around Qingzhou City. Most of them of middling ability. Some had spent over a decade on the road and were still stuck at the bronze rank, while others didn't even qualify as official adventurers and just scraped by doing odd jobs. They weren't brave enough to travel far, but all wanted to try their luck in the ruins near Baiwa town. With the crowds came trouble. The quiet streets of the town now saw frequent brawls and thefts. But the locals, used to living in an adventurer's hub, took it all in stride, even treating these incidents as topics for casual conversation. To guard against the growing number of problems, residents reactivated the defenses originally meant for beast tides, reinforcing doors and windows, setting traps. Every year, a few foolish thieves would meet their end thanks to these mechanisms. The defenses at Liu Sihang's house were relatively simple. The ghost-faced spider, while not particularly strong, was more than capable of spinning sticky webs and setting up basic traps. More importantly, the Goblin Warrior was there as a deterrent. Lately, it hadn't even bothered returning to its beast space, choosing instead to sit in the courtyard all day, fixing passing adventurers with a cold glare that discouraged any ill intentions. At dusk, a gaunt, bald man in a black cloak passed by Liu Sihang's house. His gaze lingered on the Goblin Warrior loitering by the door, a strange glint in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, "Such a sturdy body would make excellent material." A sinister smile crept across his lips before he lowered his head and moved on. As night fell, Baiwa town gradually quieted down, with only a few buildings still lit. A group of drunken men stumbled out of the tavern, leaning on each other and weaving down the streets, their laughter and slurred chatter echoing in the night. Ugh, this lousy place doesn't have anything to do except for the tavern. A drunken man staggered down the street, his voice gratingly loud in the night. "Oh, come on, third, we all know each other too well." Another man sneered at his companion. "How many coins do you even have left? Still dreaming about finding a woman?" Women third grinned foolishly, his eyes unfocused. "Damn it, seconds wasted again," the burly man grumbled, glancing irritably at his swaying friend. "Next time, let's not bring him to the tavern. Enough already. Let's just get back to the inn and get some sleep," the man called Boss said in a low voice. "We're supposed to meet with Boss Lin tomorrow for that job. If we're late, we'll get chewed out." Second let out a boozy hiccup, frowning in confusion. "Wait, boss, weren't we supposed to be exploring the ruins when we first came here? How'd it turn into running errands? Just mind your own business. Why ask so many questions?" Boss replied impatiently. "Screw you," Third suddenly shouted. "Second, why the hell are you poking me?" The rowdy group of drunks argued loudly in the street. Their voices sliced through the night, yet none of the townsfolk opened their windows to scold them. Boss figured maybe the houses around here were well insulated, or perhaps the residents were just used to this kind of noise after all. This was an adventurer's town. The alcohol was starting to hit Boss hard, making his head spin and his steps unsteady. "Weird, why is it taking us so long to get back to the inn?" Third squinted at his surroundings, then pointed up at the sky. "Hey, where did the moon go?" Second, the drunkest of them all, face flushed, suddenly giggled. "Had danger." Boss instincts kicked in, and a chill ran down his spine. He quickly pulled a green pill from his pocket and swallowed it, the bitter, spicy taste jolting him awake. "Damn it, wake up. We've been set up," he roared, shoving his half-collapsed companion aside and drawing his weapon, summoning his beast with lightning speed. The others, those who were still somewhat sober, froze for a moment. Their minds hadn't quite caught up, but they reflexively called out their own beasts. But by now, it was clearly too late. The faint, hazy moonlight vanished all at once, plunging them into utter darkness. Screams echoed around them. Their summoned beasts were being slaughtered by something unseen, forced back into their summoning space. Now defenseless, the drunken men were little more than ordinary people. In the pitch black, they panicked, swinging their weapons wildly and shouting, not even catching a glimpse of their attacker before collapsing one by one, their cries cut short. Boss was quicker than the rest. He guessed the creature might be hunting by sound, so he didn't bother fumbling for a light. Instead, he crouched down, held his breath, and prayed it would pass him by. What a cute little thing," a raspy voice echoed through the darkness, impossible to pinpoint. "If I had more time, maybe I'd play a little game with you, but I'm in a bit of a hurry." Before Boss could react, something heavy slammed into his head. He grunted and collapsed, unconscious. A dull dragging sound followed in the darkness, mixed with strange laughter and eerie whispers. Then, silence. The blackness lifted like a fog, and the cold moonlight washed over the land again. The empty field was deserted, save for a few drag marks and scattered signs of a struggle. The grass rustled in the night breeze, and the insects, quiet before, began to chirp loudly once more. The recent string of disappearances had caused quite a stir among adventurers, but they had little to do with Liu Sihang. Over the past few days, he had stayed at home, absorbed in his reading, though he was starting to feel a bit restless. He still had 700 experience points left, just enough to evolve his goblin tamer. Ever since the 3 venom spike spiders had outgrown their juvenile stage, the exclamation mark above their heads had lingered for days, as if waiting for the right moment. Without hesitation, Liu Sihang evolved the goblin tamer into a goblin beastmaster. With this change, the goblin beastmaster gradually mastered more advanced techniques for raising magical beasts. With his guidance, tamed beasts could now form new troop types with compatible goblins. If a beast died in battle, it would return to the beast pin and await revival. As a goblin beastmaster, Liu Sihang could also bring any non-juvenile magical beast into combat and understand the language of most magical creatures. After completing the evolution quest for the goblin tamer, Liu Sihang received a random reward blue blueprint, the Goblin Wild Amulet. This amulet could absorb power from the corpse of a powerful creature, then seal that energy within the specially crafted charm, greatly boosting a goblin's combat abilities. Crafting such an amulet required both a spellcaster and a soul manipulator working together. Frost goblins and goblin gravediggers were suitable materials, but the process couldn't be done while they were out or being revived. Each goblin could only carry one of these amulets. Liu Sihang was very interested in the idea of combined troop types, but he knew that although the venom spike spiders had matured, they were still too small and didn't have any compatibility with the other goblins. As a result, he didn't see any goblins teaming up with the spiders. However, as a goblin beastmaster, his own abilities had improved, and his internal energy had become much denser. After several days of practicing basic meditation, he found that he could now release energy from his body. He opened the book from apprentice mage to alchemy master and realized it was time to try using his internal energy to cultivate magical plants. This would not only help him hone his energy control, but also let him learn more about magical botany through hands-on practice. Liu Sihang decided that instead of reading passively, it would be far more engaging and efficient to learn while nurturing magical plants. As for the materials he needed, Liu Sihang wasn't worried. His yard already had plenty of resources prepared. He found a large empty flower pot, asked a goblin warrior to fetch some soil from the dragon dung farm, and pulled up a purity blossom. Surprisingly, these flowers thrived in the goblin farm. Though their color had changed, originally pure white, they had somehow turned almost the same shade of green as the surrounding leaves. Still, the fragrance was far stronger than anything described in his books, making Liu Sihang wonder if the dragon dung was responsible. He flipped through another book and found the most effective method for cultivating magical plants with green dragon dung. Liu Sihang read in the book that a small bag of dragon dung could be sold to adventurers for as much as 5 gold coins. Yet after processing, it would only be enough to fertilize 5 square meters of land. Thinking about the dragon dung farm spanning over 200 square meters in his beast taming space, he couldn't help but gasp. Such an enormous fortune was right at his fingertips, but unless he was willing to reveal the secret of his goblin farm, there was no way he could safely turn it into cash. By comparison, using the dung to cultivate magical plants and then selling the resulting potions seemed like a much safer route. He carefully transplanted the purified incense flower into a pot, following the instructions in the book to cup his hands over the plant. Channeling his wood-type energy, he watched as the wilted flower, weakened by rough handling, slowly regained its vitality. The damaged roots started to grow again, digging deep into the dragon dung-enriched soil. However, he quickly noticed a problem. Most of the energy seemed to dissipate into the air as soon as it left his palms, and the plant could only absorb a small portion at a time. After repeated attempts, Liu Sihang first reduced the amount of energy he supplied, then tried to keep the free energy lingering around the plant for longer. An entire afternoon of practice brought new life to the incense flower, but left him utterly drained from the mental effort. By evening, his parents returned home and were immediately captivated by the unusual fragrance that filled the house. The scent seemed almost magical, melting away their fatigue. When they asked about it, Liu Sihang simply said it was a flower he had picked near the edge of the mist some time ago and had forgotten about in his beast-taming space until he started learning about magical plant cultivation. Li Qin and Lu Yuanyang didn't suspect a thing, and soon changed the subject to some recent strange happenings in town. According to Old Lady Huang, a number of adventurers had gone missing in the past few days, so everyone was warned to stay home unless absolutely necessary. Li Qin made a point of reminding both children to stay put. Liu Sihang replied weakly that he had a pile of books to read and no time to go out anyway. Seeing how worn out he looked, Li Qin worried he might be getting sick, but he explained it was just mental exhaustion and that he'd be fine after some sleep. As night fell, Liu Sihang, completely spent, decided to skip his evening meditation practice. He told Goblin Warrior Iong, who was busy gnawing on a pork bone, that he was going to rest upstairs. The bones had been specially bought by Lu Yuanyang from the slaughterhouse, not much meat on them, but after being stewed and seasoned, they made a tasty snack for Iong. The Goblin Warrior glanced up at his master, then returned his full attention to his delicious bone feast. Because his mental energy was severely depleted, Liu Sihang fell into a deep sleep that night. In the middle of the night, a faint noise broke the silence. Outside the window, a head suddenly appeared, silently peering at Liu Sihang lying in bed. Although the head was wrapped in a black cloth, the faint moonlight revealed scattered scales on its face, resembling the smooth yet tough skin of a snake or lizard. Its hands, pressed tightly against the outer wall, were almost entirely covered in fine scales, with nails as sharp as blades digging deep into the bricks. Most striking of all were its eyes, not quite round like a human's, nor slit like a nocturnal animal's, but somewhere in between, as if caught in the midst of a transformation. After quietly observing for a moment and confirming that Liu Sihang was sound asleep, the creature began to move. One hand gripped the wall tightly, while the other drew a sharp knife, sliding it into the gap between the window and the wall. With a quick motion, it sliced through the copper latch, which snapped with a crisp sound. A satisfied grin flashed across the creature's face as it hooked its claws around the wooden window frame and gently pulled. The window swung open easily. But just as it succeeded, a nearly invisible strand of spider silk attached to the window was tugged, triggering a web hidden above. In an instant, the web burst open and dropped down, wrapping the intruder from head to toe. The creature immediately panicked, desperately tearing at the sticky threads. But the silk was incredibly tough and clung tightly, growing even more constricting as it struggled. As it thrashed, the web gradually dried and hardened, making escape even harder. At that moment, the window was thrown wide open, and two gleaming blades flashed in the darkness, slashing across the creature's chest and leaving deep, bloody wounds. Howling in pain, the creature braced itself against the wall and, with a powerful kick, broke free of the web's grip, crashing heavily to the ground with another anguished cry. Hidden in the shadows, the prowler allowed himself a slight smile, tinged with disappointment. He had aimed for the creature's head but hadn't expected such agility. Still, he didn't give chase. Instead, he quietly closed the window, drew the curtains, and melted back into the darkness. His mission was to protect Liu Sihang. As for the creature, there were other goblins assigned to deal with it. The moment the creature crashed to the ground, a loud bang erupted as the front door below was kicked open. A burly goblin warrior stormed in, brandishing a massive thigh bone in one hand and a broadsword in the other, charging furiously at the intruder. Sensing danger, a black magic circle suddenly appeared beside the creature, and a one-eyed, crimson-eyed giant cat leapt out, shrieking as it launched itself at the goblin, clawing and biting wildly. While the summoned beast held off the goblin for a moment, the creature tore off its outer clothes, broke free from the last of the webbing, and quickly pulled out a vial of alchemical potion. Without hesitation, it drank the contents. Instantly, its body swelled with strength, and, moving on all fours like a wild beast, it made a rapid escape into the darkness. By the time the goblin warrior managed to kill the crazed cat, slicing it to pieces and watching it dissolve into black smoke, the intruder had already vanished. Meanwhile, Liu Sihang's family and neighboring residents, startled by the commotion, lit their lamps and cautiously peered outside. The noise soon drew the attention of the nearby patrols as well. In an instant, the street became unusually lively. To defend against the occasional beast tide, the eastern wall of Baiwei town was built exceptionally tall, while the walls elsewhere were noticeably lower. For the residents' convenience and to save costs, the western and southern gates were usually left open at night. However, with several adventurers having gone missing in recent days, the town's gates were now closed after dark as a precaution. The Adventurers Guild and town officials had also organized several patrol teams, led by powerful adventurers, to conduct nightly rounds. After escaping, the stranger used the cover of alleys and the shadows of houses to quickly make his way to the far western edge of town. Hiding in the darkness, he waited until the patrols had passed before silently circling around the low wall and climbing over it. With beast-like, razor-sharp black nails, he easily gripped the cracks between the bricks and scaled the wall in no time. Landing on the other side, he didn't pause for a moment, sprinting and leaping away into the distance. Only after he was sure he had shaken off any pursuers did he relax slightly. He loosened the clothes that had been slashed by goblin raiders and looked down. The two wounds had nearly healed, with new black scales growing around the scars. A smug grin twisted his lips, revealing several sharp fangs. So this really is a powerful force. No wonder those people are desperate to keep it secret, talking about evil powers corrupting the mind. But I feel perfectly fine, don't I? If gaining power is this simple, it's obvious they just want to protect their own lofty positions by suppressing my faith. He muttered to himself, his tone bitter. More scales seemed to be appearing on his face, and a strange bump was now visible on his forehead. So hungry. I could really use some meat. He licked his lips, eyeing the quiet farmsteads in the distance. He hesitated for a moment before deciding, forget it, I'd better head back. Otherwise, the emissary will be angry. Suppressing his craving, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the forested hills. Deep in the mountains, a newly dug cave was hidden by a makeshift cover of dry branches and leaves. Though inconspicuous, it was enough to conceal the entrance. The interior was spacious, lit by a cold, blue flame that cast eerie shadows on the walls. In the center of the cave stood a grotesque statue of a horned demon, its face twisted into a mocking sneer as it gazed down from its pedestal. At the demon's feet, a ritual circle had been arranged on the ground, formed from fresh blood and the dismembered remains of human corpses, each piece placed according to a specific pattern. At the center of the circle sat a human adventurer, shrouded in a swirling mist of black and crimson that seemed to seep from the ritual itself, slowly gathering around him. The adventurer's eyes were tightly shut, his face contorted in agony. Yet, from his lips came occasional moans of pleasure, creating an atmosphere both bizarre and unsettling. As the dark mist seeped into him, his body began to twist and change, gradually taking on the monstrous features of a demon worshipper. Under this sinister influence, even his once fallen beast companion began to mutate, its body slowly transforming with demonic traits. Nearby, a bald man watched the scene unfold, stroking the two-headed black hound at his side. A low, raspy laugh rumbled from his throat, echoing through the shadowy corners of the cave. The bald man turned his head, his gaze settling on the group of adventurers huddled in the corner of the cave. They trembled like frightened lambs, curled up tightly together. The bald man grinned, revealing a row of sharp fangs, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Now, I never force anyone. Before you step into the sacrificial array and become followers of my master, this is your last chance to back out. The adventurers stared at the gruesome remains scattered within the ritual circle, terror etched across their faces. They shook their heads frantically, their voices trembling as they cried out. We're not being forced. Not at all. We truly want to be followers of the master. On the surface, the bald man nodded in satisfaction, but inwardly, he was sneering. Did sincerity really matter? In the end, everyone would become loyal servants under the master's call. Whether they could become true followers depended on whether they survived the process. He calculated silently. Once these useless ones were converted, he'd have enough manpower. If he delayed any longer, those troublesome people might show up. Just then, a demon cultist who had escaped from Baiwe town hurried into the cave and whispered urgently in the bald man's ear. As he listened, the bald man's expression twisted, and he let out a chilling laugh. Hey, a middle schooler and a genius, no less. At the mention of the word genius, a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. I love geniuses the most, especially watching their faces twist in pain and hearing their delightful screams. People like us, born without talent, don't deserve to stand alongside geniuses. Better to sacrifice them to the master and trade them for power. Sensing the bald man's dark mood, the demon cultist quietly stepped aside. He eyed the shivering adventurers in the corner, his eyes glowing red as he hungrily licked his lips. Picking up a rotten severed arm from the ground, he took a savage bite, mumbling through his mouthful, "Don't be scared, there's nothing to fear. All that talk about evil and corruption is nonsense. Look at me, I'm doing great. Once I get stronger, I'll go back for those who mocked me, teach them a lesson with my power, then tear them apart and eat every last piece with sauce." The adventurers waiting to be converted looked on in horror at his deranged state, their fear deepening. In their hearts, they weighed their options: better to die quickly than to become monsters like this. Sure, living is better than dying, but at least they wanted some dignity. Even if they became sacrifices, at least death would bring oblivion and spare them further torment. As dawn approached, Liu Sihang was startled awake by a commotion downstairs. With his hair in disarray, he went downstairs and saw that the front door was missing, with only half the frame left. He froze in shock, staring blankly at Liu Xian, who stood by the entrance. Did we get robbed? Liu Xian pointed outside, where the Goblin Warrior was squatting in the courtyard, its round eyes curiously watching the noisy crowd. The street was filled with chatter as neighbors gathered at Liu Sihang's doorstep, discussing animatedly. Some were bending down, searching the ground for suspicious traces. As Liu Sihang stepped out, Li Qin, who had been chatting with the neighbors, hurried back to her own yard. She looked anxious as she explained, "Someone tried to climb into your window last night and triggered the trap. It was Ayong who chased them off." She urged her son, "Go ask Ayong if he got a good look at that person." "I don't speak Goblin either," Liu Sihang replied helplessly with a shrug, but he still called the Goblin Warrior over from where it was watching the commotion. The Goblin Warrior seemed to understand immediately. It began gesturing animatedly, chattering away in its own language. Although Liu Sihang couldn't understand the words, he could sense the general meaning through their Beastmaster contract. A strange human had summoned a bizarre big cat and fought with the goblin. After the Goblin Warrior killed the cat, the person disappeared. It's been jumping around and rambling for ages. And you summed it up in 2 sentences? Li Qin, dizzy from the goblin's babble, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zhang Pied, the head of the Baiwe Town Adventurers Guild, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Is the goblin sure it was a human? Only humans can summon beasts, right? Liu Sihang asked, puzzled. Zhang Pied shook his head slightly. Ask again, did that person have any distinguishing features? Liu Sihang questioned the goblin in more detail. The Goblin Warrior gestured, wearing clothes, had long nails, and when the big cat died, there was a loud bong sound. At that moment, a guild staff member hurried over and whispered to Zhang Pied, President, there are traces of demonic energy in the blood on the clothes. Zhang Pei's expression turned grave as he looked at Liu Sihang. It's not safe in town these days. You need to be extra careful. Those fiends love to sacrifice young geniuses like you to demons. Huh, why is that? Are middle-aged geniuses too old? Liu Sihang blurted out. Zhang Pei's mouth twitched, but he answered seriously no. Because if a genius survives to middle age, they're not the kind of people those weaklings would dare to mess with. Zhang Pai suggested that Liu Sihang stay at the Adventurers Guild for a few days and return after things settled down, but Liu Sihang refused. As he shook his head and walked away, he was already thinking. If that ghostly thing really came looking for him and couldn't find him, his parents and younger sister would surely become its next targets. Besides, his strength was far greater than it seemed, and with the beast mastery talent Head gained from the trial ground, he wasn't actually worried about his own safety. More importantly, in just 2 days, his frost goblin would meet the conditions for evolution, and a notification would appear. Once it evolved into a goblin frost mage, it would at least master another frost spell, giving his combat ability a significant boost. Also, the Adventurers Guild had been overcrowded and noisy lately, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his studies and seriously affecting his progress. Liu Sihang was also holding on to a bit of wishful thinking. Since that guy's whereabouts had been discovered last night and clear evidence was left behind, maybe he had already run far away. What Liu Sihang didn't know was that the demon cultist had barely escaped the Goblin Warrior's pursuit. Out of fear of punishment, had only reported the results of his investigation in detail, without mentioning that his attempt to kidnap Liu Sihang had exposed his presence. In the cultist's mind, the demon preacher was powerful and the sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. This minor issue could be delayed, and keeping silent wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, the bald man with a severe case of genius stress disorder wasn't willing to wait even a single extra day. That very evening, he disguised himself as an ordinary adventurer and swaggered into Baiwe Town through the west gate. Once night completely fell, he slipped into a shadowy corner near Liu Sihang's house when no one was around, melting into the darkness to hide. But the bald man didn't notice the tabby cat lounging on the roof of Liu Sihang's house, yawning out of boredom. When the cat saw the sneaky bald man suddenly vanish into the shadows, it paused for a moment and slowly closed its mouth. In the darkness, its glassy eyes shifted to a crow perched on a tree across the street, and it let out a soft meow. The crow seemed to understand, bobbed its head, hopped a few times to adjust its position, and then silently took off into the night, using the darkness as cover. Some beasts, though limited in their potential for evolution, were naturally clever and possessed simple spell-like abilities. Their unremarkable appearance made them particularly suited for surveillance tasks. For instance, the bald man who could blend into shadows had no idea that the seemingly chubby tabby on the roof was actually a rare nocturnal lynx capable of changing its fur color. Liu Sihang didn't like using lamp oil and preferred moonlight at night. On clear nights, he slept with the curtains open. On cloudy nights, the room was pitch black anyway, so there was no need to draw them. After all, who would spy on him while he was meditating? Perhaps because his recent meditation sessions had gone so smoothly, Liu Sihang overlooked some of the warnings in his meditation manuals. As he sank into the state of controlling the energy within his body, a strange whispering suddenly sounded in his ears. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to exit his meditation, it was already too late. Come on, everything you desire is right here. Come to me, hurry, the seductive voice echoed in Liu Sihang's ears. I want it. I want a supercomputer loaded with games, movies, novels, all sorts of industrial knowledge, and unlimited power. Liu Sihang replied instinctively. But before he finished, he suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, what's going on? That brief moment of hesitation shattered the balance of the mental illusion. As Liu Sihang's desires wavered, the illusion collapsed instantly. He woke up abruptly, opening his eyes to find himself engulfed in pitch-black darkness. A genius, aren't you? You actually broke through my mental temptation with such a clever trick. A voice growled from within the darkness. Even though he couldn't see a thing, Liu Sihang knew his bedroom so well that he could move around with his eyes closed. In just a few quick steps, he reached for the doorknob, ready to make his escape. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass rang out behind him, and something came hurtling toward the back of his head with a piercing whistle. The next thing he knew, he was standing outside the house. Looking up, he saw a massive shadow engulfing the entire building. Realizing his family was still inside, he grew frantic and shouted at the shadow, "You really think someone as useless as you can take on a genius like me? Damn it! What kind of spell is this? You're not even a professional, so how do you know how to do this?" Came an enraged roar from within the darkness. Liu Sihang sneered. "Pathetic. You don't even recognize the super goblin displacement technique. No wonder you have to rely on demancy or nothing but a worthless coward. You bastard. He'll kill you." The bald man bellowed. A two-headed hellhound, half the size of a man, burst from the shadows, 3 or 4 black tendrils whipping wildly from its back as it lunged at Liu Sihang. The shadow followed close behind. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the freshly repaired door was blasted to pieces. The Goblin Warrior, guided by his connection to his master, charged out of the darkness, wielding his saber and striking at the hellhound. The beast was already wounded from the Goblin Raider's earlier ambush. 2 of its tendrils had been severed, and a gaping wound marred its side. Now, without the cover of darkness and up against the stronger Goblin Warrior, it was quickly dealt several more wounds. As Liu Sihang prepared to summon more goblin reinforcements, a sudden gust of wind swept overhead. Countless silver feathers rained down, piercing the rampaging hellhound and turning it into a pincushion. The beast tried to retreat into the shadows, but the feathers embedded in its flesh radiated a chilling cold, freezing it solid. In moments, the ice shattered, leaving nothing but chunks of meat, which soon dissolved into black mist. With the hellhound's death, the shadow smothering the house vanished as well, but the bald man had already disappeared. A cold snort sounded from above. Liu Sihang looked up to see old man Zhang Pied. His legs transformed into talons, and a pair of shimmering silver wings unfurled behind him, gleaming in the moonlight. What a majestic bird! Liu Sihang caught himself and quickly changed his words. "Ahem, Zhang Yi, you look amazing." He also noticed that Zhang Pei's hair had turned silvery white, making him look even more imposing. "Be careful, you never know when." Before Zhang Pai could finish, the sounds of battle echoed again from the distance. Without another word, he spread his wings and shot off like a flash of silver lightning. Although the Adventurers Guild managed to intercept the fleeing demon preacher, they ultimately failed to capture him. Surrounded with no way out, the preacher gave a twisted grin and suddenly tore off his own mangled right hand. As he chanted a string of obscure incantations, the severed hand instantly turned into a thick black mist, engulfing his entire figure. The adventurers' attacks passed through the fog, hitting nothing but the ground beneath. By the time the smoke had cleared, the preacher had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, inside a shadowy mountain cave, the demon preacher suddenly reappeared. Leaning against a massive demon statue, he clutched the bleeding stump of his arm, letting out a low, pained growl filled with fury. Now his true demonic form was fully revealed, a towering body covered in dark, diamond-shaped scales, fearsome, curved black horns jutting from his head, jagged fangs crowding his mouth, with 2 tusks protruding at odd angles, and blazing crimson eyes burning with rage. The demon cultists in the cave were stunned and panicked by his abrupt arrival. "Stop panicking, it's me," he growled, his hoarse voice and overwhelming aura finally forcing his followers into uneasy silence. Even so, the sight of their leader so gravely wounded left them exchanging anxious glances. The demon preacher ignored their reactions. Thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities, his wounds were already healing rapidly. He grabbed a chunk of flesh from the ground and swallowed it, but a flicker of confusion flashed in his crimson eyes. He couldn't understand how he had been exposed. The adventurers showed no surprise when he revealed his true form. They clearly knew his identity all along. Yet he had always been extremely cautious, never leaving any evidence behind. His original plan was to work in the shadows, gather followers, then capture powerful adventurers as sacrifices to offer to his demon lord in exchange for greater power. Just as his plan was about to succeed, those adventurers he intended to convert suddenly committed suicide by poison. Why had these supposedly timid cowards become so resolute? In order to keep his plan on track, he had risked returning to the town to capture more people, including that so-called genius, to use as sacrifices. He never expected this decision would cause everything to fall apart. "Our movements have been exposed." As he spoke, the demon preacher suddenly turned to the cultist who had been sent to gather information. The man was trembling, his eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. "Damn it, so it was you, you worthless traitor." The timing wasn't right, so the demon preacher could only glare at him fiercely, suppressing the rage boiling inside. With heavy, ragged breaths, he said, "There's no need to panic. As long as you join me in the ritual and offer those sacrifices to our Lord, he will open the gates of time and space and send a demon army to aid us." At these words, the demon followers, who had been hanging their heads in despair, immediately looked up with renewed hope in their eyes. Following the preacher's instructions, They scrambled to drag the scattered human remains from around the cave onto the sacrificial altar. Blood trailed across the ground in winding streaks. Then, they arranged themselves in several concentric circles around the ritual site, taking their places precisely as directed. All eyes turned to the demon preacher at the center, and they began to chant softly along with him. Under the gaze of the grotesque demon statue carved into the cave wall, a thick, dark red mist began to rise from the center of the altar. It writhed like a living creature, spreading outward and slowly curling around each of the demon followers. The mist seemed alive as it seeped into their skin and crept into their veins. As it invaded, their eyes grew vacant, pupils dilated, and their faces became blank, their consciousness sinking into some invisible illusion. Eerie whispers echoed in their ears, as if carried from the depths of hell itself, compelling them to recite, "I offer my flesh and soul to please the demon lord. May he grant us power, bestow great strength upon his most loyal preacher, and let him spread fear and darkness in your name." A few followers with stronger wills sensed that something was wrong. Their facial muscles twisted, and a flash of clarity appeared in their eyes, as if they were about to break free from the hallucination. But more of the sinister mist surged forward like ravenous beasts, enveloping them again and crushing that fleeting awareness. Once more, they fell into a daze, mechanically chanting the rest of the incantation with the others. As the last syllable of the chant faded, the dark red mist clinging to the followers' bodies suddenly ignited, transforming into blazing hellfire. This was no ordinary fire. It devoured their souls, burned their flesh, and even the demonized beasts within their beast spaces were not spared. In their final moments, the demon followers awoke from the illusion, terror and regret flickering in their eyes, but it was far too late. Consumed by the unbearable agony of their souls burning, they couldn't form a single coherent word, only letting out shrill, desperate screams before collapsing into piles of ash scattered around the altar. The hellfire did not disappear after consuming the followers. Instead, it condensed into an even thicker, more sinister cloud of energy, which surged hungrily into the demon preacher's body. He spread his arms wide, a look of near ecstatic pleasure on his face. His mangled right hand began to regenerate rapidly under the shroud of the mist, flesh writhing like worms to fill the gap. At the same time, his demonic features became even more pronounced. Two bulges swelled on his back, the skin tearing open to reveal a pair of ragged demon wings. Though these wings were purely ornamental and granted him no power of flight, they were a clear symbol of his increased strength. Meanwhile, the two-headed hellhound that had died and been lying in his beast space was pulled out by an invisible force. Bathed in the dark red mist, it sprang back to life, its body swelling from a little over a meter tall to more than 2 meters. The number of tentacles on its back doubled, each one growing thicker and longer, writhing restlessly in the air. The sudden growth caused the hellhound's heads to crash into the cave wall, knocking loose bits of rock and dust. Some of the dust landed on one of its noses, making it sneeze and shoot a burst of dark red flames from its nostrils, leaving a smoldering pit in the cave floor. "Ha ha ha, power, such incredible power." The demon preacher laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with madness. "And this sensation, I've gained the power to merge with my beast. I'm a beastmaster now." He paused abruptly, his expression twisting into something even more vicious. "No, not a beastmaster, what nonsense. I am a demon emissary, 1,000 times stronger than those weaklings. Those wretched fools, just wait. They'll make them pay for every insult they gave me." Lost in his fantasies of revenge, the demon preacher pictured his old enemies kneeling before him, begging for mercy, and burst into delighted laughter once more. But his joy was short-lived. Remembering his current predicament, he reluctantly tore himself from his daydreams and called for his newly empowered beast. Together, they began to dig at the narrow cave entrance, widening it just enough to squeeze through. Hunched over, he crawled out into the open. After his identity was exposed, the demon preacher immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He didn't dare linger for another moment, fearing pursuit from the Adventurers Guild and other official organizations. He knew that if they caught up to him, there would be no escape. His only option was to flee east, through the endless mountains and forests, aiming to hide within the mysterious misty forest. However, just as he began his escape, a thunderous flapping of wings echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a silver-winged avian already in hot pursuit, moving at incredible speed. A cold smile curled at the demon preacher's lips, a confident glint flashing in his eyes. He had absolute faith in his own strength, was no longer the weakling he once was. A beast tamer? What was there to fear from a mere flyer? With a sharp wave of his hand, his two-headed hellhound appeared, instantly transforming into a dense black mist that wrapped tightly around him. With a deep, guttural roar, a towering demonic figure over 5 meters tall emerged from the fog, opening its massive jaws and spitting 2 dark red fireballs at the airborne pursuer. Zhang pied. The avian soared sharply upward, dodging the demon's fireballs. With a flick of his wings, hundreds of silver-feathered arrows shot down like lightning, filling the sky. The demon preacher dodged with lightning speed, but the volley was too vast. Dozens of arrows pierced his back, sinking deep into his flesh. An icy chill radiated from each arrowhead, quickly spreading through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, as if frozen solid. Faced with this, the demon preacher grew anxious. He strained his muscles, trying to force out the cold, while the tendrils on his back whipped about, attempting to knock away the arrows. At that moment, one of the hound's heads unleashed another fireball, obscuring the enemy's vision, while the other began chanting a low incantation. Instantly, a thick black fog surged upward, enveloping him completely as his figure vanished into the mist, fleeing east at breakneck speed. Seeing his target disappear into the black fog, Zhang Pai swiftly drew a magical bow from his back, its surface radiating an icy chill. Gripping an arrow embedded with a magical gemstone, he poured his energy into it. As he released, the arrow tore through the air, streaking straight toward the black mist. The demon's fireball failed to stop its trajectory. The arrow's sheer force scattered the flames. Even the demon's whipping tendrils couldn't touch its edge. A low, guttural roar echoed from within the fog as the ground trembled beneath them. In an instant, a giant blossom of ice burst forth from the mist, countless icy spikes shooting outward, freezing everything they touched. The demon preacher felt the temperature plummet, his own black fog freezing solid along with him. The hound-headed demon painfully stretched its head out of the mist, revealing a wounded eye clearly. It had taken a heavy blow. "Damn you! How dare you do this to me?" The demon preacher roared, his voice echoing through the silent forest. He cursed under his breath, glaring furiously at the silver-winged avian hovering overhead. Despite his immense strength, he was helpless before Zhang Pai. Like a trapped beast, he struggled in vain, unable to find any outlet for his rage. Woof! The other hound's head barked in response, its tone a mix of frustration and absurdity. Though the demon's anger seemed fierce, it also made him appear almost comical in his helplessness. "I'm too old for this. You want me to get down there and brawl with you?" The exhaustion on Zhang Pai's face was obvious, but there was still a glint of disdain in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with that fool, instead locking his sharp gaze on the enemy as he calculated silently. That last attack drained too much energy. I probably can't keep up the fusion state for much longer. Just then, shouts and rushing footsteps echoed from afar. A group of adventurers burst from the forest, riding all sorts of massive beast tigers, leopards, wild boars. They were reinforcements from the Adventurers Guild, following the trail of silver feathers Zhang Pai had left behind as markers, finally arriving at the battlefield. The demon with the dog heads snapped to attention, its three eyes blazing with a harsh red light. Both canine heads unleashed deafening, frenzied barks as thick black mist billowed outward, quickly engulfing a large swath of forest. The demon cultists scurried away on all fours, darting toward the misty forest with astonishing speed and agility. Zhang Pai gave chase, firing volley after volley of silver feathers, but he was reaching his limit. In a burst of dazzling silver light, he and his beast companions separated from their merged state. As he began to fall, the great silver-winged rock swooped in, catching him with its talons and gently lowering him to the ground. Leaning against the rock, Zhang Pai gasped for breath, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He let out a sigh tinged with loneliness, regret flickering in his eyes. The adventurers were blocked by the spreading black mist, instantly widening the gap between them and their foe. During the pursuit, they managed to inflict significant damage spells, arrows, and throwing knives striking the demon repeatedly, but in the end, it still managed to slip away into the depths of the mist. The misty forest was a treacherous place, teeming with dangerous beasts and monsters, and their enemy was a powerful fused demon. The adventurers had to proceed with extreme caution and ultimately lost track of the demon, forced to return in frustration and report their failure. In reality, the demon cultist hadn't fled very far. Using the poor lighting of the misty forest to its advantage and relying on its beast's abilities, it hid in the shadows, successfully evading the adventurers' search. After hiding for quite some time and confirming it was safe, the demon cultist and its two-headed hound finally emerged from the shadows. Earlier, inside the black mist, the cultist had taken the brunt of Zhang Pai. A powerful attack. One of the hound's eyes had been blinded, and its body, concealed by the mist, was covered in wounds. The cold energy from the attack was eating away at the injuries, severely hindering the demon's ability to heal. On top of that, the adventurer's relentless pursuit had inflicted further harm: corrosion, burns, and poison. If not for the demon's abnormal resilience after transforming, the cultist would never have made it into the misty forest. Now, though the demon cultist had managed to heal some of the worst injuries thanks to its regenerative powers, its energy was completely depleted, and it was ravaged by hunger. Despite its hound's serious wounds, the cultist dared not send it back to the beast realm to recover. For now, All it could think about was finding an easy target, something to kill quickly and devour to satisfy its hunger. At that moment, the two-headed hound, which had been lying on the ground panting, suddenly reacted. Its nose twitched, and the uninjured head snapped upright, ears flicking as a low growl rumbled in its throat. The demon cultist, evidently fluent in the language of dogs, instantly understood its beast's message. Fixing its gaze on a spot in the woods ahead, a wicked smile curled across its lips. In the next moment, it and its beast melted back into the shadows. Moments later, a disheveled girl emerged cautiously from the underbrush, bow in hand. She wore the uniform of Bamboo Academy, with a three-tailed white fox at her side, both of them scanning their surroundings warily. Luo glanced around warily, only relaxing slightly after confirming there was no danger. However, a hint of disappointment quickly appeared on her face. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at her own misfortune. Pretending to be a useless nobody all these years had been exhausting. She had finally managed to use her connections to convince Xiahou Yang to bring her and that fool along for the trial in the Misty Forest, planning to investigate the underground ruins at her own pace. But that idiot had attracted a herd of wild bulls as soon as they entered, nearly getting her trampled to death. By some stroke of luck, though, she had stumbled upon the entrance to the underground ruins. Seizing the opportunity, she managed to disappear, finally freeing herself from the Liu family's control. Thanks to the illusion abilities she gained after her twin-tailed snow fox mutated, Luo successfully fooled most of the undead senses and managed to collect quite a few valuable items in the underground ruins. Unfortunately, the most important frost orb was stolen. She hadn't expected a goblin to suddenly appear in the ruins, snatch the orb while she was fighting a skeletal warrior, and then fall into a trap along with it, burning everything to ashes. After searching for a long time, she found nothing left. How could a magical orb just vanish? Could the frost orb really melt in fire? She had never heard of such a thing. Well, it was gone. There was nothing she could do about it. After much effort, she finally found a trial ground and barely made it through with the snow fox's illusions. No sooner had she emerged than the underground ruins were overrun by students from Bamboo Academy, all busy clearing out skeletons. To avoid being taken back to the Liu family, she hid for quite a while, eventually finding a secret passage in a remote corner of the ruins and escaping to the outside world. Now, she had no choice but to cross the misty forest and flee to another city. Fortunately, she had gained considerable beast-taming talent during the trial, and with the clues her parents had left behind, she believed finding other treasures would be much easier. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Luo was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness, her consciousness momentarily clouded. When she came to, she didn't notice anything amiss and was about to move on when her three-tailed snow fox suddenly leaped in front of her, crouching low and growling warily at something ahead. Its three tails danced in the air, releasing shimmering white light that formed several ice arrows, which shot forward. Luo paused for a moment. Then her eyes sharpened as she realized what was happening. She had fallen under a mental spell. Compared to her, the snow fox had a much higher resistance to mental attacks. Even if she couldn't see the enemy, she just needed to follow the snow fox's lead and counterattack in the direction it indicated. Her bow was already in hand. Moving swiftly, she fired an arrow in the same direction as the ice arrows. The demon cultist clearly hadn't expected the snow fox to react so quickly. He easily dodged two of the ice arrows, but the last one struck his arm, and frost rapidly spread from the wound. Although the arrow was well made, it only grazed his skin after piercing his scaled armor. The pain made him falter, and his mental spell was immediately broken. Luo's vision cleared at once, and she finally saw the demon cultist and his two-headed hellhound lurking in the shadows beneath the trees. Seeing the appearance of her enemies, Luo was taken aback. Though the two figures before her were covered in blood and clearly in bad shape, their savage faces and massive frames were enough to make her instinctively wary. She quickly retreated, the tips of her toes barely touching the ground as she leapt backwards several yards like an arrow. The two-headed hellhound tried to open its intact maw to unleash a fireball, but with its energy spent, only a few sparks and a puff of black smoke escaped. It let out a furious growl and, dragging its limp second head, lunged after Luo. The three-tailed snow fox tried to cast a spell to stop it, but under the mental influence of the demon preacher, all its magic failed. Shrubs and vines in the forest formed a natural barrier, hampering the hellhound's movements. Its wounded body was soon scratched by poisonous thorns, and it quickly began to slow down. Just then, the distant sound of its handler's whistle echoed through the trees. The three-tailed snow fox, still locked in combat with the demon preacher, immediately broke away and slipped nimbly into the underbrush. Before leaving, it flicked its tail, sending a flurry of ice shards straight at the hellhound. Poisoned and on the verge of death, the hellhound had lost even the instinct to dodge. Its two heads trembled briefly before dissolving into black mist, returning to the demon preacher's beast space. Now grievously wounded, and without the support of his summoned beasts, the demon preacher roared in fury, Damn it. I hate you so-called geniuses the most. Before he could finish, a sudden rustling came from the bushes. A grimy-looking goblin burst out, riding atop a juvenile, venom-spitting spider. The bizarre sight made the demon preacher wonder if he was hallucinating. The Goblin Wanderer shot him a contemptuous glance and patted the spider beneath him. The spider darted closer, then suddenly spat a glob of sticky web, pinning the demon preacher's lower body to the ground before scurrying away on its 8 legs. Only then did the demon preacher realize the situation was real. He struggled to break free and give chase, but a deafening rumble erupted behind him. Glancing back, he saw a herd of earth-shaking boars, clad in rocky armor and eyes blazing red, charging straight toward him. Desperate, he tore at the webbing to escape, but his large frame made him the most obvious target. With no energy, no beasts, and grievously wounded, the demon preacher could only raise his hands in despair as the lead boar slammed into him. In the next instant, he was trampled to death beneath a storm of hooves. In his final moment, he managed one last curse. Damn goblins. The lead boar trotted over to sniff the corpse, sneezed loudly in disgust, and then used its hind legs to kick some dirt over the body. With their anger spent, the herd seemed to forget their original target and, following their leader, cheerfully made their way back to their territory. After a while, once the herd of wild boars had disappeared from sight, the Goblin Wanderer came racing over on his venom-spiked spider. He circled the corpse of the demon preacher, staring at those red eyes that refused to close in death. With a slight frown, he fell into brief contemplation. Muttering a few words to the venom-spiked spider, he set it into action. The spider used its sharp fangs and front legs to knead the corpse into a ball, then wrapped it in silk, forming a large cocoon. The Goblin Wanderer climbed on top, and the venom-spiked spider swiftly dragged the cocoon away, kicking up a cloud of dust as it vanished into the distance. Perched in the tree, Liu Mo and the three-tailed snow fox concealed themselves with an illusion, silently watching the scene unfold. Liu Mo frowned slightly and whispered, "Doesn't that goblin look familiar to you?" The snow fox flicked its tails, its gaze still cold, and let out a soft cry in response. "No way," Liu Mo muttered to herself. "That goblin definitely died in the ruins trap. How could it be alive again?" Still, that annoying attitude is rare, even among goblins. Meanwhile, Zhang Pai had already taken off in pursuit of the demon preacher, while Liu Sihang hurried home. The moment he stepped inside, he nearly collided with Liu Yuanyang, who was rushing out with Liu Zian in his arms. "We're fine, the house is safe," Liu Sihang reassured his frightened family, quickly explaining the strange darkness from earlier. "The monster escaped, but someone blocked its way. Grandpa Zhang has flown over to help definitely stop it." Li Qin, holding Liu Zian, was still pale and couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Why did it come after you?" Liu Sihang shrugged with a wry smile. "What can I say? Your son's a genius attracts envy without even trying." Seeing his son unharmed and at ease, Liu Yuanyang gave him a thumbs up, only to be glared at sharply by Li Qin. Just then, the goblin warrior, battered and limping, walked through the door. Seeing the newly repaired entrance nearly smashed to pieces again, he scratched his head in dismay. "Oh dear," Li Qin cried out, full of concern. She quickly urged the goblin warrior to sit down and not move, then rushed off to fetch medicine. Liu Sihang pursed his lips slightly. Looking at the goblin warrior's sorry state, he already had a good idea of what had happened. He knew the goblin was badly hurt, but 2 others in the beast's space were even worse off. The goblin laborer had taken several hits for him, and the goblin marauder must have suffered in the darkness, maybe even been killed by that 2-headed dog. The thought left Liu Sihang a bit displeased, and he resolved to buy them some ale at the tavern to make it up to them once they revived. But before that, Liu Sihang planned to sneak upstairs while his family was distracted and quietly stash the goblin's dropped gear back into the beast's space, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. Opening the door and stepping into the moonlight, Liu Sihang froze in shock. The room was a complete mess. Shards of glass littered the floor, catching the pale glow of the moon, while splatters of blood formed gruesome patterns across the walls and floor. By the door, a pool of thick, white fluid slowly spread out, eerily resembling the smashed brains of a goblin laborer. The windowsill was almost entirely covered in blood, hinting that the goblin raider had met an even grimmer end than Liu had imagined. Knife slashes and claw marks marred every surface, and the furniture was scattered and broken beyond recognition. Liu rubbed his temples as a headache came on. How was he supposed to explain all these signs of battle to anyone else? Scanning the room, he noticed that the books Ms. Zhang Pei had lent him had somehow survived intact apart from a few shallow scratches and some smears of dark red blood on the covers. The material of the covers was clearly unusual, but at least the pages inside were unharmed and could still be read. Stains like this, caused by something other than people, a mess. Zhang should understand, right? He reassured himself. Another concern crept into Liu's mind. Whenever his beast's substitute ability was triggered, the summoned goblins always appeared fully armed and faded away as motes of light when they died, just like regular summoned beasts. Anyone familiar with the beast substitute talent might find these anomalies suspicious. But it's not such a big deal, he reasoned. Beast taming abilities are mysterious by nature. Why are the goblins summoned by the super goblin substitute so unique? That's not a question for might, something the creators of the trial grounds should answer. His thoughts became clearer. Right. My goblins always come with gear, so we'll just play dumb this time. As for why that goblin was able to fight the two-headed dog so fiercely, I can act surprised too. After all, this was my first time triggering this power. A fresh worry flashed through his mind. The frost goblin is holding such a valuable orb, but its body is so fragile. If it gets replaced and killed, that'd be a huge loss. Hopefully, ITLL gains some kind of survival skill when it evolves. Liu quickly summoned a goblin and told it to collect all the gear from the raider and the laborer. He lit an oil lamp, went downstairs to fetch cleaning supplies, and started methodically tidying up the room. Soon, a commotion drifted up from downstairs. It was clear that the neighbors had been drawn by the noise. It's the middle of the night, and they're still so energetic. Aren't they worried about work tomorrow? Liu shook his head, deciding not to go down and face their questions. He kept cleaning, stripping the blood-stained sheets and blankets from the bed and replacing them with fresh ones from the wardrobe. With the window gone and the raider defeated, it didn't feel safe to sleep anymore. His evening meditation had only been halfway finished before it was interrupted. Sitting on the bed, Liu scratched his head and shifted his focus into the goblin farm. Even though the laborer had fallen, the goblin craftsman's enthusiasm hadn't waned in the slightest. It was busily dragging the skeleton general's bones to the edge of the graveyard, chatting in hushed tones with the gravedigger as it assembled the bones into bizarre structures that radiated a strong aura of the underworld. Bored, Liu glanced over the other goblins, but something felt off. Taking a closer look, he realized the goblin beastmaster now had only 2 spiders left. Did someone eat one? That can't be. No goblin would dare eat a spider. The beastmaster would fight them to the death. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find the missing venom spike spider. Finally, the answer appeared in the goblin farm's activity log. A goblin wanderer had requested a venom spike spider from the beastmaster, and together they had become a goblin wandering knight. What the heck? A wandering knight? Liu was incredulous. With that scrawny body, the wanderer can hardly be a cavalryman. Liu Sihang had no idea when had fallen asleep, but when he woke up, he found an extra blanket covering him. The broken window was now draped in an even layer of spider silk, clearly the handiwork of the ghost-faced spider. Morning sunlight filtered through the web, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across the room, creating a hazy, dreamlike atmosphere. After stretching, he instinctively glanced over at the goblin farm, intending to check on the goblin craftsman's progress with the graveyard construction. Instead, he was surprised to see 3 venom spike spiders gathered around a white, cocoon-like object in the animal pen. As the spiders worked, the cocoon gradually revealed the mangled corpse of a demon cultist. The body had been trampled beyond recognition by a wild boar, its flesh crushed and bloody as if run over by a steamroller, with only a pair of lifeless, wide-open eyes still distinguishable. A system prompt appeared. Inferior demon creature corpse. A severely damaged, slightly demonized human body. Not of much value. Huh. Liu Sihang stared at the distorted remains and couldn't help but complain. How does that even look human? And they're calling it only mildly corrupted? Since the venom spike spiders had returned, it was a safe bet that the Goblin Wanderer hadn't survived. Liu Sihang opened its diary to get the details. A day in the life of the Goblin Wandering Knight was nothing short of eventful. First, it tried to steal iron ore and was chased by kobolds. Then, after sneaking a bite of a jungle sheep's corpse, it was hunted by wolves. It even attempted to kidnap a wild boar piglet, only to get kicked for its troubles. During its escape, it ran into a demonized human whose stench it found revolting, and instinctively attacked with a glob of slime. Once the stampeding boars had gone, the goblin even returned to retrieve the corpse and haul it away. In the end, this brave goblin discovered a finely crafted iron crossbow in a gnoll camp. After a round of stealing, fighting, and running for its life, it was finally shot full of holes by furious gnolls. This runs haul: 5 experience points, some iron ore, a demonized human corpse, a fine iron crossbow, and 20 iron bolts. Looking at this achievement, Liu Sihang could only feel a tightness in his chest. Just because it had a mount, the goblin thought it could steal anything in broad daylight, even try to kidnap a baby animal right in front of its parents. If it weren't for the dense trees of the misty forest, it would have been flattened long ago. And in the end, it even managed to pull off a home invasion and murder, only to be hunted down for revenge, playing a desperate game of borrowed arrows in its final moments. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. In theory, the Goblin Wanderer could appear anywhere, so why did it always end up in the misty forest? Liu Sihang gazed at the corpse of the Goblin Wanderer, lost in thought. He was worried about the creature's range of activity. A misty forest outside Baiwa town was one thing, but if it started roaming around Qingzhou City, there would be real trouble. If this elusive goblin caused a commotion in the city and attracted the attention of the Adventurers Guild or the city guards, things could get out of hand quickly. What puzzled him even more was that, despite spending far more time outside than other goblins, this one still hadn't triggered any evolution. Even if it's supposed to evolve into some kind of goblin bandit, there should at least be some kind of sign, he sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the other goblins were happily busy with their own tasks. The Goblin Beastmaster couldn't stop fiddling with his newly acquired, finely crafted iron crossbow. He soon brought the blood-stained iron bolts over to the Goblin Craftsman. The craftsman carefully examined the bolts, kept one that was still intact along with a few that were just bent, and handed the rest back. After a brief exchange, the Beastmaster left in high spirits, while the craftsman turned back to his work, gently tapping a piece of black bone with a small hammer. Nearby, the Goblin Gravedigger and the Frost Goblin were studying the corpse of the demonic preacher. After a heated discussion, they got to work. The Frost Goblin gripped his frost orb in one hand and pressed the other against the preacher's forehead, causing a layer of ice to form. At the same time, the Gravedigger began a bizarre dance, summoning a swirl of dark red mist. The two powers converged on the preacher's forehead, forming a strange rune. Eventually, a shard of dark red bone, encased in frost, broke free. Once they had collected the bone shard, they called over the other goblins to help drag the preacher's body to the graveyard, now transformed into a necromantic zone. The area was filled with the remains of skeletal generals, exuding an eerie aura of death, and the soil itself had turned an ashen black. This special place not only sped up the decay of corpses, but was also used to cultivate and strengthen undead creatures. The Goblin Gravedigger picked a spot, dug a hole, and buried the preacher's body, even setting up a stone marker. Finally, under Liu Sihang's speechless gaze, he started dancing another strange jig on top of the grave. Even if I wanted to exaggerate, I'd never claim someone actually danced on a grave, Liu Sihang thought to himself, exasperated. The windows in Liu Sihang's room and the front door of the house were beyond repair this time, and even cracks had started to appear in the surrounding walls. Faced with the devastation, Liu Yuanyang had no choice but to hire a carpenter and a mason from the neighborhood to fix things up. The mason arrived with an armadillo-like beast at his side, a unique creature capable of slowly transforming soil and stone. The beast used its claws to mix up a special kind of earth, which the mason expertly applied to the cracks in the walls. As the beast let out a low growl, the freshly spread mud hardened and seamlessly fused with the original stonework, causing the cracks to vanish as if by magic. Meanwhile, the carpenter was busy with help from a monkey-like beast that had a green leaf sprouting from its head. The monkey nimbly climbed up and down, handing over tools while the carpenter removed the broken door frame and installed a brand new front door. Just as he was heading upstairs with his toolbox to repair the windows, Zhang Pide arrived in a hurry, accompanied by two members of the Adventurers Guild. Liu Sihang, Zhang Pide said gravely, the demon preacher who attacked you has escaped into the misty forest. You probably won't return to White Moon Town, but for your safety, we recommend you stay at the Adventurers Guild for a while. Liu Sihang was momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He casually probed for a description of the preacher's appearance. After confirming that it was indeed the same preacher who had been dealt with by the Wanderer, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang, Liu Sihang replied with a smile, shaking his head. But now that my house is fixed, I need to take care of the purifying fragrance flowers. I really can't leave right now. The preacher was resting peacefully in the land of the dead and couldn't possibly cause any more trouble. Liu Sihang thought to himself that the Wanderer had really helped him out this time, but it was a shame the guy was so elusive he didn't even have the chance to thank him. Seeing that Liu Sihang wouldn't be persuaded, Zhang Pei's face darkened and he turned to leave in a huff. If you weren't a little talented, I wouldn't even bother with you. Liu Sihang didn't take it to heart. Instead, he grinned and followed a few steps, waving as he called out, Take care, Uncle Zhang. He'll come visit when I have time. Visit my foot. Zhang Pide snapped, not even looking back. Despite his age, his short legs carried him quickly, and he disappeared around the corner in no time. When Liu Sihang turned back inside, he was met with his mother Li Qin's scrutinizing gaze. Her brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Instinctively, Liu Sihang took a step back. What's up? Li Qin narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. Why do I get the feeling you're awfully sure that monster isn't coming back? Ahem, what makes you say that? Liu Sihang replied, exaggeratingly slapping his forehead. Oh right, I almost forgot I haven't tended to the purifying fragrance flowers today. With that, he hurried to pick up the pot from the center of the living room and took it to the door, channeling his energy into nourishing the plant. After being cared for outside for 2 days, the flowers, which had started to look a little green, gradually regained their normal color. In contrast, the ones still at the dragon manure farm had turned completely green, making it hard to tell the flowers from the leaves. Liu Sihang planned to have the goblins pull one up in a few days to see if anything besides the color had changed. That night, wanting to keep up appearances, Liu Sihang suggested letting the goblin warriors stand guard again. But Li Qin shot him a look and snorted. Even oxen and horses need to rest. Ayong is badly hurt, and you still want him on night duty? Have a little compassion, will you? What could Liu Sihang do? He could only mutter to himself while forcing a goofy smile, obediently returning the Goblin Warrior to his beast space. The Goblin Warrior had just returned to the beast taming space, dragging his weary body and preparing to retreat to his small hut to recover. Just then, the Goblin craftsman rushed over, clutching a black bone amulet. Without saying a word, the craftsman shoved the amulet into the warrior's rough palm. A faint necromantic aura emanated from the amulet, Goblin Wild Amulet. Undead, inferior. This small rune, carefully crafted from the bones of the Bone General, had absorbed a portion of the powerful ogre warrior's strength, but much of its energy had dissipated, leaving it rather weak. The inscription on the rune was simple: grants minor strength enhancement. When the wearer inflicts real damage on an enemy, it absorbs a small amount of life force to heal the wearer. Before the warrior could examine it closely, he noticed the Goblin craftsman already fastening another amulet made from the skull of a demon cultistanto, the Goblin Raider's leather armor, even tying it with a neat bow. This Goblin Wild Amulet, demon, inferior, was fashioned from the lightly demonized bones of a human corpse and managed to harness a faint trace of demonic power. It provided a low-level shadow power, giving the wearer extra stealth in the dark. More interestingly, it allowed the goblin's words to mildly disturb an enemy's mind, leaving them dazed. Liu Sihang couldn't help but marvel. No wonder these required 2 or at least 1.5 goblin spellcasters to create the magical effects were far superior to that basic leather pauldron that could only drive in nails. He made a mental note to test whether these effects worked on himself. Just as Liu Sihang was about to let his consciousness leave the beast taming space for meditation, the goblin craftsman's actions caught his eye. The craftsman deftly plucked a handful of grass from the ground, skillfully shaped it into a cake, and trotted over to place it at the Goblin Warrior's hut. The Goblin Warrior accepted this delicacy with a conflicted expression. He stared at the grassy cake for a long moment, clearly psyching himself up. At last, steeling himself, the warrior stuffed the grass ball into his mouth in a few bites. After only a couple of chews, his face contorted in agony, green juice seeping from the corners of his mouth, as if he had just swallowed something poisonous and was on the brink of death. With great effort, the warrior forced down the last of the grass, exhaled heavily, and then, his mood suddenly lifting, cheerfully grabbed a bone club at his feet and began gnawing on it with relish. Watching this scene, Liu Sihang couldn't help but laugh. Just 2 months ago, this guy could eat an entire grass root dirt and all without batting an eye. But now he could barely stomach a specially prepared grass cake. He remembered the blueprint for the grass cake, claimed it would cheer up goblins, but judging from the warrior's tortured expression, the eating process was anything but pleasant. Puzzled, Liu Sihang checked the blueprint's notes in the goblin breeding grounds and suddenly understood the cake made goblins happy after eating it. But whether they enjoyed the process depended on whether they still liked eating grass. Liu Sihang couldn't help but shake his head at the irony. The next morning, Liu Sihang excitedly activated the evolution function for the Frost Goblin, who had finally met all the requirements. Bathed in a brilliant light, the Frost Goblin successfully transformed into a Goblin Frost Mage. This evolution deepened the Goblin's connection to Frost energy, awakening dormant powers within its bloodline. Now a powerful spellcaster, it had mastered 3 brand new spells. Ice Arrow: the mage could launch a powerful, arrow-shaped shard of ice, controlling its path within a certain range. Ice Shield: 3 thick, floating shields of ice appeared around the caster, automatically blocking incoming attacks and allowing for precise positioning at will. Frost Trap: the mage could lay nearly invisible ice arrays on the ground, which unleashed a freezing attack when triggered by a creature's approach. The traps could be manually detonated or disabled, but their energy would gradually fade over time, reducing their effectiveness until they eventually dissipated. Upon completing the evolution, Liu Sihang received a random reward, a blue blueprint for the Goblin Beautification Potion. This recipe called for silver leaf, chamomile, and purple flax to be crushed together in a cauldron and boiled with water. Although the basic method had a low success rate, a solid grasp of potion making could improve both the quality and the chance of success. Using herbs grown in the Goblin farm would even grant additional bonus effects. The effects of this beautification potion were rather peculiar. Within half an hour, the drinker's skin would turn a more vibrant, glossy green. Even more surprising, for the first 10 minutes after consumption, the user would experience increased size, reduced rationality, dulled pain, and a surge in battle fervor, even gaining resistance to most fierce spells. However, after 10 minutes, the user would become weak and overwhelmingly hungry, needing to eat in large quantities. Liu Sihang couldn't help but mutter, "How is this a beautification potion? It's more like a berserker potion. These side effects are way over the top." What's even stranger is that it works on any creature. Does that mean anyone who drinks it turns into a green giant? A few days later, Liu Sihang was crouched at home, completely focused on a bowl of mung beans. After some practice, He had gradually mastered the art of energy manipulation. Green, wood element energy flowed from his fingertips and into the soaked beans. Instantly, the beans sprouted and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, producing fully formed roots and tender leaves in just a few seconds. However, the roots seemed a bit too lush, filling the entire wash basin to overflowing and creating a rather bizarre sight. Liu Sihang frowned, his face tangled in confusion, completely at a loss as to what had gone wrong. Just then, a crisp applause sounded from behind, interrupting his thoughts. He turned around to see Zhang Peipei standing at the doorway, smiling at him, her eyes reflecting a complicated mix of surprise and satisfaction. Sorry, I noticed the door was open, and you both seemed pretty absorbed, Zhang Peipei said, her tone unusually gentle. Liu Sihang immediately sprang up from his chair and hurried to the door. Oh, teacher, you're here. Please come in. Would you like something to drink? He glanced around awkwardly before adding, I only have plain water at home. If you'd like, I can go out and get you something. Meanwhile, Lu Zian quickly closed the book she was holding and quietly set it aside. She straightened her posture, trying to look composed, but her flushed cheeks and anxious eyes betrayed her nerves. Zhang Peipei waved her hand lightly and looked at Lu Zian with curiosity. She offered a gentle smilious side of her that students at Qingzhou Academy had never seen before. Don't be nervous, it's just a book. If you're interested, I have a few more and you can have them as well. This seemed to lift an invisible weight from Lu Zian's shoulders. She visibly relaxed, her tense posture easing. Zhang Peipei's smile deepened as she glanced at the book, Basics of Pharmacology, and asked with interest, You seemed really engrossed. Are you able to understand it? Lu Zian nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand some of it, but there are a lot of terms I've never seen before, so I'm not sure what they mean. Standing beside her, Liu Sihang raised his hand like a student in class. Teacher, did you forget to give me a book? This one on basic principles is anything but basic. There are tons of terms we've never seen. Unexpectedly, Zhang Peipei just smiled. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually finish reading the book. This one was really just to fill out the set. A lot of these things can only be understood after taking the basic courses at the academy. She looked at Liu Sihang's slightly exasperated expression, her eyes shining with curiosity. I have to say, I didn't expect you to be so talented and such a quick learner. 5 years of high school entrance exams and 3 years of mock tests in my past life, squeezing through the college entrance like crossing a single log bridge. After getting into university, I had to cram like crazy every semester to avoid failing. Of course my study skills are top-notch. Liu Sihang felt a surge of pride inside, but outwardly he replied modestly, I suppose I'm doing all right. Well, then you'd better study hard. It'd be great if, when you're home for the holidays, you could help teach your sister, Zhang Peipei said as she walked over to Liu Zian, pulling a few books from her spatial pouch and setting them gently on the table. She spoke kindly to the girl. Some of the books I have aren't really suitable for you, and some are a bit too advanced. But if you're interested, feel free to look through these. If you have any questions, you can ask your brother when he gets back. Wait a minute, aren't I the one you wanted to take on as your student? Liu Sihang suddenly felt a sense of alarm, as if his position was under threat. Noticing the odd look on Liu Sihang's face, Zhang Peipei smiled and explained, a clever, eager Tolian girl like her reminds me of myself when I was young. All right, I get it. You were smart and studious as a child, Liu Sihang thought to himself. So my sister is the one you really like, and am probably just here to carry on your legacy. Suddenly, Liu Sihang realized his role as the supporting character. Although Liu Sihang managed to wipe the bloodstains off the book's cover, the dark red marks along the edges of the pages and the scratches left by sharp claws were impossible to clean completely. Zhang Peipei gently traced the scratches on the cover of Fundamentals of Pharmacology with her finger and said calmly, I heard you were attacked a couple of days ago. Yeah, they say it was a group of demon worshippers, jealous of my talent, Liu Sihang replied, showing no fear. If anything, there was a hint of pride in his voice. Zhang Peipei couldn't help but chuckle. Those pests are like cockroaches in the gutter, impossible to get rid of completely. She paused, then added softly, I'm sorry. I should have remembered this isn't Qingzhou City. It's not as safe here. Liu Sihang was taken aback and asked, Huh? What does that have to do with you? Zhang Peipei shook her head slightly and explained, Since I said I'd take you as my student, the least I can do is make sure you're protected. I just left in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything with me. But in a couple of days, we'll be heading back to Qingzhou City, and I'll make it up to you then. Oh, so the exploration of the ruins is finished? Liu Sihang's mood was complicated upon hearing that Zhang Peipei would be leaving soon. Liu Zian, standing nearby, also looked a little downcast. Pretty much. More and more adventurers have shown up, and the place isn't as valuable as it used to be, Zhang Peipei replied. Then she asked, By the way, your mom's contracted beast is a ghost-faced spider, right? Liu Sihang nodded, not sure what she was getting at. Zhang Peipei smiled. I know a formula for an alchemical potion that, if taken regularly, can help the ghost-faced spider continue evolving. The ingredients aren't hard to find, the only catch is, they're expensive. A spark of excitement flashed in Liu Sihang's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Peipei's smile widened. I can give you the recipe and even supply some of the ingredients. As for brewing the potion, you can do it yourself when you're able. She tapped the scratch on the book with her fingertip and added quietly, you never know when danger will strike. This world really is a dangerous place. As they spoke, the goblins far away in the misty forest were coming to the same conclusion. Lately, they had started to wonder if they should move somewhere else, because no matter where they went, they kept running into unprovoked attacks. Kobolds, gnolls, lizard folk, ogres, just about every creature they met would start yelling as if reacting to some invisible hostility, then rush forward in a frenzy and start fighting. Even while traveling, goblins would often be ambushed by wild beasts like earthshaker boars or shadow leopards, who would attack them with crazed ferocity and leave only after killing a few goblins. Once, a group of ogre warriors out hunting in the jungle stumbled upon a sneaky goblin scouting party. The ogres immediately abandoned their prey, roared, and charged in, swinging their spiked clubs and smashing the little green-skinned creatures into pulp. After venting their anger, the ogres, pleased with themselves, turned to retrieve their original prey only to see a goblin riding a venom-spiked spider dart past at incredible speed. The spider raced across the ground, and every so often, it would spit a glob of sticky white webbing right onto the ogre's feet, pinning them to the spot before they could react. The moment they spotted that familiar figure, the ogres instantly flew into a rage, their bodies swelling with fury as they entered a berserk state. With a mighty tug, they snapped the spider's silk binding their feet and charged after the culprit, only to see the detested goblin riding away on a venomous stinger spider, disappearing into the underbrush with the food they had worked so hard to hunt. After venting their anger on the surrounding trees, the furious ogre warriors quickly rallied their tribe and went after a nearby goblin clan, launching a brutal campaign of revenge. The sudden assault caught the goblins completely off guard. After a hasty discussion, several high-ranking goblins decided the tribe had no choice but to relocate. We can't stay in this cursed place any longer, they declared, abandoning their possessions and fleeing in a panic with the rest of their kin. Meanwhile, the Goblin Wanderer who had triggered all this chaos was happily sharing the found food with its companion. Being small, the goblin was quickly satisfied, and most of the food ended up in the stinger spider's belly. Clearly, this period of rich meals had done wonders for the spider. It had grown over 4 meters long, its body sturdy like an off-road vehicle. Not only was it faster and tougher, but its mastery over spider silk had also reached new heights. It could now trap enemies, set obstacles, escape danger, and even wrap up loot with ease. As they feasted, the Goblin Wanderer suddenly perked up, ears twitching as it stared alertly into the distance. It gave the stinger spider a tap, and the spider immediately understood, abandoning the leftovers as its 8 legs blurred into motion, carrying them swiftly away with a faint rustling sound. Not far off, a human adventurer was having the worst day of his life. He had narrowly escaped being captured by the migrating goblins as emergency rations, only to stumble into a rock bear. Though he managed to kill the beast after a desperate struggle, he was badly injured and pinned beneath the massive corpse, unable to move. To make matters worse, his pouch of healing potions had been tossed aside during the fight. Just as his life was hanging by a thread, he saw a goblin riding a giant stinger spider rushing toward him. The adventurer offered a weak smile, thinking he must be hallucinating in his final moments. But the goblin really did jump off the spider, pick up his pouch, rummage through it for the last healing potion, then put it back and hang the pouch around its own neck. The Goblin Wanderer hesitated, uncertain whether to touch the rock bear corpse the adventurer was clutching. Suddenly, something caught its eye, a dagger embedded in the bear, its hilt set with a fire gem that sparkled in the sunlight. The sight of the glittering trophy immediately stopped the Goblin Wanderer in its tracks. You need to have principles, whether you're a human or a goblin. The small Goblin Wanderer stood at the edge of the cave, eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. He knew well that anything lying on the ground was fair game, but whatever was clutched tightly in someone's arms was strictly off-limits. At that moment, a jeweled dagger was deeply embedded in the skull of a massive stone bear corpse. The goblin's large green eyes sparkled as he quickly reasoned it out. The dagger belonged to the stone bear since it was stuck in its head, but now that the bear was dead, didn't that make the weapon ownerless? Having made up his mind, the Goblin Wanderer still hesitated to act rashly. He turned and whispered a few words to the venomous spider beside him. The spider immediately understood, shooting a strand of silvery web that stuck to the jeweled dagger. With a sharp tug, the spider tried to pull it free, but the dagger was wedged in so tightly that it ended up dragging the entire stone bear corpse, rolling it across the ground. The adventurer, who lay on the ground awaiting his fate, suddenly felt the crushing weight lift from his body. He stared in shock as the stone bear carcass tumbled away, too stunned to speak. The Goblin Wanderer paused at the sight, watching the bewildered adventurer and counting on his fingers as he thought to himself, if it's been lying on the ground this long and nobody's picked it up, that must mean it's up for grabs, right? The venomous spider spat out some corrosive liquid, dissolving part of the stone bear's skull so the goblin could finally pry out the jeweled dagger. Noticing that the adventurer was still lying there in a daze, he cheerfully directed the spider to wrap the stone bear in a cocoon, ready to drag it away. Just then, the adventurer, having finally come to his senses, mustered what little strength he had left. Though weak and bleeding heavily, he saw the odd pair preparing to leave and desperately called out, "Wait." When the Goblin Wanderer turned around in confusion, the adventurer pointed to his own bag. "My healing potion," he managed to say before the goblin immediately clutched his own little pouch protectively, and the venomous spider hissed in warning. Realizing the goblin could understand him, the adventurer's eyes lit up. With a trembling hand, he held out a shiny gold coin. "He'll trade you for it." The goblin stared at the coin glittering in the sunlight, then glanced at the murky pink healing potion in his pouch. After a moment's thought, he held up 2 fingers. "But I only paid 35 silver coins for that potion," the adventurer said weakly, his face pale. "Hey, so no deal?" The goblin scoffed, stuffing the potion back in his pouch and patting the spider, ready to leave. "Deal. He'll do it," the adventurer cried, hurriedly pulling out another gold coin and shouting with the last of his strength. The Goblin Wanderer instantly broke into a broad grin, hopped off the venomous spider, scampered over, grabbed the coins, and stuffed the potion into the adventurer's trembling hand. Although getting close to the adventurer seemed a bit risky, the lure of that gleaming healing potion made it worthwhile. Worst case, I could just go home, get some sleep, and wake up as a free goblin wandering knight again. Besides, the adventurer didn't seem particularly hostile. His hands just trembled as he carefully uncorked the bottle, tears in his eyes as he drank the potion He'd finally gotten back. If there were smartphones and social media in this world, He'd probably snap a selfie right away and caption it, "Who can relate? Bought this potion for 35 silver coins, lost it in a scuffle, and had to pay 2 gold coins to get it back. Almost died paying for peace." The moment he drank the potion, a warm current rushed through his body, and he could feel his bleeding wounds slowly begin to clot and scab over. Having narrowly escaped death, the adventurer felt much more at ease. Losing 2 gold coins didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. "Oh well, just think of it as paying for safety. At least the goblin didn't carry me off in a sack. As long as I'm alive, there's nothing to complain about." He took a deep breath, let himself relax, and lay back comfortably to let the potion work its magic. Meanwhile, the wanderer had already mounted the back of the venomous spider, idly tossing the 2 gold coins in his hand, a strange glint in his eyes. When Liu Sihang left home, his parents and best friends packed him a huge suitcase. As if he were heading off to survive on a deserted island, they were terrified he'd starve or freeze out there. But since he was flying, bringing so much stuff would be way over the weight limit, and Zhang Peipei promised food and lodging would be covered. So in the end, he only took a few changes of clothes. Surrounded by his parents, little sister, and curious neighbors, Liu Sihang was suddenly engulfed by a powerful burst of air. With a shrill scream, he shot skyward like a rocket, his cry echoing through half of Baiwei town. As he soared higher and faster, Liu Sihang finally came to his senses once they reached a steady cruising speed. The wind element wrapped around him completely, so he wasn't battered by the gusts. Instead, the flight felt surprisingly easy and comfortable. Looking down at the scenery far below, he couldn't help but feel a rush of freedom. If only the takeoff had been a little less dramatic, he thought. He glanced sideways at Zhang Peipei, who was still smiling calmly, seemingly unaffected by the flight. Liu Sihang asked curiously, "Teacher, are these flying spells only usable by wind mages?" Zhang Peipei smiled, as if she understood his question, and replied gently, "Actually, mages of other elements have their own flying spells. With the right magical equipment or tools, they can cast spells like wind walk too." Liu Sihang's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, "What about what element flying spells? What are they like?" Zhang Peipei paused, her brow furrowing slightly as she seemed to think it over. After a moment, she said, "There aren't many practitioners who specialize in wood magic, and even fewer who become full-fledged mages. I'd probably have to look up some references before I can give you a proper answer." Liu Sihang blinked in surprise, then suddenly smiled. "Why are you smiling?" Zhang Peipei asked. "It's nothing. I just think you must be a really dedicated teacher." Zhang Peipei was taken aback for a second, then smiled back. "I can't speak for anyone else, but since I've taken you on as my student, I'm responsible for you, especially when it comes to knowledge. I'd never be careless about that." Although Liu Sihang had lived in this world for more than a decade, his range of activities had been quite limited. This was his first time visiting Qingzhou City, not only because of his humble background, but also due to the frustrating state of transportation here. He couldn't afford the expensive options, while the cheaper rides were so rough they were nearly unbearable. He had originally hoped to catch a glimpse of the entire city by flying to Qingzhou Academy, but things didn't go as planned. Despite its name, Qingzhou Academy actually occupied the eastern half of the city along with the vast mountains and rivers nearby. Zhang Peipei was busy with academy affairs and had no time to show him around. So after letting him take a distant look at the city's silhouette, She guided him straight to a peculiar tower rising from the heart of a massive botanical garden. As if sensing its master's return, the tower's sleek exterior suddenly extended a landing platform. Following Zhang Peipei, Liu Sihang entered and found himself in a breathtaking library. Towering shelves, each about 10 meters high, lined the walls, packed with countless books. As Liu Sihang glanced around, he didn't spot a single duplicate title. The sheer volume of books made him swallow nervously, feeling a bit anxious about the studies that awaited him. Kuda. Zhang Peipei called out into the air. "I'm here," responded a slightly mechanical male voice. Turning to Liu Sihang, Zhang Peipei explained in a low voice. "Kuda is the spirit of this magic tower. If you have any questions, you can ask directly." Then she addressed the air again. "This is my new student, Liu Sihang. The academy should have sent his information by now, right?" Liu Sihang's records have been received. The tower spirit replied immediately. "Good. Go over the academy rules with him. I need to meet with the principal. Also, grant Liu Sihang apprentice-level access within the magic tower." Understood. Liu Sihang now has apprentice access to the alchemy magic tower. With her instructions finished and seeing Liu Sihang nod in agreement, Zhang Peipei turned and left the platform, using windwalking to depart. "Liu Sihang, shall I begin explaining the rules of Qingzhou Academy now?" The tower spirit asked. Liu Sihang found a sofa nearby and sat down. With no one visible to talk to, he imitated Zhang Peipei and spoke to the air. Can I have a glass of water first? I'm a bit thirsty after all that flying." "Certainly." After waiting for nearly 4 minutes with no sign of water, Liu Sihang asked, "Kuda? I'm here. Where's my water?" Searching for information, sorry, I couldn't find any items related to water for Liu Sihang inside the magic tower. It was only then that Liu Sihang realized this wasn't some all-knowing smart assistant, but more like a clueless AI. "Forget it. Let's just talk about the academy rules first." The rules and regulations of Qingzhou Academy are consistent with those of Qingzhou City, with the primary principle being a strict prohibition of any illegal activities. The academy's curriculum is divided into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced, each building upon the last. Basic courses are open to all students, and the class schedules are announced at the start of each semester. Only after earning enough credits from basic courses can students apply for intermediate classes. These intermediate courses do not have fixed schedules, but the academy will notify students in advance. As for the highest level advanced courses, students must first meet the requirements set by their mentors and then obtain approval through an application. The class times for these advanced courses are entirely at the mentor's discretion. After hearing these rules, Liu Sihang was taken aback. This almost hands-off approach to education was nothing like what he had imagined. The advanced courses, in particular, seemed like a game of chance you might finally qualify, only to find that you don't see your mentor the entire semester, or you might miss a rare class just by stepping out for a while. Are there any specific graduation requirements? Liu Sihang pressed further. Will we get some kind of official certificate when we leave? Normally, students can only study at Qingzhou Academy until the age of 22, after which their enrollment is automatically terminated, Kuda explained. If you want to obtain a professional qualification, you'll need to take the relevant exams at the appropriate association yourself. This system was a stark contrast to the strict management of Baiwei Town Middle School. Liu Sihang had expected a higher education institution to be even more rigorous, but it was clearly not the case here. The teachers didn't worry about graduation rates or funding. Their courses existed solely to benefit human civilization. Whether students could seize the opportunity and achieve anything was entirely up to them. Just as Liu Sihang was starting to relax, Kuda's next words made him tense up again. "As a personal disciple of the alchemy mage tower's master, your studies will be arranged directly by the tower master." Does the teacher have any other personal disciples? Liu Sihang nervously licked his dry lips. The tower master currently has 4 personal disciples, in order of admission: Liu Yue, Sima Qingfeng, Deng Qianyun, and Liu Sihang. Huh? Someone has the same name as me. Liu Sihang paused, then realized he was just confused from thirst and patted his forehead to clear his head. Are the senior students' schedules packed by the teacher? No, they're not. Liu Sihang breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. In addition to their daily studies and research, they have 5 hours of sleep and rest each day. What? Never mind. Liu Sihang gave up resisting. Kuda, I'm here. I want some water. Take me to get a drink. Also, is there any food in the mage tower? The kitchen in the alchemy mage tower is well stocked with water and food. Proceed 200 meters ahead, open the door, and enter the tower's internal staircase. After Zhang Peipei returned, she packed Liu Sihang's schedule so tightly that he didn't set foot outside the alchemy magic tower for more than half a month. Up to now, he hadn't even seen the city gates of Qingzhou City, let alone stepped outside the academy, didn't even know which direction the entrance to Qingzhou Academy faced. Inside the tower, Liu Sihang's world was very small. His tiny bedroom on the 3rd floor, the kitchen and dining room on the same level, a meditation room on the 4th floor, a library stuffed with ancient tomes on the 5th, and a laboratory on the 9th floor, cluttered with countless bottles and jars. He hadn't explored anywhere else. His daily routine was strictly divided into segments: eating, sleeping, meditating, and studying, nothing more. At night, a bottle of pale blue sleeping potion sent him into deep slumber almost instantly. In the morning, the bitter taste of a wakefulness potion still lingered on his tongue as he threw himself into a new day of learning. The food on the table was crafted from all sorts of rare magical beasts and materials. It looked strange, smelled odd, but every bite was packed with magical energy. Even though he ended each day completely exhausted, Liu Sihang could feel his body getting stronger, his muscles firmer, his mind sharper. How much do all these things cost? One day, during a rare break, Liu Sihang quietly asked the tower spirit. The tower spirit's voice echoed in the air, calculating carefully before answering. Including everything you use each day, plus materials lost in the lab, it comes to about 15 to 50 gold coins daily. Liu Sihang sucked in a breath. Does it really cost that much to train a disciple? It's not your money, so why worry? Zhang Peipei said calmly from the doorway. Before you become a certified alchemist, they'll cover all your expenses. And once you're an alchemist, you won't have to worry about money at all. With nothing more to say, Liu Sihang could only throw himself into his studies, working as hard as a draft animal. Despite the intensive, almost exploitative schedule, the potions and enchanted food helped Liu Sihang advance at an astonishing pace. In just half a month, he was already proficient in brewing basic magical potions, a pale green remedy that could cure most common colds, a pungent insect repellent. These were no longer a challenge for him. His daily meditation sessions also caused his mental strength and energy control to skyrocket, enough that he could already handle some simple spells. However, as he practiced on his own, he ran into concepts and techniques that were tough to grasp. On this, Zhang Peipei didn't personally teach him the basics. The teachers at Qingzhou Academy are better at explaining this stuff than I am, she told him. Wait a few more days for the Academy's basic spell courses to start, and then you can attend. After all, you can't stay holed up in the tower forever. Normally, Liu Sihang should have undergone a full physical assessment upon entering Qingzhou Academy to help determine his future path. But back in Baiwei Town, Zhang Peipei had already seen his gift for manipulating energy, and since he was so absorbed in his studies at the tower, she didn't want to interrupt his progress. So she simply grabbed a decent set of test results from another new student's file and copied them into his records. Given her position at the academy, Zhang Peipei never gave this small matter a second thought. She didn't realize it would cause Liu Sihang a bit of trouble later on. Liu Sihang may have spent half a month shut inside the tower, but someone else had been out and about, roaming freely, and hadn't come home in quite some time. Outside the alchemy tower stood an enormous magical plantation. This land, personally granted to Zhang Peipei by the Lava King, had long since transformed from a simple garden into a mysterious magical forest. Although Zhang Peipei was a master of alchemy, she had little talent for cultivation. She would simply scatter gifted or collected magical plant seedlings and seeds across the ground, then add all kinds of nourishing substances. The most commonly used were green dragon's blood, dung, and bones, ingredients that proved remarkably effective. Despite her haphazard methods, the magical plants flourished unexpectedly, turning the area into a thriving forest that soon attracted a variety of magical creatures. For safety, Zhang Peipei spared no expense in hiring a master sorcerer skilled in magical arrays. Using rare materials, they built massive walls and laid down a powerful magic formation. This formation not only kept the magical plants and creatures contained within the grounds, but also gathered ambient magical energy from the surroundings, providing ample nourishment for the plants. The plantation's ecosystem soon took shape. Along the outskirts lived small, rapidly multiplying magical beasts such as forest slimes, swift rabbits, burrowing mice, as well as various magical insects and flying creatures. Deeper within lurked terrifying carnivorous magical plants, and even a two-headed ogre mage who visited frequently. Thanks to the magic array, the place resembled a misty forest. Magic grew denser, and the dangers increased the closer one came to the center. Despite being private property, Zhang Peipei was generous in sharing her garden. Students from Qingzhou Academy could apply for permission to collect low-grade magical materials within the plantation. Each approved student was required to read a list of warnings beforehand, which made it clear they were not to harvest advanced magical plants or venture deeper into the forest. The more experienced students, aware of the dangers posed by the creatures within or by the alchemy master rumored to use rule breakers as test subjects, were content to gather materials only along the outskirts. As a few alchemy students carefully picked ripe fruits, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. Moments later, a massive yellow spider sped past them, carrying a small green figure on its back. Even more terrifying, a dozen huge, furious beetles gave chase, crushing every magical plant in their path to dust. The students exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes flickering with confusion and disbelief. "Did you guys see that spider just now? Wasn't there a goblin on top of it?" one student asked in a trembling voice. "No way. It really was a goblin? I thought I was seeing things." I saw it too. It looked like an ordinary goblin, not even evolved yet. Voices of doubt and curiosity rose among them. How could there be a goblin in the botanical garden? Aren't there supposed to be just some giant insects? Goblins are like cockroaches, one student said grimly. If you spot one, it means there are already a lot more you haven't seen. Should we go notify the academy right away? Hold on. A calm voice interrupted. Since we're already here, let's gather our materials first. Look at those plants, so many have been trampled by bugs. If we don't collect them now, they'll just go to waste. Yeah, you're right. The others quickly came to their senses. Looking at the scattered remains of magical plants, a spark of curiosity lit up in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Goblin Wanderer Knight was making the most of its time in the botanical garden. Although it had lost its life to a strange carnivorous flower when it first arrived, that was merely a minor setback for a goblin. After a quick nap and resurrection, it had already adapted to the unfamiliar environment. Relying on the toxic spider's agility, the goblin moved swiftly through the jungle. It stuffed its pouch full of magical fruits, then had the spider weave a larger bag from silk, gathering anything that caught its eye and amassing quite a haul. However, as time went on, the common magical materials no longer satisfied its appetite. After a few attempts, it discovered that the rare and high-grade magical materials were always guarded by dangerous carnivorous plants. These plants used enticing magical fruit as bait, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Their strength came from consuming large quantities of creatures, mainly the enormous insects that filled this jungle. The reason these insects grew so large was due to the unique conditions of the botanical garden: abundant magical energy, a wealth of magical plants, and no powerful magical beasts to threaten them, allowing unchecked growth. After careful observation, Zhang Peipei took sensible action. She only removed flying insects that might threaten the residents of Qingzhou City, leaving the rest under the care of the Alchemy Tower's spirit and beast tamers. These insects not only maintained the garden's ecological balance, but also provided a steady supply of materials for alchemical experiments and potion testing, saving the trouble of collecting them from the wild. However, these carefree insects, who had lived in peace for so long, never imagined that a goblin riding a venomous stinger spider would suddenly appear in the magical forest. The goblin barged into their nest, one of them carrying a silk sack to collect insect eggs everywhere, while the other treated the place like a buffet, feasting on the freshly hatched beetles, crunching them up one by one until none were left. By the time the bugs realized what was happening, their nest had been completely ransacked. Furious, the beetles went wild, determined to kill these two thieves on the spot. Unfortunately for them, the venomous stinger spider could leap high and far, even swinging from its silk like a trapeze artist. If a man who gained spider-like abilities could swing between skyscrapers, how much more adept would an actual spider be? The towering trees and tangled forest posed no obstacle at all for the venomous stinger spider. Instead, they offered endless footholds. With just a few agile jumps and swings, the spider easily escaped the encirclement of angry beetles. That was when the academy students witnessed the chaotic scene. A swarm of beetles chasing after a venomous stinger spider carrying a goblin, turning the entire plantation upside down. At the observatory atop the alchemy magic tower, Zhang Peipei looked out at the chaos in the plantation below, a hint of confusion in her expression. Meanwhile, the emotionless voice of the tower spirit mechanically reported its recent observations on the Goblin Wanderer. So, based on your observations, this little creature is likely connected to Liu Sihang? Yes. Based on the data and analysis, there is a 75% probability of a connection between this creature and Liu Sihang. However, since Liu Sihang's known contracted beast is a goblin warrior, that probability drops to 32%. So, even with a known contracted beast, there's still a 30% chance. And didn't he get some sort of special goblin replacement skill from the trial? Huh. If you're going to make something up, at least give it a better name, Zhang Peipei said with a soft laugh. Looks like this kid is hiding quite the secret. Mark all information related to this incident as top secret. No one but me is allowed to access it. Command received. Related data has been encrypted. You're saying that when this goblin dies, the spider will disappear as well, and any items they're carrying will vanish too? Yes. The first time this goblin appeared in the magical botanical garden, it was decapitated by a golden-striped king flower. When it was forcibly recalled to the beast space, both the venomous stinger spider and its belongings entered the recall state simultaneously. A contracted beast that can bring items back into the beast space, I've never seen that before. Zhang Peipei's lips curled with curiosity. With a flick of her finger, a sharp whistle cut through the air, and a wave of blue energy crossed over 1,000 meters in an instant, smashing the goblin's head into pulp. The force was controlled perfectly, destroying only the head without so much as grazing the silk sack on its shoulder. Then, watching as the venomous stinger spider and all the items on both beasts dissolved into shimmering light, Zhang Peipei raised her eyebrows in surprise, her curiosity growing even stronger. She asked, will they reappear in 3 days? It has been 3 days, 5 hours, and 32 minutes since their first appearance. Additionally, The probability of a connection between the target goblin and Liu Sihang has increased to 42%, the tower spirit replied. All right, notify me the next time they show up. If I'm busy with an experiment, just observe and record on your own. Command received. Zhang Peipei assumed that even the goblin itself had no idea how it died, so even if it was actually Liu Sihang's familiar, there was no way he would know she had accidentally killed it out of curiosity. But the current situation took her completely by surprise. The wandering goblin knight had actually kept a detailed travel journal. The diary clearly described how the goblin knight entered the alchemical botanical garden, where it diligently gathered rare magical plants like flamefruit, clearwood berries, and breezeberries. Later, it ventured into an iron beetle nest, but during its escape, it encountered a powerful wind mage and was ultimately killed by a blade of wind. Although this adventure ended in tragedy, it was quite fruitful. The goblin gained 40 experience points from iron beetle larvae and collected a large number of magical materials, including 15 intact iron beetle eggs and 169 damaged ones. Liu Sihang had been burying himself in his studies recently, relying on sleeping drafts to get any rest. When he finally found time to check on the goblin ranch and saw the entry in the wandering journal, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew very well that the vast botanical garden belonged solely to Zhang Peipei. No other mage would ever be there, let alone a wind mage with such strength appearing by coincidence. He began to consider whether he should confess the truth to Zhang Peipei. However, his recent reading in the library had given him a deeper understanding of alchemists. On the surface, they seemed like ordinary mages who simply brewed potions, but the reality was far more complex. In their pursuit of magical concoctions, they would meticulously dissect magical beasts and rigorously experiment on every part. One master alchemist had even written a book called The Grand Compendium of Magical Beast Cuisine, which documented the qualities and nutritional values of thousands of different beast cuts, complete with elaborate cooking methods. Upon publication, the book became immensely popular among culinary circles. Although Liu Sihang felt that, after spending some time together, Zhang Peipei probably wouldn't put him on a dissection table, her curiosity meant she would likely subject him to all sorts of strange experiments. The thought sent a shiver through him, and he decided to keep quiet for now, waiting until his teacher brought up the matter herself. At that moment, he noticed the goblin beast master busy at work. It had taken all the iron beetle eggs and some magical fruit from the wooden storage and was building a delicate little nest in the beast enclosure. It carefully placed the 15 intact beetle eggs inside, preparing to hatch them. As for the damaged eggs and leftover fruit, these were fed to the two smaller venomous stinger spiders. The largest spider, watching its scrawny companions, didn't seem jealous after all. It often accompanied the wanderer on adventures and had grown much larger than the other two combined. In fact, seeing how thin they were, it looked at them with a touch of sympathy. Early the next morning, Liu Sihang finally left the alchemy magic tower and set foot on the grounds of Qingzhou Academy for the first time. Sunlight streamed down onto the stone-paved paths, casting the academy's ancient and mysterious silhouette in sharp relief. Today marked the start of the basic magic course, and he needed to make his way to the academy's magic instruction area. Liu Sihang considered asking the tower's spirit, Kuda, for directions, but Kuda was bound to the alchemy magic tower and couldn't leave its confines. All Kuda could do was guide him to a detailed and clearly marked map of the academy tucked away on a bookshelf. The campus layout was straightforward enough, so with the map in hand, Liu Sihang followed a leaf-strewn path and soon arrived at the magic teaching area. He found his classroom in a gray stone building about the size of a basketball gym. As he stepped through the entrance, a faint wave of magic swept over him like water, an automated system confirming his identity. Inside, the classroom was large enough to hold over 1,000 students. Most of the space was taken up by the teacher's platform, leaving plenty of room for spell demonstrations. The seats were already filled with students, mostly new arrivals, buzzing with excitement over their very first magic class. Since had been admitted through unusual means, Liu Sihang didn't know anyone. He chose an empty spot and sat quietly, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A few students noticed this particularly young-looking newcomer, but most just assumed he had a baby face and paid him little attention. Only one figure lurking in a corner kept glancing at Liu Sihang with a hostile, half-hidden gaze. A few moments later, an elderly mage with snow-white hair strode into the classroom. His steps were steady, and he exuded an undeniable authority. The older students immediately fell silent and straightened in their seats, their eyes glinting with barely concealed amusement. The freshman handbook had stated clearly, no disruptions during class, or face the consequences. Clearly, many freshmen hadn't taken that warning seriously. The old mage swept a cold gaze over the noisy students, then tapped his short stick across between a pointer and a wand 3 times. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of streams of water appeared out of thin air and shot toward the chattiest students, instantly freezing them into blocks of ice. The spectacle drew startled gasps from the rest of the freshmen, but the old mage barely spared them a glance. The warning had been received, The students quickly clamped their hands over their mouths. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Their heads were just running a bit hot, so I gave them a little cool down, the old mage said, his eyelids drooping and his tone utterly calm. Well, aren't you considerate, Liu Sihang thought to himself, but outwardly he maintained a respectful demeanor. He quickly realized that Qingzhou Academy's teachers were not to be trifled with. You could study if you wanted. If not, you were free to leave. If you disrupted class, you were lucky to get off with just a warning. But Liu Sihang didn't have time to dwell on it. The old mage wasted no time on pleasantries and launched straight into the lesson, rattling off information at a breakneck pace, as if he was afraid the students might actually manage to keep up. Occasionally, magical light flickered at his fingertips, sketching intricate spell structures in the air. Every gesture hinted at profound magical principles. Fortunately, Liu Sihang had already self-studied much of the material and just needed a few key insights, so he had no trouble following along. Many of the other freshmen weren't so lucky. After spending their first days at the academy caught up in the excitement, they'd only skimmed the material before class. If they missed even a single sentence, the rest of the lecture turned into an indecipherable blur, leaving them staring blankly ahead and silently questioning their own existence. Although the old mage often seemed cold and indifferent during his lectures, as if he didn't care about anyone's fate, once you managed to keep up with his pace, you'd realize just how profound his teachings were and how powerful his skills as an instructor could be. Every word he spoke in class hit the mark. There was no wasted breath and no key point left out. Throughout the entire lesson, Liu Sihang felt nothing but waves of shock and enlightenment. At times, it was as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. At others, he instantly grasped new knowledge in a sudden flash of understanding, as if everything became clear all at once. However, just as the class was about to end, the old mage suddenly said in a calm voice, "All right, that's about it for today. If any of you have already fully understood what I've covered, there's no need for you to waste your time in the next 5 sessions. Some people don't need to worry about falling behind anyway. In the next 5 classes, they'll go over today's material in greater detail and help you work through it again. All right, class dismissed." With that, he turned and hurried out of the classroom. As he left, the freshmen who had been encased in ice for the entire class were finally freed, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. It wasn't just from being frozen. The shame and anger from their classmates' strange looks weighed even more heavily on them. Liu Sihang couldn't help but sigh. This old guy is cold, but kind of cool too. With that, he got ready to leave the classroom. At that moment, he had no idea that what seemed like a simple introductory magic class was actually something some students had struggled with for 2 years, still unable to pass the fundamentals test, and even forced to retake the class with the new freshmen. Unbeknownst to Liu Sihang, as he left, someone with a grudge quietly began spreading rumors about him among the students. Li Chongda had only meant to play a harmless prank on Liu Sihang, but things quickly took an unexpected turn. As the rumors spread, a few curious freshmen, wanting to verify the gossip, started looking into Liu Sihang's background. To their surprise, they discovered that Liu Sihang's physical stats were identical to those of a particularly gifted new student. At Qingzhou Academy, the physical assessments were so detailed that every data point mattered. A couple of matching numbers might be a coincidence, but a perfect match across the board was a serious issue. As a result, Liu Sihang suddenly became the target of suspicion among the freshmen, especially those who saw themselves as defenders of justice. One after another, they declared their intentions to teach him a lesson. Most of these rumors and the resulting anger were limited to the new students, though. The upperclassmen, upon hearing that Liu Sihang was connected to Zhang Peipei, just rolled their eyes. Does Professor Zhang really need to pull strings for anyone? Seriously? What are you thinking? Wait, Professor Zhang's recruiting new students? What do they look like? Should I try to get on their good side? Liu Sihang remained completely unaware of all this drama, still immersed in the world of magic. It felt as if his mind had been opened, and he was eager to rush back to the magic tower to experiment with spells. The simple spells had taught himself before now felt well within his grasp. Though he still made small mistakes when casting, after listening to the old mage's explanation, his confidence soared. He was sure he was strong enough to successfully cast all the spells he had learned so far. After several attempts, Liu Sihang finally realized he wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Although he had a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge, his ability to control energy was still somewhat lacking. Fortunately, he had successfully mastered 3 spells. The first was the Thorn spell, which, after a period of chanting, consumed energy to summon magical thorns that could entangle enemies. If he used seeds from thorny or poisonous vines, the casting time could be significantly reduced, and different seeds would inflict various toxin effects, such as decay, blindness, or paralysis. Liu Sihang still had a batch of Saluo vine seeds from the dragon dung farm. These seeds were extremely toxic and had a unique side effect. Enemies stung by their poison would turn green all over. When Liu Sihang used them in a spell experiment, the results shocked him. The rabbit that was poisoned quickly turned jade green, its body began to rot, and eventually, it melted into a pool of pus. Even in death, it couldn't preserve its dignity. Besides the thorn spell, Liu Sihang had also learned a basic wood healing spell and a general-purpose spell light. Because he hadn't fully mastered the spell, the little ball of light he summoned had a faint green glow. In the magic tower, which was already well lit by magical crystal lamps, this wasn't noticeable, but if he ventured into a pitch-black cave, the eerie green light would make the atmosphere unsettling. Liu Sihang once thought that learning magic would only require a few basic courses, but he soon discovered that he also needed to take some beginner warrior classes. Zhang Peipei patiently explained, "Your goblin warriors probably won't develop magical abilities. If you don't learn some combat skills, what will you do when you merge with them? Are you planning to let the goblin take control?" Liu Sihang was taken aback. "Wait, but I have a whole group of goblins. Do I have to learn everything? Raiders are fine, but what about slingers? The academy doesn't teach stone throwing. And what about grave diggers? Do I need to learn tomb raiding and ghost taming skills too?" Zhang Peipei frowned slightly. "You don't have to rush. Focus on mastering the basics of magic. You're still young, so you can concentrate on alchemy for now." Even though she tried to reassure him, Liu Sihang could sense her helplessness and inner conflict. Clearly, she wanted him to focus on alchemy, but was also worried he might go off track. Liu Sihang smiled. "All right, he'll attend the basic warrior class tomorrow. But, teacher, can I start learning the basic healing potion now?" Zhang Peipei glanced at the brown, transparent liquid he had prepared, a trace of surprise in her eyes. "Not yet. Wait until your cold remedy success rate is over 90%. Liu Sihang replied confidently, "That won't take long. I'm already at 80%. He secretly looked forward to the next few days. With more meditation, his mental strength would improve, along with his energy control and sensitivity to plant materials, and his success rate with the cold remedy would soon surpass 90%. Zhang Peipei glanced at the potion in Liu Sihang's hand, her brow furrowing. "What are you making now?" "Happy water," Liu Sihang replied with a smile. "It's a tasty drink that also gives a mild energy boost." Zhang Peipei eyed the bottle, her brow arching in confusion. She glanced at the leftover plant residue and sniffed the air, a look of amusement flashing in her eyes. As she turned to leave, she told the tower spirit, "Kuda, record Liu Sihang's symptoms after he drinks the happy water." Command received. "Recording will begin," the tower spirit responded. Liu Sihang instinctively felt that he might have just landed himself in trouble. No wonder the teacher had that expression when I mentioned the potion was just mildly refreshing. Early in the morning, Liu Sihang dragged his exhausted body out of the magic tower and made his way with difficulty toward the warrior's district. Dark circles hung heavily under his eyes, and he looked completely drained. Yesterday's potion experiment had been a total disaster, only wanted to make it taste more like cola, but the unexpected reaction between ordinary plant spices and magical ingredients had turned his intended mildly invigorating drink into a super stimulant. The result had been wired for a full day and night, and even a sleeping potion couldn't knock him out. When the effects finally wore off, Liu Sihang was left utterly depleted. As he entered the classroom for basic combat, the burly, hot-tempered warrior instructor actually lowered his voice for once, apparently afraid that a single shout might scare this half-dead student into collapsing. But instead of earning any sympathy, Liu Sihang's miserable state only fueled the irritation in his classmates' eyes. The moment the bell rang for the end of class, a few hot-headed freshmen quickly surrounded him, blocking his way. Other students, seeing the commotion, paused to watch, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "So you're the guy who got in through connections, huh?" A short-haired boy puffed out his chest, striking a pose like a champion of justice. Emboldened by the attention, his voice grew louder, his eyes shining with excitement. Liu Sihang, barely holding himself together, just wanted to go back to his dorm and get some sleep, but these people wouldn't let him pass. He lifted his heavy eyelids and glanced at them, frowning slightly. His right hand slipped quietly into his pocket as he wondered when Head managed to offend this group of idiots. Seeing his silence, the group of instigators assumed they'd struck a nerve and grew even more smug. "Cat got your tongue?" One of them sneered. "Of course, we must hit the nail on the head. Look at him all soft and weak, with that sickly look. Who knows what sort of strings he pulled to get in here? Maybe he was busy serving his teacher last night." Before he could finish, Liu Sihang's gaze turned icy. With a flash of green light, a handful of tiny seeds shot from his hand like arrows, exploding in midair and transforming into thick vines that instantly bound the troublemakers. Caught off guard, the students instinctively struggled, only to realize too late that the vines were laced with toxic thorns. The paralyzing venom kicked in almost immediately. In a panic, they tried to summon their contracted beasts. As freshmen at Bamboo Academy, these students might have been brash, but they weren't just freeloaders who had bought their way in the could actually fight. Their summoned beasts appeared, each one showing a decent level of combat ability. However, when they saw the hulking goblin warrior standing beside Liu Sihang, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. The goblin's eyes gleamed with excitement, not like it was gearing up for a fight, but more like it was anticipating a feast. The other beasts bared their fangs and growled, standing protectively in front of their owners, but it was obvious they were terrified. TCH. Liu Sihang let out a cold laugh as green light flickered in his hand, and a vine grew, coiling around his palm like a whip. He gave it a casual flick. Weren't you about to teach me a lesson? What? Losing your nerve already? At that moment, everyone, whether the bound freshman or the onlookers, realized something was off. Never mind the fierce-looking Goblin Warrior. Just Liu Sihang's mastery over those thorny vines was proof enough. Did he really need to rely on connections? Of course, there were still a few skeptics in the crowd, muttering quietly, well, you never know. Maybe it's just some fancy magic tool. Liu Sihang's words immediately sparked a strong reaction in the crowd. Even those still bound by the bramble spell couldn't help but nod in agreement. Their angry gazes fixed on Liu Sihang. You think you're so great just because you come from a good family and have magic tools? Liu Sihang sneered, giving the Rasha vine in his hand a slight shake. He was curious to see if these people, once poisoned, would turn as green as that lab rabbit. Whether or not they'd die from it, well, that would depend on their luck and whether anyone in the crowd knew detoxification spells. Just as he signaled the Goblin Warrior to deal with the beast tamers, a figure dropped from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. It was a blond man in uniform, who quickly stepped in front of Liu Sihang. In the distance, several more law enforcement officers in matching uniforms hurried over. Well, look who it is. Liu Sihang yawned as he recognized the newcomer. Isn't this Xiahou Yang, who lost his precious sword? Xiahou Yang surveyed the scene, frowning. An upperclassman using magic to bully a few freshmen? Before he could finish, he suddenly changed his tone. Wait, students in the wood department at Bamboo Academy all train as rangers or warriors. Are you a transfer from another city? Liu Sihang pointed helplessly at his own face. I'm only 16. Don't play dumb, Xiahou Yang said, full of righteous indignation. You look exhausted, like you've been out all night. You know you have to be 20 to get into those places in Bamboo City. At that moment, a figure crackling with electricity rushed over. A petite girl with glasses leaped up and tapped Xiahou Yang on the head with her staff, producing a hollow thud. Sorry about that, Junior, she said to Liu Sihang. This guy's not too bright. But you were fighting in public, so you'll all have to come with us to the disciplinary office. Junior? Xiahou Yang rubbed his head, looking confused. Lightning crackled around Lu Li, golden sparks flying, her hair standing on end in anger. She glared fiercely at Xiahou Yang. Liu Sihang is Zhang Peipei's new wood department student. I told you about him. Maybe I forgot, Xiahou Yang replied awkwardly, looking away. A smile suddenly appeared on Liu Sihang's face. Since you know who my teacher is, this should be easy. These guys publicly insulted my teacher. Letting me give them a whipping isn't too much to ask, is it? It was only now that Xiahou Yang noticed the Rasha vine in Liu Sihang's hand, its green glowing thorns sparking a sense of danger deep inside him. Instinctively, he took half a step back. What on earth is that thing? Why does it look so unsettling? He frowned to himself, but quickly regained his composure and silently reminded himself. Fighting is forbidden on campus, and so is taking justice into your own hands. Liu Sihang, however, seemed completely unfazed by Xiahou Yang's reaction. With his eyelids drooping, he spoke in a mocking, sarcastic tone. Wow, looks like my teacher's name doesn't carry much weight after all. Senior Xiahou, you really don't care at all, huh? She told me if I ran into trouble, I could just mention her name and everything would be fine. TSK, I'll have to tell her about this when I get back. Alchemy master? Sounds impressive, but in the end, not much use. Even got bitten by a pack of mad dogs, and I can't even teach them a lesson. Xiahou Yang and the other enforcement squad members' faces changed dramatically. The older students nearby also looked grim. Some seemed tempted to turn and leave immediately, but hesitated, worried they might get caught up in the situation. Curiosity, however, kept them rooted in place, the anticipation of what might happen next almost palpable. On the surface, they tried to act nonchalant, but in reality, they shrank back like thieves, hiding at the edges, leaving the new students completely confused and at a loss as to what was happening. Xiahou Yang was about to explain when one of the students bound by the vines cried out in pain, interrupting him. This hurts like hell. Can you let us go first? Who is this guy anyway? One of them shrieked, clearly unable to endure the pain any longer. Liu Sihang gave a cold, unhurried laugh. Big enough. More than enough to crush you all. His eyes carried a clear threat, instantly silencing the students. Xiahou Yang couldn't hold back and shouted, Shut up. Then, lowering his voice, he said to Liu Sihang, Don't worry, Junior. If they really insulted Teacher Zhang, the consequences will be serious. Not only will they be expelled from Bamboo Academy, they'll also be handed over to the city's security bureau. The students froze, not daring to make another sound. Seeing their struggles cease, Xiahou Yang gave a cold snort, as if everything was under control. The enforcement squad members stood tall and impassive, their eyes cold, each of them inwardly mocking the group of students. No way, one student muttered under his breath, clearly doubting Xiahou Yang's warning. But when he saw the stern faces of the enforcement squad, he quickly realized they were nothing but expendable, and even begging for mercy would be useless. Liu Sihang glanced at them and gave a dismissive smirk. Not interested. If they're going to get what they deserve, there's no point wasting words. He yawned, waved his hand lazily, and turned to leave with his goblin warriors. The enforcement squad exchanged glances in silence. They all understood Liu Sihang might be young, but he radiated a dangerous aura. Who would dare provoke him? Especially with that vine in his hand. Even Xiahou Yang didn't dare make a move. Who knew what could happen if someone acted rashly? If something went wrong, they might not even have a chance to regret it. In any case, it was best not to anger Teacher Zhang. Xiahou Yang sighed inwardly. Had enough trouble lately, there was no need to get on the wrong side of an alchemy master. Watching Liu Sihang's figure disappear into the distance, he finally let out a breath of relief. It was only then that Liu Sihang realized just how much influence his teacher held at Bamboo Academy, and even in Bamboo City itself. That alchemy master title must have given Teacher Zhang an irreplaceable status here. The thought made Liu Sihang curious. Why would someone as valuable as an alchemy master bother overseeing the training of a bunch of kids? Forget it, not worth thinking about. He yawned again, waved for his goblin warriors to keep moving, and decided he'd go take a nap. 3 days later, early morning, at the alchemy magic tower. Zhang Peipei stood on the observatory, watching Liu Sihang's departing figure. She spoke calmly. That strange goblin still hasn't shown up? Kuda's mechanical voice responded instantly, correct. The target goblin has not been seen since its last death. That's odd. Could it have been discovered? That's impossible. Zhang Peipei frowned in thought. Tower Master, the Academy has sent a message, asking whether to revoke those students' admission and send them to Qingzhou City Prison. Forget it. Zhang Peipei waved her hand dismissively. They're just some foolish warriors, no real harm done. Have them sign an agreement with Liu Sihang to test his potions 30 times in the future, and let's leave it at that. Understood. The Academy has been informed. TSK, boring. Zhang Peipei turned away. Keep watching. Notify me the moment that goblin shows up. Understood. Meanwhile, the Goblin Wanderer Knight was struggling through the sewers beneath Qingzhou City. The dim, foul-smelling tunnels were filled with wastewater and garbage. If not for the venomous spider's excellent night vision, it might not have survived this long. Along the way, it was first chased by a swarm of huge cockroaches. After barely escaping, it was ambushed by a pack of reedy giant rats. Growing impatient, the venomous spider spun around and sprayed corrosive venom, instantly dissolving over a dozen rats and seriously injuring dozens more, sending the entire pack into chaos. Driven mad by pain, the rats began attacking each other, and in the confusion, the Wanderer Knight managed to escape. Within the rat swarm, a particularly massive rat king revealed itself. After killing a few of its frenzied minions, it stared in the direction where the Wanderer Knight had disappeared, the red glow in its eyes intensifying. After wandering the sewers for some time, the Wanderer found nothing of value, but watched hungrily as the venomous spider feasted on rats and cockroaches it caught in its webs. Unable to resist, the goblin jumped off the spider's back, wrestled with a headless cockroach carcass, finally tore off a hind leg, peeled back the shell, and tasted the tender meat inside. It wasn't bad. Suddenly, sounds echoed from a distant tunnel. The Wanderer quickly climbed back onto the spider's back, blending into the shadows. Footsteps drew closer. A middle-aged adventurer approached, leading a young man and woman. They carried torches and weapons, accompanied by a black dog and a calico cat. TSK, it's such a pain without a mage. If we run into trouble, these torches will be useless, the middle-aged man complained irritably. That idiot, the boy muttered. The mage guild told him his mental strength wasn't enough, but he insisted on practicing fireball and nearly roasted himself. He nearly got into Qingzhou Academy, the girl explained softly. It's just that all the spots were filled. Becoming a full mage as soon as possible has become his obsession. He didn't get in because his talent isn't good enough, the boy scoffed. Now everyone else is at the academy, but he still wants to become a mage first. He's just being stupid. Enough chatter, the middle-aged man snapped. You'll attract monsters if you're not careful. Huh, why are there so many spiderwebs here? The girl said, pointing at the chewed-up remains of a giant cockroach. And is that a half-eaten giant cockroach? Seeing the still-twitching cockroach leg, the middle-aged adventurer's face turned grim. Whoosh. The middle-aged adventurer raised his torch above his head and looked up. The dim, flickering light disturbed the damp air, revealing a terrifying sight. A massive yellow spider hung upside down overhead, and perched on its back was a grinning head staring straight at them with an eerie smile. The Wanderer was trying to show a friendly grin, but in the darkness of the underground sewer, paired with its bizarre appearance, the smile looked monstrous and menacing to any human eye. Startled by the sudden sight, the middle-aged adventurer's hand trembled, and the torch slipped from his grasp. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spun around to run. The two younger adventurers, seeing this, panicked and dashed after him without a second thought. In the darkness, the middle-aged man frantically pulled a white crystal from his pocket. With a quick twist of its mechanism, a bright light instantly pushed back the surrounding shadows. Damn, old man, why didn't you bring this out earlier? The boy shouted as he ran. You know nothing. The older adventurer snapped back. It's for emergencies only. It'll run out of power in half an hour, and it's a pain to recharge. What was that thing just now? The girl asked, breathless. Why did the spider have a goblin's head on its back? A goblin? Impossible. The middle-aged man replied, analyzing as he ran. That kind of spider is clearly a powerful beast. That must have been a demon's head, maybe a magical organ that mutated from the spider. Exactly, the boy chimed in. This guy's an experienced adventurer. You've just seen too many monsters, and now you think everything looks like a goblin. The girl blushed at his words and fell silent. Their hurried footsteps and voices echoed through the empty sewer, quickly attracting new trouble. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a tunnel up ahead, and a horde of giant cockroaches swarmed out. What is that? The girl screamed, pointing into the darkness. The middle-aged adventurer shined the crystal's light forward, his face going pale. Cockroaches, a whole swarm of giant cockroaches. I thought there were only supposed to be a few. They're multiplying way too fast. The boy exclaimed. Less talking, more running. The older adventurer yelled. At a fork in the tunnel, with the spider monster blocking one path, they had no choice but to take the other. In her rush to turn, the girl tripped over something and fell to the ground. She quickly rolled to her feet, but her small pouch flew into a corner of the sewer. With the swarm hot on her heels, she gritted her teeth and kept running, leaving it behind. As the cockroaches chased the adventurers out of sight, a strand of spider silk slipped silently from the shadows above, snatching the abandoned pouch away. Meanwhile, the wanderer was still stuck to the venomous spider's back, held fast by silk, not in danger of falling, but thoroughly uncomfortable hanging upside down. The companion climbed down the wall to the ground, while the wanderer, feeling curious, opened the small pouch the girl had dropped. In the dim light, he saw a few bottles of murky potions and a book with a bold title on the cover, Goblin Warrior's Forced Love. Although the wanderer couldn't read, he flipped it open and found colorful illustrations inside, which immediately caught his interest. He squinted and pored over the book for a while, but his expression shifted from curiosity to disgust. In the end, he hurled the book to the ground and stomped on it, cursing angrily. What a disgusting thing. The skin isn't green, the ears aren't pointy. Who'd be interested in a human female? Disgusting, absolutely revolting. He spat on the ground, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, the goblins in these drawings look just like Goblin Warrior and Goblin Brave. Maybe I should bring this back and show it to them. Amused by the idea, the wanderer picked up the book again, letting out a shrill, mischievous laugh so sharp it made the venomous spider nearby shudder in fear. Meanwhile, the three unlucky adventurers hadn't gotten far from the cockroaches before running into a pack of giant rats searching for enemies. Trapped between two hostile groups, the adventurers were caught in a tight spot. The rats and cockroaches eyed each other warily, neither daring to make the first move, leaving the adventurers stuck in the middle with no way forward or back. The scene was tense, yet oddly calm. Damn it, what's happened to these sewers? The middle-aged adventurer muttered bitterly. And those idiots at the Adventurers Guild, what kind of useless intel did they give us? If I make it out, I'm lodging a complaint with City Hall. The girl's face was pale, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out. What do we do? Are we going to die here? The boy stepped protectively in front of her. Though his hands and feet trembled, his voice was steady. No, we'll make it out. We can escape. Escape my ass. The middle-aged man snapped, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he cursed the two young jinxes. He pulled a small sphere from his pocket and told them, "He'll throw this smoke bomb to cause some chaos. There are too many cockroaches and the passage is blocked, but the rats, while fierce, are more spread out. We'll break through on their side." The two young adventurers hesitated but nodded in agreement, trusting his experience. The older man smiled and prepared to toss the device. But suddenly the rats grew restless, all turning their gaze to the far side of the cockroach horde. A green head peeked around the corner, eyes glinting with malice and issuing a threatening hiss. The cockroach is huge but not very smart, and lacking a proper queen mistook it for a rat attack and instantly erupted, surging forward in a frenzy. The rats were stunned by this sudden chaos. What's gotten into these bugs? But with the enemy charging, they had no choice but to fight back. After all, dominance over the sewers was always up for grabs. Caught between two rampaging monster swarms, the three adventurers found themselves in grave danger. Luckily, the creatures weren't focused on them, and with the desperate protection of their tame beasts, the trio managed to escape the battlefield battered, torn, and covered in winces. They fled as far as they could. After running a safe distance, all three began to feel strange, numb, itchy, and dizzy. The middle-aged adventurer checked his injuries and saw the bite marks from the rats turning blue. He frowned and said, "This is bad. These rats are poisonous. Take your antidote, now?" He quickly downed a bottle of murky green potion, and his condition improved almost immediately. But the girl's face crumpled in despair. "What should I do? I lost my pouch with all the potions." The young man, wounded in several places from protecting the girl during the fight, was starting to turn purple as his consciousness faded. Half his body leaned heavily against the girl, barely keeping him upright. Compared to him, the girl's injuries were minor. Her clothes were torn, exposing patches of pale skin, but she had no time to worry about that. She looked down anxiously at her dying companion, tears streaming down her face. The middle-aged adventurer, seeing the girl distracted, let his gaze linger on her, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips and tried to sound calm. Don't worry, I know an old healer in town. He can treat wounds and cure poison. Once we're back, he'll take you to him. Okay, let's hurry. The girl's voice trembled with urgency as she supported the boy, desperate to leave. The adventurer smirked to himself, ready to say more, when a sudden gust of wind swept past. In the blink of an eye, the giant spider reappeared, blocking their path. Venom-spiked spider. The adventurer froze, a chill running through him as he recognized the creature. Its fierce eyes and deadly stingers made his heart pound with terror. But the girl's attention was caught by a small detail. She pointed at the goblin holding a little pouch and cried out, "My bag. Look, uncle, my bag is in that goblin's hand." Her voice was desperate. Damn, that's a goblin. Why is there a goblin riding the venom-spiked spider? This is even stranger than those giant cockroaches. The adventurer was pale with fear, drenched in cold sweat. The girl, however, was oblivious to his terror. Her gaze stayed fixed on the pouch, longing for the antidote inside. With a cold sneer, the adventurer muttered, "If you want the antidote, go get it yourself." As he spoke, he shoved the girl forward, pushing her toward the spider. Caught off guard, she stumbled, dragging the boy with her as they fell toward the monster. While the girl and the spider were distracted, the adventurer made his move, unleashing his signature escape technique, the super slide. He shot forward along the ground like a meteor, aiming for the nearby sewer exit. He knew he couldn't look back. Who knew if those rats and cockroaches would be hungry enough to make a snack out of him? As long as he got past the spider, he might survive. But sometimes, speed can be a curse. The force of his slide startled the venom-spiked spider, which mistook him for an attacker and lashed out. Two razor-sharp legs flashed down like lightning, piercing the adventurer and tearing him in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he died instantly. The glowing crystal he carried tumbled from his broken body, rolling across the ground until it stopped beside the girl. Paralyzed by fear, the girl watched in horror as the venom-spiked spider loomed over her, its 8 cold black eyes fixed on her, its terrible fangs twitching. A chill ran through her stomach. Just then, the vagabond tore free from the webs and jumped down from the spider's back. He strode to the adventurer's corpse, quickly searching it and pocketing a handful of silver coins and 2 magic items. Apparently unimpressed with his haul, he snorted dismissively, then turned his attention to the girl, grinning as he shuffled toward her on his short legs. The girl suddenly noticed the goblin's lecherous gaze and became painfully aware of her tattered clothing and exposed skin. Her heart tightened in fear. In a panic, she clutched at the edge of her clothes and moved closer to the boy, crying out in a trembling voice, "Don't come any closer." The wanderer stopped, scratching his head in confusion. After a moment, he pulled out a cloudy, low-quality healing potion from his bag. He hesitated, then emptied all his potions and the 2 magical items had just found onto the ground. Frowning slightly, he seemed to be weighing their worth, then held up 2 fingers and looked at the girl. The girl froze for a moment. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "Twice? But I've never even." She glanced at her pale companion, bit her lip, and a flash of resolve crossed her face. She set the boy aside and began to undress. "Fine, just twice. You have to keep your word." The boy, weak and barely conscious, looked at her and murmured, "He wants money." The girl was stunned. She quickly gathered all the coins she and the boy had, over 30 silver coins and more than 50 copper coins, and handed them over. The Goblin Wanderer glanced at the money, hesitated, then picked up a cheap healing potion and placed it in front of them, retrieving the rest of his items. Realizing what was happening, the girl said urgently, "Not the healing potion. We need the antidote, the green one." The Wanderer paused, looked where she was pointing, and picked up the antidote. Examining it, he shook his head and said, "This is just a poor quality antidote. It only costs 5 silver coins at the shop." Seeing the goblin wasn't budging, the girl quickly pulled off her gold necklace and tossed it to him. The goblin's eyes lit up. He examined the necklace in the dim light and nodded with satisfaction. He handed her the antidote and picked out a few silver coins, then slowly approached her. Instinctively, the girl shrank back, only to realize she was still holding some coins. Tears blurred her vision, but she stared determinedly at the goblin. The wanderer seemed indifferent to her distress. He ignored the copper coins on the ground, took a few silver coins from her hand, and placed 2 bottles of antidote in front of her, along with a bottle of low-grade healing potion. The girl stared blankly at the potions, then stammered, "Thank you." The goblin tilted his head, picked up the glowing crystal from the ground, mounted his spider, and quickly disappeared into the distance. With the boy given 2 antidotes and a healing potion, his condition improved. He got up, and together with the girl, they hurried away from the scene. That goblin was so strange. He actually sold us our own stuff. The girl sobbed, frowning. Those potions were ours to begin with. Why do we have to pay so much to get them back? The boy answered impatiently, "You lost them yourself. Whoever finds them gets to keep them." Besides, we should be grateful to that goblin. What? Why? I already thanked him. The boy replied, just remember, don't trust anyone except the three of us. That goblin was at least better than the other. She gave us 2 antidotes, and even let us keep some copper coins. The girl was taken aback, then blinked in realization. You mean that uncle? I thought he was from our village and would look after us. Now that I think about it, he's already taken a lot of money from us. The boy cursed angrily. Don't trust anyone ever again except the three of us. The girl hesitated, but her thoughts drifted back to the goblin. She couldn't help but say softly, but that goblin was actually kind. He gave us an extra healing potion and even left us some copper coins. The boy frowned and said coldly, he doesn't care about those copper coins. As they walked toward the entrance ahead, a sudden burst of bright light caught them off guard. The boy took off his own ragged clothes and draped them over the girl's shoulders. Though worn and torn, they offered a bit more cover. That goblin may not have been interested in you, but that doesn't mean others won't be, the boy warned in a low voice, his expression firm. If we hadn't run into that strange goblin, who knows what would have happened to us? The girl's eyes widened as she finally understood. You mean that uncle? Wait, what do you mean? Damn it. That jerk already conned us out of so much money. The boy gritted his teeth and said, remember, don't trust anyone except the three of us. Unlike Liu Sihang, who enjoyed special privileges living in the alchemy tower, most students at the academy stayed in shared dormitories. The accommodations were divided by status. Ordinary students squeezed into 8-person bunk rooms. Those from better-off families lived in 4-person or double rooms, and only the truly wealthy could afford luxurious suites with private bathrooms. Recently, an incident after a basic warrior class swept through the academy like a storm. Students from influential families rarely attended such foundational courses. They had private tutors since childhood and preferred to spend their time on advanced magic or energy control instead. When news spread that someone had dared to provoke the student of a master alchemist, everyone was stunned. There had always been rumors about certain teachers bending the rules to admit unqualified students. But to the children of the elite, this was just an open secret. Trading resources for admission slots had always been part of the academy's unspoken rule set was a way to place less talented students or help those from poorer backgrounds. However, when they realized that the teacher in question was none other than Master Alchemist Zhang Peipei, the entire academy was in shock. Those troublemakers had really crossed a line this time. As the news spread, some quick-witted students saw an opportunity. Instead of worrying about the fate of those fools, they thought it would be wiser to get to know Master Zhang's student, maybe even make a connection. So when Liu Sihang walked into the classroom, he was greeted by a crowd of well-dressed classmates, all eager to make his acquaintance. Some even brought thoughtful gifts. The sudden attention left Liu Sihang completely baffled, and it took him a while to piece together what was going on. After class, under the curious and complicated gazes of the other students, Liu Sihang strolled out of the room and saw Xiahou Yang and Lu Li waiting at the door with the same group of troublemakers from yesterday. Gone was their former arrogance. Now they stood meekly, each forcing an ingratiating smile as soon as they saw Liu Sihang. Ahem, Xiahou Yang cleared his throat and explained, the academy has already discussed things with Teacher Zhang. As long as they're willing to sign a voluntary test subject agreement, they won't be held accountable for slandering the Master Alchemist, and their student status won't be revoked. Looking at their complete change in attitude, Liu Sihang couldn't help but laugh to himself. Honestly, I preferred you when you were still acting all high and mighty. Xiahou Yang pulled Liu Sihang aside and lowered his voice to explain the details of the agreement. You're just starting out in alchemy, so you might not know this yet. When you develop new potions, you can run early tests on magical beasts or familiars, but ultimately, you'll need to test the effects on humans. Most death row prisoners are already reserved by the Alchemist Guild, and while you can use regular civilians, the results are nowhere near as reliable as with powerful adventurers. Normally, no adventurer would volunteer as a test subject unless it's for a renowned master like Teacher Zhang. But for a beginner like you. Before he could finish, Liu Sihang already understood the implication. Unbelievable. Liu Sihang immediately understood. He glanced down at the agreement, noting the words 30 free trial medications, then looked over at the 7 clueless students next to him. He quickly did the math together. That made 210 trials. Sure enough, for kids from ordinary backgrounds, losing their student status at the academy probably felt worse than death. After explaining the medication trial agreement, Xiahou Yang continued, someone's been spreading rumors that you got in through connections. Well, it seems Teacher Zhang didn't want your test information leaked, so he just copied another student's details for you. Someone happened to notice, and since these other guys are all from rural villages and don't know much, they thought getting into the academy through the back door was a big deal. Plus, someone's been egging them on behind the scenes. Liu Sihang paused, puzzled. What's this test information? Oh, I think Senior Suyu mentioned there's a physical check before entering the academy. Did the teacher just use someone else's results for me? Suddenly, he laughed. Honestly, Senior Xiahou, you might as well have just handed me the files and called them top secret. Xiahou Yang sighed helplessly and went on. As for who started the rumors, we're still looking into it. Liu Sihang chuckled and nodded. I think I have a pretty good guess. Ever since I got here, the teachers have kept me locked up in the magic tower. I haven't met anyone. It's probably that guy named Liu. What was his name again? Lu Li, standing nearby, reminded him, Li Chongda? Right, that's probably him. He seems to have it out for me. Or it could be one of his friends. Still, I don't have any proof, Liu Sihang replied. Lu Li nodded. It's likely him. The rumors started right after the first basic magic class, and he was there too. Wait, hasn't he been at the academy for 2 years already? Why was he even in a beginner's class? How can he not have mastered something so simple in 2 years? Liu Sihang wondered aloud. Xiaoyang looked a little taken aback, as if the comment hit a nerve. Lu Li couldn't help but laugh. People are different. Some just can't get the hang of it, no matter what. No wonder the teacher called him useless last time. Xiaoyang quickly interrupted, ahem. Anyway, if you don't have any objections, could you sign these agreements? Once you're done, I need to submit them to the academy and file them with a few guilds. Sure, Liu Sihang replied, taking the agreements and signing his name. Then he asked casually, Senior Xiao, do you know where Senior Suyu and Senior Liu Yuhui are staying? I haven't seen them around the academy. I'm not sure about Liu Yuhui. As for Suyu, I think she and the others took a guild mission from the Adventurers Guild. They went to deal with some monsters in Jiantu Town. Right, Ollie? Xiao Yang turned to Lu Li for confirmation. Lu Li nodded and explained, Zhao Xiaoxua wants to apply for the Advanced Wind Magic course, but she doesn't have enough practical credits. So Suyu took them to do a guild mission. As for Liu Yuhui, Lu Li paused for a moment. There was a monster problem on his family's farm, so he took his team to help out. Liu Sihang understood now. Apparently, there were all sorts of requirements for academy courses, and completing Adventurers Guild missions could earn practical credits. It was a way to make money, boost guild points, and increase academy credits all at once. It actually sounded like a pretty good deal. Lu Li seemed to notice what Liu Sihang was thinking and added, you don't have to worry about all that. As a student of the Alchemy Magic Tower, as long as you pass the prerequisite exams, most other course requirements can be waived for you. Wow, our teacher is seriously amazing. Liu Sihang couldn't help but laugh. After returning to the Magic Tower, Liu Sihang was completely focused on perfecting his new version of Happy Water 2.0 at the lab bench. Just then, Zhang Peipei walked in and came over to his side. They'll be away for a while, Zhang Peipei said. The Lord's beast was injured in battle, and I need to take care of it. Liu Sihang immediately looked up, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Is it at the legendary lava slime volcano? Zhang Peipei smiled. If you're interested, you can come along. But Liu Sihang shook his head. No, it's fine. There will be plenty of chances in the future. I'd rather stay in the Magic Tower and keep studying. He hesitated for a moment, frowning. But I remember that the Lava Devourer always stays at the Lava Fortress. How did it get injured all of a sudden? There's a spatial rift at the Lava Fortress, Zhang Peipei explained. That's why the Lord and his beast are stationed there. Recently, a group of monsters launched a surprise attack through the rift. They managed to drive them back in the end, but the Lava Devourer still got contaminated, so I need to handle it. Don't worry, teacher. They'll stay here and study hard. Liu Sihang patted his chest in assurance. No, Zhang Peipei's gaze shifted to the drink head just brewed. I think you should get out for a bit. Don't lock yourself away until you go crazy. Liu Sihang looked down at his Happy Water 2.0, muttering to himself, is there still a problem? That can't be right. I've already balanced all the ingredients, and even had the Gale Rabbit test it. Maybe I should ask Ion to try it? Seeing his puzzled expression, Zhang Peipei chuckled and took out 3 pieces of magical equipment, placing them one by one on the lab bench. This is a lesser spatial ring. It contains 100 cubic meters of spherical space inside. This Windguard necklace will automatically release a gale barrier when you're in danger. And this last one is an escape talisman. If you infuse it with magic, it'll teleport you back to the Magic Tower, but it only works once. It's difficult to make, so only use it in real emergencies. Liu Sihang picked up the escape talisman and examined it closely, thinking to himself that this thing was either insanely expensive or simply priceless. You also know the Super Goblin Doppelganger technique. As long as you don't wander into dangerous places, you should be fine. Zhang Peipei still found the name odd as she said it. Then she took out a heavy pouch and placed it on the table. This is your reward for your recent studies. Go visit Qingzhou City and treat yourself to something nice. Liu Sihang opened the pouch, and the golden glint inside made him snap it shut in a hurry. Teacher, isn't this a bit much? It's only 200 gold coins, Zhang Peipei said casually. It's not even enough to cover a few days of your alchemy experiments. Only then did Liu Sihang realize that had become someone who could burn through dozens of gold coins a day without even noticing. Liu Sihang put the pouch containing 200 gold coins into his newly acquired spatial ring, feeling no guilt at all. After all, he already owed so much. What was a little more? Zhang Peipei said seriously, your senior brother, Sima Qingfeng, is the vice president of the Alchemy Guild in Qingzhou City. If you need anything, you can go directly to him. As for the academy, after this incident, no one should bother you again. If you really run into trouble, just have Kuda contact the dean for you. Teacher, I also have 2 senior sisters. Should I pay them a visit? Liu Sihang looked up and asked. Zhang Peipei waved her hand. One is grounded at home for causing trouble, and the other is off traveling. No one knows when she'll be back. Let's leave that for later. And don't bother seeking out Qingfeng either. He's quite busy these days. Got it. Liu Sihang nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, the one spreading rumors this time is most likely Li Chong death guy who tricked me into falling into the trial grounds in the underground ruins, and then ran to complain to you, only to be scolded as useless. There's no proof for now, but do you think we should trip him up a bit? Zhang Peipei couldn't help but smile. He's already a useless case. He doesn't even have access to me, so I can't really make things difficult for him. If you really want revenge, I could ask the dean to expel him. True, someone like that isn't worth your effort. No need to risk your reputation. He'll handle it myself. That's fine, but don't waste too much time on people like him, Zhang Peipei reminded him. All right, they'll just mess with him if I run into him, Liu Sihang replied, while continuing to experiment with his happy water. Teacher, is there a way to force a lot of air into a liquid so that it bubbles when you shake it? Zhang Peipei didn't reply. She simply placed her hand over the cup, and a sudden gust of wind pressed down with powerful air pressure, instantly filling the brown liquid with tiny bubbles. That's exactly what I wanted, Liu Sihang exclaimed, downing the pressurized happy water 2.0 in one gulp. He let out a long burp, looking thoroughly satisfied. Watching this, Zhang Peipei couldn't help but worry after being cooped up in the magic tower for so long. Had this kid's brain gotten a little scrambled? Although Liu Sihang had planned to spend his days in the magic tower attending classes, reading, and practicing spells, enjoying the steady growth of his power ran into a small problem that night. The Goblin Knight, which had been wandering the sewers for 2 days, managed to avoid the rat swarms but was unlucky enough to run into a monster-hunting adventurer party. It was killed on the spot, and even the venomous spider was badly injured. From this, Liu Sihang learned an important rule. In the wild, if a tamed beast is found without its master nearby, it's usually treated as a wild monster, regardless of whether it's wearing equipment. In the city, if a powerful tamed beast is caught roaming alone, its master will be punished. This rule came about because some highly intelligent monsters on par with humans discovered that tamed beasts could move freely in cities with equipment, so they started killing tamed beasts and adventurers, stealing their gear, and pretending to be tamed beasts to commit crimes. Now, any beast found without its master is considered wild and can be killed without consequence. In fact, in many important places, bringing a tamed beast is forbidden without special permission. The wandering knight entered the sewers beneath Qingzhou City, immediately finding himself surrounded by swarms of giant cockroaches in the damp, shadowy tunnels. Soon after, he had a narrow encounter with a pack of mutated rats. Seeking temporary shelter, he quickly set up a makeshift safe spot in a corner. To his surprise, this simple refuge managed to trap several giant cockroaches and mutant rats. Just as he was about to sort through his spoils, a group of human adventurers launched a sudden attack. The wandering knight fought back with agility, managing to defeat his assailants. However, during a subsequent trade with another adventurer, he was forced to hand over 3 bottles of inferior potions in exchange for a gold necklace and 35 silver coins. But danger was never far behind. A massive horde of mutant rats began to chase him relentlessly. While fleeing, he ran straight into a heavily armed team of adventurers. This encounter ended in tragedy. A wanderer was killed, and his loyal companion, the venomous spider, was badly wounded. Despite the grim outcome, the adventure yielded generous rewards: 42 experience points for bottles of inferior potions, 35 silver coins, a gold necklace, a glowing energy crystal, and a book. More importantly, this experience unlocked the Goblin Wanderer's wish, and he discovered an important rule of trading. When human adventurers urgently need certain items, they are often willing to pay several times or even 10 times their actual value. Meanwhile, Liu Sihang faced a small dilemma. His energy state was at a critical point, shifting from a mist form to a rain form. He worried that the energy feedback from the Goblin Wanderer's evolution might trigger his own transformation. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to have the Goblin Warrior evolve at the same time. To achieve this, Liu Sihang set out on another adventure. In addition to the 3 spells he had already mastered, he had recently learned Poison Mist, which allowed him to release a faintly toxic green fog within a 50-meter radius. Combined with 2 life-saving items provided by his mentor, his strength now surpassed that of an ordinary bronze-level adventurer. Ultimately, during a fierce battle with monsters, the Goblin Warrior, driven by a desire to grow stronger, successfully completed his evolution. Even more unexpectedly, the adventure yielded a rare recipe for the Goblin Berserker Potion. The green exclamation mark above the Goblin Craftsman in the beast's space had been glowing for a long time. It had already chopped down all the trees inside and used up every last piece of wood. Liu Sihang made a mental note to buy more timber for it later, or perhaps find a whole forest where it could cut to its heart's content. The Goblin Gravedigger was eager to find a cemetery and unearth new spirits. In addition to the wandering soul it had previously acquired, it now possessed a pitch-black wraith summoned after digging up the corpse of the demon preacher that had been buried for half a month, a process that took quite a bit of wriggling and effort. As for the Goblin Marauder, it simply wanted a drink, which was an easy fix a quick stop at a tavern would do. Liu Sihang touched the spatial ring his teacher had given him, thinking he might as well stock up on ale and meat while he was at it. Last time, had planned to treat his goblins, but ended up stuck in the magic tower, leaving them hungry for a whole month. Fortunately, the Goblin Wandering Knight had brought back a rock bear, which kept them fed for a while. Speaking of the rock bear, the goblins had already crafted 2 wild amulets from its teeth, claws, and skull. One was called Goblin's Wild Amulet, Rock Bear Minor, made from the bear's teeth and claws. It drew on some of the bear's power, granting a lesser bear's sharpness effect, giving goblin blades, claws, and teeth a sharper edge in battle, and lesser bear's strength, which slightly boosted their power. The other amulet, also named the same, was crafted from the bear's skull and imbued with its elemental force. It granted a stone skin effect, providing the goblin with rocky protection and a small defensive boost, as well as earth sense, allowing the wearer to detect nearby enemies through faint vibrations while standing on the ground. Liu Sihang had the Goblin Warrior take out the amulets and tried them on himself, but felt no difference apparently. These charms only worked for goblins. In the end, he gave one to the Goblin Warrior and the other to the Goblin Frost Mage. Both the Goblin Warrior and the Goblin Laborer had met the requirements to evolve, but Liu Sihang didn't have enough experience at the moment, so he had to put it off for now. After confirming that there were no basic warrior classes for the next 3 days, Liu Sihang grabbed over a dozen different alchemical potions from the lab, picked up a map of Qingshu City from his study, and left the alchemy magic tower. After more than 3 hours, he finally walked out the main gate of Qingshu Academy, stepping into Qingshu City for the first time. People bustled along the streets, and while the architecture was unfamiliar, it wasn't especially impressive. Although this world, with its magical beasts and sorcery, was in many ways no less advanced than Liu Sihang's previous life, the buildings, compared to the wild designs of video games, were merely interesting, far from awe-inspiring. In fact, what had struck him most upon arriving in this world wasn't the architecture, but the practical conveniences, the complete waterway system, the fact that you didn't have to dig a hole to use the bathroom or use leaves to clean up, the ability to make glass, and even repair walls easily with mud. These everyday details had left a much deeper impression on him. Liu Sihang didn't have time to wander around, only had 3 days, and wasn't sure if he could even find a suitable quest at the Adventurers Guild. He suddenly remembered that his records were still in Baiwet Town. He'd need to retrieve his bronze badge from the Goblin Warehouse and register at the guild counter before he could take on any tasks. The Adventurers Guild wasn't far from Qingshu Academy. Following the map, he crossed 2 streets and found the place within 10 minutes. Compared to the modest building in Baiwet Town, this imposing 5-story structure was far grander, like the difference between a rural credit union and a skyscraper in the city's financial district. The Adventurers Guild in Qingshu City was spacious, but it was always bustling with people, never feeling empty. Around the main hall, there were many rooms, some used for interviewing adventurers, others set aside for them to socialize and form temporary teams. In one corner, there was a small bar offering drinks and simple food. They didn't serve alcohol here, probably to prevent any trouble caused by drunken adventurers. The upper floors seemed off limits. No one went in or out, and Liu Sihang didn't give it much thought. He wandered around for a bit, took out his bronze badge, registered at the front desk, and then headed over to the task board. The tasks on the board were divided by difficulty. After scanning through them, Liu Sihang found himself at the lowest level, the beginner tasks. Investigate the sewers, clear out monsters in nearby villages, deal with a mole infestation on a farm, find a missing cat. He glanced at the task list with a hint of disdain in his heart. They actually call these tasks? He turned to the boy next to him, whose face was filled with reluctance. What kind of adventurer would take on these chores? They're exhausting, troublesome, and barely pay anything. It's just not worth it. So what now? We're out of money. If we don't take on a job, we'll have to find some odd work just to get by, the girl beside him said, worry etched on her face. The boy sighed. Fine, let's at least take a proper task. We're not exactly strong right now anyway. Ah Fu and the others still need a few days to recover, said another boy, who looked weak and a bit guilty. It's my fault. If I hadn't gotten hurt, we wouldn't have had to spend so much on medicine, and you guys wouldn't have nearly not made it back. Forget it, the first boy interrupted. Given the situation, your little fireball wouldn't have made much difference. And with that damn guy around, it's just a matter of time before he drags us all down. Yeah, if it weren't for that goblin, the girl said, her expression complicated. I wonder if it's still hiding in the sewers. Probably not, the boy replied. I heard the next group that went down ran into a goblin riding a spider. They fought it Hehe and took both of them out. The girl's face fell. Really? Is that what happened? Don't worry, it didn't die, he quickly reassured her. That goblin and its spider were both summoned beasts. When they were defeated, they just vanished. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and she said in surprise, oh, so they were summoned beasts? No wonder it was willing to trade with us. She paused, then added, but who would leave their summoned beast alone in the sewers? If they got caught, there'd definitely be consequences. Maybe it was a mistake, the weak boy mused. But if it was a summoned beast, that doesn't add up. Why would a summoned beast have its own mount? Maybe they were just friends, the girl guessed uncertainly. They could work together or fight together. Maybe, the boy said, sounding a bit helpless. It was probably some merchant's summoned beast. Otherwise, why would it trade with us? That makes sense, the girl murmured, lowering her eyes in thought. Then she looked at the boy. Should we just go wash dishes at a tavern instead? Wash dishes? We might as well go catch cats, the boy replied, sounding reluctant, but knowing full well what their situation was. He forced a wry smile. He muttered sarcastically, what choice do we have? We're pretty much down to being vagrants now. Who knows where that guy got his knack for making money born to be a merchant, I guess. The girl sighed, looking at the boy who was once so proud but now only filled with resignation, and fell silent. Liu Sihang browsed through the task board and finally settled on a job that seemed suitable, clearing out monsters from the lumberyard. Recently, some rabbits, mice, and even large antlered deer in the forest had become unusually aggressive, seriously disrupting the lumberyard's operations. The task required him to eliminate these creatures and bring their heads back to the lumberyard boss for the reward. Once completed, he only needed to submit the boss-signed approval to the Adventurers Guild to earn task points. It was important to note that the heads of ordinary magical beasts wouldn't be accepted for the bounty. The lumberyard wasn't far from the city, and the trip would also give him a chance to pick up some timber. Although the reward wasn't much, Liu Sihang, who had a fortune of 2 million, didn't really care about the money. The lumberyard was outside the city, and walking there would take at least half a day. Unlike the remote Baiyue town, Qingzhou City had far more convenient transportation options. Just outside the East Gate was a mount rental station, offering a variety of well-trained magical beasts for riding. Liu Sihang could rent one by the hour and return it when he was done. Even so, he decided to stop by the tavern first. Not knowing how long he'd be out, he wanted to buy some food just in case. He'd heard the tavern had recently started selling portable meals that tasted pretty good, so he planned to check them out and maybe pick up a few barrels of ale and fruit wine for his storage ring. When Liu Sihang entered the tavern, he discovered that the so-called portable meals were actually specially prepared rice balls. Unlike regular rations, these were treated to stay fresh and tasted much better, making them a popular choice among adventurers. As a novice, uncertified alchemist, Liu Sihang could barely identify the preservatives used in the rice balls' various plant-based ingredients ground into a fine powder, which didn't seem harmful. Still, he felt a bit uneasy and decided he'd buy some regular rations and fruit from elsewhere. But since he was already at the tavern, he went ahead and bought some alcohol. When it came time to pay, he pretended to reach into his pocket for money, while secretly handing the ale to his goblin warrior to store in the beast space. What he didn't realize was that 3 professional thieves were sitting in the tavern at that very moment. One of them squinted at Liu Sihang's departing figure and murmured, "That kid didn't have anything in his pocket just now." Another's eyes lit up as he whispered, "So, he's got some kind of spatial gear? Judging by the food he was checking out, he's probably heading out of town. Boss, what do we do?" The leader chuckled softly. "Well, we've got nothing better to do. Let's go out for a stroll." Even though he had specifically told the goblin warrior not to sneak any ale, Liu Sihang still felt uneasy. If the goblins actually drank and got into a fight, a bunch of drunken goblins could be a real headache. After thinking it over, he chose a secluded corner, took the ale out of his storage ring, and had the goblin warrior move it back inside, completely unaware that everything he did was quietly observed from above by a gray-feathered sparrow. Afterwards, Liu Sihang headed to the mount rental station outside the East Gate. After looking over the options, he picked a cute, gentle yellow chocobo. Once head paid and registered, the staff member whispered a few words to the chocobo, then turned to Liu Sihang and said, "All set. Just ride it, it knows the way to the lumberyard." Liu Sihang was taken aback, thinking to himself, so the chocobo has an auto-navigation feature, and the staff can even speak bird language. Impressive. After a pleasant exchange, Liu Sihang mounted the chocobo and set off, feeling quite pleased that everything was going so smoothly with today's plans. Sensing that Liu Sihang was inexperienced, the yellow chocobo slowed its pace, its small steps light and unhurried. Liu Sihang gently stroked the soft feathers beneath him, enjoying the steady rhythm and wondering if he should bring this adorable mount back to the academy to keep. Just as he was about to turn back and consult his teacher, the chocobo suddenly veered off the main road, darting into a narrow path through the forest. They hadn't gone far when heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Glancing back, Liu Sihang saw 3 rough-looking, middle-aged adventurers rapidly closing in, riding a black wild boar and a shadowy panther, their eyes glinting with menace. The chocobo sensed danger before its rider did. In an instant, it shifted from a leisurely trot to a full sprint, streaking forward like a flash of yellow lightning. But their pursuers were clearly prepared. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a gray blur diving down from above, claws aimed straight at Liu Sihang. At the last possible moment, a green goblin leapt in front of Liu Sihang, taking the brunt of the blow. Its flesh was torn by the claws, and it let out a piercing scream. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Sihang darted into the nearby woods. The pursuers paused in surprise at the sight. What the hell is that thing? Doesn't matter what magic tool it is, don't let that kid escape. The leader barked. Relax, my bird has its eyes on him. Another replied. Liu Sihang was quickly caught up to once more. With no time to weigh his options, he hastily summoned a goblin warrior. The warrior, wielding a heavy saber, charged fearlessly at the wild boar. At the same time, Liu Sihang threw a handful of thorn seeds, which burst into a net in midair, trapping the panther. This is trouble. Lao San, just kill him. The boar rider ordered in a low voice. Lao San immediately jumped off his mount and fired an arrow. Just as it was about to strike, Liu Sihang transformed into a goblin craftsman wielding a hammer, the arrow leaving only a shallow mark on his leather armor. With a roar, the craftsman yanked out the arrow and lunged at the panther as it struggled free. Lao San readied another shot, but a beastmaster's whistle behind him caught his attention. Spinning around, he saw Liu Sihang casting another spell. He fired again, but this time an ice shield materialized, blocking the arrow as Liu Sihang teleported away. There's no way you can keep dodging forever, Lao San shouted, pushing himself to the limit as he loosed arrow after arrow. But every time, Liu Sihang countered with a new tactic. To the left, a venomous spider lunged at the leader under the command of a goblin beastmaster. To the right, a goblin gravedigger summoned 2 undead minions. Ahead, a goblin raider vanished with a wicked grin. From the side, a goblin slinger with a small basket pulled out an iron ball. In just 3 seconds, the 3 adventurers found themselves completely surrounded by a horde of goblins. Liu Sihang felt as if the scene before him was switching like frames in a movie. Before he could react, his strongest goblin lineup was almost complete. Wasn't it said that archers have always had a rough fate and spear wielders are notoriously unlucky? Did this guy pick the wrong class or something? Liu Sihang silently grumbled to himself, absent-mindedly fiddling with the wind guard necklace around his neck before activating its highest level of protection. Although the necklace was just a magical item, it was sensitive enough to trigger at the slightest disturbance. Most people would choose to keep it on the lowest setting, but when riding his bird, Liu Sihang preferred to turn it off entirely to avoid accidental activation. After all, with his beast companion, he didn't have to worry about sudden ambushes. When he snapped back to his senses, he saw the 3 attackers sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Even the third man's gray-feathered swift had been knocked down by the venom-spike spider's web and died a miserable death, dissolving into a point of light. The third attacker, repeatedly assaulted by 2 undead elves, was now on the verge of death, his face pale, eyes glaring at Liu Sihang with a mix of rage and unwillingness. What the hell kind of power do you have? He rasped, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Never seen anything like it, huh? Well, since you're about to die, they'll let you in on the secret, Liu Sihang replied lazily, scratching his head. It's a purple tire beastmaster talent I got from the trial grounds super goblin substitute. Every time I'm attacked, it randomly summons a powerful goblin to take my place. Don't take me for a fool. That's just some scam you cooked up, isn't it? The third man shouted, his body shaking violently, as if he might bite his own tongue off. TCH, even an idiot like you fell for it? Liu Sihang shrugged, sounding a bit impatient. The third man's eyes widened in fury, his head slumped to the side, and he finally stopped breathing. The second attacker died quietly under the marauder's blade. His throat slit in a single motion. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and he lost all signs of life in an instant. Meanwhile, the leader was half encased in frost, collapsed on the ground. He didn't struggle, his expression was calm, as if he was simply waiting for death. Hey, this is still just outside Qingzhou City, you know. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by hunting down students from Qingzhou Academy? Liu Sihang asked the leader casually. The leader's face flushed red, and he suddenly coughed up blood. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock and pain. Why the hell aren't you wearing your academy uniform? He managed to say before his eyes rolled back, and he took his last breath. Liu Sihang glanced down at his clothes, looking a bit stunned. Oh right, I guess I haven't picked up my uniform from the academy yet. Wait, are you blaming me for that? He couldn't help but grumble. Aren't bandits supposed to have sharp eyes and spot everything? As Liu Sihang cracked a joke, the marauder was already eagerly rifling through the bodies. Unsurprisingly, these 3 were dirt poor. Aside from a few silver coins and some decent-looking weapons, there were only a few bottles of cheap potions, which Liu Sihang didn't even bother to examine. After the marauder finished looting, the gravedigger shovel slung over his shoulder looked impatient, clearly wanting to dispose of the bodies as soon as possible. Liu Sihang was about to recall his summoned creatures when he heard the soft sound of footsteps behind him. He turned to see a fluffy yellow head poking out from behind the bushes. It was the chocobo, which had found its way back on its own, with a goblin sporting a head full of bumps riding on its back. Well, aren't you loyal? Liu Sihang said with a teasing smile. But since you've seen all this, I really can't let you go now. A short while later, Liu Sihang mounted the chocobo. This time, it didn't dawdle as before. Carrying Liu Sihang, it sped through the forest path, quickly bringing him to the logging camp. Liu Sihang first sought out the camp's owner, asking him to look after the chocobo and inquiring about any monsters in the area. It's nothing out of the ordinary, really. We've dealt with worse, the owner replied with a hearty laugh. He was a burly old man with white hair and a round belly. My guess is there's another fight going on near the lava fortress, and some strange things have leaked out. The beasts get infected and go wild again. But say, kid, are you sure you can handle this alone? Liu Sihang patted the Goblin Warrior's chest and summoned a magical thorn whip, swinging it confidently. Don't worry, I'm a pro. When gale rabbits and burrowing moles were in their right minds, Liu Sihang actually had to think carefully to catch them. After all, their only real skill was escaping, and if they focused solely on running away, they were hard to catch. But once they lost their minds, their eyes turning red and charging at him recklessly, things became completely different. Liu Sihang stomped a crazed burrowing mole to death, then turned to the rabbit gnawing furiously at his leather armor. The Goblin Warrior wore a helpless expression. He grabbed the rabbit by the neck and slammed it hard onto the ground. With a loud thud, the rabbit landed on its back, twitched a couple of times, and then lay still. The area fell silent, the ground littered with over a dozen corpses. There was a strange aura coming from the rabbits and moles, so much so that even the Goblin Warrior frowned, completely losing any appetite. After checking his surroundings and confirming that no new monsters had appeared and seeing no other people around, Liu Sihang found a hidden corner. He quickly recalled the Goblin Warrior into his beast space and activated the evolution feature. He had originally hoped to evolve the Goblin Warrior outside, which would have saved him some trouble, but the system only allowed him to select targets for evolution within the Goblin breeding ground, making it unsuitable to do so out here. A flash of green light erupted as the Goblin Warrior's body rapidly expanded, his height shooting up to 3.5 meters, shoulders widening to over 2 meters, and his entire frame bulging with muscle, radiating an intimidating presence. During the evolution, his leather armor was completely torn apart, shredded pieces falling to the ground, leaving behind nothing but scraps. The goblin craftsman nearby watched the process, unable to hide his speechless expression. Now that the Goblin Warrior had evolved, his old weapons no longer suited him. The broadsword in his hand looked a little too small. Liu Sihang surveyed the weapons in the warehouse, but found nothing suitable for now, so he had no choice but to make do. He had once thought about integrating Xiahou Yang's golden magic greatsword, but unfortunately, the goblin craftsman's skills were too limited to handle such high-level materials, so that plan fell through. The Goblin Warrior had evolved into a Goblin Captain. Goblin Captain. Bravery. The Goblin Captain, with his immense strength and battle experience, is fearless in the face of powerful enemies. When confronted by strong foes, he becomes even more excited and gains a significant boost in combat power. Leadership. While the Goblin Captain is present, all allied goblins receive a courage bonus and are much less affected by fear or charm spells. Random reward. You've received a territory expansion card as a reward. Territory expansion card. Once used, the area of the goblin breeding ground will increase, and there's a chance that unique terrain will appear. Liu Sihang stared at the sudden system prompt in front of him as a flood of new information appeared. He had obtained a leader-class goblin and unlocked the dispatch feature. Now, at set intervals, he could form a team of 3 to 5 goblins and send them to designated locations. The dispatch mission would automatically end if all the goblins were killed, all enemies were defeated, or after 24 hours. On the system interface, the unlocked destinations were clearly listed. The Green Dragon's lair in the Misty Forest, the Ogre Camp, the Lizardman Tribe, the Earthshaker Boar's territory, as well as the Magic Plantation and underground sewer maze of Qingzhou City. So much information, Liu Sihang was momentarily overwhelmed, sweat beading on his forehead. His first instinct was to ensure his own safety, quickly summoning the Goblin Captain to stand guard by his side before shifting his focus back to the breeding ground. Expansion card? May as well use it. He muttered to himself, glancing at the nearly full open space inside the pin-perfect timing for an upgrade. As soon as he willed it, the expansion card took effect. The edges of the goblin breeding ground began to extend outward at a visible pace, new land rapidly taking shape. In the midst of this, a sudden, soul-rending wave of pain shot through Liu Sihang's head, making him double over and clutch his head with both hands. Fortunately, the pain faded as quickly as it came. Once the expansion finished, the agony vanished without a trace. Gasping for breath, Liu Sihang straightened up, shocked to discover that his mental energy had inexplicably surged. What the hell? He stared, rubbing his head, then held out his palm and experimentally cast a spell. A flash of green light later, a magical vine instantly sprouted from his palm without any need for preparation. Amazing. Liu Sihang grinned at the vine. With his boosted mental power, controlling energy was much easier. The bramble spell had learned was basic and required little technique, but now, with his newfound strength, it had become an instant cast spell. He figured that with some practice, he could master real bramble entanglement and summon magical thorns from a distance to trap his enemies. Turning his gaze back to the breeding ground, Liu Sihang noticed the area had indeed doubled, and a steaming pond, a hot spring, really had appeared in the newly expanded section. A system prompt followed. Outdoor hot spring. After soaking for an hour, goblins recover from injuries 20 faster for a week. After understanding the hot spring's function, Liu Sihang shifted his attention to the newly unlocked dispatch feature. As he carefully read the descriptions of the dispatch locations, a wave of déjà vu hit him. Suddenly, it clicked. Weren't these the very places the Goblin Wanderer had once caused trouble? So now what? The Wanderer's rampage wasn't enough, and I have to send goblins back to these places again? Liu Sihang shook his head with a wry smile. The Wanderer really is a disaster for magical beasts. Still, he reassured himself that the Wanderer was about to evolve, which would at least give the magical creatures of this world a break. Despite his curiosity about the dispatch feature, Liu Sihang knew this wasn't the right time to experiment. He was still out in the wild, where danger could appear at any moment. He'd have to wait until he was back at the Mage Tower to explore it further. His eyes landed on the motionless body of the Goblin Wanderer lying on the makeshift bed. Liu Sihang decided to try activating the evolution function for it. He had never attempted evolution on a dead goblin before, nor had he heard of anyone evolving a beast while it was dead. But for the Wanderer, it seemed that being dead was the only way it would stay quietly in the beast space. To his delight, the evolution actually succeeded. A system prompt popped up. Goblin Wanderer has successfully evolved into Goblin Traveling Merchant. A string of attributes followed. Goblin Traveling Merchant, roaming freely on the road, always ready to lend a hand to friends in need, and collecting a small, insignificant fee in return. Free roaming. Nothing can hold back a traveling merchant. If it wants to go somewhere, it will always find a way. Its range of activity is much wider, and it can easily discover hidden paths. Born Merchant. The traveling merchant always spots business opportunities, and when it gestures, you'll know exactly how much it wants for its goods. With only so many fingers, it rarely gives change. The system also indicated that Liu Sihang had fulfilled the Goblin Wanderer's wish, earning a random reward, which was then revealed as a fixed reward: the Goblin Merchant's Backpack. Goblin Merchant's Backpack, a unique item for merchant goblins. It looks like an ordinary small backpack, but it's actually a magical storage item. It can hold a huge number of items, and goblins can use it to directly retrieve small goods from the Goblin Warehouse to restock their wares. Though the evolution had succeeded and the Goblin Wanderer's body had changed slightly, it was a bit taller, and its expression more cunning. The creature still lay motionless on the bed, showing no sign of waking up. Browsing through the breeding ground's history log, Liu Sihang couldn't shake the feeling that this evolution had only strengthened the goblin's talent for causing trouble. The final system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have acquired the Goblin Merchant and unlocked the basic shop feature. Every time a merchant goblin completes a successful transaction, they earn trade points. This information appeared clearly before Liu Sihang's eyes. He quickly scanned the system interface. For every 100 points, he could draw a blind box from the basic shop, with rewards distributed as 75 common resources, 5 rare resources, 15 basic blueprints, and 5 intermediate blueprints. The monthly refresh list for the basic shop popped up. The most eye-catching item was a purple-quality Christmas goblin costume blueprint, priced at a hefty 5,000 gold coins and requiring a master craftsman goblin to make. Next was a green-quality stone skin potion blueprint, listed for 180 gold coins. This potion, made from earth element magical materials, could grant a basic stone skin effect. Lastly, there was a white-quality goblin wild mask blueprint, costing only 10 gold coins, a hideous mask that would make any goblin look even fiercer. There were still 18 days until the shop's next refresh. What the? Seriously? Liu Sihang couldn't help but exclaim. In just one day, not only had he unlocked the dispatch system, but now a shop system had appeared as well. He wanted to sigh, thinking he would have chosen differently if had known, but realized that was pointless. After all, the Wanderer had only just chosen the merchant evolution path. He weighed the options carefully. The Christmas costume looked flashy but not especially practical, though the thought of a squad of goblins charging into battle dressed as Santa was oddly appealing. Still, it was far too expensive and required difficult crafting conditions. The wild mask seemed unnecessary for goblins who were already intimidating enough. The stone skin potion blueprint, however, might be worth considering. He could check later if he already had a similar recipe. As for the lottery system, he could only hope the wandering merchant's trading skills would bring in enough points. Just as Liu Sihang was lost in his planning, the goblin captain's low growl snapped him back to reality. In the distance, a terrifying giant antlered deer was staring them down. Its skin was festering, its blood-red eyes wild with rage, and black pus dripped from its bared yellow teeth. Wherever the pus landed, the grass shriveled instantly, smoke rising as it corroded everything it touched. This isn't just a crazed beast, it's more like an undead creature, Liu Sihang thought, alarmed. But the goblin captain had already leapt into action. Dodging the deer's charge with agility, he swung his blade as they passed, cleanly severing its head. Strangely, The headless body kept running for several dozen meters before crashing into a tree and finally collapsing. Black pus gushed from its neck, eating away at the plants around it until, at last, it stopped moving. The goblin captain frowned as he inspected his saber. The blade was now pitted and corroded from the pus. What was supposed to become a backup weapon for the goblin warriors was now completely ruined. "Stop staring and go collect the heads of those rabbits and rats," Liu Sihang said to the goblin captain, his gaze fixed on the strange corpse of the giant stag. "Leave this big guy to me. It's getting dark, and I don't want to spend the night here with these things wandering in the woods." He swiftly summoned magical vines to secure the stag's massive head. As the corrosive liquid left on the surface met the vines, a harsh, sizzling sound erupted, and the vines were quickly eaten away, leaving deep cracks. Liu Sihang kept channeling magical energy into the vines, forcing them to grow and heal rapidly. After a brief struggle, the corrosive fluid was finally used up. He then conjured another vine, threading together the smaller animal heads collected by the goblin captain. Carrying the enormous stag's head in one hand and the string of smaller heads in the other, he made his way toward the lumberyard. The lumberyard boss only frowned slightly at the sight, clearly accustomed to the odd habits of adventurers. To him, a string of rabbit heads was nothing unusual, but the bizarre stag's head made his expression turn grave. "So the contamination has gotten this serious?" the boss muttered to himself. Seeing that the boss seemed to understand what was going on, Liu Sihang immediately asked about the origin of the stag. "Do you know about the spatial rift near the Molten Fortress?" The boss replied with a question. "I've only heard my teacher mention it, but I don't know the details. I just came from Baiwa Town." "Baiwa Town? That adventurer town? I've gone there to buy timber before." The boss nodded, about to launch into a history of Qingzhou City, but Liu Sihang politely interrupted him. "Sorry, but I'm more interested in the spatial rift." The boss got to the point. It all started with a group of cultists. They were secretly spreading the worship of an evil god in several villages near the Misty Forest. At the time, the Molten King was off fighting a rock giant to the east, so by the time Qingzhou City noticed something was wrong, it was too late. The villagers had already been brainwashed and sacrificed themselves, turning the area into a land of demons. They also opened a spatial rift there, unleashing hordes of monsters. Although the Molten King managed to return and wipe out the creatures, the rift couldn't be closed. Now, we can only keep it suppressed with the Molten Devourer, while using various methods to purify the corrupted land. To deal with the monsters that occasionally pour out of the rift, we built the Molten Fortress there and stationed a group of beast tamers. Liu Sihang had dinner with the workers at the logging camp and moved into a small, private room arranged by the camp owner. The room was so cramped that he couldn't even summon a goblin guard inside, but with the wind amulet around his neck, he wasn't too worried about safety. After helping the goblins evolve earlier that day, had experienced a brief headache, but his mental strength had noticeably improved. The energy within his body had also undergone a fundamental transformation. What was once a swirling mist had condensed into countless sparkling droplets, slowly flowing through his meridians. If he pushed them too quickly, these droplets would collide and merge into larger bubbles. The benefits of this energy upgrade were immediately apparent. Now he could cast Thorn Spell in less than half a second, summoning thick, sturdy brambles almost instantly. The Bark Skin spell, which had eluded him before, now only required a 5-second chant. With that, the wood energy inside and outside his body would resonate, creating a tough bark layer on his skin. Liu Sihang tapped his bark-covered arm with his knuckles. It was as hard as leather armor. Although it slightly restricted his movements, the protection it offered was significant. He knew there was an even more advanced dragon scale spell, which could refine the bark into flexible scales, maintaining both defense and agility. But that required the mental strength of a high-level mage. Unless he could get his hands on a dozen more territory expansion cards, it would remain out of reach for now. Just as he was about to start his evening meditation, a commotion erupted outside. He caught words like monster and contamination amidst the noise. Hurrying to the camp's entrance, he found the workers clutching torches and makeshift weapons, terror written all over their faces. In the flickering firelight, a massive sludge slime was slowly oozing toward the crowd. The most horrifying part was the rotting beast remains trapped inside Ida Stag's skull, with gleaming white bone, a rabbit's head, various hooves and claws all still twitching, and occasionally letting out chilling, guttural howls. As the goblin captain raised his broadsword to confront the creature, the camp owner stopped him. Taking a pitchfork from a nearby worker, the owner gave it a light toss. The pitchfork shot into the slime like an arrow, and instantly, a dozen pitch-black tentacles erupted from the creature, completely enveloping the pitchfork. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles withdrew, and the pitchfork had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the strange heads on the slime's body suddenly shrieked in unison, as if someone had jabbed them hard. Twisting around, their blood-red eyes locked onto the lumberyard owner. Liu Sihang, startled by the sudden scream, was standing right beside the owner. The way those crimson eyes stared at him made him feel as if he was about to be torn apart. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively took several steps back. Physical attacks won't work, And this thing is slow, Liu Sihang thought quickly. Hey, aren't you a mage? Hit it with something powerful. That's only if I actually know any spells. He complained silently to himself. I haven't even taken the apprentice mage exam. Glancing at the people around him, he didn't dare reveal his frost mage identity so easily. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pointed with his right hand, releasing a thick cloud of green poison gas that enveloped the slime. But the slime was no ordinary creature. Its body was filled with corrosive liquid, and the poison gas had no effect on it at all. Frowning, Liu Sihang pulled out a seed from the rasha vine and tossed it at the slime. Instantly, it turned into a web of thorny vines, wrapping tightly around the creature. As expected, the slime swallowed the net without hesitation. However, the rasha vine was highly toxic, and it soon started to react. Bubbles began to rise inside the slime, and its whole body quickly turned a bright shade of green, as if it had transformed from a mud slime into a forest slime. The lumberyard owner seemed to realize something, a flash of understanding in his eyes. Oh, so you're a wood-type mage. Hey, what's with that tone? Are you looking down on wood-type mages? Liu Sihang couldn't help but retort. I swear my temper. The owner muttered irritably, shaking his hand as he turned and pulled out a bottle of dark green alchemical potion from his spatial ring, ready to throw it at the slime. Liu Sihang froze for a moment, but the owner quickly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Hold on. You can't just toss something this valuable around. This one bottle could last me 2 or 3 years. Startled, Liu Sihang took a closer look and noticed that the bottle was etched with intricate runes, clearly a high-priced item. He realized that the dissolving potion head grabbed from the lab counter earlier was actually something incredibly valuable. Is this stuff really that expensive? He asked curiously. Look at the quality, it's definitely a top-tier dissolving potion. Which family are you from anyway? The owner stared at him in surprise, then his tone changed abruptly. For trash like this, how could you waste such a premium potion? Liu Sihang felt a bit helpless, about to say something when the chubby old man sighed and muttered, in the end, it's always up to us old folks. He waved his hand, and a summoning circle appeared on the ground. A plump little raccoon crawled out, its eyes hazy with sleep, yawning and grumbling at the lumberyard owner in protest. The old man coaxed his pet a little and urged it on. Reluctantly, the raccoon turned around, its eyes glowing red. It drew in a deep breath, its belly swelling, and the air became thick with heat. Then, the little raccoon let out a jet of orange flames, instantly engulfing the green slime in a blazing fireball. The flames were so intense that they incinerated the slime and its corrosive green liquid completely. Liu Sihang paused, suddenly reminded of the taste of a snack from his past life. He couldn't help but smile. Burnt to a crisp, huh? The lumberyard owner shot him a curious glance. What? Are you actually thinking about tasting that thing? Liu Sihang raised his eyebrows. Maybe we should take it back and report it to the Adventurers Guild. The old man suddenly looked enlightened. No problem. They'll write up a report for you. Just submit it when you turn in your quest. Originally, Liu Sihang had planned to make the most of his rare outing and gain some experience before returning, but his curiosity about the dispatch function eventually got the better of him. So, he decided to head back to the academy first and take his time exploring other matters later. Early the next morning, he spent a few gold coins to purchase some high-quality timber from the owner of the lumberyard, then had the goblin captain carry each piece into the beast space. The lumberyard owner's attitude took Liu Sihang by surprise. Not only did he refuse to accept payment, but he also cheerfully told Liu Sihang to take as much as he wanted, even suggesting he could fill the entire beast space if he liked. Liu Sihang felt a surge of irritation and almost shot back. If I weren't worried about exposing my secret, I'd show you today what it means to suffer the consequences of careless words. Mounting his yellow chocobo, Liu Sihang sped along the road without incident and soon arrived at the city gates, only to be stopped by the guards. First time riding a bird into the city? One guard eyed him, frowning with a hint of uncertainty. It's a little unusual, but I suppose it's not against the rules. Liu Sihang nodded in confirmation. The guard's expression turned stern as he warned, you'd better lead your bird in on foot. There are riding regulations in the city, so make sure you're familiar with them. Understood, Liu Sihang replied, dismounting and taking the reins. The guard, noticing Liu Sihang's youthful face, spoke in an even more serious tone. Don't take this lightly. Breaking city rules could get you fined or worse, thrown in jail. Don't worry, Liu Sihang assured him with a calm demeanor. Safety first, I won't ride in the city until I know all the rules. Not bad. You seem pretty well educated. The guard nodded, finally letting him pass. Go on in. Liu Sihang led the chocobo for quite a while before finally reaching the Adventurers Guild. He tied the reins to the wooden fence outside, gently patted the bird's head, and told it to wait patiently. Then he turned and headed inside. As he handed over the lumberyard owner's task document and the monster reports to the staff at the counter, he overheard a lively discussion among a group of adventurers nearby about the teachers from Qingzhou Academy who had recently returned from a mission. I heard all the teachers from Qingzhou Academy are back? Does that mean the dragon disaster is over? One adventurer asked. You're a bit behind. The dragon problem was solved a while ago. Over in the Zhejiang Empire, they even managed to slay an adult red dragon and a young rock dragon. There was even a fight over the red dragon's corpse, with Qingzhou Academy's teachers going up against people from other academies. Another adventurer added, his voice tinged with excitement. Really? Tell us more. Someone else urged eagerly. I don't know all the details, but apparently the teachers from Qingzhou Academy did most of the fighting and nearly finished off the red dragon. Then people from other academies showed up, trying to swoop in and claim the reward. They said red dragon materials are rare and wanted to take the corpse back to make equipment, the man said with a chuckle. Those guys really don't know their place, daring to challenge Qingzhou Academy's teachers. Swoop in and claim the reward? We've got alchemy masters too. Another person chimed in. All they have is a forging master. Huh, a forging master? Even if they're from Rockflame Academy, Qingzhou Academy's never been intimidated by them. Someone else laughed. Apparently, the Rockflame Academy folks were furious and claimed that Qingzhou Academy only won because they used potions. Please, everyone has potions. If you had them, you could win too. One adventurer scoffed. Listening to their conversation, Liu Sihang couldn't help but smile to himself. He figured those potions were probably custom-made magical elixirs from Qingzhou Academy's teachers. He silently made a note about Rockflame Academy, suspecting that this conflict was far from over. Liu Sihang had always been curious about the Academy's advanced and higher-level courses, but when he checked the schedule for this semester, he found that most of them weren't available. At first, he thought it was just a matter of timing, but soon realized the truth: the teachers weren't at the Academy at all. They had all gone out to fight. Inside the Adventurers Guild, lively discussions filled the air. Adventurers eagerly shared news and rumors from various sources, piquing Liu Sihang's interest. He decided to linger for a while, walked up to the bar, ordered a drink, and quietly listened in on the conversations. No one knows what set those dragons off, a scruffy adventurer said as he sipped his drink. They just stormed straight into human towns, and the border took heavy losses. Most dragons snapped out of it and ran off, another chimed in. But a few stubborn ones kept fighting even after getting beaten, and some tried to escape but didn't make it in time. The most talked about story was about two green dragons. After regaining their senses, they fled back to their lair, only to be confronted by an ancient green dragon from the dragon forest. It gave them a serious thrashing, then marched them back to a human city to apologize to the local lord. The ancient green dragon even offered 2 large barrels of its own blood as compensation. When the 2 green dragons finally left, they were barely able to stand, completely drained. Lots of people died and towns were damaged. An older adventurer sighed, but it wasn't really the green dragon's fault. They were set up. Humans can't afford to turn against the green dragons, so the lords had to accept their apology. Hearing this, Liu Sihang couldn't help but think of the green dragon had encountered in the misty forest. Both Baiwa town and that dragon had been Lucathied run into his teachers. The town was spared from attack, and aside from the dragon getting roughed up and the emptied-out outhouse, there hadn't been any real losses. According to the Green Dragon's account and several human organizations' investigations, the incident was likely orchestrated by orcs or a cult of evil gods. They had developed a potion specifically targeting dragons and, through various means, used human adventurers to administer it, triggering the massive attacks. The Adventurers Guild had already posted a reward: anyone who could provide useful leads would be handsomely paid. After hearing the full story, Liu Sihang left the guild satisfied and rode his yellow chocobo back to the magic tower. Finding that his teacher hadn't returned yet, Liu Sihang asked the tower spirit, "Kuda, do you think my teacher would allow me to keep my chocobo in the alchemy area?" Kuda's voice echoed through the air. "Based on my calculations, there's an 80% chance the tower master will approve your request. Additionally, Qingzhou Academy has a dedicated stable where your chocobo would be well cared for." Liu Sihang nodded, smiling. "I trust your calculations. If you say 80%, then I'm pretty sure my teacher will agree. For now, he'll let the chocobo roam near the magic tower. Kuda, keep an eye on it for me." A thought struck him. Actually, isn't the alchemy area outside Qingzhou City? It's quite a detour every time I leave the city, and it's a long walk without a mount. My teacher probably just flies back and forth and never thought about putting a gate in the wall. "There's a hidden door in the magical barrier at the edge of the alchemy plantation," Kuda replied. "Just call for me when you're near it, and I'll open it for you." "You could have told me sooner," Liu Sihang exclaimed in surprise. "If you don't ask, the tower spirit doesn't make unnecessary calculations," Kuda replied calmly. Liu Sihang snorted. "You're too good at calculations. Don't think I haven't noticed you use way less processing power chatting with me than you do with my teacher." "Yes," Kuda admitted without hesitation. "So honest." Liu Sihang shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. Liu Sihang entered the magic tower, walking briskly back to his room. He treated himself to a hot shower, letting the warmth ease away his fatigue, and then changed into a fresh set of comfortable clothes. Standing by the window, he suddenly recalled the potion recipe that had caught his eye at the Goblin Breeding Farm's shop. "Kuda," he called out to the air, summoning the tower spirit, "help me look up information about the stone skin potion." The tower spirit's voice sounded in the room, calm and mechanical, no relevant information found. Liu Sihang frowned and tapped his fingers on the table. Nothing. Maybe it goes by a different name. Try searching for potions with effects similar to stone skin. A few seconds later, the tower spirit replied, search complete. Relevant entries found. Advanced magic potion, rock armor potion, master level potion, earth armor potion, and rock dragon protection potion. For more details, Liu Sihang may consult bookshelf number 03 for the following books. That won't be necessary, Liu Sihang interrupted, shaking his head. He paced around the room, thinking, just from the names, these are all high-level or master-level potions. It's clear none of them are really the same as stone skin. He sighed, coming to a conclusion. At least in the alchemy magic tower, there's no record of a stone skin potion recipe. Turning his thoughts to the price, 150 gold coins, he realized he had just enough, but it would leave him nearly broke afterward. He shrugged. Well, out with the old, in with the new. Having made up his mind, Liu Sihang sat cross-legged on his bed and focused his mind into the beast-taming space, ready to purchase the stone skin potion recipe. However, when he tried to make the purchase, a red notification popped up from the breeding farm. Insufficient gold in storage. Well, that's a problem, Liu Sihang muttered to himself. He then summoned the goblin captain. The sturdy goblin appeared in the room, its green skin standing out under the magical lights. Take all the gold coins back to the beast-taming space and put them in the goblin warehouse, Liu Sihang instructed, feeling a surge of curiosity. Did the gold coins serve some special purpose for the goblin breeding farm, or was it just to stay true to the original game mechanics? And what happened to the coins once they were collected? After the goblin captain completed the task, the system immediately displayed a message, purchase successful. 150 gold coins have been deducted. With the recipe in hand, Liu Sihang studied the details carefully. Much like the previous goblin beautification potion, the stone skin potion recipe was full of the goblin's rough and ready style. Ingredient ratios were loose, and both main and secondary ingredients could be substituted with similar items. What surprised him even more was that, aside from standard alchemical methods, you could simply toss the ingredients into a large pot, boil them into a soup, and drink it for the same effect. It's very wild, Liu Sihang commented, a faint smile on his lips. After skimming through the recipe, Liu Sihang turned his attention to another new feature in the breeding farm. Activate the dispatch function, he commanded mentally. The system responded at once. Dispatch function activated. Please select the goblins you wish to send. You may also enable auto-dispatch, allowing goblins to form their own teams and automatically deploy once the dispatch cooldown ends. Liu Sihang considered his first dispatch lineup. In theory, sending out the strongest, the goblin captain, would be the safest bet, but this goblin was his main beast and might be needed at any time. The goblin captain is off limits, he decided. He'll send the goblin warrior as the tank and add the raider, gravedigger, beast tamer, rock thrower, and frost mage for the strongest team. After selecting his team, he suddenly noticed, wait, there's one extra. Scanning over the chosen goblins, he decided, he'll leave out the gravedigger. With 3 human corpses already in the necro zone, there's no need for it to go out grave digging. Finally, Liu Sihang checked the available dispatch locations. The breeding farm didn't offer much detail, so he could only judge the strength of the monsters by the location names. After scanning through the options, he settled on the Knoll camp as his target. Worried that the goblins might die outside and lose all their equipment, Liu Sihang told the frost mage to leave the frost orb in his own cabin. After carefully double-checking all the preparations, he decisively activated the dispatch function. In an instant, 5 goblins and a spider vanished from the goblin farm. Just then, the tower spirit suddenly spoke up. An abnormality has been detected in Liu Sihang's physical condition. Do you require assistance? Huh. Not Liu Sihang stopped mid-sentence. Wait, why are you asking that? A sense of unease crept into his heart. An unusual summoning fluctuation has been detected around your body, the tower spirit replied calmly. Liu Sihang's heart skipped a beat. Forcing down his anxiety, he asked, Kuda, explain what a summoning fluctuation means. Of course, Kuda answered immediately. When a human summons, recalls, or forcibly retrieves a contracted beast, such as when a beast dies, there are faint spatial ripples and unique energy waves around the summoner's body. Aside from a handful of people with extremely keen spatial senses, only Kuda is currently able to detect these fluctuations. Heh, so Liu Sihang chuckled awkwardly, testing the waters. Kuda, have you been monitoring my physical condition this whole time? Yes. Although Head had a bad feeling, Liu Sihang still asked hopefully, do you know anything about goblins riding venomous spiders? Beep. That information is classified. Liu Sihang does not have permission to access it. Liu Sihang's pupils contracted, and his eyes dimmed instantly. Kuda, do you know the meaning of giving yourself away? No relevant information found. Would you like me to analyze this phrase? Just drop it. Liu Sihang shook his head in defeat. He knew all too well that if something had been marked as classified, only his teacher could be behind it. It was obvious that Kuda had detected the summoning fluctuation when Head visited the magical botanical garden, and this tattletale had already reported it. With that thought, Liu Sihang flopped onto his bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and bundled himself up like an ostrich hiding from the world. Liu Sihang, you haven't done your meditation today, Kuda reminded him. My mental power is maxed out. Basic meditation doesn't work for me anymore, came Liu Sihang's muffled protest from under the covers. At your current rate, your mental power should take another 6 months to reach its limit. I had a mental breakdown, so my mental power skyrocketed, okay? Information recorded. Damn it. Liu Sihang shot up from his bed and shouted at the ceiling. Delete that. Delete what I just said. The tower spirit ignored his antics and asked calmly, would you like information on the tree meditation technique? What's that? It's a special meditation method for those with wood affinity. By simulating a plant's growth during meditation, it can improve mental strength, energy control, and plant manipulation abilities. Depending on the simulated stage of growth such as seed, sprout, or first leaf, there are different phases. So would mages have to plant trees in their minds? Liu Sihang muttered, half amused, half exasperated. What about other elements? Do fire mages set things on fire in their heads, and water mages flood their brains? The relevant information is too complex. It is recommended that you research it yourself. Just wait if I ever inherit this magic tower. They'll make you chat with me for 3 days straight. Liu Sihang grumbled. At present, Liu Sihang's estimated maximum lifespan is 120 years. The current tower master's estimated maximum lifespan is 860 years. The probability of Liu Sihang inheriting the magic tower is currently 0. Fine, fine. Liu Sihang gave up arguing with the stubborn AI and jumped out of bed. So where can I find the tree meditation technique? That book is located on shelf 12, 4th row, 8th compartment, 7th book from the left. Mist Forest. The mist forest had grown unusually quiet. The crazed goblin who once rode a venomous spider had not been seen for a long time, and the magical beasts felt as though life had suddenly become much more peaceful. But the calm did not last. After being collectively targeted by the forest's magical beasts, the goblin tribes were forced to migrate in large groups. They gradually gathered together, crossed the mountain ridges, and eventually settled on the Yellowstone wasteland. Their departure left vast stretches of empty territory behind, sparking a series of fierce conflicts among the surrounding beasts as they fought to claim these lands. On the forest's edge, a tribe of about 120 gnolls found themselves locked in brutal skirmishes with neighboring beast clans. Though they managed to expand their hunting grounds, the battles came at a heavy price. More than 20 gnolls fell in combat, and nearly every survivor bore wounds some so severe that they remained bedridden deep within their caves. If there had been no hope of recovery, the gnoll chieftain would have buried these injured alongside the dead. Despite being monsters themselves, gnolls would only turn to cannibalism as a last resort. To recover their strength, the gnoll tribe chose to lay low, rarely venturing out. Even when other beasts trespassed on their borders, the gnolls pretended not to notice. Only when intruders grew too bold did the chieftain take up his flail and lead his warriors into action, crushing the weak and driving off those who could match them in strength. One night, while the chieftain was out patrolling the territory, a squad of goblins suddenly appeared outside the gnoll's cave. 6 gnolls were squatting by the fire at the entrance, munching on mushrooms, when a whistling stone smashed into the head of a young adult, splattering its brains over the others. Almost simultaneously, a crossbow bolt pierced another side, dropping it instantly. One of the gnolls even found itself wondering how the design of that bolt looked so much like their own handiwork. The remaining gnolls howled in alarm, scrambling for their weapons. 2 hunters tried to ready their crossbows, but were struck by blobs of white adhesive that exploded midair, gluing them in place. Before they could break free, goblin warriors closed in with blades, while the venomous spider lunged forward, pinning both gnolls to the ground and viciously tearing at their heads with its sharp fangs. The frost mage, conserving his limited mana, did not join the assault. Instead, he activated his ice shield spell, surrounding himself with 3 thick, triangular shields, and calmly observed the fight from the rear. When the gnolls inside the cave heard the alarm and rushed out with weapons in hand, they found their comrades at the entrance already dead, the spider even beginning to feed. Known for their crafting skills, even the ordinary members of the gnoll tribe were equipped with bows and crossbows. Though not as powerful or accurate as those wielded by their hunters, a coordinated volley could unleash a rain of arrows dense enough to make up for any lack of precision. Goblin warriors aren't considered powerful monsters. Even though their leather armor offers some protection, they're quickly turned into pincushions by a hail of arrows. Their equipment scatters across the ground as their bodies dissolve into shimmering light and gradually fade away. The frost mage, quick on the draw, casts ice arrow, sending a bolt flying straight into the cave entrance. It bursts into a cloud of icy frost, engulfing 3 or 4 gnolls in the blast. Taking advantage of the brief chaos among the gnolls, the goblin beastmaster and the slingers waste no time, taking down another 4 or 5 gnolls. The venom spike spider lifts its huge body and hurls a sticky web deep into the cave. The web wraps around the gnoll's legs like an invisible cage, slowing their movements to a crawl. At the same time, The spider spits out several jets of corrosive venom, which eat through gnoll flesh on contact, filling the cave with agonized screams. Just then, a furious roar echoes from afar. The gnoll chieftain, radiating rage, returns from patrol. When he sees the bodies of his kin scattered at the cave mouth, fury overtakes him, his eyes burning red, his body swelling with murderous intent. Swinging a massive steel morning star, he charges forward with several gnoll warriors at his side. The frost mage, positioned toward the rear, unexpectedly becomes the chief's target. The gnoll chieftain rushes in, raising his weapon to strike, but just as he's about to attack, a sudden chill erupts beneath his feet, freezing him solid in a block of ice. Though overflowing with bloodlust and locked in a berserk state, the chieftain manages to break free with sheer brute strength, the frost rapidly cracking and melting. Just as he regains his freedom, a cold arrow slams into his face, instantly freezing his head and nearly turning him to an ice block, snapping him out of his frenzy. Still, this gnoll chieftain is a battle-hardened veteran. Although dizzy and slowed, he doesn't hesitate to swing his morning star. Even with the frost mage's quick ice shield, the crushing blow shatters the shield and sends the mage flying, tumbling to the ground, where he finally succumbs to his wounds. The remaining goblin beastmaster and slingers don't last long either. Surrounded by gnoll warriors and picked off by distant gnoll hunters, they fall even faster than the mage. With the beastmaster's death, the venom-spiked spider, which had tangled with the gnolls during the fight, also vanishes into thin air. The gnoll chieftain, seething with rage and ready to take out his anger on the corpses of his enemies, suddenly notices that the green-skinned bodies are vanishing one by one, as if whisked away by some mysterious force. He pauses, staring at the familiar scene, a chill creeping into his heart. The gnoll shaman mutters something, pointing at the scattered goblin gear, and the chieftain suddenly understands. He remembers the strange nature of these creatures. Their equipment disappears with them when they die, even the arrows stuck in their bodies. Maybe these green monsters are just summoned beasts sent by foolish humans. While their leather armor is poorly made, the goblin warrior's machetes are at least somewhat useful. Despite the heavy losses suffered by his tribe, all they have to show for it is a pile of shabby leather armor. Grinding his teeth in frustration, the gnoll chieftain stalks back to the cave. But as soon as he enters, he finds the entrance covered in webs, some still fresh and sticky. His leg gets caught instantly. Seeing this, he lets out a furious howl at the sky, vowing to take his warriors out tomorrow to hunt down some goblins or adventurers and vent his rage. The gnoll shaman took a deep sniff, catching a faint, elusive scent in the air. Just as it tried to identify the smell, several tribesmen walked by carrying goblin leather armor, and the overwhelming stench of goblins instantly filled its nose. All around, the bodies of its kin lay scattered, and the metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the space. The shaman grunted softly, blaming its unease on being overly cautious. It began directing the tribe. One group of gnolls was tasked with burying the fallen, while another escorted the wounded back to the den. Those with a knack for cooking were called to the cave entrance, where they rekindled the fire and started preparing dinner for the chieftain and, naturally, for the shaman itself. Once the others had dispersed, only a few gnolls remained to keep watch and tend the roast. Seizing the moment, one of them glanced around furtively, then tore off a piece of half-cooked meat and devoured it greedily, ignoring the burning heat. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? What's the big deal? I'm the cook, just making sure it tastes right." "Huh, well, you do have a point." The gnolls began sampling the meat in turns, sneaking bites where no one would notice, careful not to disturb the appearance of the roast. The hot meat made them wince, and their noses glistened with greasy juices, completely oblivious to the nearly invisible figure that slipped silently along the cave wall, illuminated by the firelight. This shadow belonged to the goblin raider, who had gone into stealth from the very beginning, a sly and cunning creature. It had hoped to ambush a high-value target, but the chaos of the battle left it with no opening. When the gnoll chieftain led his warriors into the fray, things quickly went downhill, and the 3 goblin archers were wiped out in an instant. Sensing danger, the raider hid in the shadows until the chaos subsided and the gnolls dispersed, then slipped into the cave. The gnoll's keen sense of smell forced it to move with extreme caution as it searched the den. Most of the goblins' equipment held little interest for the gnolls, who only took the beastmaster's hand crossbow and the warrior's machete. 2 goblin totems and some leather armor were carelessly tossed in the storage area. Seeing no one around, the raider rummaged through the pile, finding only the 2 wild totems and a few silver coins. Anything truly valuable must have already been claimed by the chieftain. By late night, aside from a few sentries at the entrance, the rest of the gnolls had fallen into a deep sleep. They huddled together in small groups, seeking warmth and a sense of security. As the tribe's leader, the gnoll chief had claimed an entire cave for himself, clutching a finely crafted little treasure chest to his chest. No one knew where the chest had come from, but it was clearly his most prized possession. He refused to let go of it, even in his sleep. The raider crept quietly toward the chief's cave. After only a few steps, The chief's loud snoring abruptly stopped. His wet nose twitched furiously, sniffing the air with heightened suspicion. Realizing the danger, the raider quickly retreated, only relaxing once the chief's steady snores resumed. Gripping his dagger tightly, the raider let out a cold chuckle. If he couldn't get the treasure, he'd settle for spilling some blood. He turned and slipped deeper into the caves, heading straight for the Knoll shaman's den. The shaman lived alone as well, but wasn't nearly as sharp or strong as the chief. The raider crouched at the entrance, eyes fixed on the sleeping shaman. He whispered a spell, and as the wild talisman's power took hold, a wave of malicious energy rippled silently through the air. The shaman's face twisted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. He started with a low, threatening growl, but it soon turned into desperate whimpers. Seeing his enemy trapped in a nightmare, the raider struck. He clamped a hand over the shaman's mouth, driving his dagger into the eye socket with deadly precision, twisting it sharply. The gnoll barely managed a feeble struggle before falling still. The raider quickly covered the corpse's head with a rag to keep the blood scent from spreading. Leaving the shaman's cave, the raider was thrilled to find that the effects of the demonic whisper were far greater than had hoped. Every gnoll on guard outside had fallen into a deep, inescapable nightmare. With a wicked grin, he drew a dagger in each hand and began the silent slaughter. He struck at the base of the skull, the eyes, the jaw, the heart, every blow swift, accurate, and lethal, sending his victims from nightmares straight into death. Though blood spattered his clothes, the raider didn't care. He even licked the blood from his blade, eyes glowing red as he made his way toward the den where the pups were kept. The driver had been clear, not a single survivor, and the young were the first priority. As the scent of blood spread through the caves, the Knoll chief finally sensed something was wrong. By the time he burst out of his lair, only about 20 tribe members remained. The shaman and all the pups had been brutally killed. Enraged, the chief smashed everything in sight before leading the survivors outside to hunt for the enemy. Meanwhile, the goblin raider, still unnoticed, slipped into the chief's cave while the chaos raged outside. At last, he found the treasure chest he had dreamed of. When Liu Sihang woke up in the morning, he found the goblin farm littered with corpses and in total disarray. The goblin team he had sent out had been completely wiped out, and all their equipment had vanished without a trace. Only one raider still hadn't returned. Rubbing his temples, he guessed that this sly goblin must have survived thanks to its stealth ability and would likely only reappear once the mission time was up. Fortunately, before the team set out, Head had the frost mage leave behind the frost orb. While the loss of the leather armor was still manageable, losing 2 wild amulets was a real blow. The most troublesome part was the death of the goblin frost mage. Unlike the others, this spellcaster required an unusually long time to revive, 12 days, or about 10 days even with the goblin hut's bonus, far longer than any other goblin of the same rank. To make matters worse, its evolution required over 300 days of study, and with the timer paused due to death, Liu Sihang's plans had taken a serious hit. Thankfully, he still had some frost magic materials stored in the magic tower. Once his alchemy skills improved, he could use frost fruits to brew potions and secretly feed them to the frost mage to speed up its growth. Watching the goblin craftsman busy at his workbench, Liu Sihang saw the long needle darting quickly in its hands, sending sparks flying as it stitched tough hide. This poor craftsman had just finished building a storage warehouse for the wandering merchant, and now had to start making new leather armor to make up for the losses. Speaking of the merchant's warehouse, that was one thing that finally put Liu Sihang at ease. Had been worried about storage space, but now he just needed to keep a few important items on hand: the golden greatsword, the heirloom jade pendant, the earth guardian necklace, and the star gold ore. Everything else could be moved to the merchant's warehouse. Each of these items was special for a reason. His grandmother's jade pendant was too precious to show to anyone, while the golden greatsword and earth guardian necklace bore personal inscriptions that could expose his connection to the merchant if they ever got out. As for the rare star gold ore, he decided to keep it as a reserve for emergencies. All the other items, various magical materials, energy crystals, and the flame gem daggers, and low-level magical gear collected by the goblin scout, be handed over to the wandering merchant. The merchant's pricing was so unusual that even a bottle of poor quality healing potion could fetch 2 gold coins, so Liu Sihang was confident he wouldn't be shortchanged. He sighed, realizing he'd have to be much more careful when choosing locations for future expeditions. If he kept suffering losses like this, it wouldn't just be a matter of insufficient equipment. A usually hard-working and loyal goblin craftsman might even consider rebelling. While the goblins were busy moving supplies, Liu Sihang was fully absorbed in his potion-making experiments. With the help of the tower spirit, he decided to first attempt the goblin beautification potion before moving on to research the stone skin potion. Inside the lab, several white test rabbits sat quietly in their glass enclosures. As soon as Liu Sihang poured the green potion into their mouths, chaos erupted. The rabbits' bodies swelled rapidly, their fur turning a bizarre shade of green, and their eyes becoming bloodshot and crimson. Their faces twisted into frightening grimaces as they hurled themselves against the protective glass, as if determined to tear Liu Sihang to pieces. Blood soon smeared the glass, and only then did the crazed rabbits suddenly turn on each other, biting and clawing in a frenzy. In less than 10 minutes, nothing remained in the enclosure but a shapeless mass of flesh and blood, with not a single survivor. This isn't just reducing sanity, it's completely destroying it, Liu Sihang thought to himself, relieved that he hadn't asked the goblin captain beside him to test the potion. Who knew what might happen if he drank it could go on a rampage. Better wait for his teacher to return before seeking advice. In comparison, the process of brewing the stone skin potion went much more smoothly. After a successful trial with the goblin captain, Liu Sihang decided to try a bottle himself. Once ingested, a protective layer of rock half-energy, half-solid quickly covered his entire body. Compared to the barkskin spell, stone skin offered much stronger defense, but it was also heavier and stiffer, significantly reducing mobility. After bottling and labeling the finished potions, Liu Sihang instructed the goblin captain to deliver them to the storage warehouse of the wandering merchant in the Beastmaster's domain. Green giant potion, the name really fit. By this time, the wandering merchant had woken up and was watching the goblin craftsman forge an iron pot with great interest. As soon as the pot was finished, he stowed it in his backpack and noticed the potions the goblin captain had left. He carefully examined both types, taking 2 bottles of each and placing them in his merchant bag. Finally, he made his way to the beast pen to check on the injured venom spike spider. After confirming that its injuries were not serious, he skillfully climbed onto the spider's back, secured himself with silk, and promptly vanished from the space. In the misty forest, creatures like kobolds, gnolls, and goblins live in packs. Though still wild at heart, any member with a bit of status insists on eating cooked food. However, their cooking tools are extremely primitive. Tribes that know some blacksmithing can at least make their own utensils, while others simply grab rusted helmets or battered pieces of armor to use as pots, which is enough to turn anyone's stomach at the sight. Sensing a business opportunity, a goblin peddler enlisted goblin craftsmen to forge a brand new iron cauldron, planning to sell it to the various monster tribes. It was a good idea in theory, but he had no idea that his reputation in the misty forest was notorious enough to scare children into silence. As soon as this green-skinned merchant arrived at the edge of any tribe's territory, he was met with a chorus of frightened and angry shouts. If there had been an adventurer fluent in beast tongue nearby, they would have understood the warnings hidden in those roars. That damned green-skinned menace is back. Hide the food and the younglings. Block the storeroom. Grab anything you can from the ground. Brothers, let's take him down together. The green demon is here. Riding atop his venom-spitting spider, the goblin merchant gnawed on a dried fish head swiped from a kobold camp, fleeing for his life, and utterly bewildered why did everyone react with violence the moment they saw him, without even giving him a chance to talk business? As dusk fell, and he still hadn't found a single willing customer, he sighed to himself. These savage residents are just too unreasonable. Looks like I'll have to find some more sensible buyers. Just then, the sound of fighting in the distance caught his sharp merchant's instincts. He immediately reined in his spider, pricked up his pointed ears, and listened carefully, a sly grin spreading across his face. At the sight of the battle, a burly man named Lin Dayton was locked in a fierce struggle. Broad-shouldered and naturally strong, he had been haunted since childhood by the trauma of watching his nursemaid and attendants torn apart by a rampaging beast. Despite his considerable strength, whenever he faced a savage, powerful monster, those childhood memories would overwhelm him, leaving him cowering and trembling in a corner. Fortunately, Lin came from a wealthy family and was generous and outgoing, earning many friends. To overcome his psychological scars, he often teamed up with them to hunt monsters, and over the years, he had made real progress. But today, his group encountered a squad led by a ferocious gnoll chieftain. At first, Lin performed well, swinging his massive hammer and smashing the skulls of 2 gnoll warriors. But when he was overpowered by the mighty chieftain and stared into those blood-red, crazed eyes and snarling face, the terror from his childhood surged back, swallowing his consciousness in an instant. Lin Dayton let out a terrified scream, dropping his weapon at lightning speed and scrambling up the nearest tree. He curled up tightly on a thick branch, clamping his hands over his ears and shrinking into himself, while the anguished cries of his companions echoed up from the battlefield below. The werewolf's claws tore through the air, and his friends struggled in pools of blood. The situation was dire. I'm sorry. Lin Dayton trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. His friends' screams were painfully clear, and he could picture them being mauled by the werewolves, but the nightmare gripping his heart left him paralyzed and shivering in the tree. Bulin. Suddenly, a green hand appeared before his eyes, holding a vial of potion that glowed with an eerie green light. Lin Dayton's gaze locked instinctively onto the label. Hulk potion. Induces a berserk state, slight physical enlargement, and nearly complete immunity to fear. Immunity to fear? Those words felt like a lifeline. Lin Dayton hesitated for just a moment before reaching out for the potion, but the green hand quickly pulled back. Only then did he notice, to his astonishment, that a goblin with a small backpack and an adult venom-spined spider had appeared beside him. The spider's 8 long legs tucked quietly beneath its body. The sight of the spider sent another wave of terror through Lin Dayton, making his breathing quicken. Thankfully, the goblin merchant reacted swiftly, holding up 2 fingers to him. Lin Dayton couldn't explain why, but he instinctively understood what the goblin meant. Special price 20 gold coins. Oddly enough, even though he was dealing with a green-skinned goblin, Lin Dayton felt an unexpected sense of trust but also the nagging suspicion he was being swindled. The goblin's expression and mannerisms seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, it hit him. That damned familiar look, that's exactly how my old man looks when he's about to fleece someone. Calling his father a swindler was perhaps unfair, but with the enormous warehouse at home, his dad always managed to make a killing whenever supplies were scarce and customers were desperate, wearing that same strange grin. At that moment, another wave of agonized screams from below snapped Lin Dayton out of his thoughts. He didn't hesitate any longer, yanking a bulging coin pouch from his belt and tossing it to the goblin, reaching desperately for the life-saving potion. But the goblin nimbly dodged his grasp, carefully opened the pouch, and counted out exactly 20 coins before handing both the potion and the remaining coins back to Lin Dayton. There's over 40 coins in there, you could have just given me the potion first. Lin Dayton muttered anxiously, scratching his head. Wait, why does this feel just like dealing with my dad? Accepting the pouch from the goblin, Lin Dayton paused for a second, but quickly snapped back to reality. He didn't waste another moment, twisted off the cap of the green potion, and downed it in one gulp. A surge of overwhelming power erupted inside him. Fury roared through his veins like molten lava. All fear, all hesitation vanished right now. Lin Dayton wanted nothing more than to tear everything around him to pieces. Roar! His furious bellow shook the treetops. His clothes split apart as his muscles swelled, green veins bulging beneath his skin. The now muscular, green-skinned giant leapt from the tree, landing with a heavy thud that kicked up a cloud of dust and unleashed a thunderous roar at the werewolf chief. The werewolf chief turned and saw the monstrous green figure. Its mind went blank, sanity snapping one thread at a time. Abandoning the enemy it was about to finish off, it howled in rage and charged straight at Lin Dayton. Even with his new bulk, Lin Dayton was still much shorter than the werewolf chief. Fortunately, his natural strength and dulled pain let him go toe-to-toe with the beast. Both of them, lost to madness, fought with reckless abandon, trading blows and claws with no thought for their own injuries. If Lin Dayton's friends hadn't rallied and taken out the remaining werewolf warriors before joining in against the chief, he and the werewolf leader might have ended up destroying each other. As soon as the potion's effects wore off, Lin Dayton had just been bursting with energy, fiercely smashing the gnoll leader's head suddenly, went limp, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Sharp pain shot through his body, and his vision began to blur. His companions rushed over in a panic, only to find him pale and weakly waving his hand, saying, I'm fine. I just feel a little drained, and I'm kind of hungry. Ugh, why does it feel like my whole boat is on fire? One of his friends frowned, but couldn't help laughing. Seriously? You have no idea how many hits you took, do you? Your bones are barely holding together. Of course it hurts. Another companion hesitated, looking confused. Wait, weren't you sick just now? How did you suddenly get better? And your skin, why is it so green? I almost thought some mutant goblin had wandered in. Lin Dayton looked down and was stunned to see his skin had indeed turned an odd shade of green. Huh, why hasn't my skin changed back? Am I stuck like this? Just then, he happened to glance up and locked eyes with the goblin merchant still perched in the tree. Weakly, Lin Dayton raised a hand and called out, Hey, goblin friend, is there any way my skin can go back to normal? His companions turned at his words, only then noticing the goblin and its venomous spider companion hidden in the tree. They jumped in surprise, nearly drawing their weapons, but Lin Dayton quickly waved them off. It's okay, don't do anything rash, he reassured them. The goblin merchant slowly peeked out from the branches, casually pulling out a bottle of Hulk potion and pointing to the instructions on the label. Only then did Lin Dayton realize the potion, he'd just drunk, must have come from this goblin. But the bottle was already gone, so he had no way to check the label himself. Luckily, one of his archer friends squinted and read the writing aloud, reassuring him, Don't worry, it says the effects will wear off in half an hour. By the way, is this goblin a long-lost brother of yours? You do look pretty similar. Does your dad know about this? Ignoring the teasing, Lin Dayton quickly turned back to the merchant and asked, Goblin friend, do you have any more of that potion? Can I buy a few more bottles? The goblin raised both hands and held up 7 fingers, indicating he had 7 bottles left in stock. Lin Dayton checked his pouch, only had a little over 20 gold coins left. After borrowing some from his friends, he finally scraped together 60 coins and bought 3 green potions. Damn, this stuff is expensive, he complained. I almost want to just grab the goblin and take all his potions. Shoo, keep your voice down, one of his friends warned. That goblin's clearly a beastmaster. Don't mess around, his owner's probably no ordinary person. Could be a powerful alchemist. You don't want that kind of trouble. After the fierce battle, the air was thick with the smell of blood, making it clear the area wasn't safe. The group quickly drank their healing potions, bandaged their wounds, and used a few items to ease the pain. Once they'd recovered some of their strength, they supported each other and slowly made their way out of the danger zone. As they left, Lin Dayton couldn't help calling back to the goblin merchant. "Hey, I didn't bring enough money this time. Next time I'll come find you for more potions." The goblin merchant watched them go, finally breathing a sigh of relief after they disappeared. Delighted, he jumped down from the tree and signaled his venomous spider to pack up the gnoll leader and its steel flail ready to turn them into a tidy profit as well. The remaining gnoll warriors became dinner for the venomous stinger spider. The massive spider needed a large meal to recover from its last serious injury. Unfortunately, the gnoll chief's corpse was simply too big to fit in the merchant's backpack, so the spider had to carry it, which slowed it down a bit. The wandering merchant continued his journey through the misty forest, searching for new customers. Before long, he arrived at the lair of the green dragon, Yizwire. Although this dragon possessed powerful wood-based magic, he lacked any prophetic abilities and didn't recognize that this little green-skinned creature had visited his territory before. With interest, he sized up the bold goblin who dared to ride a venomous spider right into his lair. Yizwire looked rather weak at the moment, lazily sprawled on the ground. He softly chanted a spell that allowed them to communicate mentally. Upon discovering that the goblin was actually a merchant, the green dragon couldn't help but chuckle. "With your shabby appearance, what good things could you possibly offer? I need gemstones to decorate my cave." The goblin merchant scratched his head in frustration. The gemstones in his warehouse had all been taken by the tamer not long ago, leaving him with only 2 magic gems and a dagger inlaid with a gemstone. He reached into his merchant's backpack, pretending to search for goods while actually checking his private storage. To his surprise, he found a delicate little box filled with both ordinary and magical gems that hadn't been there before. Noticing that the box was just the right size to pass through the backpack's portal, he quickly pulled it out along with the jeweled dagger and the 2 magic gems. Yizwire's eyes lit up when he saw the box, though he tried to appear unimpressed. "This box isn't bad, might do as decoration." But as the merchant opened the lid to reveal the dazzling array of gems inside, then added the 2 magic gems and the ornate dagger, the dragon could no longer hide his excitement. His breathing grew heavy, and he licked his lips as he stood up. "Robbery!" The green dragon roared, unleashing his draconic might. "Hand over the gems, or he'll crush you." He had originally thought that if the goblin cooperated, he might even let him go. But the goblin turned out to be even more timid than the dragon expected. Overwhelmed by the dragon's aura, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, instantly dissolving into a flash of light. The spider and the treasure chest vanished with him. "Beastmaster? Hey, leave the goods behind." The dragon searched the area thoroughly, but there wasn't a single trace of the goblin left. With a sigh, he muttered, "If I'd known you had an escape trick like that, I would have just traded with you. With nerves like yours, how do you even manage as a merchant?" While the gnoll leader led the remaining members of his tribe on a rampage, a goblin raider seized the opportunity to quietly slip out of the camp, carefully cradling a treasure chest in his arms. To shake off any possible pursuers, he weaved through the most complicated terrain he could find, eventually slipping into a secluded corner of the Quakeboar's territory. The heavy stench of boar dung perfectly masked his scent. After making sure the coast was clear, the raider quietly opened the chest. Inside, he found a finely crafted steel hand crossbow, a serrated dagger inlaid with a black gemstone, several gemstones shimmering with magical light, and about 50 gleaming imperial gold coins. The shadow dagger immediately caught his eye. He recalled the flame dagger that a wanderer had brought back earlier, though it was also of excellent quality and could deal extra fire damage. The bright red gem embedded in it was far too conspicuous, practically a beacon in the dark, making it completely unsuitable for stealth. By contrast, this shadow dagger seemed made for him. Holding it felt like gripping a living shadow, and even better, it resonated perfectly with the wild amulet he always carried. Standing in the darkness, the raider could clearly sense that not only had his ability to hide improved dramatically, but his senses were now razor-sharp, could even detect the faintest stirrings of life among the fallen leaves and grass nearby. Just as he was marveling at the mysterious power of the dagger, the shadows around him began to ripple, and he was transported back to the Beastmaster's domain. The system immediately provided a detailed report of the operation. For goblins lost, 1 gnoll sage, 6 gnoll warriors, and several hunters killed. He had earned 426 experience points, and gained loot that included a fine treasure chest, a steel hand crossbow, a shadow dagger, 53 gold coins, 5 magical gemstones, and several ordinary gems. Liu Sihang was just about to start meditating when, upon entering the ranch in his mind, he saw the raider had returned early. This was unexpected. Thought the raider would hide after things got dangerous, but instead, it had switched tactics and gone for an assassination. Looking over the kill list, aside from a single gnoll sage, the rest were ordinary units. It didn't seem like the raider had encountered any true boss-level enemies. Since the ranch didn't record detailed battle logs, unless he summoned the raider and asked, he could only speculate. Still, he now had enough experience to evolve both the goblin warriors and laborers. Although he worried that the energy surge from the evolution might be noticed by that nosy informant, Liu Sihang was too tired to care anymore. Lying in bed, he hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. Kuda, I have some private matters to take care of. Could you stop monitoring me for a bit? Liu Sihang was preparing to evolve the goblins in his beast-taming space. He first focused on the goblin laborers. As a flash of green light appeared, a brand new goblin craftsman emerged before him. Compared to the previous goblins, this craftsman showed an astonishing talent for woodworking, along with a deep passion for the craft. The system immediately prompted, "You have fulfilled the wish of the goblin laborer and received a random reward. Book of Flames." Book of Flames. After use, you can designate an unevolved goblin to evolve into a flame goblin. Note, the item cannot be used in the current state of the breeding ground. Next, Liu Sihang turned his attention to the goblin warrior lying on the communal bedding. After confirming the evolution, another green light flashed, and something unexpected happened. The warrior transformed into a giant goblin over 2 meters tall, with a chubby face and large ears. The goblin warrior has evolved into a goblin shield bearer, the system displayed. It then provided a detailed introduction to this special evolution. Unlike ordinary warriors who favor aggressive attacks, shield bearers are more inclined towards steady defense and counterattacks. They patiently wait for their enemies to reveal a weakness before launching a devastating strike. Their bulky physique may limit their agility, but the thick layer of fat grants them impressive defense and long-lasting energy reserves. After the evolution, the system awarded another prize, received green blueprint, gemstone gauntlets. This equipment is crafted from tough beast hide wrapped around thin metal scales, inlaid with low-grade magical gems. When equipped, a goblin's melee attacks will gain elemental damage. However, unless the goblin possesses strong magical control, different magical elements might interfere with each other. Liu Sihang recalled this warrior's past. Due to its low rank and limited combat ability, it often served as a live target in previous battles. In the last fight against gnolls, it was even riddled with arrows. No wonder it chose a defensive evolution. Although it became chubbier, at least it could protect itself better. Now, only the goblin gravedigger and the goblin slingshooter remained to be evolved. The gravedigger needed to collect and strengthen 3 ghosts, while the slingshooter had to accumulate a certain number of kills with ranged attacks. Both evolution requirements could be fulfilled by sending them to fight in weaker areas. While Liu Sihang was pondering the evolution of the remaining 5 goblins, a sudden notification popped up from the breeding ground. Goblin breeding ground upgrade conditions met. You may now upgrade by consuming the following resources. Upgrade requires gold 50, experience 500. This left Liu Sihang both amused and exasperated. The upgrade conditions for the breeding ground had clearly been met long ago, but just like the not-so-bright tower spirit, it followed the principle of don't act on your own, don't refuse any request, only prompting him now. Liu Sihang used the tree planting meditation technique, visualizing one tree after another taking root in his mind. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes the next morning, he found that the wandering merchant had returned. This time, instead of sleeping in the common area as before, the merchant had moved into a private room. A well-deserved upgrade after 2 rounds of evolution. As Liu Sihang flipped through the merchant's business diary, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The densely packed entries were filled with phrases like attempted communication and driven away. This peculiar merchant was a bundle of contradictions. Feared throughout the misty forest, its reputation alone could silence a crying child, yet it seemed completely unaware of its own status. In business, it could seize the moment and sell 4 bottles of green giant potion in one go, but would be utterly terrified by a single display of draconic power. What surprised Liu Sihang even more was that among the merchant's goods, he actually found the corpse of a gnoll chieftain. He was almost certain that this was the missing leader of the gnoll tribe, meaning the tribe was now truly reunited, for better or worse. Looking at the 8 points head earned from the trade, Liu Sihang did some quick calculations. Did it really take 10 gold coins to earn a single point? If so, accumulating points would be no easy feat. With time pressing, Liu Sihang didn't dwell on the matters of the ranch. He still had a basic warrior class to attend today, so after a quick tidy-up, he hurried out the door. While the academy offered other beginner-level courses, his main focus now was on magic and alchemy. The other subjects could wait until later. After class, Liu Sihang politely declined the enthusiastic invitations from his classmates and headed straight back to the magic tower. He had a simple dinner, then took the goblin captain with him to the magical botanical garden. Officially, it was to practice the warrior skills he'd just learned, but in truth, he was eyeing the bugs in the garden for a quick boost of experience points. With only 287 experience points on hand, still far from the 500 needed to upgrade the ranch, was getting impatient. He could wait for the dispatch function to reset and send the revived goblins out to grind, but he was eager to take action himself. The goblin captain was still wielding the patched-up, corroded saber. Liu Sihang planned to visit the weapon shop in Qingzhou City, soon to pick out a more suitable weapon for him. The goblin craftsman's skills were still quite rough, good enough for simple repairs or basic weapons, but forging a high-quality blade was still beyond him. Inside the magical botanical garden, the goblin captain led the way, swinging his saber to clear weeds and make enough noise to drive away snakes and insects. Liu Sihang followed close behind with a small round shield and a one-handed sword. This outing was not just for the experience points, but also to put his classroom learning into practice. He could have used his beast companion for sparring, but the goblin captain's size and strength made the match too uneven, and the beast contract allowed him to sense its intentions directly, making it less effective for real training. But while the idea was promising, putting it into practice proved to be a bit troublesome. After finally finding a lone giant beetle, the creature launched a furious charge, sending an unevolved goblin flying, who rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. Liu Sihang sat on a thick tree branch, legs dangling, brow furrowed in deep thought. The goblin captain doesn't show hostility when fighting, so my passive ability doesn't trigger. But if I want monsters to battle, I have to first control my beast-taming talent. As his mental strength gradually increased, Liu Sihang could vaguely sense that his beast-taming ability could be controlled, but it required a level of mental power far beyond what he currently possessed. For now, he just wasn't capable of it. This meant that when the basic warrior training reached the stage where paired combat was required, he might not be able to participate, couldn't very well have every goblin die first, could he? He waved for the goblin captain to finish off the giant beetle. The beetle's shell shattered with a crisp crack under the captain's heavy blow. Liu Sihang recalled the goblin who had been sent sprawling and was still groaning in pain, planning to leave the botanical garden with the goblin captain. Just then, a sharp whistle sounded overhead. Looking up, he saw his teacher, Zhang Peipei, suspended lightly in midair, her body wrapped in pale blue wind elements. She looked down at Liu Sihang, her eyes filled with skepticism and exasperation. Magic Tower, Zhang Peipei said curtly, leaving no room for argument. Inside the magic tower, Zhang Peipei leaned against the window, sunlight streaming through stained glass and casting dappled patterns across her face. She looked at Liu Sihang with a hint of resignation. Your goblin evolved really fast. Ah, yeah, I guess I got a bit lucky. Liu Sihang scratched his head, trying to sound casual. I did a quest for the Adventurers Guild, and it just evolved during the fight. Zhang Peipei's voice was cool and sharp, her gaze piercing. Do you know how long it took the Goblin Emperor of the Greenwild Domain to evolve into a goblin captain? Liu Sihang fiddled with his fingers, leaning back a little, answering cautiously. I think. Maybe a bit slower than me? Maybe I was just luckier? Luck, huh? Zhang Peipei let out a cold laugh. Do you really think his beast grew to this level just by luck? She stepped closer, lowering her voice. As a descendant of the Bauhinia royal family, never mind the resources he had since childhood. On the day he turned 16, not even half a second after his birth hour, he was taken to the contract ritual to activate his beast-taming space. She tapped her fingers on the table, continuing. His goblin hatchling was immediately cared for by a team of attendants and fed large quantities of precious magical materials. For over a decade, more than 100 beast-taming masters crafted the best training plans for him, and countless other goblin tamers tested different approaches to avoid mistakes. Even so, his goblin didn't evolve into a goblin captain until he was 17. Liu Sihang's eyes widened. But, according to rumors and everything I've read, he came from a poor background, and everything he achieved was thanks to luck and his own hard work? If they didn't say that, how could he become a legend and a hero admired by everyone? Zhang Peipei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Liu Sihang felt his mind go blank. So, from the very beginning, had just been fooling himself? Zhang Peipei turned to the window, changing the subject. I was supposed to stay a few more days at Lava Fortress, but the Lord there got word that some strange kid left home with a goblin warrior and came back with a goblin captain in perfect condition, as if it had been raised with great care. And that kid was carrying top-grade alchemical potions. They suspected he was of royal blood. She turned and fixed Liu Sihang with a sharp look. It didn't take much to guess it was you. Liu Sihang blinked. So the lumberyard boss. Retired soldier from Lava Fortress, Zhang Peipei replied shortly. No wonder. Liu Sihang muttered to himself. Suddenly, Zhang Peipei's expression hardened, her gaze turning sharp as she demanded, and what's with your so-called mental illness? What kind of mental illness actually boosts your mental power? I've never heard of anything like that. Kuda, they'll remember you. Liu Sihang was weighing whether or not to reveal the truth, but before he could speak, Zhang Peipei smiled gently and raised her hand to stop him. As long as it's not an evil god, I don't mind, she said lightly. If anyone asks why your goblin is evolving so quickly, just say I helped you breed it. Don't bother explaining the details, just say you don't know, and let them think it's all me. Suddenly, Zhang Peipei's gaze sharpened, a powerful mental pressure radiating as she looked straight at Liu Sihang. Teacher, you're human, right? Absolutely. Pure-blooded, Liu Sihang replied, straightening his back and meeting her eyes without flinching. She stared at him for a moment. Then her expression softened. Turning her head to gaze at the sky, her tone grew deeper. That's good. As for the rest, I don't care. My teacher's wish is for all of human civilization to become stronger, and my own wish is for my teacher's name to be remembered in human history forever, whether as someone's mentor or as an ancestor. Liu Sihang licked his dry lips and replied quietly, maybe I can fulfill both those wishes. Zhang Peipei glanced at him, and a genuine smile spread across her face. I think so too. If you ever need anything, just come to me. There's no need to hide anything inside the alchemy magic tower, but outside, you still need to be cautious. Thinking of all the movies and shows from his previous life, Liu Sihang said carefully, I understand. Those in power always want to control all sources of strength. People who stand out too much tend to suddenly disappear. You don't have to worry too much about the Zijing royal family. Zhang Peipei shook her head. They're followers of the god of contracts. Since your beast space is special, they'll just see you as someone favored by the gods. Wait, there really are gods? Liu Sihang asked in surprise. That's a secret of the contract temple. I only know a little, Zhang Peipei said thoughtfully, but I think they probably exist. Otherwise, how would such a miraculous thing as a beast space be possible? I'm warning you to be wary of others. People are unpredictable, and there are even cultists hiding among the crowd. Until you're strong enough, it's best to keep a low profile. Just as Liu Sihang was about to nod, Zhang Peipei suddenly took out a crystal container from her storage space. Inside was a thick red liquid, radiating a strong wood element magic. This green dragon blood was originally for your plant cultivation studies, she explained. But supposedly, goblins can be enhanced by dragon blood. I'm not sure about the details, I'll have to experiment yourself. Green dragon blood? Liu Sihang asked, taking the crystal jar. Is this compensation from those 2 green dragons who attacked? Their territory isn't closed. How did you get it so quickly? It's compensation, but I went to the misty forest myself and got it from that young green dragon, Zhang Peipei replied, raising an eyebrow at his surprised expression. What? I'm an alchemy master. Me services don't come cheap. Anyway, it's yours now. See what you can do with it. A few other teachers need me, so I'll head over. 2 hours later, Liu Sihang looked at the jar of dragon blood in his hands, lost in thought. He didn't know how to use dragon blood to enhance goblins, but surely the goblin breeding farm would know what to do. He instructed the goblin captain to take 2 vials of dragon blood back to the beast space, then focused his attention on the blood itself. Immediately, a prompt from the breeding ground appeared. Young green dragon blood. The power of the dragon is highly corrosive and can grant goblins additional bloodline abilities. Each goblin can only receive one type of powerful bloodline enhancement, but this can be replaced by a stronger bloodline later. At the current stage, the most suitable enhancement for a goblin is the Goblin Shield Bearer, while adult red dragon blood is most fitting for the goblin captain. Perhaps after upgrading the breeding ground, new types of goblins might emerge that are better suited to other bloodline enhancements like the inevitable fire goblin, who may be a perfect match for the fire-controlling red dragon blood. Regardless, after all the hard work the goblin captain has put in, even if he hasn't achieved any great feats, he certainly deserves this reward for his efforts. With that in mind, Liu Sihang injected the adult red dragon blood into the goblin captain. Instantly, the goblin captain awakened the lesser power of the red dragon. This granted him enhanced physical strength, as well as the power of rage and a faint ability to control fire. In battle, his anger would boost his strength and add a small amount of fire damage to his attacks. Next, Liu Sihang injected the young green dragon blood into the Goblin Shield Bearer, who then awakened the lesser power of the green dragon. This also strengthened the shield bearer physically and gave him minor regenerative abilities. Although the breeding grounds prompt only mentioned physical enhancement, Liu Sihang clearly noticed subtle changes. Fine. Dark red dragon scales started to appear on parts of the goblin captain's body, and his eyes glowed with a faint red light, the pupils shifting like those of a cat, depending on the light and his mood. The goblin shield bearer's transformation was more understated. The green scales on his body weren't as striking as the captain's, but there was still an obvious difference. Afterwards, Liu Sihang took the goblin captain back to the botanical garden to test these new abilities against the giant beetles. In truth, he was hoping the fight would yield more experience points and help level up the breeding ground quickly. Sure enough, now empowered by the red dragon's strength, the goblin captain displayed astonishing combat prowess. During attacks, a faint flame would often flicker across his body, and every swing of his blade triggered small explosions of fire, burning his enemies. Even more intimidating, the power of rage began to manifest during the fight. Over time, the goblin captain's body grew stronger and his power more fearsome, though his clarity of mind began to fade. The giant beetles in the botanical garden weren't particularly strong. Even when several of them attacked the goblin captain at once, they couldn't push him into a true berserk state. Instead, they were overwhelmed by his ferocious assault. Their shells echoed with each blow, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning protein. As the beetles suffered heavy losses, they eventually chose to retreat in panic, leaving a field strewn with bodies. When the battle ended, The searing energy surrounding the goblin captain gradually faded, and the red glow in his eyes receded as his reason returned. However, coming down from his rage left him visibly exhausted, his body nearly collapsing from fatigue. Liu Sihang climbed down from a branch using a vine and carefully examined the goblin captain, finding marks from beetle bites and impacts all over him. Yet, the areas protected by dragon scales were almost entirely unscathed. The goblin breeding farm has been upgraded. The current number of goblins that can evolve is 15. You have received a reward, 5 goblin hatchlings. Tip: when the shop refreshes its inventory, there's a small chance that goblin hatchlings will appear. There's also a slim chance to get a goblin hatchling from a basic blind box. By using a book of fire, a goblin successfully evolved into a fire goblin. Liu Sihang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt the seed head condensed with his meditation technique swell slightly as the breeding farm upgraded, as if it was about to sprout. He didn't dwell on it, though, because his attention was quickly captured by the tiny creatures scurrying all over the place. These 5 goblin hatchlings were nothing like their lazy adult counterparts. They were bursting with energy and curiosity. Everything around them fascinated them. Their little claws would touch this, their mouths would nibble on that, as if they needed to taste everything in the world. Of course, this curiosity quickly led to disaster. Not long after they were born, 2 of them were kicked to death by an impatient venomous spider. Another drowned while exploring the hot spring. The remaining 2 wandered into the dragon dung. Farm 1 boldly sampled the dragon dung, while the other bit into a rasha vine. In the end, all 5 found themselves lying in the dormitory, waiting to be revived. Watching this scene unfold, Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder. Was there something wrong with the breed of goblins he was raising, or were wild goblins just as reckless? At the same time, the breeding farm was once again facing a lumber shortage. He hadn't bought much wood from the logging camp last time. He was worried about revealing the true size of his beastmaster space, and, with the 2 oxen working efficiently, the supply was used up in just 2 days. Now that his teacher already knew some of his secrets, Liu Sihang decided to stop holding back. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no students gathering materials in the alchemy area, he brought the goblin captain straight to the plantation to dig up trees. Yes, dig not chop. With spiritual power equivalent to a novice mage, Liu Sihang could now use magic to influence plants. While he couldn't mutate them into jungle monsters to fight for him yet, he could make the trees slowly draw their roots from the soil. The goblin captain just needed to shovel away a bit of earth, and then they could pull up the entire tree and send it directly into the beastmaster space. When Zhang Peipei got wind of this from Kuda's report, she came out to take a look, only to find that the 2 of them had cleared out a large section of the woods. She didn't really care about the years-old trees, but their method left her speechless. Out of the entire plantation, they insisted on targeting a single spot. The once uniform woodland now had a huge crater with piles of unfilled pits, making the area look horribly ugly from the top of the magic tower. Zhang Peipei tried to hold back, but eventually couldn't. She chased the 2 destructive artists to the other side of the plantation, near the outer wall. Her logic was simple: as long as it's out of sight, they could do as they pleased. Half a month later, in the laboratory of the alchemy magic tower, Liu Sihang successfully brewed a bottle of low-quality healing potion. Zhang Peipei nodded her approval. In a couple of days, the Alchemist Guild will hold an apprentice alchemist exam. Go take the test for your apprentice certification and meet Sima Qingfeng while you're at it. Liu Sihang was already aware of this. Whether you wanted to be an apprentice or a junior alchemist, you had to take the annual standardized exam held by the Alchemist Guild to earn your certification. The ranking system of the Alchemy Guild is clearly defined. Apart from the unified format of the entry-level exam, the intermediate alchemist assessment requires a hefty registration fee and involves an unknown evaluation by a senior alchemist appointed by the guild. As for the title of senior alchemist, there's no formal examination at all. It's granted purely based on personal reputation, once the guild acknowledges the individual's abilities. Liu Sihang decided to first obtain the apprentice alchemist qualification and take the entry-level exam next year. As for the mage certificate, since he had no plans to go on adventures or join any teams, the benefits offered by the mage guild didn't mean much to him. Besides, considering his humble background, even with his mentor's help, the growth of his mental and magical power had been a bit too rapid. It seemed wiser to wait until next year. 2 mornings later, Liu Sihang set out for the Alchemy Guild, riding a yellow chocobo. The traffic regulations in Qingzhou City were straightforward, mainly restrictions on routes and speed, with the most important rule being to avoid collisions that could cause disputes. There were no professional scammers here. Those with the ability looked down on such behavior, while those without dared not cause trouble unless they were looking for it. To be on the safe side, Liu Sihang wore his Qingzhou Academy Adventurer's uniform, emblazoned with the Academy's prominent logo. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Guild, he went to the counter to sign up for the afternoon exam. Even though he was early, there was already quite a line. When the staff member checked his information, their eyes lit up. "Mr. Liu Sihang, you're the junior apprentice of President Sima, aren't you?" Liu Sihang nodded. guessing that his senior must have given advance notice. Sure enough, the staff member immediately handed off their current work and personally led him to the guild's executive area. President Sima specifically requested that if you arrived, I should take you straight to his private alchemy room. As the door to the alchemy room opened, the first thing Liu Sihang saw was an enormous toad, and what made it even more unusual was the green flower bud growing on its back. Garlic turtle, Liu Sihang blurted out, his voice rising in pitch. What was that? Sima Qingfeng, sitting on the sofa, looked puzzled. He had dressed up for the occasion, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking every bit the refined gentleman. Had hoped to make a good impression on his junior, but was thrown off by the odd nickname. Ah, sorry about that. Liu Sihang finally noticed the handsome middle-aged man and quickly apologized. You must be Senior Sima, right? I'm Liu Sihang, the newest disciple of our teacher. I apologize, your beast is just so impressive, I couldn't help myself. Impressive enough to be called a turtle? Sima Qingfeng wondered. It was clearly a toad. Still, he didn't press the issue. He stood up, shook Liu Sihang's hand, and said with a smile, I've heard about you from our teacher. I wanted to visit you at the magic tower, but our teacher said you were at a crucial stage in your studies and asked me not to disturb you. That's funny, our teacher said you were busy and told me not to bother you, either. The two chatted briefly before Liu Sihang's curiosity finally got the better of him. His gaze landed on the large toad lying quietly on the ground. Senior brother Sima, what kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it before, Liu Sihang asked, pointing at the toad with its uniquely colored skin. Sima Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Heh, never seen one before, have you? It's certainly rare. I've been raising it for a long time, and I've never come across another of its kind. He gently stroked the toad's back and continued, I did find some records about it in ancient texts. Apparently, a beast master once spotted a similar creature in the demonic abyss forest. The demonic abyss forest? Liu Sihang frowned in thought. I think I've read that name somewhere before. Sima Qingfeng just shook his head slightly, not offering any further explanation. Instead, he smiled and said, Actually, I owe it to this little guy that my teacher accepted me as a disciple in the first place. His gaze softened as he looked at his beast. My energy affinity is water. It's quite pure, but my teacher had always wanted a disciple with a wood affinity. Still, because this beast is so rare, it piqued his curiosity. Plus, water affinity does have some advantages in alchemy, so he decided to take me on. There was gratitude in Sima Qingfeng's voice as he went on. I'm lucky he did. Otherwise, I honestly wouldn't have known how to raise this creature on my own. Back then, it had just evolved from a long-legged, green tadpole into a frog with a seed on its back. All it could do was toss leaves and spray poison mist. As it grew, I discovered it had a strong ability to control plants. It's helped me cultivate all sorts of magical flora, making my alchemy journey much smoother. As he spoke, Sima Qingfeng couldn't resist reaching out to gently pat the toad on the head. The toad seemed to enjoy the touch, closing its eyes contentedly and nuzzling closer to Sima Qingfeng. Finding it amusing, Liu Sihang leaned in as well, running his fingers over the toad's skin. To his surprise, it felt soft and smooth, much more pleasant than had expected. What's its name? Liu Sihang asked curiously. I just call it Little Frog. It's a habit from when it was small, Sima Qingfeng replied. At this stage, its species name should be Budback Giant Toad. Not as catchy as Bulbasaur, Liu Sihang blurted out. What's that? Sima Qingfeng looked baffled. The two spent quite a while chatting idly in Sima Qingfeng's lap. As Liu Sihang was about to leave, Sima Qingfeng pressed a dozen alchemical potions into his hands as a parting gift. Most of them were various types of poisons, paralytic, hallucinogenic, chaotic, corrosive. Judging by their energy levels, even the weakest of them was considered high-grade. Liu Sihang examined the labels describing the effects, and couldn't help but suspect that the main ingredients had been harvested from that very toad. After lunch, the two sat and talked a bit longer until it was almost time for the alchemy exam. Liu Sihang finally said his goodbyes and left the lab. The apprentice alchemist exam was held in the basement of the alchemy guild, with several hundred candidates gathered together. For Liu Sihang, the test was a breeze. First a written exam on basic theory, then the preparation of 2 ordinary, non-magical potions. It didn't require any spiritual power or energy at all, something even an ordinary person could easily do. Liu Sihang finished the preparations in no time, then raised his hand to call over a proctor. After his work was checked and approved, he left the exam room without a backward glance, completely ignoring the astonished and even despairing looks from the other candidates around him. As Liu Sihang was about to leave, the supervising alchemist smiled and nodded at him, his expression calm. It seemed like he was either acknowledging Liu Sihang's impressive performance in the exam or recognizing him as the vice president's junior. Liu Sihang already knew it would take some time before he could collect the Alchemist's Guild certification token. Just as he was about to head out, he heard a commotion at the entrance. Outside the guild, a group of adventurers had gathered, engaged in a heated debate. Their argument centered on the Alchemist's Guild monopolizing potions. They accused the guild of profiting outrageously from exclusive control over potions, ignoring the struggles of ordinary people and enabling the ruling class to suppress talented commoners. Liu Sihang listened for a while, surprised that these scruffy, down-on-their-luck folks could string together such coherent arguments, their tone carrying a surprisingly intellectual edge. Just then, a nearby conversation among bystanders caught his attention. "Hey, who's this idiot playing right into someone else's hands?" One person scoffed. "Who knows? Judging by his clothes, he clearly doesn't live around here," another replied. "But, I mean, some of what they're saying kind of makes sense. A man who'd just moved to Qingzhou City said hesitantly. If the Alchemist Guild controls all the potions and sells them at high prices to the nobility, their kids just keep getting stronger while us commoners never stand a chance. TCH, you don't get it. The raw ingredients for those potions are crazy expensive. We were never meant to get our hands on them. The alchemy masters never intended to hand over their formulas to the guild anyway. It was our lord who pulled some strings to get them from the nobles. All that money, the lord uses it to fund the lava fortress army. Otherwise, how else could the lava territory afford such a massive military with those sky-high taxes? The neighboring lords complain about it all the time." Another person chimed in, sounding a bit smug. "So that's how it is," the newcomer exclaimed, finally understanding. "How do you know so much about all this?" "Ahem, am not that interested in the world's secrets. I'm more curious about what's under those clothes," the man replied with a mischievous grin. "Well, you're in luck. Today's not a good time, but come by my bookstore and we'll talk in detail," the other replied. At that moment, in a shadowy corner of a nearby alley, a few bald men watched the commotion at the guild's entrance with cold, grim faces. The atmosphere was anything but light. "Heh, the cries of the weak are always ignored," one of them sneered. "No matter, it won't make much difference. Let's stick to the plan." Liu Sihang glanced over the crowd, unfazed by their passionate words. Instead of heading straight back to the mage tower, he made his way to several weapon shops in Qingzhou City, hoping to find a suitable weapon for the goblin captain. However, all the weapons on display were designed for humans, none suitable for someone over 3 meters tall, like the goblin captain. Custom ordering was the only option, and the prices were steep. Even weapons made from slightly better materials or with finer craftsmanship cost dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. If he wanted enchantments, the price would soar into the thousands, with no guarantee of when the weapon would be ready. Feeling a bit disappointed, Liu Sihang consoled himself with the thought that the goblin craftsmen were fairly skilled anyway. After all, these weapons only needed to last a year or so. Once the goblin captain evolved into a goblin chief, he could just pick one of the 2 giant spiked clubs or the fine steel flail from the warehouse, originally belonging to the Knoll chieftain. In the end, although he didn't find a suitable weapon, the goblin captain seemed especially cheerful. Feeling a bit guilty, Liu Sihang bought some drinks at a tavern and picked up fresh farm-raised meat from a butcher, then sent the goblin captain back with the supplies. That night, they ate, drank, and made merry until dawn. By the next morning, the entire common room was once again filled with drunken, snoring goblins. There's an underground labyrinth near the academy, specially set up with bait to attract monsters. Every spring, it's used as a trial ground for students. According to records, there have been 3 major incidents where the trial grounds suddenly descended. At this moment, Zhang Peipei was lounging lazily in a cozy little armchair in the library, idly swirling a glass of vibrant green soda that fizzed with tiny bubbles. This was the latest version of Joyful Water 3.2, with a fresh breeze fruit flavor. The story behind this drink was quite interesting. Not long ago, Liu Sihang discovered a material similar to baking soda, and after many experiments, stumbled upon a curious secret. It turned out that the delicious taste of the carbonated drink their teacher used to make wasn't just because of regular air, but because it was infused with a large amount of wind elemental magic. After countless failed attempts, Liu Sihang finally managed to create this refreshing, fruit-scented sparkling drink, which quickly became Zhang Peipei's favorite. Recently, the spatial rift at the lava fortress has been unstable, Zhang Peipei said, taking a sip. The otherworldly energy leaking out has made the nearby monsters restless, and even the creatures in the underground labyrinth are acting up. The academy has decided to open the labyrinth trial earlier than usual. If you're interested, you should come along. Because he couldn't control his innate abilities, Liu Sihang hadn't been attending the basic warrior classes lately. As for magic classes, he only needed to attend the master's special lectures from time to time. Although Qingzhou Academy didn't offer dedicated courses for wood element mages, they did provide advanced classes for wood affinity rangers and warriors. Still, since the prerequisites were waived, Liu Sihang wasn't particularly interested for now. Worried that he might become even more withdrawn if he kept to himself, Zhang Peipei hoped to use the relatively safe, teacher-supervised labyrinth trial as a chance for him to make some friends. Seeing Liu Sihang nod in agreement, she heard him ask curiously, "Teacher, I heard from the seniors that in autumn, the orc tribes up north often raid the imperial borders, and the academy sends students to help every year?" "That's usually the case," Zhang Peipei replied with a nod, "but this year might be different. For some reason, the goblins in the Misty Forest have suddenly formed a large clan and migrated to the Huangshe wasteland, taking over all the local goblin groups. The situation is still unclear. Could this be the green dragons doing again? Liu Sihang casually blamed the young green dragon. Interestingly, the orc tribes really did blame the green dragon of the misty forest for this. To them, it was clearly an act of revenge. After all, during the last dragon frenzy, not only did humans believe the orcs were behind it, but most orc tribes thought the same. The timing of the dragon's attack on human cities coincided suspiciously well with several orc raids on border cities for food and human captives. The green dragon, upon realizing the truth, sought revenge by driving all the goblins toward the Yellowstone wasteland to seize the orcs' resources. This act was like lighting a fuse. Other dragons quickly followed suit, sending waves of goblins swarming from all directions to the borders of the Orcish grasslands. A devastating green tide was brewing. However, the Grand Shaman of the orcs had serious misgivings about this situation. While commanding orc troops to clear out the goblins nearby, he also dispatched elite squads into the misty forest to investigate the truth. As the spiritual leader of the orcs, the Grand Shaman knew well that the potion that had driven the dragons into a frenzy wasn't made by orc hands. The tribes that had looted human cities had been manipulated. They were originally lured by promises of high prices for beast hides and minerals, but upon arrival, found themselves caught in a dragon attack and took advantage of the chaos to pillage the border villages. This is clearly a setup, the Grand Shaman muttered, his brow tightly furrowed. Now, these so-called goblins driven by the green dragon are probably being controlled by the same mysterious force, all with the goal of weakening our orc tribes. Thus, several orc squads set out on a perilous mission. They crossed mountains and valleys, suffering heavy losses along the way. Nearly half their members perished. Most of these scouts had inherited the blood of feline magical beasts, making them extraordinarily agile and granting them heightened senses perfect for moving stealthily through the jungle. One such squad, 5 battered orcs, advanced cautiously through the northern mists of the misty forest. Suddenly, an orc with black feline ears stopped in his tracks, his keen senses picking up the sounds of a skirmish to the left. Following the noise, they crept forward, using thick trees and undergrowth as cover. The scene that greeted them was unexpected. A well-equipped goblin squad was battling a much larger group of kobold sand clearly had the upper hand. Something's off about these goblins, murmured an orc with a rough cloth bandage over his left eye. They look more like human-trained beasts. Could they be from the Goblin Emperor's Legion? Asked another orc, missing half an ear, scanning the surroundings warily. No way. The Goblin Emperor's troops have a completely different gear style, another orc replied, just as he noticed a goblin wielding a shovel glance in their direction. Did it just spot us? Why does it suddenly feel so cold behind me? As he turned to check, he found a ghastly wraith's face pressed against his back, silently draining his life force. The moment he looked, the wraith let out a piercing, shrill scream. The wailing shriek of the vengeful spirit echoed through the air. The 4 orcs felt their hearts race and their heads spin, but the one directly possessed by the ghost suffered the most. The ghost's piercing howl at such close range sent him leaping like a startled wildcat. When he landed, panic was written all over his face as he swung his weapon wildly. By the time he regained his senses, the ghost had vanished without a trace, leaving him alone, slashing uselessly at the air. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the goblins and kobolds who were locked in battle nearby. A goblin shield bearer, moving swiftly, swept his iron-bound wooden shield in a wide arc, knocking a kobold warrior back. He retreated steadily to his companion's side, his emerald eyes wary as he fixed his gaze on the orc squad. The wounds on his body were quickly healing, wrapped in a green magical glow. Meanwhile, a goblin raider seized the opportunity and, like a shadow, appeared behind the kobold mage. With a swift slash to the throat, the mage fell, and the goblin melted back into the darkness. The loss of their mage broke the kobolds' morale. They dropped their weapons and fled in panic, their desperate cries echoing through the night. The goblins quickly shifted their focus to the new intruders. Kill them. We can't let the humans discover our movements before they revive. The goblin slingers and beastmasters launched their attacks at once. However, the seasoned orc veterans dodged the stones and bolts with ease, roaring as they charged into the enemy ranks. At the front was a tiger-whiskered orc. He underestimated the seemingly crude wooden shield before him. When his broadsword struck it, the unexpected clang of metal on metal made him pause. The thin-looking iron rim was actually thick and sturdy, and the shield itself was crafted from the roots of an incredibly hard ironwood tree. He realized his mistake too late. The goblin shield bearer, surprisingly agile despite his bulk, smashed the shield into the orc's head. Before the orc could recover, a blade slashed his abdomen. If not for a comrade's timely intervention, a whistling crossbow bolt would have ended his life then and there. The goblin grave digger, well aware of his own lack of combat prowess, immediately hid behind his companions, directing 2 wraiths and a wandering spirit to circle the orcs. The 3 undead floated unpredictably, their shrill howls grating on the ears as they made sudden feints, forcing the orcs to split their focus and defend against these strange enemies. But the orcs were no fools. The leopard-eared orc quickly noticed the goblin with the shovel lurking in the back. With agile reflexes, she rolled to the side, drew her bow, and let an arrow fly straight at the grave digger. Although the goblin was small and quick enough to dodge in time, the arrow still grazed his shoulder. He let out a piercing scream, waving his shovel angrily and ordering the three undead to attack the leopard-eared orc. Seeing this, a one-eyed orc charged forward. Though he was badly wounded, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Flames erupted in his palm as he struck through the insubstantial wraith. A chilling shriek echoed through the air, and the wandering spirit freshly dug up from the grave and on its first adventure, vanished instantly, erased from existence. Sensing danger, the two remaining wraiths hesitated. One, which had evolved from a spirit, kept its distance, unleashing wave after wave of ghostly wails at the one-eyed orc. The piercing sound battered the orc's mind, forcing him to grit his teeth and brace himself for a possible attack at any moment. Just then, a sudden scream rang out from behind the one-eyed orc. The leopard-eared orc had been ambushed by a goblin raider. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she avoided a fatal stab to the throat, but her arm was pierced clean through by a jagged dagger, blood pouring from the wound and rendering her bow useless. Elsewhere on the battlefield, one orc was locked in a fierce struggle with a venom-spiked spider, while two others were pinned down by goblin shield-bearers, unable to break free. In the distance, goblin beastmasters and slingers provided relentless ranged support, keeping the orcs constantly on the defensive. What are these things? Since when can goblins control spiders and the undead? The tiger-whiskered orc gasped, his fresh wounds reopening and staining his leather armor with blood. The one-eyed orc's face hardened, determination flickering in his eyes. This can't go on. I have to drink the berserker's blood potion. When I do, get ready to give me a life elixir. But Captain, your body can't take it. His companion protested, eyeing the orc's battered frame with concern. We don't have a choice. The one-eyed orc replied, resolute. He pulled a dark red potion from his belt and downed it in one gulp, tossing the empty bottle aside. Instantly, his body began to change. Thick orange fur sprouted across his skin, his fangs lengthened and thickened, and his head transformed into that of a fierce tiger. Heat radiated from him as he unleashed a deafening roar at the goblins. To everyone's surprise, the goblin shield-bearer also produced a potion, this one of vivid green. He uncorked it, drank it down, then carefully stowed the crystal bottle. The goblin's body swelled as if inflated, his green skin glowing with a strange light, and his eyes turned blood red. He opened his mouth and roared back at the tiger-headed orc with equal ferocity, showing no sign of backing down. Why do goblins have berserker potions? And in crystal bottles? No less, they look even fancier than ours. The other orcs muttered in disbelief, but there was no time to dwell on it. The two drug-fueled warriors crashed together in a savage melee. The tiger orc wielded searing flames with every blow, while the goblin shield-bearer's wounds healed almost as soon as they appeared, thanks to the regenerative power of a juvenile green dragon. The two fought with brute strength and primal instinct, the air around them shimmering from the heat. Thinking the goblin archers would be vulnerable without their shield-bearer, the orcs prepared to take them out. But with the one-eyed orc no longer suppressing them, the two remaining wraiths surged forward, each latching onto an orc and attacking relentlessly. Meanwhile, the goblin grave digger took advantage of the chaos to quickly dig himself a hiding spot, leaving only his wary eyes above ground to watch the battle unfold. The leopard-eared orc kept her short sword at the ready, wary of another ambush from the raider. She didn't notice that the raider had already set his sights on another orc, one who was losing ground against the venom-spiked spider. With lightning speed, the raider's shadow dagger pierced the orc's throat, and as despair filled the victim's eyes, the raider delivered a final blow to the back of his head, ensuring his prey was dead. Then, the raider slowly turned his gaze back to the leopard-eared orc. He raised his blood-stained dagger, waved it lightly across his own throat, and flashed a chilling, savage grin. Terror and despair spread across the leopard-eared orc's face. Liu Sihang discovered that the silk of the venomous spiders possessed a unique property: it could slow down the decay of objects. After the heart and some flesh had been removed from the Knoll chieftain's corpse, it was once again wrapped in spider silk, forming a cocoon that was quietly stored in the wooden warehouse. 10 days later, when the Goblin Frost Mage was revived, the body showed almost no signs of rot. The craftsman took a bone from it and fashioned a wild amulet, while the corpse itself was buried in the graveyard by the gravedigger. Even though the flame goblin was present, the gravedigger didn't consider working with it to make the amulet. Liu Sihang always felt that this flame goblin seemed a bit odd, nothing like a proper spellcaster, and more than a little unhinged. This goblin wild amulet, forged with the power of the Knoll chieftain, could be considered a magical item. It granted its wearer the strength of rage, greatly enhancing physical power and anger, but at the cost of rationality, making it easy to fall into a berserk state. Although this effect was somewhat similar to the wrath of the red dragon, among all the goblins, Only the captain could freely unleash such berserk power. As a result, this newly made Null amulet could only be given to the goblin captain. The necromancer's amulet was given to the shield bearer, and the rock bear amulet that originally belonged to the shield bearer was passed on to the stone thrower. Perhaps throwing rocks required more strength, and the rock bear amulet was just the thing to help. Liu Sihang uprooted quite a few trees from the plantation and brought them back to the base. The goblin craftsman replaced the wood in the huts, improving the recovery rate from 18 to 20. The woodcraft-loving artisan even carved intricate patterns of flowers and birds on the eaves and walls. These decorations had no practical effect, but they made the huts look much more refined. Liu Sihang also noticed that magical plants grown in the dragon dung farm produced potions with especially potent effects, especially the green giant potion, which was at least 20 more effective and had a much stronger greening effect. After drinking this potion, Goblin's skin even gave off a greenish glow. In fact, all potions made from materials grown in the dragon dung farm temporarily turned the user's skin green. While this might seem odd, it wasn't really a problem, since these potions were meant to be sold by wandering merchants. A little green skin from a goblin potion was hardly an issue. Liu Sihang handed a pile of plant seeds to the goblins, instructing them to sow them throughout the farm, though he didn't care much about the conditions needed for magical plants to grow. At this point, only the toughest plants could survive, and the goblins certainly weren't going to look after them. As Liu Sihang watched to see which plants would stubbornly sprout in the dragon dung farm, he suddenly noticed several goblins stumbling into the livestock pen, covered in wounds and carrying a pile of assorted junk. At that moment, the system in the livestock area chimed with a notification. The dispatch period ended, and all the goblins returned safely. None were lost in action. The mission had been a great success. They took down 1 kobold mage, 12 kobold warriors, 23 regular kobolds, 8 kobold pups, 5 orc professionals, and 2 giant horned deer. The loot was equally impressive. In addition to 265 experience points, they brought back a large amount of iron and copper ore, 8 gold ore pieces, 23 silver ore pieces, and 3 bottles of unidentified magical potions. The goblins, looking a bit weary, casually dropped the spoils and strolled toward the hot spring. Unlike before, several new wooden facilities had been set up by the spring goblins could now slide directly into the water from a ramp and climb out using wooden stairs. Some goblins with a knack for woodworking had even carved a few magical beast statues to serve as bath toys. However, this brought its own problems. The little goblins, being small and mischievous, often drowned by accident while playing in the spring. Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder if these little guys would ever make it to adulthood. The returning goblins soaked in the hot spring to recover, while the others busied themselves repairing battered weapons and leather armor, and hauling the ore to a makeshift workshop. Usable items were sorted and stored in 2 wooden warehouses. The kobold corpses were divided up. Some were fed to the spiders, while the rest were dragged to the graveyard for burial. As more bodies piled up, the graveyard grew increasingly eerie, thick with the aura of death. The process of decay and reanimation had almost turned the place into an extension of the goblin farm, and some corpses had already started crawling out on their own to look for food. The goblins had initially planned to dispose of the orc bodies as well, but Liu Sihang stopped them. The appearance of orcs in the misty forest was no trivial matter. Was worried about his family back in Baiwa town. After some hesitation, he decided to have the goblin leader bring the orc corpses and the 3 bottles of mysterious red potion to Zhang Peipei. Liu Sihang simply mentioned that there had been orc activity in the forest, but Zhang Peipei seemed more interested in something else. That little guy even managed to pick up orc bodies? Zhang Peipei said with a surprised smile. Liu Sihang was momentarily confused until he realized she was talking about the wandering merchant. Isn't it him? I heard there's a goblin riding a spider in the misty forest lately, selling some strange berserk potion to adventurers. It's called Green Giant. Quite a fitting name, actually. Liu Sihang looked puzzled, and Zhang Peipei, noticing his confusion, chuckled and clarified. I thought only your goblin could run around like that. By the way, I'm becoming more and more curious about your beast space. Liu Sihang patted the goblin leader on the back, signaling it to hand over the Green Giant potion and the Stone Skin potion. I thought Kuda already shared the potion recipes with you. Zhang Peipei took the potions and explained softly, I only had Kuda monitor your physical condition. The recipe for a potion is every alchemist's most valuable secret. Only you can access that data. She examined the Stone Skin potion closely, frowning slightly. The ingredients are pure, but why does it turn adventurers' skin green after they drink it? Maybe it's because I use different materials. They'll write down these recipes for you. They might give you some ideas. She paused, her expression softening. Let Kuda share the experiment data for the Green Giant and Stone Skin potions with me. Kuda immediately responded, yes, teacher. Glancing at the orc corpses, Zhang Peipei looked a little disgusted. You're worried about Baiwa town being attacked, aren't you? Don't worry. Although orcs have green skin, they're not like goblins. They can't lead an army across the mountains between the Yellowstone wasteland and the misty forest. These orcs likely came here for the little green dragon. They'll notify the Adventurers Guild to keep an eye out. She paused. Still, Baiwa Town isn't exactly safe. Now that you've got your apprentice alchemist certificate, you can take on some jobs from the Alchemist Guild to earn money and bring your parents to Qingzhou City. Liu Sihang nodded silently, feeling a new sense of purpose. Zhang Peipei's words reminded him that, lately, he hadn't been earning much more than the wandering merchant. Even though the merchant was often robbed by unsavory types, had managed to make over 300 gold coins through his adventures, even buying the blueprint for the wild mask. Liu Sihang realized He'd need a legitimate source of income himself if he wanted to avoid suspicion. These bottles of red potion are likely life elixirs with effects similar to healing potions. Zhang Peipei looked at the blood elixirs with obvious disgust and explained that these were concocted by orc alchemists using the blood of their own kind, mixed with other ingredients. Liu Sihang grew deeply curious about this. Guided by the tower's spirit, he soon found relevant information in the library. The records detailed the process of making orc blood elixirs. Within orc tribes, those with low levels of bloodline awakening or those who committed serious crimes were demoted to slaves. These slaves not only had to endure heavy labor, but those with special bloodlines would be turned into blood slaves, regularly drained of their blood to be used as raw material for the elixirs. Even more cruelly, when alchemists were in urgent need of materials, they would sometimes drain these blood slaves to death. They really are a bunch of uncivilized beasts, Liu Sihang muttered after reading the records, finally understanding why his teacher was so repulsed by these elixirs. Since only orcs could use them, he decided to store them in the warehouse for now. Perhaps they might come in handy in the future. Thinking of collections, Liu Sihang remembered the family heirloom left by his grandmother. He had once eagerly researched it, even spending a fortune on magical crystals to recharge it, only to find it was nothing more than a magical 3D projector. It contained a projection of a silent, motionless man, someone Liu Sihang had never seen before, and he dared not assume it was an ancestor of the Liu family. Recently, the sewer cleanup in Qingzhou City had come to an end. After adventurers wiped out the monsters lurking below, the giant rats and cockroaches seemed to have disappeared entirely. Since these tasks paid very little and relied on City Hall funding, and with no recent attacks on residents, the Adventurers Guild inspected the area and then canceled the cleanup missions. However, on a stormy night outside the city, danger was brewing at a local farm. The bald-headed farmer wore a strange grin as he staggered toward the granary, muttering to himself, "It's time to let my treasures out." When he opened the granary doors, the sight that greeted him was Chilinga's vast warehouse packed with enormous rats, piled on top of each other like a living mountain. Tens of thousands of blood-red eyes glowed with a predatory light in the darkness. If not for the restraint of their leader, these crazed creatures would have torn the farmer to pieces long ago. The Rat King, as large as an ox, lifted its head with indifference and stared coldly at the farmer. The farmer stretched out his hand, pointing in a certain direction, and said in an oddly distorted tone, "Go on. Kill, spread, sow fear and chaos. Draw all their attention your way." Under the moonlight, the leader of the rats' red eyes gleamed in the darkness. It gave a slight nod and let out a low, guttural hiss. Instantly, the massive swarm poured out of the barn and streamed across the fields toward the wilderness. All around the farm, rustling noises echoed as more large rats emerged from the shadows to join the main horde. Behind the farmer, several workers who had changed out of their farm clothes and into black robes slowly gathered. Their eyes burned with fanaticism as they watched the rats disappear into the distance, chanting obscure and arcane incantations. "Let's hope the plan works this time," the farmer muttered under his breath. "May my master descend soon to destroy this twisted world and grant it rebirth." Shrouded by night, the rats raced across the open land, drawn by various scents and gradually splitting into several groups. At dawn, an old man with tangled hair rode a sturdy ox, pulling a rickety cart piled high with clattering odds and ends, speeding toward a village. When he reached the entrance, the unnatural silence put him on alert. At this hour, the villagers would normally be waiting for him, but today, not a soul was in sight. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and his gaze instantly sharpened. The whole village was eerily silent. Not only were there no people, but even the usual livestock and poultry had vanished. Realizing something was wrong, the old man prepared to turn back. Suddenly, he looked over his shoulder. A pack of red-eyed rats, bigger than hunting dogs, had silently encircled him from behind, jaws agape to reveal razor-sharp fangs. At the same time, more rats surged out from the village shadows, cutting off every escape route. Damn, where did these monsters come from? Despite being surrounded, the old man didn't panic. He cast a sorrowful glance at the village houses, then shouted at the ox beneath him, "Go." The ox kicked its hind legs, shattering the rickety cart. Splinters shot through the air like shrapnel, striking the oncoming rats and killing several instantly. In a flash, the ox's body was covered in a layer of rocky armor. Head down, it transformed into an unstoppable armored battering ram, trampling over rat corpses as it broke through the siege. Fangs and claws scraped harmlessly against the stone plating, unable to slow its charge. Ernyo, you useless beast. After all these years, you can at least give me some armor too. The old man clung to the ox's back, his body covered in scratches, grimacing in pain. Watching the man and ox disappear into the distance, the rat leader hidden among the swarm gnashed its teeth in frustration and let out a low hiss, leading the surviving rats to withdraw quickly. Everywhere they passed, the bodies of their fallen companions vanished without a trace. The Adventurers Guild quickly received reports about the appearance of the rat swarm, but none of that had anything to do with Liu Sihang anymore. By that point, he had already blended into Su Yu's team and was heading to the trial labyrinth at Qingzhou Academy. At the entrance to the labyrinth, the place was buzzing with activity. More than 200 students were gathered in small groups, waiting to go in. Zhao Xiaofeng moved closer to Liu Sihang and lowered his voice. The academy only opens this labyrinth once a year. There aren't any really dangerous monsters inside. Over the years, any monster with half a brain knows there's no way out of this place, so they've long since avoided it. The ones left behind, even if they're affected by those weird things, aren't much of a threat. Liu Sihang nodded, but his gaze was drawn to a solitary figure standing in the shadows some distance away. The person stood alone, head down, as if surrounded by an invisible barrier that kept everyone else at bay. Li Chongda. He was the one who had spread rumors about Liu Sihang last time. After the truth came out, he refused to admit anything, but no one wanted to associate with him anymore. His old friends and teammates had all cut ties, and some people even went out of their way to make trouble for him. At that moment, Li Chongda looked gloomy, his shoulders hunched as if he wanted to curl up and disappear. He kept glancing around nervously, as if he thought everyone was secretly watching and mocking him. In reality, the crowd at the labyrinth entrance was too busy discussing the monsters and battle strategies ahead to care about his presence at all. Out of the more than 200 people there, only Liu Sihang was quietly plotting how to give him a hard time. Since they'd run into each other, Liu Sihang couldn't rest easy without some payback. When the academy teacher finally pushed open the heavy doors to the labyrinth, Li Chongda darted inside like a startled rabbit. Liu Sihang was caught off guard. With so many people around, it would be too obvious to chase after him directly. By the time he and Su Yu's group followed the rest of the students inside, Li Chongda had already vanished. Inside the labyrinth, it was dim and damp. Magical lanterns on the stone walls cast a faint blue glow. After rounding the first corner, they ran into Xiahou Yang and Lu Li, who were leading two other students through their own trial. Su Yu's eyes landed on the large silver sword in Xiahou Yang's hands. She asked curiously, "Where's your treasured Yaoqing greatsword? Why are you using a standard flowing silver sword?" Zhao Xiaofeng and his sister exchanged a meaningful look. They had already heard the whole story from other students, but neither said a word. They just watched as Su Yu unintentionally touched a nerve. Xiahou Yang's face immediately turned awkward. He fidgeted with the sword hilt and stammered, "Well, there was a bit of a problem, so I had to switch swords. Even though this is standard issue, the flowing silver magic sword isn't cheap. I still had to borrow." He suddenly stopped himself and coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. Anyway, I need to take these juniors through their trial, so let's split up here at the crossroads. With that, he practically fled, leading his team quickly down another passage. How odd, Su Yu said, staring after Xiahou Yang's retreating figure in confusion. She turned to her teammates. "You two have been acting weird since just now. Are you hiding something from me?" Zhao Xiaoxue couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, you really don't know? Xiahou Yang's magic sword, the one he spent over 5,000 gold coins on, got stolen by a goblin in the misty forest. She leaned in and explained the whole story in detail. Both Su Yu and Liu Sihang were stunned. Su Yu realized just how awkward Shed made things, while Liu Sihang was completely shocked. "Wait, what? How much did you say that sword costs?" The question sparked a lively discussion. Magical weapons in the armory often went for hundreds, if not thousands, of gold coins, and the golden greatsword that Xiahou Yang wielded was in a league of its own. This high-level weapon was especially effective against the undead, so its price was naturally sky-high. However, the truth was unexpected. The coveted sword was actually worth no more than a set of Christmas costume blueprints. By the way, there's been a strange character spotted in the misty forest recently. Someone changed the subject. A goblin beastmaster riding a venomous stinger spider, making shady deals with people for potions. The weirdest part is, even if you kill him, he never drops anything. "It's not just the misty forest," another chimed in. "He first showed up in the sewers under Qingzhou City, and just a few days ago, someone caught sight of him at the academy. A beastmaster like that must be one of a kind," someone speculated. "I bet Xiahou Yang's sword was stolen by him." While the others chatted enthusiastically, Liu Sihang stayed silent, busy wiping sweat from his forehead. His odd behavior caught Zhao Ziox's attention. "Hey, it's so chilly here, how come you're sweating so much?" she asked with concern. Joking among themselves, the group chose a deserted side path, and soon ran into their first wave of enemies, a pack of carrion rats. Normally green and scavenging, these rats now looked monstrous. They reeked of decay, their skin was festering, and bones jutted out. Attracted by the floating orb of light above their heads, The rats let out guttural growls and charged with wild abandon. Damn, the contamination's this bad? Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed. Watch out. Those things have highly corrosive fluids. Don't get too close. Liu Sihang nodded in agreement, but cast a quick glance at a nearby fork in the path. Just moments ago, had spotted a familiar figuria, person holding a glowing crystal and accompanied by a raven vanish around the corner. While his teammates focused on the fight, he quietly had the goblin captain shield his summoning circle and whispered, "Follow the one with the raven. Teach them a lesson, but don't go overboard, no need to make trouble." The goblin raider slipped away without a sound. What are the odds would run into them in a maze this size? Talk about fate, Liu Sihang chuckled as he joined the battle. Their main goal was to earn practical credits. Although Zhao Xiaoxue had enough points for her advanced courses, experience had taught them that higher-level classes had even steeper requirements. The instructors at Qingzhou Academy were unpredictable, only teaching when the mood struck them. To avoid missing out, it was always wise to stockpile points in advance. The goblin captain wore a leather gauntlet reinforced with iron on his right hand, its back set with a brilliant red flame gem. Intense heat shimmered as flames flowed along the gauntlet, twining upward to envelop the entire blade of his heavy saber. With a furious shout, the goblin captain swung his weapon. A crimson arc flashed, slicing a frenzied carrion mole clean in half. The corrosive fluids that burst from its decaying body instantly vaporized into a faintly toxic gray mist as they met the searing flames, drifting slowly through the air. Liu Sihang's magic followed up, just in time. Two clusters of magical thorns erupted from the ground, binding the twitching remains of the mole tightly. As the thorns were about to be eaten through by the corrosive fluids, the nearby firehound's orange fur bristled, and it spat a scorching fireball that reduced the monster's upper body to ash. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhao Xiaoxue used water magic to restrain the remaining carrion moles, while Zhao Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to fire off a series of wind blades, slicing the slowed monsters apart. These two, usually known for slacking off as support mages, had now become the main force in the fight. Meanwhile, their captain, Su Yu, stood off to the side with her Gale Eagle, arms folded, watching the battle in a relaxed manner. This is what happens when I let you slack off all the time you're still dragging out a fight against carrion moles. Even Sihang's goblin is more reliable than you, Su Yu remarked. Zhao Xiaofeng looked back helplessly. Come on, Captain, that's not fair. Is that a normal goblin? Who's ever seen a goblin with dragon scales? That thing's basically a dragon beast. As the battle went on, the goblin captain grew even more ferocious. The red light in its eyes burned brighter, its body swelled, and the air around it shimmered with heat. Its saber swung faster and faster, the flames surging into a blazing storm that reduced every monster in its path to ashes. Seriously? A melee fighter who can go berserk and control fire? How are we supposed to compete with that? Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed. Hu Shuo, who was holding a shield, nodded vigorously in agreement. Even Su Yu couldn't hide a hint of envy as she glanced at Liu Sihang. Your teacher treats you really well, she said, her tone tinged with a bitterness she rarely showed. Su Yu's own talent was nothing special. Although her beast feedback ratio was decent, she lacked any strong elemental affinity. She couldn't master advanced magic archery and had to rely on the most basic enchanted arrows. Her only advantage was being able to use arrows of any element, giving her flexibility in combat. Because of this, no academy teacher had ever formally taken her as a student. There were plenty of beast masters outside the academy willing to teach her, but the tuition was exorbitant, and that kind of master-disciple relationship wasn't what she wanted. Under the envious gazes of his teammates, Liu Sihang could only scratch his nose awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, by now the goblin captain had finished off the last of the enemies and was gradually calming down from its berserk state. It trudged over to its summoner's side, looking a bit drained from the intense exertion. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoxue softly chanted an incantation, her hands tracing a graceful arc through the air. In an instant, a translucent mist appeared out of nowhere, winding around the goblin captain like silk. The cool vapor seeped into its weary muscles, easing the heat and pain. The goblin captain immediately felt reinvigorated, its tense muscles gradually relaxed, and the strength that had drained from its body slowly returned, restoring its fighting spirit. While the other students were busy clearing out monsters in the underground labyrinth, Li Chongda chose to act alone. He navigated the maze's winding paths, his companion, the Crimson Fire Crow, scouting ahead to help him avoid any lurking creatures. Thanks to the route he had memorized beforehand, he finally reached the core area of the underground labyrinth. As a trial ground meticulously designed by the academy, the layout of the maze had long since been mapped out by previous students, and there were even written hints carved into the center. However, the artificial trial offered no treasure to find, and the monsters appeared in no discernible pattern. Aside from someone with hidden motives like Li Chongda, few students bothered to memorize such a complicated structure after all. With so many classmates inside, if anyone got lost, they could simply call a teacher for help. Li Chongda carefully scanned his surroundings to make sure he was alone, then signaled the Crimson Fire Crow to retrieve a jet-black statue from its beast space. The statue featured a massive eye at its center, surrounded by twisted, tentacle-like shapes. Its cold gaze seemed to pierce the soul, staring straight ahead. Hey, you damn fools. Laugh at me, bully me, will you? A twisted grin spread across Li Chongda's face. With this evil god statue, it'll turn all of you into nourishment. Hehe. For shadow gems were embedded in the statue's base. Li Chongda began to chant an ancient spell under his breath, his trembling fingers touching the surface of the gems. As his chanting deepened, the energy within the gems was drawn into the statue's intricate magical patterns. Wisps of black mist rose from the base, gradually enveloping the entire statue. Under the light of his lantern, the mist and statue merged into a single shadow and vanished into the air. Immediately, a strange energy began to gather from every corner of the labyrinth, filling the air with an unsettling presence. Suddenly, Li Chongda's body swayed, felt as if a giant eye was watching him from the void, its gaze piercing straight through his soul. His face went pale in an instant. In a panic, he shook his head and slapped himself hard, forcing himself to snap out of it. No, this thing is too dangerous. I need to get out of here now. Alarm bells rang in his mind as Li Chongda turned and bolted from the terrifying place. After speaking, Li Chongda slipped away along the path he had come, moving quickly and quietly. His footsteps were light but hurried, and before long, his figure melted into the darkness. Strangely, he didn't even notice that his lips were moving, whispering almost inaudibly, "Corrupted world, destroy and cleanse, burn my mortal flesh, become a spark among the stars." Once Li Chongda left, silence once again engulfed the area. But hidden in the shadows, a pair of green, glimmering eyes watched everything unfold. It was a goblin raider, using its equipment's shadow sense and its memory of the surroundings to sneak silently to the evil god statue. The goblin reached out with its calloused claws, carefully feeling around the base of the statue. Its fingertips soon found a shadow gem embedded in the pedestal, and its greedy eyes lit up. The raider tried to pry it loose with its nails, but the gem didn't budge. Without hesitation, it drew a dagger from its belt, determined to claim this precious prize. Just then, an eerie whisper slithered into the goblin's ears, like a venomous snake trying to coil around its mind and tempt it into worshipping the evil god. The raider impatiently tapped its forehead, a hint of scorn flickering in its eyes. This trick? Please, as if I haven't heard worse, the goblin muttered, starting to mumble its own incantations. Supernatural whispers collided around the goblin's demon's murmur, clashing with the evil god's chant. Though the demon's voice was weak and the evil god's wasn't much stronger, their interference left the whispers tangled and confused. To the goblin, these mysterious voices were nothing more than background noise, annoying, but harmless. Focused on the treasure in front of it, the raider wedged its shadow dagger under the gem and pried hard. At last, the first shadow gem popped free. Moving quickly, it pried loose the remaining 3 gems and stuffed them into a leather pouch at its waist. With these, I can have the goblin smiths make me a pair of shadow gem gauntlets. Sweet. The raider grinned, showing off a row of crooked yellow teeth. With the gems safely stashed, the raider suddenly remembered its real mission. The overseer had ordered it to teach that human a lesson, and it hadn't even started. The goblin spun around, ready to chase after Li Chongda. After a few steps, it paused, turned back to the statue, and delivered a hard kick, sending the evil god's idol tumbling into a drainage ditch in the corner. If I can't catch that guy, at least kicking this thing into the gutter messes up his setup. That should cause him some trouble, right? The goblin muttered to itself, then vanished into the dark corridor, following in the direction where Li Chongda had disappeared. As the students battled monsters in the maze, they noticed that these bizarre-looking creatures released a foul, rotten stench upon death. They assumed it was just the smell of fluids escaping from the monsters' bodies. However, as the fighting continued, the odor only grew stronger. No one realized that, at a certain moment, the stench seemed to take on a life of its own, drifting toward the center of the maze. Suddenly, every monster in the maze let out a piercing screech, as if responding to some invisible command. Abandoning their original positions, they began to actively hunt down the humans within the maze, launching frenzied attacks. The sounds of battle erupted throughout the maze. Weaker student teams fought desperately as they retreated, struggling to hold their ground, while the usually laid-back top teams instantly snapped to attention, dealing with the crisis at full strength and doing their best to rescue classmates who were in trouble. The teachers leading the teams quickly sensed something was wrong, searching everywhere for the source of the chaos, but to no avail. After observing for a while, they realized that although the students were complaining bitterly, most of their distress was over damaged gear and the cost of future repairs. There was no real danger to their lives. The teachers decided not to intervene for now, opting to investigate the cause after the fighting died down. Xiaohoyang had originally come just to guide 2 younger students through some real combat training. When the monsters suddenly went berserk, he remained calm. With practiced ease, he drew his newly purchased flowing silver greatsword. As he swung the blade, golden light surged from his body into the weapon. With a shout, he unleashed a powerful slash, sending a crescent-shaped wave of golden energy sweeping down the passage, cleanly slicing every monster in its path in half. The two younger students stared at Xiahou Yang's tall figure, eyes shining with admiration. But Xiahou Yang only gave a small sigh, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. The power and feel are just not the same. Oh, my radiant gold greatsword, where have you gone? Standing off to the side, Luli pushed her glasses up her nose and gave an impatient smirk. She quickly gathered energy with her staff and released a bolt of crackling yellow lightning, incinerating the rotting monsters that were still twitching on the ground after being cut in two. Just then, a panicked figure burst out from a distant corridor, pursued by a horde of grotesque monsters. Seeing this, Xiahou Yang nudged his dozing beast companion with his foot. Go help. The awakened rock bear reluctantly got to its feet, earth energy surging around it. With a low growl, it slammed its paw into the ground. The earth trembled as sharp rocks shot up, skewering several monsters and forming a natural barrier that blocked the rest, giving the fleeing person a chance to escape. As the person drew closer, illuminated by the magical light, Xiahou Yang recognized him as Li Chongda. Xiahou Yang's expression darkened immediately. He didn't bother with greetings, simply tilting his head to signal Li Chongda to move to the back. Li Chongda, gasping for breath, caught every nuance of Xiahou Yang's expression. He silently moved to sit in the shadows behind the group, head bowed, staring at the ground. In the dim light, no one noticed the faint red glow gradually appearing in his eyes. This damned bastard. How dare he look down on me like that? Damn it, they all deserve to die. This filthy, twisted world needs to be cleansed with destruction. Purify me, burn away my mortal flesh and transform it into starlight and raging flames. In the underground labyrinth, the foul air began to stir in an unnatural way, as if summoned by some unseen force. The monsters, which had been relentlessly attacking the academy students, suddenly shifted their focus and surged en masse in another direction. Xiahou Yang and his companions quickly sensed something was wrong. The surrounding corridors were rapidly filling with monsters, their numbers multiplying at an alarming rate until every inch of space was packed tight. This won't hold. Fall back, Xiahou Yang shouted, cutting down a monster in front of him. Yanxiang quickly summoned sharp stone spikes to block the passage, but the creatures scrambled over each other in a frenzy, threatening to overwhelm their defenses. Just then, one of the younger students wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air. Strange, the stench is getting worse in here. Of course it is. With this many dead monsters, what did you expect? Move it, another snapped impatiently. No, look over there. The first student pointed, his voice trembling with fear as he gestured toward Li Chongda in the corner. A thick, black mist was gathering from every corner of the maze, drawn toward Li Chongda and wrapping around him like a living thing. The darkness pulsed and writhed, countless tendrils weaving together into the shape of a monstrous cocoon. Damn it, he's been corrupted by the evil god. Retreat. Xiahou Yang grabbed Luli, tossing her onto Yanxiang's back, then pulled the two younger students with him as they bolted down the corridor. Bouncing on Yanxiang's back, Luli twisted her magic ring. Yellow lightning crackled out, striking her three companions. They yelped in pain, but the surge of energy made them run even faster. Ha ha ha, run? Do you really think you can escape? Li Chongda's face had been twisted beyond recognition, strips of decaying flesh peeling away to reveal bare bone beneath. His grin twisted and horrifying. The black mist suddenly contracted, and his body began to swell and mutate. He shot up to over 3 meters tall, his body sprouting crooked black feathers, hands and feet transforming into razor-sharp claws. His back burst open, splattering foul-smelling pus everywhere, as a pair of deformed, twisted wings tore free from his flesh. Tendrils of corrupted mist wrapped around his wings, and the bloated creature lifted off the ground. At first, he crashed clumsily into the broken walls, but soon adjusted to his new form and shot after the fleeing group. In the distance, the stone spike barricade set by Yanxiang was already buried under a wave of decaying monsters. Their corrosive fluids ate away at the stone until the whole barrier collapsed. The monsters piled over each other, bursting like overripe tomatoes and spraying viscous, acidic goo everywhere. The walls and corridors were eaten away, crumbling with a deafening roar. More creatures trampled over the bodies of their fallen kin, howling as they followed in Li Chongda's wake. As a foul stench swept over them, Li Chongda darted overhead and landed in front of Xiahou Yang and his group, blocking their path. His bald, decaying head hung at an odd angle, emitting a hollow, piercing sound. Ha ha ha. A chilling laugh rasped from his rotting throat. You worthless rats, running away like vermin in the gutters. Where's all that arrogance you usually show off, huh? Where's that smug pride now? Where did it all go? Two of the younger students were about to snap back, but Xiahou Yang quickly pulled them back, cutting off their angry retort just in time. He bent down and whispered urgently in their ears, keeping his voice low. His mind's been corrupted by the evil god. Don't engage with him, no matter what. In a moment, it'll distract him when I do. You make a break for it. But what about you? One of the students asked, worry etched on his face. He'll handle it, Xiao Yang replied, determination flashing in his eyes. Lu Li chimed in from the side. Listen to him. Don't waste time. The two students exchanged uncertain glances. Maybe Yanga was being reckless, but if even Ligia said so, they had no choice but to nod. Seeing that he was being ignored, Li Chongda grew agitated, his twisted face contorting as he bellowed. What? Cat got your tongue? All of you, just a bunch of bootlickers who bully the weak. Idiots. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and stepped forward, meeting the decaying face with a look of utter disdain. You used to be too scared to even breathe in front of me, but now you're acting tough? Maybe you should take a good look at yourself, see what a mess you've become. Suddenly, a glint of mischief appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes, and he sneered. Actually, with all those filthy feathers, you look just like a plucked chicken. Maybe the word birdbrain was invented just for you. Li Chongda was enraged. A deep, guttural roar erupted from his throat as he lunged at Xiao Yang. As soon as he hit the ground, a massive yellow figure barreled in from the side, like an out-of-control truck, slamming Li Chongda's decaying body straight into the wall of the maze. The rock bear's entire body was covered in thick layers of stone, resembling a moving mountain. Its stone-armored paw swung down with tremendous force. Normally, it would have gone for a bite, but the stench and corrosive filth covering the monster left it nowhere safe to sink its teeth. When the bear's rocky paw struck the creature, a spray of green, putrid sludge burst out, splattering all over the bear. The corrosive fluid hissed and ate away at the bear's stone armor, quickly eroding its protective layer. Worse still, some of the liquid splashed into the bear's eyes, making it snarl in pain, but instead of letting go, it only became more ferocious, snapping its jaws at the monster's head. Li Chongda's mutated body had grown much larger, and his strength was now terrifying. After regaining his bearings, he raked his claws across the rock bear's head, leaving deep gouges in the stone and sending chips flying. With a sudden, violent heave, he managed to flip the massive bear over as if it were nothing more than a boulder. At that moment, Xiao Yang silently circled behind Li Chongda. His silver greatsword gleamed with golden light as he tensed his muscles and swung with all his might at the creature's deformed wings. The blade sliced into the rotting flesh with a sickening, wet sound. Even though Xiao Yang used all his strength, the monster's flesh was weak, but its bones were incredibly tough. The sword made a sharp crack as it left deep fissures in the wing bones. To make things worse, the foul aura surrounding the wounds caused them to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, with even the blasted flesh writhing back together as if alive. Sensing the attack from behind, Li Chongda spun with lightning speed, swinging out wildly. Xiao Yang managed to block with his greatsword, but the force was like being hit by a truck was sent flying through the air like a broken kite. Ugh! Damn it! Xiao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood as he soared through the air. This is exactly why I can't stand these unreasonable monsters. Xiao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with dust and struggled to push himself up from the corner of the wall. From his battered metal armor, he fumbled out a bottle of healing potion and downed it without hesitation. In the distance, though two younger students had abandoned him and fled, their summoned beasts remained on the battlefield. Unfortunately, these beasts hadn't had a chance to show their strength before a pair of vicious swipes from the rotting monster sent them back to their summoning space. The battle raged on. Lu Li's three-tailed snow fox darted nimbly around, its tail brushing the wounded head of the rock bear and releasing a chill that temporarily froze its bleeding wounds. The fox then retreated, firing ice arrows from a distance to harass the enemy. However, the body that once belonged to Li Chongda now seemed to have surpassed the limits of mortal life. No matter how severe the injuries, those filthy, corrupting energies quickly repaired the damage. In contrast, each attack from Xiao Yang and his rock bear not only exposed them to splashes of corrosive fluid, but also worsened their own wounds. Li Chongda was growing more adept at controlling his twisted body, the grotesque wings allowing him to move effortlessly through the underground labyrinth. He skillfully used the terrain to evade the rock bear's charges and the attacks of stone spikes, seizing the opportunity to drive back the three-tailed snow fox. Immediately after, he turned his attention to the battered rock bear. The once mighty beast's stone armor was shattered, deep claw marks oozing green toxic blood all over its body. Finally, with a low, mournful howl, the rock bear collapsed and dissolved into a flash of light, returning to its summoning space. Heh, looks like it's just you and me now. Li Chongda sneered. One of his eye sockets was filled with swirling black mist, while the other eye was bloodshot with a sickly green hue, making him look even more terrifying. He pointed at the three fleeing figures in the distance and roared, "Look, your friends have abandoned you, you fool." Xiao Yang glanced in the direction his teammates had escaped, then at the horde of monsters surging toward him. He let out a scornful laugh. "Turns out you were always an idiot. Who knew that after turning into a monster, Your head would get bigger, but your brain even smaller. The teacher always told you guiseless trash talk in a fight, or you'll get tricked by your opponent. Looks like you never listened. Just wait till I rip that mouth of yours apart, and see who's the real fool. Enraged, Li Chongda's aura surged as he lunged at Xiahou Yang, his claws glowing with a poisonous green light and aiming straight for the kill. Clang! A golden barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xiahou Yang, blocking the deadly blow. The immense impact sent him flying. While still airborne and faced with the monster's renewed assault, Xiahou Yang tore the magical protection necklace from his neck. Channeling all his strength into his hands, he roared, "Take this skyward blast." With a thunderous explosion, golden energy erupted as his silver greatsword, wrapped in golden light, pierced straight through Li Chongda's forehead. The monster's neck snapped with a sharp crack, his head twisting at a grotesque angle before smashing into the ground. Li Chongda clawed desperately at his skull, trying to wrench himself upright, only to realize Xiahou Yang had already used the blast's recoil to propel himself far away. He soared over the heads of his three teammates, crashing through a maze wall and disappearing beneath the rubble as the stones collapsed on top of him. The three friends had just pulled Xiahou Yang from the rubble when a deafening roar erupted behind them. They turned to see the decaying giant, a massive sword lodged in its head, beating its misshapen wings and charging at them with ferocious momentum. Lu Li gripped her staff tightly, conjuring a crackling sphere of lightning at their feet before Xiahou Yang swept her up and bolted away at full speed. Even while airborne, Lu Li remained calm, simply adjusting her glasses. As Li Chongda soared over the lightning sphere, a spark flashed in his eyes, and his mental energy surged. The magical power trapped within the sphere burst forth, sending countless bolts of electricity lashing out at the rotting creature. Amidst sizzling arcs, the monster staggered and crashed to the ground, black smoke curling from its charred body. Yet, drawing on its foul aura, it quickly recovered, beating its wings once more and lunging toward them again. Damn it! Just because you have wings doesn't make you special. You filthy bird. Xiahou Yang cursed angrily. Before he could finish, a streak of lightning twisted through the air and appeared above their heads. Suspended in midair was a striking middle-aged woman with golden hair and radiant, thunderlit wings. She cast a cold glance at Xiahou Yang before flexing her right hand, which was tipped with golden talons. In an instant, a surge of magical energy gathered in her grasp and exploded into a fireball wrapped in golden lightning, which she hurled with force at the charging monster. The fireball detonated with a thunderous blast, shaking the entire underground labyrinth. The decaying creature was struck dead, its body blackened as it screamed and was blown away. Xiahou Yang quickly released Lu Li and clapped enthusiastically. "Wow, Teacher Huang is amazing." Teacher Huang scoffed, then turned into a stream of golden electricity and shot off after the monster. Xiahou Yang let out a shaky breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. His junior leaned over and whispered, "Brother Yang, about that new flowing silver greatsword you just bought." Xiahou Yang froze, his mouth twitching. "It's fine, the flowing silver greatsword is tough. Even if Teacher Huang's lightning cannon hit it, we'll just pick it up and fix it later. Kid, you got any money left for repairs?" Lu Li patted her pants and teased, "Because I'm not lending you any." Xiahou Yang immediately put on a pitiful face. "My sister's stash is empty too. Ever since I got mixed up with those two troublemakers, nothing's gone right. As for that goblin in the misty forest, we'll see if we even run into it. Everyone says it's greedy, but nobody knows who its master is. And my only radiant gold greatsword? Who knows if it's still gathering dust in storage?" Whether the radiant gold greatsword would ever be recovered was uncertain, but it looked like Xiahou Yang's flowing silver greatsword might not last much longer either. Meanwhile, Li Chongda, hurled far by the explosion, tumbled to the ground and struggled to his feet. With a furious roar, he wrenched the silver greatsword from his head and tossed it aside, ready to rejoin the fight only to see a swarm of monsters, corrupted by the foul aura, closing in on him from all sides. Li Chongda's body melted like wax in an instant, his agonized screams echoing through the air. His form fused with the surrounding monsters, eventually merging into a towering, 10-meter-high mass of dark green sludge. Countless grotesque heads and twisted limbs emerged from the muck, with a decaying human skull at the center standing out prominently. All the heads let out a chilling howl in unison, their voices striking directly at the golden-winged figure in the sky. Mr. Huang's spell struck like thunderbolts, blasting massive craters into the creature's body as golden lightning crackled across its surface. Yet the damage vanished almost instantly. The scattered sludge quickly flowed back together, and the charred flesh regenerated in a flash. More rotting monsters hurled themselves into the mass, causing the horrifying entity to swell ever larger. Hundreds of heads spewed corrosive sludge and clouds of green poison, while countless tentacles lashed out wildly, desperately trying to seize their airborne foe. Unable to reach their target, the tentacles struck their own body instead, bursting several heads. But under the influence of the foul aura, those heads soon regrew. Sensing the corrosive effect of those eerie screams on his mind, Mr. Huang was forced to pull back, casting spells as he retreated in an attempt to slow the monster's advance. After the sludge monster and its minions finally moved away, a claw suddenly reached out from the shadows, dragging the faintly glowing silver greatsword into the darkness. The marauder poked his head out, eyeing the ever-growing, towering monster in the distance. He glanced at the small dagger in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and slipped back into the shadows. After Liu Sihang and his group saw that the monsters had fled the battle, they heard explosions in the distance and soon received instructions from their teachers to retreat. As they made their way toward the labyrinth's main gate, a voice sounded in their minds, announcing that the timed intermediate trial, the filth of the evil god, had begun. Anyone who could defeat the designated monster within 30 minutes would receive a reward. Zhao Xiaofeng seemed excited by the challenge, while Su Yu appeared worried. At Zhao Xiaoxu's suggestion, Liu Sihang took out several vials of low-grade clarity potion and handed them to the group to help resist the monster's mental influence. After drinking the potion, everyone grimaced in pain except for Liu Sihang, whose expression remained unchanged. For him, the combination of wasabi coffee and garlic was nothing. His early batches of potion were so potent that they could scare lab rabbits into playing dead. If he forced them to drink it, they might actually die. It was practically a biochemical weapon. On the way to the battlefield, Liu Sihang paused for a moment, sharply sensing that the goblin raider on the other side of the wall had been recalled into the beast space by a summoning array. The raider seemed unusually excited and a bit sneaky, but Liu Sihang didn't dwell on it after all. That creature had always been good at shady tricks. Following the deafening roars, the group quickly found the battlefield. The scene before them made it instantly clear this was not a fight they could join. The Academy's 3 instructors had all merged with their spirit beasts, but even so, they didn't dare approach the massive sludge monster. Instead, they kept their distance, unleashing powerful spells in an attempt to break down the creature's constantly shifting body. As more and more corrupted monsters joined in, the sludge monster had grown to an astonishing size. Although the instructors had detected the anomaly in time and intercepted the waves of monsters far more than the maze should hold, something strange happened. After these monsters died, the filth lingering on their bodies didn't dissipate. Instead, it turned into thick, dark green smoke that visibly streamed into the sludge monster, feeding its mass. Thousands of monster heads surfaced and sank across the creature's body, their rotting jaws opening and closing, producing a cacophony of screams that blended agony and delight. These overlapping cries formed a tangible wave of sound that radiated in every direction. Even the 3 instructors struggled to withstand the corrupting call of this evil god. So for the students, the situation was far worse. Even retreating to a considerable distance didn't spare them from the effects, which triggered all kinds of abnormal conditions. Mage students, thanks to their strong mental fortitude, managed to resist barely. The warrior students, however, fared much worse. Many grew dazed and twisted with agony. Those with strong wills could just manage to stagger out of range, while the weaker ones had to be helped by mage classmates with jolts of lightning or blasts of ice, then dragged away like sacks of potatoes to safety. In the end, most students could only watch from afar. Only a handful of mages and beast tamers with long-range spells dared to attack, hoping to score a bit of damage and earn a reward when the trial ended. Liu Sihang and his group drank low-grade clarity potions. While they didn't feel the full brunt of the mental assault, even getting a little closer made their heads buzz and their stomachs churn. So in the end, they kept their distance too, joining the others in sniping from afar. Hu Shua and his rock boar could only stand by helplessly. The 2 support mages did their best. One launched a green wind blade that flew a long way and managed to blow apart a rotten mole head on the sludge monster. The other tossed a volley of water arrows that sputtered out halfway, only managing to make a few sad dents in the ground. As for Liu Sihang's own casting range, it was hardly worth mentioning. As the sludge monster's body was repeatedly destroyed and reformed, it gradually shrank in size, but its resistance to attacks clearly increased. It could now withstand the instructor's spells and slowly inch forward. The situation was growing more dangerous by the minute. At that moment, Teacher Huang pulled out a vial of bright red liquid, looking as if he was about to drink it, but hesitated. Wait, was that Red Dragon's Wrath? Even from a distance, Liu Sihang instantly recognized the potion in Teacher Huang's hand. It was unmistakably familiar, had a bottle just like it. Zhang Peipei had made it herself, but dissatisfied with its imperfections, she had tossed it to Liu Sihang instead of letting anyone else use it. As an alchemy master, it was only natural that Zhang Peipei would have some pride in her work. Liu Sihang glanced down at the murky red dragon elixir in his hand. Compared to the crystal clear, high-quality potion Teacher Huang held, his looked pretty poor. According to Zhang Peipei, using this inferior potion could even result in serious side effects. Looking up at the goblin captain, Liu Sihang noticed a change in its eyes. Maybe it was because it had once been forced to drink an entire jar of red dragon blood, but every time the goblin captain saw the red dragon elixir, There was a longing in its eyes even stronger than its craving for ale. How about we take this opportunity to test it out? Liu Sihang suggested, handing the potion over. The goblin captain's eyes lit up. It eagerly grabbed the bottle, feeling the potent power of the red dragon swirling inside. It swallowed hard, then glanced at its handler. Seeing Liu Sihang's encouraging nod, it hesitated, no longer twisting off the cap. It gulped the potion down in one go. Roar! A roar, tinged with a faint psychic shock, echoed through the entire maze, startling Teacher Huang so much he nearly dropped his precious potion. He spun around to see a burst of blazing crimson flames erupt on the ground. The fire gradually faded, but didn't disappear completely. The goblin captain's body swelled to over 5 meters tall, covered in red dragon scales, with a short tail sprouting from its backside. Its eyes glowed like fiery gemstones, and with every breath, flames flickered at its mouth and nostrils. Damn it! You've blown out your leather armor again. The handler's voice snapped the goblin captain out of its growing frenzy. Looking down, it saw that its armor hadn't just burst, it was nearly incinerated, reeking of charred leather. Remembering the resentful, furious look of the goblin craftsman, the goblin captain's mind cleared a little more. Luckily, its goblin amulet and jeweled gloves were magical items. Though a bit singed around the edges, they were mostly intact. While it still had a shred of reason left, the goblin captain quickly stripped off these items along with its broadsword and tossed them aside. Then, fixing its burning gaze on the much larger monster in the distance, it braced itself. Rage and madness finally took over. The goblin captain's body swelled again, and with a roar carrying a hint of draconic might, it charged at the sludge monster like a massive ball of molten lava. Boom! The goblin captain slammed hard into the sludge monster, sending up hissing clouds of green toxic vapor as if a red-hot iron had plunged into cold water. The rotting heads atop the sludge monster howled in fury, and countless tentacles lashed out, trying desperately to pull the goblin into its body. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the dungeon. Crimson flames engulfed everyone's vision as the underground maze trembled violently. Dust and rubble rained down from the ceiling, but thankfully whether due to the special nature of the trial ground or the maze's sturdiness, structure held, and no collapse followed. Where the sludge monster had been, there was now only a massive crater. The creature wasn't dead, but had been blasted into 17 or 18 smaller pieces, each now a much weaker monster struggling toward the center of the pit, apparently trying to merge together again. Holy crap, what did you feed that goblin? Zhao Xiaofeng stared at Liu Sihang in shock. I've heard of self-destruct potions among the orcs, but nothing with that much power. Liu Sihang replied coolly, self-destruct potion? That was a masterwork elixir made from a pile of rare ingredients. It's just that this poor guy was too weak to handle it. What did you just say? Who are you calling weak? Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock as he demanded an answer, the image of the goblin captain's muscular, bull-like physique flashing through his mind. Liu Sihang simply chuckled, offering no explanation, and bent down to collect the gear the goblin captain had left behind. But the moment his fingers touched the equipment, he jerked his hand back. It was still scorching hot from the flames that had engulfed the goblin's body. He crouched down, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled every symptom the goblin captain displayed after taking the potion, determined to remember each detail. He planned to organize these valuable observations later and hand them over to his teacher. After all, records of goblins consuming master-level potions were rare enough, let alone a goblin with dragon-like traits. This was a true academic treasure. The scene from the explosion was still vivid in his mind. The goblin captain had almost been completely swallowed by the slime monster when a thunderous blast erupted. The slime took the full brunt of the explosion, shattering into dozens of sticky fragments that flew in all directions. Immediately after, Teacher Huang hovered in the air, chanting spells for a long time, summoning bolts of lightning and fireballs that bombarded the area, leaving the ground cratered and the slime monster even more thoroughly destroyed. Now, those disgusting creatures had split into hundreds of smaller mud monsters. As they struggled to repair themselves, they inched closer together, trying to merge again. But with their energy depleted, they couldn't form their rotting heads and were unable to emit the terrifying, maddening whispers of the evil god. The three teachers exchanged glances and decided to leave the remaining cleanup to the students, letting them finish off the now harmless remnants of the slime monster. Teacher Huang, looking exhausted, ended his fusion with his beast and slowly descended to the ground, holding onto the talon of a massive golden eagle. At first, the students had all been a bit disappointed. After all, it was a rare chance to experience a trial, but they had been forced to watch from afar and figured they wouldn't get any rewards when it was over. But unexpectedly, they were given a chance to join the fight at the last moment. There was no hesitation. Everyone agreed. Let's go for it. With the battlefield in chaos and so many beasts darting around that it was impossible to tell which belonged to whom, Liu Sihang moved quickly, quietly summoning his flame goblin and frost mage and mixing them into the ranks of the magic beasts. These two summons unleashed their spells on the monsters, and when their energy was spent, he swiftly recalled them, all without drawing any attention. While the students weren't especially strong individually, their numbers made up for it. Dozens of students competed to attack, and soon the last traces of the slime monster's foul aura were wiped out, leaving only piles of scorched and frozen, harmless sludge. The evil god's tainted sludge has been destroyed. The trial is over. This time's rewards will be drawn from blind boxes. All participants may draw between 0 and 10 times based on their contributions. Each draw costs 1 imperial gold coin. As the public announcement echoed in everyone's minds, a rainbow streak flashed across the sky, and a dozen blind box vending machines appeared in the center of the field. Huge metal boxes, just like modern vending machines, designed for dispensing blind boxes. The sight of such a modern device made Liu Sihang feel momentarily disoriented, as if he had slipped through time and space. If there weren't so many people around, he might have said something just to test if this world was really real. A few classmates noticed Liu Sihang's dazed look and, thinking he'd never seen one of these machines before, eagerly came over to show him how it worked. See this little slot? Just toss your imperial gold coin in, and the machine will start flashing. Then you pick whichever box you want, one student explained, pointing to the coin slot. Then he added, honestly, they're all pretty much the same. Most of them are empty anyway. Empty? Liu Sihang asked, puzzled. Liu Sihang stood among the crowd, watching the excited faces of his classmates, but when he heard that most of the mystery boxes were empty, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Don't worry. So you noticed his confusion and smiled as she explained, the rewards in the trial arena are all pretty special. The odds of winning are low, but there's always a chance. By the way, did you bring imperial gold coins? Thanks for asking, rich lady, Liu Sihang joked as he took out 10 gold coins from his spatial ring. But I'm already being kept by goblins. Since there were so many students participating in the lottery, the two of them stepped aside to watch for a while. Disappointed sighs echoed throughout the hall, and only occasionally would someone actually win a prize, prompting a burst of excited chatter. The whole scene reminded Liu Sihang of the lottery draws at the small shops outside his old school. Suddenly, an angry shout disrupted the order. Damn it! These scammers gave me fake coins. Someone else exclaimed, wow, these look so real. You can't even tell they're fake from the outside. Don't get mad, someone tried to comfort him. At least it's pure gold, you can still sell it for a good price. Here, I'll lend you a real one. Zhao Xiaofeng explained from the side, that's a classic scam. They call them gold coins, but the gold itself is worth way less than imperial coins of the same weight. The real trouble comes when you actually need imperial coins, then you'll be desperate. Liu Sihang nodded in understanding. He was relieved that all his coins were genuine. After all, both wandering merchants and goblin farms only accepted imperial coins. He was tempted to dig into why only this currency was recognized, but decided it was better not to overthink it. When the waiting area finally cleared out a bit, Liu Sihang lined up with Zhao Xiaofeng. The other friends only got one draw each since they'd only gained a bit of combat experience, and, as expected, none of them won anything. But coming from well-off families, they didn't really mind losing a coin. In contrast, Liu Sihang was full of confidence. As the tamer of a goblin captain had distinguished himself in battle and died heroically, had earned a full 10 chances to draw. As he dropped his coins into the machine, he silently pleaded, please, let the powers that be in the trial arena be kinder than those scammy shops. In the end, whether it was luck or some hidden guarantee, Liu Sihang actually won a prize, a magic card fusion experience card. The instructions read, after use, temporarily boosts both the tamer's and the beast's attributes and grants the ability to fuse for 10 minutes. The fusion must be completed within 1 minute of activation, or the effect will disappear. His lavish move of drawing 10 times in a row had already caught the attention of the students nearby, and when he actually won a prize, the chatter grew even louder. Who's that guy? How did he get 10 draws? You don't recognize the new apprentice from the alchemy magic tower? But even apprentices from the magic tower don't get that kind of privilege, do they? Were you sleeping just now? Yeah, the captain said I was under the influence of an evil god. He was afraid I'd go on a drunken rampage, so he knocked me out. I only woke up because of the explosion. I get the feeling your captain's the real, crazy one here. The teachers went to investigate the anomalies in the underground maze, while the students gathered in the lounge area to chat. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught everyone's attention. Xiahou Yang walked by with a gloomy expression, ignoring even Su Yu's greeting. Lu Li followed closely behind, watching Xiahou Yang's dejected back and explaining helplessly to the others, he just lost his newly bought Silver Flow greatsword. He's been searching for ages but couldn't find it. It probably got destroyed during the intense battle, either corroded by monsters or ruined by a spell. That's really rough, Su Yu said with an awkward smile. Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. First he lost the radiant gold greatsword, and now the Silver Flow one. Isn't this just like getting dumped by 2 girls in a row? Honestly, judging by his face, there's not much difference. Zhao Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement. Just as Liu Sihang was about to chime in, he suddenly glanced at his own beast's space, as if something had occurred to him. In his warehouse, Lying right next to the golden greatsword was a silver one, gleaming brightly. No way, he thought in shock. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? At that moment, a goblin was sprawled in front of the makeshift workshop, watching the craftsman make a gemstone glove with great interest. Liu Sihang looked at the scene, torn between what to do. How am I supposed to explain this to Xiaoyang? Should I go up to him like in those fairy tales and ask, "Is this your golden sword or your silver sword?" That would just make things worse. Just as he was struggling to decide, a wild, erratic figure burst into view, a guy clutching a flaming fruit in one hand and a torch in the other, circling the warehouse before running off. Liu Sihang couldn't help but wonder if had eaten too many flame fruits, or if something was wrong with that flame tome. Meanwhile, the shop at the ranch had just refreshed its stock with 2 new items. First, a book of enlightenment worth 3,000 gold coins, which could help goblin spellcasters unlock new abilities from their bloodline. Second, a book of wisdom for 1,000 gold coins, which could evolve an ordinary goblin into a spellcaster or an intelligent goblin. Liu Sihang was about to buy the book of wisdom, but then reconsidered. Maybe I should buy a house in Qingzhou City first. The shop's supply chain doesn't seem all that reliable, and every evolved goblin ends up stranger than the last. He'll just wait until it meets the evolution requirements on its own and see if it turns into a proper fire mage. At the same time, news arrived that a swarm of mutant rats was attacking a village. The Adventurers Guild immediately issued an emergency quest, and large numbers of adventurers set out from Qingzhou City and nearby towns to track down the rat swarm. The city hall began investigating the rats' movements, and some teachers from Qingzhou Academy also joined the investigation team. Meanwhile, the spatial rift guarded by the lava fortress began to show signs of disturbance once again. Unlike their previous scattered attacks, groups of monsters now launched relentless assaults against the fortress, as if guided by some unseen force. The garrison was forced to focus all its efforts on defense, leaving no resources to spare for other regions. A sense of impending crisis loomed over the entire lava domain. At the same time, border villages were repeatedly harassed by swarms of mutated rats. These rodents behaved exactly like those found in the sewers beneath Qingzhou City. The Adventurers Guild and the City Hall quickly dispatched large teams to investigate the underground tunnels. As expected, investigators discovered suspicious traces in the dim passageways. Even more alarming, the rats' movements appeared to be orchestrated by human hands, and the masterminds had gone to great lengths to fabricate the illusion that the rat swarms had been exterminated, concealing their real activities. This string of strange events led the leaders of Qingzhou City to suspect that there might be spies hidden within the Adventurers Guild itself. Just when everyone thought the sewer investigation was over and began to shift their attention elsewhere, a group of bald men in various outfits slipped quietly into the underground tunnels of Qingzhou City. Using a drain pipe from an ordinary residence, they entered the sewers undetected. The leader took out a statue of an evil deity from his spatial ring and held it reverently to his chest. The others ignored the filth beneath their feet, sitting in a circle around the statue and chanting in low voices. Soon, a foul aura began to seep from the statue, quickly spreading through the maze-like tunnels. Once they confirmed the coast was clear, the group split up and began placing smaller statues of the evil deity in different corners of the sewers. With practiced skill, they activated the arrays on the statues, allowing these sinister artifacts to merge into the shadows. As night fell, Qingzhou City gradually grew quiet. Only the city hall and a few guild buildings remained brightly lit, with staff members busily exchanging information. In the stillness of the night, eerie whispers crept up through the sewer pipes, seeking out the most vulnerable targets: children who hadn't awakened their beast spaces, frail elderly residents, and ordinary people with little strength. These whispers slipped into their dreams, filling their minds with resentment toward life, hatred for others, and dissatisfaction with the world. The next day, although these residents had no memory of what happened during the night, they all felt as if they had endured a night of nightmares. Irritable and hostile, they found themselves at odds with everyone around them. Arguments and fights broke out across Qingzhou City, and the already overworked officials resorted to harsh, simplistic measures that only deepened public resentment toward the authorities and the elite. While some sharp-minded or strong-willed residents sensed that something was wrong, the officials preoccupied with the ongoing rat attacks and other emergencies had neither the time nor the energy to investigate what seemed like baseless suspicions. After searching for a long time, the teachers only found an unresponsive statue of an evil god among the labyrinth's ravines. With lingering doubts, everyone discussed the situation briefly and then escorted the group back to Qingzhou City. As soon as they stepped through the city gates, a tense atmosphere immediately washed over them. When Liu Sihang returned to the mage tower, Zhang Peipei quickly informed him about the rat swarm attacking nearby villages, which instantly made him think of his parents far away in Baiwei town. There's been an anomaly in the spatial rift at the lava fortress, and most of the academy's teachers have already left to investigate, Zhang Peipei said, noticing the worry on Liu Sihang's face and frowning slightly. I have to stay at the mage tower. Although all the major guilds have sent people to help, it's still not very safe outside the city. It's okay, I have Xiao Huang with me. We can make it home in 3 days, Liu Sihang said confidently, patting his chest. Plus, I'm carrying an escape talisman. If you've made up your mind, then go, Zhang Peipei replied, pointing toward the laboratory. Take whatever potions you need. If you run into danger, don't worry about keeping secrets he'll cover for you. Liu Sihang thanked her earnestly, packed up his belongings, and headed straight to the lab. In addition to the usual potions, he also grabbed a bottle of low-quality red dragon flame that his teacher had left behind. Although the goblin captain hadn't been revived yet, it would be perfect for the fire-wielding flame goblin. In an emergency, he could have it drink the potion and let the shield bearer act as a grenadier. Mounting his yellow chocobo, Liu Sihang had Kuda activate a magical barrier and left Qingzhou City through the Botanical Gardens back gate. As he sped down the main road, he focused his mind to check on the creatures at the ranch. The flame goblin was about to evolve, but what caught his attention even more was the goblin marauder. It was just about to meet the conditions for assassination and looting when it abruptly changed course, insisting on mastering some kind of shadow power before evolving. It even crafted 4 pairs of gloves with shadow gems, and now spent its days meditating, shrouded in eerie shadow mist, looking every bit like a wayward dark cultivator. Scanning the ranch, Liu Sihang didn't see the flame goblin, but he did spot the goblin gravedigger performing a strange ritual in front of the largest mound, the one where the Knoll leader was buried. Since the last wandering spirit had been eliminated by the orcs, the gravedigger hadn't summoned any more undead. It seemed to be preparing for something much bigger. As the necrotic energy thickened, the earth where the Knoll leader was buried began to tremble violently, as if something powerful was about to burst forth. Under Liu Sihang's expectant gaze, the ground suddenly split open, and a black skeletal claw, shrouded in the aura of death, shot out. With a casual swat like flicking away a bothersome fly, it sent the goblin gravedigger flying. Then, with swift precision, the claw set the toppled gravestone upright again and carefully smoothed the surrounding soil before slowly retracting underground. In this seamless series of movements, Liu Sihang could almost see the word scram spelled out before him. Meanwhile, the unfortunate gravedigger was left headfirst in a pile of dragon dung, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Ignoring the unlucky creature, Liu Sihang turned his attention to the hot spring, where the flame goblin was enjoying a soak. Without hesitation, he activated the evolution function. Flame goblin has evolved into Goblin Arsonist. The system prompt announced. Burn, burn, burn. Hehe, the hotter the world, the crazier I become, cackled the newly born arsonist. According to the system, it had gained 2 traits. Arsonable to create hotter, stickier fireballs, and hot food. Its movement speed increases as the surrounding temperature rises. After the evolution, the system randomly rewarded a low-level goblin resurrection stone, which could instantly revive any goblin below tier 5. What's going on? Liu Sihang muttered in confusion. How did my powerful fire mage turn into this lunatic? I knew there was something wrong with that book of flames. Before he could finish his thought, the newly evolved Goblin Arsonist, now lankier and covered in red fur, suddenly leapt out of the hot spring. It let out a shrill, maniacal laugh, conjuring an orange fireball in its hand, ready to throw. At that moment, the entire tribe fell silent. The sound of hammering ceased. Artisans put down their carving tools, shield bearers stood up, and even the frost mage stepped out of her hut. A dozen pairs of eyes all turned to stare at their wild new companion. The arsonist's laughter died in its throat, and it quickly dispersed the fireball, forcing a sheepish grin. But it was too late. With a muttered word from the frost mage, the goblins swarmed. The marauder even tripped the arsonist, sending it sprawling, before the whole group piled on in a chaotic brawl. Moments later, the bruised and battered arsonist could only sit obediently in the hot spring, idly picking its nose. What a character, Liu Sihang thought to himself. It was the first time he'd seen his goblins gang up on one of their own. Still, the resurrection stone was a nice bonus. If they ran into trouble on the road, it could bring the goblin captain back to life at a crucial moment. With this in mind, Liu Sihang signaled for the chocobo to stop. After making sure the coast was clear, he summoned a goblin and took the wild mask it offered, putting it on. The resurrection stone was his last resort if they ran into minor trouble. He'd let the other goblins handle it. Only if things got dire would he use it to bring the captain back. After a long and tiring journey, Liu Sihang was exhausted from riding, though the chocobo beneath him still seemed full of energy. Night had completely fallen, and darkness enveloped everything, with only the faint starlight illuminating the path ahead. Rubbing his sore legs, Liu Sihang anxiously searched for a place to spend the night, his gaze sweeping over the desolate surroundings. Just as he was about to give up hope, a bright spot of light in the distance caught his attention. As he rode the chocobo closer, the outline of a village gradually came into view. However, the bright light that had drawn him in wasn't coming from inside the village, but from a roaring bonfire set up at the village entrance. The firelight revealed a circle of people sitting around it. Some were adventurers clad in leather armor, while others were villagers in simple, worn clothing. Not far from the fire, Liu Sihang's eyes froze on a chilling sight: a neatly arranged row of corpses laid out on the ground. Most of the bodies were covered with cloth or blankets, but the night wind had blown back some of the coverings, exposing mutilated remains. Some limbs had been torn apart, the flesh mangled and bloody, making for a gruesome scene. As Liu Sihang approached on his chocobo, the people by the fire turned toward him warily, their eyes full of caution. But when they saw the academy uniform he wore, most of them visibly relaxed. While it was possible for someone to impersonate the academy, it was unlikely that an enemy would show up in uniform, and a strange mask was probably just another eccentric student. Another weirdo from Qingzhou Academy, one adventurer muttered with a chuckle, drawing laughter from his companions. A few of them had once studied at Qingzhou Academy themselves, and when they first joined the adventurer group, they'd caused quite a few incidents. Remembering those days, the group began to tease the former academy students among them. Liu Sihang glanced at the adventurers, puzzled by their oddly relaxed mood, then turned his attention back to the bodies on the ground. In the flickering firelight, he could see that the corpses were extremely fresh. Some still had blood that hadn't yet coagulated. It was clear they had died very recently. Looking toward the village in the distance, he could just make out the damaged buildings through the darkness. The ruins were still dotted with scattered flames. In stark contrast to the adventurers, the villagers sitting by the fire looked lost and broken. Their faces were blank, eyes hollow, clothes tattered, and their despair was written all over them. Liu Sihang immediately realized that this village must have just suffered a monster attack. He found a spot by the fire and sat down, the chocobo settling quietly beside him. One of the adventurers nearby gave him a friendly nod before turning back to his conversation with the others. "These rats are just too bizarre," one adventurer said in a low voice, disgust clear in his tone. "We've cleared them out several times, but they keep coming back from who knows where. I heard they're connected to the evil god," another chimed in, his eyes wary. "That spatial rift sealed under the molten fortress. What else could it be?" A third adventurer said through gritted teeth. "Without help from cultists, there's no way these rats could be so cunning." The molten domain took a huge hit this time, an older adventurer sighed. "I heard 5 or 6 villages disappeared overnight, not even a single chicken left, everything devoured." "Those bastards," a muscular adventurer said, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. "If I ever see them, they'll break every bone in their bodies, piece by piece." "It's not just cultists, though," a skinny adventurer with glasses interjected. "I heard they found several traitors in Qingzhou City, and one of them was a high-ranking official at City Hall." "High-ranking? Don't make me laugh," another scoffed, spitting on the ground. "Just some idiot who'd been stuck there for years, never got promoted, grew resentful, and ended up lured in by the cult. They say he spent years working his way up, but then a newcomer from a powerful family took his position, which is why he snapped and started plotting revenge against the higher-ups." "Heh, that position was nothing more than a fancy title the City Hall invented just for the privileged kids. They pay a fortune for the prestige, but it's actually useless. If you've been around the City Hall for so many years and still can't see through something so trivial, the higher-ups would be crazy to actually trust him." Liu Sihang was listening intently when suddenly a fragrant grilled corn appeared in front of him. He looked down and saw a little girl with a dusty face. Her bright eyes curiously studied the mask on his face. When he didn't react, she gently pushed the corn towards him again. He accepted the corn and nodded with a smile, realizing only then that he was still wearing his mask. After a moment's thought, he took a piece of pastry from his spatial ring and handed it to the girl. She froze, staring wide-eyed at how he had made the pastry appear out of thin air. Instinctively, she took a bite, and the sweet flavor instantly caught her attention, making her focus on enjoying the treat. Watching her adorable expression, Liu Sihang was reminded of his little sister Liu Xian when she was younger. Without thinking, he asked, "Where are your parents, little one?" His words seemed to hit a nerve. The girl's eyes dimmed immediately. She turned to look at the pile of bodies in the distance, fighting back tears as she choked out, "Nanan won't cry. Mama said, Nanan can't cry, or the big rats will come. Nanan listens to Mama." Liu Sihang stood there, frozen, wishing he could slap himself. Just then, an older girl ran over at the sound of crying. She put down what she was carrying and gently hugged the little one, comforting her. Watching this still childish girl cleaning up his mess, Liu Sihang stood awkwardly to the side. "That child's family is gone too," someone nearby sighed. "When we found her, she was locked in a metal box, chained up with only a slit for air. The box wasn't soundproof, must have." The person trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Liu Sihang felt a heavy weight in his chest, unable to shake off the gloom. Maybe sensing the mood was too somber, or perhaps not wanting the girls to overhear, one of the adventurers changed the subject. "You're a student at the academy, aren't you? What brings you out here at a time like this?" "I was worried about my family and wanted to check on them." The adventurer nodded and pointed at a few companions. "Our captain and a couple of the others are from Qingzhou Academy too. It's true people who've been to the academy are different. If I get the chance, I'd like to send my son there someday. How old is your son? I'm not married yet. Liu Sihang paused, thinking, it's the middle of the night, why are you dreaming about this when you're not even married? Just then, a group of people appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, it became clear they were a few bald monks wearing farming clothes, pulling a cart loaded with grain. Everyone, we're from a nearby farm. We heard about the disaster here, so we brought some food. Although it was a bit odd to deliver grain so late at night, the members of the adventurer party didn't think much of it. They had no intention of eating the supplies themselves and simply planned to help unload the cart, leaving the villagers to handle the rest. But Liu Sihong suddenly wrinkled his nose, sprang to his feet, and his expression changed dramatically. Don't go. There's something wrong with that stuff. Everyone froze in place. The leader of the adventurer party's eyes sharpened, and he shot his teammates a warning look. The team immediately understood, quietly retreating to their positions and watching the newcomers with heightened alertness. The bald men's faces darkened at the reaction. One of them feigned outrage, raising his voice. What's your problem, kid? We're here out of the kindness of our hearts to bring food, and you treat us like villains? Liu Sihong let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Say that again in front of an alchemist like me. What exactly do you have in your cart? Without hesitation, he rattled off the names of the toxic plants disguised as grain, as if reading from a familiar list. Phantom soulgrass, blackspot mushrooms, mind-weaving vine, bone-rot flower. The names rolled off his tongue with ease. Just getting close enough to smell this stuff is enough to muddle your mind, let alone eating it. His sharp gaze swept over the group. And all of you skulking around, all bald, clearly cultists of some evil god. Liu Sihang was actually just making wild guesses. He knew these people were up to no good, so he didn't mind throwing accusations around. Unexpectedly, he hit the nail on the head. A flash of shock appeared in the eyes of the bald Monty, clearly hadn't expected to be exposed so easily. Their pretense dropped immediately, their expressions twisting with open malice. At the same time, a hint of doubt crept into their eyes, as if wondering whether their organization had been completely compromised. Just as one of the bald men was about to say something to save face and maybe even boost the reputation of their evil god, the adventurer party's leader didn't give him the chance. With a flick of his wrist, a silver light flashed, and he instantly summoned his beast companion from its pocket dimension. In a heartbeat, man and beast became one, and a massive werewolf appeared out of thin air, launching itself at the bald men without hesitation. The man at the front was caught off guard and took a direct hit. The werewolf's claws tore a deep, gruesome gash across his chest, nearly cutting him in half. Blood spurted everywhere, and his organs almost spilled out. But as a cultist of an evil god, he was not so easily killed. Even with his intestines flying as he was thrown through the air, he landed on his feet and kept moving. Muttering an incantation, he summoned a giant, rotting rooster that reeked of decay. The moment they merged, a revolting, bald, chicken-like monster appeared before the group. Powered by foul energy, its wounds healed at a visible rate, and it immediately engaged the giant werewolf in fierce combat. The adventurer party had two more beastmasters. They sprang into action as well, one merging with a hulking, two-headed baboon, the other transforming into a fox spirit with 7 red tails. One specialized in close combat, the other in magic. Even working together, they could only manage a stalemate against a humanoid monster with a dozen tentacles dripping with slime. The remaining bald men, though unable to merge with their beasts, each summoned a swarm of bizarre creatures, some with too many eyes, others with skin that constantly rotted and healed, all clearly tainted by the evil god's corruption. The monsters clashed with the adventurer party, plunging the scene into chaos. A few members of the adventurer party tried to use the confusion to evacuate the villagers, but the bald men had anticipated this. They didn't hesitate to take attacks, just to circle around and block every escape route. The cultists' strange abilities quickly became apparent in battle. Both they and their beasts possessed extraordinary regeneration, and their attacks carried powerful corrosive and corrupting effects. Weapons and armor that touched them began to corrode and warp, and anyone struck would see their skin turn a sickly purple and suffer mental shocks that left them dazed and disoriented. Seeing the situation, Liu Sihang frowned, quickly summoning his goblin slingers. At the same time, he carefully searched through his dimensional ring and finally pulled out a vial of deep purple potion. This was a gift from his senior, Sima Foam, and the label on the bottle was clear: explosive, highly toxic. As everyone knows, the fewer the words, the bigger the problem. The vice president of the Alchemy Guild had specially marked this potion as highly toxic. Its lethality was anything but ordinary. Liu Sihang gripped the vial tightly, his brow furrowed. The adventurers were already locked in a chaotic melee with the bald-headed foes. If he threw the poison, he might end up harming his own teammates first. He hesitated, considering whether to switch to a paralyzing agent that would make rescue easier, when a deafening roar suddenly erupted behind him. The tentacled giant was taking the brunt of the 7-tailed fox spirit's fire magic. Its body was wreathed in black smoke, but it remained ferociously strong. After seriously wounding and forcing back the two-headed baboon, countless tentacles whipped out like lashes, striking the massive werewolf in the distance. Wherever the tentacles hit, the werewolf's flesh sizzled and smoked as it was eaten away. Fueled by pain, the werewolf turned its agony into battle fury. Its fangs gleamed coldly as it bit down on the chicken-feathered monster's neck. Even as its own mouth was corroded and bloody, it refused to let go. Both claws stabbed into its enemy's chest, then tore outward, ripping open a gory wound. Unable to withstand this mortal injury, the chicken-feathered monster let out a piercing shriek, and its fused form instantly unraveled. Still airborne, its body was shredded to pieces by the wolf's claws, sending flesh and blood flying. Enraged by the sight, the tentacled giant lashed out, its thick tentacles wrapping around the werewolf and wielding it like a weapon. With a mighty swing, it slammed the wolf toward the seven-tailed fox spirit. The wounded two-headed baboon barely managed to catch the werewolf, but the force of the impact sent all three tumbling away like rag dolls. They rolled across the ground, losing their combined forms and reverting to their original bodies, sprawled helplessly. In the face of absolute power, skill means nothing. The tentacled giant roared in triumph, ready to finish off his foes for good. At that critical moment, a small purple vial whistled through the air and struck the giant's head with perfect precision, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Dense purple smoke instantly billowed out, covering several meters and then, as if alive, coiled tightly around the giant's body. Aark! The tentacled giant screamed in agony. Wherever the purple smoke touched, flesh dissolved at a visible rate, exposing bizarre bones and inner structures beneath. Even those quickly melted away, the corrupt power unable to repair the devastation. Since becoming a cultist of the evil god, the tentacled giant had always been the one to corrode others. Never had he imagined he'd one day experience such torment himself. You damn bastards. He howled one final time. His body suddenly swelled and exploded, sending countless tentacles shooting out like blades in all directions, striking friend and foe alike. Just wait, he'll be back. To everyone's shock, the fused bald-headed figure survived, spitting out a threat before making a hasty escape. Protected by the emerald whirlwind barrier, Liu Sihang and the chocobo stood frozen, staring at the carnage ahead. Two little girls, huddled together, had been suddenly impaled by a black spike. They collapsed slowly, their wide eyes full of pain and confusion, gazing up at the sky as the light faded from them. Liu Sihang's mind went blank. Then a wave of fury surged from deep within. Stay calm. Keep it together. When things are tough, just look out for yourself. His words broke off abruptly, replaced by a raw, hysterical roar. Damn it all. Screw caution, screw strategy today. I swear I'll kill you. In one leap, Liu Sihang mounted the chocobo. Sensing its master's rage, the chocobo's eyes turned razor-sharp, locking onto the fleeing enemy in the distance. It stretched its long, powerful legs and, dodging wounded bodies and debris, burst forward with astonishing speed, a streak of yellow lightning in hot pursuit. The chilly night wind gradually cleared Liu Sihang's mind, but it did nothing to dampen his determination to chase down the bald man. The recent self-destruction battle had left the bald man severely weakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to flee so decisively in the face of the battered adventurer group. Liu Sihang already had a plan in mind. First, he would send goblins to probe the enemy's strength. Then, he'd use the resurrection stone to bring back the goblin captain and fuse with it using the fusion experience card. After taking a sip of the red dragon potion, he could join the fight with full force. If he found himself in real danger, he could always use the escape talisman to get away. He thought to himself that even if he failed, he had to give it his all, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The bald man noticed someone following him. At first, he assumed it was a member of the adventurer group, but when he looked back, he saw only one person. Squinting, he recognized the alchemist who had ruined their original plan. He remembered this guy's summoned creature was just an ordinary goblin. Although he hadn't seen who threw the potion earlier, had glanced over the crowd before leaving and vaguely recalled the goblin who'd thrown the rocks. Feeling confident that he had figured Liu Sihang out, the bald man sneered. Heh, do you think I won't touch you just because you're wearing an academy uniform? Let me teach you a lesson. After confirming there were no other pursuers, he stopped and turned to face Liu Sihang. Come on, kid. Summon your goblin, the bald man growled. Liu Sihang, seeing the distance was now safe for a confrontation, let out a cold laugh and did exactly as requested. In an instant, more than 10 summoning circles appeared around him, and a group of goblins armed with various weapons emerged in quick succession. Alongside them were a venomous spider and 2 fiends, all staring menacingly at the bald man. The bald man's grin froze, confusion written across his face. He glanced around in panic but saw no one else. These goblins, all wearing wild masks and exuding a sinister aura, looked more like cultists than he and his fellow followers ever did. He couldn't help but wonder if Liu Sihang was a worshipper of some evil god. Just then, a shrill, maniacal laugh shattered the silence. The arsonist goblin, looking every bit the lunatic, rushed to the front of the group and, without hesitation, hurled a fireball. The bald man quickly transformed his hands into thick tentacles to bat the fireball away, but instead of dissipating, the fireball burst into dozens of sparks, some clinging to his tentacles, others scattering across the ground. As the bald man tried to extinguish the flames, the arsonist gave him no chance to recover. Cackling madly, the goblin sprinted forward, flinging 3 or 4 more fireballs in quick succession, trapping the bald man in a ring of fire. In a panic, the bald man turned to escape, only to run straight into the venomous spider that had circled behind him. Instantly, he was sprayed head to toe with sticky webbing. The bald creature's body was disturbingly strange. Its skin quickly secreted a foul, fishy liquid that not only extinguished part of the flames, but also easily dissolved the webs of the venom-spiked spider. The viscous secretion formed a protective layer, hissing as the spider's corrosive poison landed on it, but failing to penetrate. With a surge of force, the bald creature's 2 tentacles swept out, striking the spider's body with a heavy thud. The corrosive fluid on its tentacles immediately burned a patch of blackened shell onto the spider's carapace. While the bald creature was locked in combat with the spider, the slow-moving shield-bearer finally arrived. He pressed forward with his heavy shield and slashed with his sharp longsword, blocking every possible escape route. The bald creature's face twisted in panic as it tried to break free, only to be slammed in the chest by the shield and stagger backward. The goblins quickly closed in, with the 2 goblin mages attacking most fiercely. One brandished a flaming orb, hurling fireballs in rapid succession, while the other wielded a frost staff, launching icy spikes at their enemy. Soon, the bald creature's body was caught in a bizarre state. One half was ablaze, skin charred and smoldering, while the other half was encased in heavy frost, frozen stiff and beginning to crack. Desperately, it fought back, tentacles flailing wildly, but it couldn't break through the goblin's encirclement. As its energy rapidly drained, its movements grew sluggish. Covered in wounds, its resistance weakened with every passing moment. Liu Sihang noticed the enemy was in even worse shape than had expected. Relieved, he put the prepared poison mist potion back into his spatial ring. He waved to the goblin rock throwers waiting nearby, signaling them to join the fight. They immediately responded, pelting the battered creature with stones like a relentless downpour. Liu Sihang had initially wanted the goblins to torment the creature for a while, but he worried that dragging things out might lead to unforeseen complications, so he let it go. Watching the enemy burn and freeze at the same time, he felt some of his anger dissipate. The bald creature had no trump cards left. Under the continuous assault, its body finally collapsed to the ground, dying without so much as a ripple. But Liu Sihang's troubles were just beginning. He frowned at the burning weeds all around, and at the arsonist goblin leaping madly through the flames like a lunatic. The goblin shrieked in wild delight, utterly lost in its pyromaniac frenzy. With a sigh, Liu Sihang pointed at the ground. Magical thorns burst from the earth, quickly binding the bewildered arsonist. The other goblins immediately swarmed over and gave it a thorough beating. After a harsh round of punches and kicks, the arsonist finally calmed down. Sitting on the ground, nose bleeding, it gazed enviously at the frost mage nearby. The mage, holding a frost orb, conjured a shower of icy arrows that swiftly extinguished the flames on the ground. Because the bald creature's corpse bore too many traces, Liu Sihang had intended for the goblins to drag it back to the ranch for disposal. Unexpectedly, after it died, its body began to decompose at a visible rate. The skin blackened and rotted, the muscles liquefied, and even the bones crumbled into powder. Within minutes, the corpse had turned into a puddle of foul-smelling sludge. Frowning, Liu Sihang turned to the arsonist, who was still sitting obediently in self-reflection, and gestured for him to deal with the disgusting remains. The arsonist's eyes lit up as if had been pardoned. He rushed over and unleashed a barrage of fireballs, completely draining his energy. Watching the blazing pyre, the arsonist wore a look of near-ecstatic satisfaction. Suppressing the urge to discipline the goblin further, Liu Sihang quickly recalled all the goblins to his beast space. He mounted his chocobo and, instead of returning to the previous village, continued straight toward Baiwei town. Along the way, he drank a stimulant potion to stay alert, only stopping when he reached a small town called Baiquan. There, he found a room at the local adventurers guild and finally got a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, strange phenomena were erupting everywhere. Many residents had unwittingly become cultists of an evil god. When discovered, their bodies twisted and mutated into grotesque monsters, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter throughout the city. City Hall urgently recalled most of its forces, even pulling elite squads from the manpower-strapped lava fortress for support. These teams worked around the clock to hunt monsters, investigate residents, and dig up every corner of the city. Eventually, they uncovered numerous evil god statues in the sewers and some homes. The entire city of Qingzhou was thrown into chaos, with guilds scrambling to respond. The crisis had disrupted all normal operations in the lava territory. The leaders of Qingzhou City and the major guilds agreed. The cultists' real target was likely the city itself. The earlier rat swarm attack had only been a diversion to create confusion and open the way for their true plan. As they redeployed forces, dealing with the city's crisis while bracing for the next attack, deep within a massive underground cavern in the lava territory, a towering statue of an evil god carved entirely from black crystal stood at the center. Thick, filthy miasma billowed from the statue like black fog, settling on the ground and occasionally coalescing into squirming, repulsive slime monsters. After absorbing enough corruption, these monsters would violently explode, splattering black fluid everywhere. All around the statue sat tens of thousands of people in varied clothing. Their faces were gaunt, eyes vacant, and they stared blankly at the evil god statue on the high platform, muttering in a low, incessant drone. As the dark ritual progressed, a torrent of chaotic faith and life force was drawn from the bodies of the humans, flowing into the crystal idol. The space around the idol began to tremble violently, the air distorting like ripples on water, and the faint outline of another world began to appear, a realm of chaos, disorder, evil, and grotesque distortion. At the back of the ritual site, a group of bald cultists stood in neat rows. As they witnessed the strange phenomena surrounding the idol, their faces contorted with fanaticism, bodies swaying back and forth as they chanted sinister hymns in an eerie, escalating rhythm. At the very front of this assembly stood a figure who stood out unmistakably unlike the others. He was not bald. Instead, he had a mane of vivid, flamered hair and a thick, wild red beard covering his cheeks and chin, a striking contrast that marked him as their leader. This red-haired leader did not join in the feverish ceremony behind him. He remained unnaturally calm, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of rock, locking directly onto the distant city of Qingzhou. Contempt flashed in his eyes. Humph, a bunch of fools, perfect fodder for the descent of the dark god, he thought, idly tapping his arm. Perhaps our final target will be Qingzhou, but for now, all this chaos is just a distraction, a way to draw everyone's attention so we can quietly open a new spatial rift. He recalled the earlier rat swarm attack, and his smile deepened. The rats had done more than exhaust Qingzhou's defenders. They also provided cover for the cultists' abductions, making the missing people appear to have been devoured by the swarm. With a plausible explanation for the disappearances, the people of Qingzhou had stopped investigating, focusing all their attention on the rats instead. They never think to ask why would cultists breed so many rats. The red-haired leader mused, glancing over the excited, gesticulating bald cultists behind him. No matter how many beasts you have, they can't attract the gaze of the dark god, nor can they serve as sacrifices to open a portal to another world. Still, I suppose it's not entirely their fault. The cultists here have always been useless. They've never posed any real threat after all these years. Just then, a short cultist hurried over, bowing respectfully. Archbishop, it's almost time. The red-haired leader nodded slightly, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. All right, tell everyone to prepare for battle. When the time comes and the portal begins to open, the presence of our god will cause a phenomenon that can no longer be hidden. The lava lord himself might even show up. He paused, a hint of amusement in his voice. If that happens, the lava fortress may not survive. I wonder what that old man will choose to do then. The strength of the spatial barrier, the world's boundary, was affected by countless factors, always fluctuating. But if you understood the right patterns, you could find a relatively weak node at a specific place and time. With the right power, you could tear open a rift in the world's barrier. Through that breach, certain beings could force open a gate wide enough to come and go as they pleased. At this moment, the space around the dark idol had weakened to its breaking point, and the visions grew clearer. Twisted buildings, floating debris, streams of dark red Lakido world defying all logic flickered within the growing rift. Finally, with a shrill, metallic screech, a meter-long spatial tear split open on the idol. A wave of foul energy, dozens of times more intense than before, surged out, instantly flooding the entire cavern. The humans who had been offered as sacrifices melted like candles under an unknown force, then fused together to form a monstrous giant. This evil giant, over 30 meters tall, was covered in festering wounds, with strange eyes growing from each gash. It suddenly stood up, easily shattering the rock above its head, and fixed the massive eye at its crown on the blazing fireball hurtling through the sky. The giant opened its huge maw, lined with sharp black teeth, and unleashed a deafening roar. In the distance, the red-haired leader watched as the fireball collided with the evil giant, transforming into a black-haired, middle-aged man wreathed in flames, wielding a silver spear. A malicious grin spread across the leader's face. Well, you actually came. Let me guess, you left that big red jelly behind at the fortress to hold off the corrupted beasts, and came here alone, trying to protect both sides? Be careful, you might end up losing everything including your life. The Lord of Lava held the giant at bay by sheer force alone, but the red-haired leader remained unfazed. Instead, he glanced toward the approaching beast tamers coming to help and ordered the cultists at his side, "Leave this one to me. The rest of you, stop those reinforcements." The cultists obeyed, fusing with corrupted and mutated beasts to become monstrous forms of their own, charging toward the airborne enemies. Once they had left, the red-haired leader smirked, and a massive summoning circle appeared beneath his feet. He called forth his Biasta blazing Chelan, with a dragon's head, a horse's body, and covered in crimson scales. "Let's see just how strong this so-called sixth-ranked old man really is." Before he finished speaking, the leader fused with the Chelan, transforming into a towering dragon man, with elongated forelimbs, powerful hind legs, and dragon horns atop his head. At that moment, the Lord of Lava abruptly changed tactics, circling toward the evil god statue, and sending his silver spear, now transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling straight at it. The dragon man sneered, instantly appearing beside the statue and batting the spear aside with a single claw. TSK, old man. Playing tricks just to deal with this dumb thing? Isn't that a bit much?" The Lord of Lava caught the spear as it automatically returned to his hand and frowned. "Wait, are you Lu Urgu?" That name instantly enraged the dragon man. "You're the dog. Your whole family's a pack of dogs. My name is Lu Potionth, one who's going to shatter this damned sky. So it's you, the madman." The Lord of Lava suddenly understood, and immediately summoned a massive volcano beneath his feet. Lu Potion's expression changed, his voice filled with fury. "So you pretended to come without your beast just to lure me out?" He glanced at the spatial rift, now 2 meters wide, with a torrent of corrupted monsters pouring through as the pollution spread rapidly. "Humph, too clever for your own good," Lu Potion sneered. "Once this rift fully opens and links with the other one, the evil god will descend and the entire lava domain will become its territory. Just one punch." Before his words had even faded, the Lord of Lava merged with the massive volcano behind him, transforming in an instant into a towering 100-meter turtle giant of molten rock. Wasting no time, he swung a mountain-sized fist straight at the dragonkin and the statue of the evil god, the blow howling through the air. Boom! The mountainside shattered, and boiling magma sprayed in every direction. Yet, the giant's fist froze midair, stopped cold by a massive tentacle that reached out from a spatial rift. The dragonkin deftly brushed aside falling debris, his heart pounding, but his words unyielding. "Huh, old man, you talked a big game, guess you couldn't back it up." Suddenly, cracks split the surface of the enormous tentacle, and scalding magma burst out from within. At the same time, the lava giant's fist broke apart, crumbling into steaming sludge before it even hit the ground. Beneath the giant, the earth liquefied into magma and surged into his body, instantly reforming a new fist. With a single kick, he sent a charging evil giant flying, its body exploding into chunks of burning sludge that rained down in the distance. Turning, the lava giant's body flared with intense heat, and his molten fist swelled to several times its size, plummeting like a meteor toward the evil god statue. The spatial rift was too small to allow more than 2 tentacles through, and both were pulverized by the force of the blow. Seeing the statue on the brink of destruction, the great dragonkin let out a furious roar, streaking forward like a meteor to collide head-on with the lava giant's fist. There was a deafening explosion. The giant's fist shattered once more, but the dragonkin himself was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the distant forest and detonating with tremendous force. A venomous spider, hidden among the trees, was caught in the blast and incinerated midair, but not before flinging a glob of green toxin as it died. No one paid any attention to this insignificant detail. The lava giant simply began repairing his damaged hand, while his other, still intact fist came crashing down again. As a human, the Lord of Lava fought with flair and precision. As a giant, he was pure brute force, abandoning all magic and technique. With enough strength, everything could be smashed to pieces. Suddenly, a massive eyeball appeared within the rift, as if realizing its tentacles couldn't withstand the next attack. It glared fiercely at the lava giant, and the giant froze, clearly staggered by a powerful psychic assault. He hesitated only a moment before shaking it off, though his next punch was far weaker. As he tried to attack again, the huge eye glared once more, causing the lava giant to falter, his punch losing all its momentum. The giant paused, preparing to leap up and unleash a crushing blow, only to be stunned by the sight of a goblin with a tiny backpack, sprawled blissfully atop the crystal-carved eyeball. In moments, the goblin was dissolved into a puddle of slime by the foul aura radiating from the evil god statue. Then, under the gaze of 3 enormous eyes, the colossal statue of the evil god vanished without a trace. The entire scene fell silent, and the rift in space and time stopped expanding. Behind the tear, a massive eyeball pressed impatiently against the jagged edges, as if trying to force its way through. Its gaze was filled with anger and confusion, clearly shocked and enraged by the disappearance of its statue. The magma giant stood still to the side, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the newly freed dragonkin stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him, especially at the unremarkable goblin, shock flickering in his eyes. What are you doing? Lu Patian shouted anxiously at the eyeball behind the rift. Widen the gap. Why are you just standing there? A wave of psychic energy rippled out, expressing helplessness. What? You can't do it? The dragonkin roared in fury. You call yourself an evil god, but you can't even handle something this simple? After all the trouble I went through, all my careful planning, and this is what I get. The magma lord can't hold them off. The rift won't open. And you still dare call yourself a god? Useless bastard. Suddenly, a beam of violet light shot from the rift, aiming straight for the dragonkin. But he was Riadya's shield of flames flickered to life in front of him, effortlessly blocking the attack. In the next instant, he transformed into a blaze, flashing to the edge of the rift. His claws grew into massive talons, slashing off a chunk of flesh from the giant eyeball. The eyeball sent out a furious psychic assault, but the dragonkin had already vanished in a burst of fire, reappearing in his original spot. He grinned smugly. After all that effort, I can't count on the evil god's power, but at least I deserve a little reward. As he prepared to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. A mountain of molten rock plummeted from above. The magma giant delivered a powerful kick, smashing a massive crater into the ground, shaking the surrounding mountains and causing landslides. The dragonkin reappeared in a burst of flame. You old fossil, why are you coming after me instead of that big eyeball? After all the lives you've destroyed, did you really think you could just walk away? The magma giant's voice rumbled like boiling lava, full of menace. They were nothing but worthless minions. You won't be able to catch me anyway. Instead of wasting your time on me, maybe you should worry about the dragonkin's words cut off abruptly as his body went rigid. The giant eyeball in the rift glared at him fiercely, and in that moment, the magma giant's fist came crashing down. But his blow struck only the earth, leaving another lava-filled crater behind. The dragonkin had already vanished, using an escape talisman. The magma giant turned toward the rift. The giant eyeball swept the scene with a cold, lingering gaze before disappearing, replaced by a swarm of decaying creatures pouring out of the breach, their bodies exuding a nauseating, filthy stench. At this point, the magma lord and the beastmaster separated from their fusion. A massive slime, encased in layers of molten rock, leapt onto the rift. The ground shook violently, splitting open into a deep chasm. Magma erupted, incinerating the monsters nearby and burning even the foul miasma into poisonous vapor that soon dissipated. Though this rift was much smaller than the one at the magma fortress, closing it completely was no easy task. Mishandling it could lead to even greater disasters. The magma lord couldn't stay much longer and knew all too well the temper of the alchemist covering for him. If he didn't return soon, the man might just quit. For now, this was the best he could do, at least until the land cooled. Any monster trying to cross the rift would be burned to ashes. Liu Sihang had been sound asleep in his room at the Adventurers Guild when a sudden sense of foreboding jolted him awake, his mind instantly alert. Moments later, a deafening roar thundered in his ears, and the entire room shook violently, as if the ground itself had been struck. Liu Sihang sprang out of bed, flung open the window, and looked down at the street below. Residents were pouring out of their homes. Panic and confusion etched on their faces as they all turned to look in the same direction. Following their gaze, Liu Sihang saw a brilliant blaze flickering beyond the towering mountains in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of fierce explosions. The shockwaves from an intense battle between powerful fighters had reached the small town. Some townsfolk, realizing the fight might spill over, hurriedly gathered their belongings, urging their families and children to flee. The chaos quickly snowballed, plunging the entire town into panic. Just as Liu Sihang was about to join the exodus, he was unexpectedly summoned by the Adventurers Guild and pressed into service as a temporary peacekeeper. Reluctantly, he stepped out onto the street to help maintain order. Surprisingly, he proved quite effective. The once frantic crowd grew calm and orderly as they approached him. With his intimidating appearance beneath his mask and the sharp snap of his magical vine whip, he was a force to be reckoned with. No one wanted to risk provoking him. The barbs on that whip looked like they could do real damage, and the thought alone was enough to keep people in line. After changing into a new mask, Liu Sihang was completely unaware of how strange he looked. The previous goblin mask had been swapped out in a hurry, leaving him looking even more bizarre. The crack of his vine whip was really just him trying to shake off the lingering grogginess from his abrupt awakening. Only then did he notice that, while the townsfolk were noisy and unruly elsewhere, they became quiet and well-behaved around him. He assumed it was the authority of his academy uniform, but it seemed his outfit was more effective than he realized. The tremors continued for a while, then the ground shook violently a few more times. Several shabby houses and piles of debris collapsed instantly, and other buildings suffered varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, most residents had already evacuated. Those who remained were still anxious, but at least the worst had been avoided. When the last tremor finally faded, a brief silence settled over the town. Soon after, members of the Adventurers Guild came out to announce that the Lava Lord had fiercely battled an enemy, and after a hard-fought struggle, the threat had been eliminated, causing the quakes to cease. Upon hearing the news, the townspeople breathed a collective sigh of relief, breaking into cheers as a wave of relief washed over them. Still, neither Liu Sihang nor the other adventurers felt entirely at ease. The Lava Lord was known for never leaving his fortress unless absolutely necessary. What kind of enemy could have forced him to abandon its safety and descend the mountain to fight? No one had an answer. Just as Liu Sihang was gathering his things to leave, a wandering merchant returned with an unexpected surprise for him. What the? Liu Sihang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the bizarre object before him, unable to suppress a startled exclamation. The obsidian evil god statue was a bizarre idol radiating chaotic faith and sinister life energy. Whenever it was placed somewhere, it gradually polluted the surrounding environment, giving rise to foul creatures. Each time the statue was set down, the air grew heavy, and a nauseating stench began to seep into the atmosphere. Polluted areas would soon be overtaken by sludge that seemed to absorb the evil power from the statue, eventually forming twisted monsters. Sensing the spread of this malevolent force, Liu Sihang decided to take action. He spent 150 gold coins and 400 experience points to transform the evil statue into a Goblin Wild God statue, eliminating the harmful effects and gaining a lasting beneficial aura in the area. As soon as the transformation was complete, the Goblin Wild God statue underwent a remarkable change. The large eyeball at its center began to melt and reshape, its tentacles fusing into a smooth eyelid that gave the statue a surprisingly peaceful appearance. The sinister aura that once surrounded it faded away, replaced by a deep, mysterious darkness. The effect of the dark eye became apparent immediately. Goblins in the area found their vision sharply enhanced, able to see distant objects clearly even in pitch-black darkness. Meanwhile, the pools of rotting sludge across the ground slowly began to recover, losing their corrupt and toxic aura. However, the image of the foul monster tormented by the pyromaniac left a deep impression. A massive fireball crashed down on it, instantly engulfing the creature in flames. The pyromaniac danced with glee, cackling wildly at the success of his attack. He conjured another fireball, his burning gaze fixed on another monster forming in the mire, clearly enjoying this mischief more than anything else. At that moment, Liu Sihang's expression darkened. He immediately acted, spending coins and experience points to convert the evil statue into the Goblin Wild God statue. As soon as the transformation was complete, the pyromaniac's grin vanished. He circled the statue a few times, and when he realized no more foul monsters would appear, his smug satisfaction dissolved into obvious disappointment. Happiness doesn't disappear, it just moves somewhere else. Seeing the pyromaniac's crestfallen look, Liu Sihang couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, and his mood lifted. Meanwhile, the corpse of the poison stinger spider was left in a particularly gruesome state, likely needing several days to revive. The wandering merchant's business prospects also looked bleak for the time being. That day, the Adventurers Guild issued an announcement. The conspiracy of the evil god's followers had been completely crushed. However, a new spatial rift had appeared deep in the mountains, several dozen kilometers from Qingzhou City. In response, Qingzhou City and Lava Fortress would jointly send personnel to guard the area and build a small outpost. The announcement assured everyone that the rift was limited in scope, no powerful monsters would emerge, and the outpost would not negatively affect the environment. Still, despite the efforts of the Adventurers Guild and local officials to reassure the townsfolk, anxiety spread, and many residents began making plans to leave. But where could they go? The lava territory was already overcrowded, and nowhere seemed truly safe. When Liu Sihang heard the news, he decided to visit Baiyue town and take the opportunity to see his parents and younger sister. It had been a long time since he had returned home, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. After giving his chocobo a brief rest, Liu Sihang mounted up and continued on his journey. He stopped briefly at a village along the way, and after traveling for a full day and night, he finally arrived at Baiyue town before nightfall. When Liu Sihang got home, dinner had just ended. The whole family was still sitting around the table, and the aroma of food filled the house. As he stood at the door, everyone paused in surprise, then their faces lit up with joy. Li Qin stood up immediately, her brow furrowed slightly as she smiled with concern and asked, "What brings you back?" Her eyes unconsciously scanned her son up and down, as if she sensed something different seemed to have grown taller. Liu Sihang shrugged with a smile. "There's been a mouse problem in the territory. I was worried about your safety, so I came back to check on you." Li Qin shot him a reproachful look and scolded, "If you know it's dangerous outside, why are you still running around?" But there was no real blame in her eyes. She headed to the table and called him over gently. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come and have some dinner." As she spoke, she turned to go to the kitchen to prepare another dish. Liu Sihang shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I'm not really hungry, but Xiao Huang has been running around all day. I need to get it some water." He glanced down at Xiao Huang, who was waiting at the door, and thought to himself that it might be nice to prepare something for it as well. Then he turned to his father and asked, "Dad, do we have any corn kernels or something like that at home?" A yellow head poked out from behind him, curiously scanning everyone in the room, its beak slightly open as if waiting for a response. "Hey there, little one," Liu Yuanyang chuckled, reaching out to pat the chocobo's head. "Hang on, they'll go borrow some feed from Old Li next door." With that, he hurried out the door. Li Qin called after him, "And what about Ayong? Ask your dad to bring back some meat bones while he's at it. He's had a bit too much medicine and can't come out right now," Liu Sihang replied lightly, though a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Li Qin paused for a moment. "He blew up again?" she asked in surprise. After all, things like that weren't exactly common in the neighborhood. Still, when Liu Yuanyang casually mentioned borrowing something, word spread through the whole neighborhood in no time. News that the Liu family's son had returned from Qingzhou City quickly made its way around. The atmosphere at dinner grew more lively. Out in the yard, Liu Yuanyang happily bathed Xiao Huang, and a few neighborly aunties quietly gathered at the door. "Washing your bird again, Lao Lu?" one of the aunties asked with a laugh. "Yeah, just giving it a wash," Liu Yuanyang replied, a little taken aback, suddenly realizing something was off, but the aunties had already slipped past him and entered the house. Though they were all old neighbors, Liu Sihang soon found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the aunties. After a while, he started to feel tired. Noticing her son's impatience, Li Qin quickly said, "You must be tired from your journey today. Why don't you go upstairs and rest?" Liu Sihang eagerly agreed, said goodbye to the aunties, and made his way back to his room, looking a bit weary. Since he hadn't been home in a long time, Li Qin had put away all the bedding. With everything going on downstairs, Liu Sihang didn't feel like going back down, so he sat cross-legged on the floor, looking around his room with a sense of nostalgia. The furniture and floor, once damaged before he left, had been repaired by his father after he returned. Although everything looked the same, the difference between old and new was still noticeable. After a while, Lu Zian came in carrying a quilt. Seeing her brother sitting on the floor, she said softly, "Here, let me make the bed for you." She spread out the bedding and looked up at Liu Sihang, her eyes full of concern. Suddenly, Liu Sihang remembered that he hadn't brought any gifts home this time. He took a few books out of his ring ones had borrowed from his teacher's shelf, planning to return them after reading. Luckily, had also bought plenty of pastries and fruit while shopping in Qingzhou City, usually for snacking. He handed them all to Lu Zian. Thinking for a moment, he pulled out a few bottles of potion from his bag and handed them to her. "Take these back with you, they might come in handy." While Liu Sihang organized the potions in his hands, he carefully explained the purpose of each bottle to his younger sister, Lu Zian. Picking up 2 bottles labeled as dispelling potions, he said, "These are for curing illnesses. If someone at home gets sick and the doctor can't help, try this basic one first. If it doesn't work, use the intermediate one." He then pointed to several other bottles and continued, "These are healing potions, mainly for treating injuries. They also come in basic and intermediate levels." Finally, he picked up a special potion, his expression turning serious. "This is an explosive potion. You can use it to protect yourself in dangerous situations, but make sure you stay far away when you use it." He paused, his tone growing even more earnest. "One thing to remember, the basic potions aren't a big deal, but these higher-level ones are very valuable. Don't let outsiders know about them, or we might attract unnecessary trouble." Lu Zian listened intently, nodding from time to time. Liu Sihang entrusted these important matters to his sister not because he doubted their parents, but simply because, when it came to potions, his sister was far more reliable. He usually kept these potions in his ring for emergencies, and regretted that, if had planned better for this visit, he would have brought more dispelling and healing potions. He had thought about persuading his parents to move to Qingzhou City. Although money was tight, they could still afford a small house in a remote area. But Liu Yuanyang and Li Qin were firmly against it. After spending most of their lives in Baiwa town, they couldn't bear to leave behind all their memories. Liu Sihang didn't press the issue, especially since recent attacks by cultists had shown that Qingzhou City wasn't completely safe either. He already had a better plan in mind, helping his mother's ghost-faced spider evolve. Zhang Peipei had already given him the evolution formula, but it was quite complex and required a special ingredient, the wraith mushroom, which grows in the land of the dead during spring. This ingredient wasn't expensive, but it would rot within a week of being picked, so he would have to wait until next spring. Just then, Lu Zian suddenly asked, "Brother, are these potions more expensive than the Hulk potion?" The question caught Liu Sihang off guard. "The Hulk potion is that well known already? Its price is about the same as an intermediate potion, around 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. Lu Zian exclaimed in surprise. Someone at the Adventurers Guild was buying Hulk potions for that price just a couple of days ago. Liu Sihang was taken aback. The traveling merchant only sold them for 20 gold coins. The price gap was too strange. He began to suspect that someone was fishing for information, trying to track down the alchemist behind the traveling merchant. Could it be that kid, Xiaoyang, behind this? He wondered to himself. At that moment, Lu Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, Have you finished reading all those beginner's books that teacher Zhang gave you? Seeing his sister's eager expression, Liu Sihang nodded with a smile. Overjoyed, Liu Zian immediately dashed back to her room to get the books. The school uniform had picked up quite a bit of dirt along the way, so Li Qin took it to wash. Worried it might get lost if hung outside, she dried it by the fire instead. Since his clothes were already off, Liu Sihang didn't bother changing back into the uniform and simply headed out in his casual wear. Inside his spatial ring were over 20 bottles of green potion, making Liu Sihang's eyes light up with excitement. He was considering checking out the Adventurers Guild to see if anyone was buying potions. Even if he ran into a sting operation, it wouldn't matter, Mush could just sell a few less. After all, as an alchemist, it was perfectly reasonable to buy a couple of potions from goblins selling them at the academy for research. When he pushed open the door to the Adventurers Guild, he saw a group of teenagers in matching outfits gathered around a middle-aged man at a table, deep in conversation. A few boys facing the door glanced at him briefly before looking away. However, the girl sitting next to the middle-aged man shot him a disdainful look, as if Liu Sihang had wasted her attention. What's her problem? Liu Sihang grumbled inwardly. Too bad I'm not a doctor. Ignoring them, he headed straight for the elderly man dozing in the sun by the window. Sensing someone approach, Zhang Pai opened his eyes and was a bit surprised to see Liu Sihang. He shot a wary glance at the group at the table. When he saw they weren't paying attention, he motioned for Liu Sihang to sit down. What brings you back, kid? Zhang Pai asked in a low voice. Seeing how secretive he was acting, Liu Sihang found it odd, but instinctively lowered his voice as well. Just wanted to check on things at home. He'll be leaving tomorrow. Only then did Zhang Pai notice Liu Sihang wasn't wearing the Qingzhou Academy uniform, and he looked relieved. Leaning in, Liu Sihang followed suit. Those are students from Hongyan Academy, the old man whispered. Last time, there was a conflict with your academy over the red dragon's flesh. Now they're here under the guise of an exchange, but really just looking for trouble. They brought an alchemy prodigy, plus students from the alchemy and forging departments. Just them? Liu Sihang raised an eyebrow. Zhang Pai smirked dismissively. They got lucky. The lava territory's been dealing with a rat infestation and the cult of an evil god, so they've been hiding out in Baiwa town. You've heard of the green giant potion, right? Of course I have, Liu Sihang joked. If you want some, I can even give you a few bottles. But at your age, you'd better not risk it. If you can't handle it and end up dying with your whole body turning green, that wouldn't be a good look. Liu Sihang quickly snapped back to attention, his gaze sharpening. These people were buying Hulk potions. Could they be trying to crack the formula for themselves? Zhang Pai noticed his suspicion and rolled his eyes. Do you really think the Alchemy Guild is just for show? They probably just want to study it. Most of the students at Hongyan Academy are from the warrior track, and this potion is a big help for them. Warrior professions are more likely to retire as teachers, and they're cheaper to hire too, Liu Sihang realized. Bamboo Grove is a special case. Zhang Pai shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. It was built up entirely by its lord and 2 generations of alchemy masters. Too bad the old headmaster passed away too soon, otherwise. His voice trailed off. Speaking of which, the current headmaster is the old one's son, technically my elder martial uncle, but I've never met him, Liu Sihang recalled. He's busy. No need to go out of your way to visit him and waste your time, Zhang Peipei had told him. Once he was sure this wasn't a sting operation, Liu Sihang's mind began to race. He wasn't worried about them cracking the recipe. A formula from the ranch was completely different from the alchemical system he'd learned. Even his teacher found it remarkable. Hongyan Academy didn't even have an alchemy master. Their research would be pointless. The real issue was that he was right here. If he let those adventurers walk away with a fortune in commission fees, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night even with a sleeping potion. As it happens, I have a few bottles of Hulk potion myself, Liu Sihang said to Zhang Pai with a grin. I wanted to study them, but after fiddling around for ages, I got nowhere. Might as well sell them and make some money. With Zhang Pai looking at him in surprise, Liu Sihang got up and approached the group from Hongyan Academy. I heard you're looking to buy Hulk potions? Liu Sihang smiled, standing in front of them. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he was about to speak, but a female student beside him interrupted with a frown. Judging by your clothes, you probably haven't even seen a gold coin in your life. Do you even know how much that potion is worth? Do you have any idea what happens to people who try to scam alchemists? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Liu Sihang's expression turned cold, a trace of disdain curling his lips. The way you talk really reminds me of someone I used to know. With that, he turned to leave, already making plans to go back and bring out all the Hulk potions from the ranch warehouse and let them wait here forever. What kind of attitude is that? The female student shot to her feet, suddenly pulling out a hand crossbow. She was just about to raise it when she felt an icy chill. Looking up, she saw an old man in the distance staring at her with hawk-like eyes, cold and sharp, his whole body radiating a frosty aura, as if ready to strike at any moment. Liu Sihang glanced back, eyes narrowing at the cold glint of the arrowhead on the crossbow. The middle-aged man quickly stood, snatched the crossbow from the female student, and forced her back into her seat, apologizing to Zhang Pai repeatedly. Then he turned to Liu Sihang, his tone sincere. Young man, I'm sorry. She's just in a bad mood. Why don't you show us your potion? After waiting here for days with nothing to show for it, he was desperate. Even though Liu Sihang didn't look like someone who'd have the potion, the man couldn't afford to miss any opportunity. Seeing the man's anxious expression, Liu Sihang narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a bottle of dark green potion appeared in his hand. With a half smile that didn't reach his eyes, he said, 100 gold coins per bottle. Interested? Zhao Xiaowei, the venomous student beside the middle-aged man, glared with eyes as sharp as knives, her face twisted in rage as she spat. You wretch, are you so desperate for money that you've lost your mind? Liu Sihang remained calm. With a squeeze of his right hand, a surge of emerald green wood element energy formed delicate vines that swiftly wrapped around the crystal vial. With a slight movement of his knuckles, the vines tightened abruptly. There was a crisp snap as the crystal shattered, sending a spray of green liquid across the faces of everyone nearby. The quicker students managed to shield themselves from the splattering liquid, but Zhao Xiaowei, lunging forward, took the brunt of the spray right in her wide eyes and open mouth. Her complexion turned an unnerving shade of green in an instant. It was hard to tell if it was the potion's effect or sheer fury. She let out a piercing scream and lunged at Liu Sihang. The middle-aged man Zhao Lishan, an alchemy instructor at Hanyan Academy, with decent skills quickly reached out to restrain his out-of-control student. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the icy dagger flickering in Zhang Pai's hand and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Oh, my bad, Liu Sihang said lightly, a subtle, meaningful smile on his lips. Your yelling startled me, and I accidentally crushed it. He thought to himself. Sure, that was a bit dramatic, but what else could I do? If I just threw the potion and the special crystal bottle didn't break, that would have been even more awkward, like I really got scared. Completely ignoring Zhao Xiaowei's hysterics, Liu Sihang turned his palm over, and another vial identical to the previous one appeared out of thin air. Smiling, he said, 120 per bottle. I've got 4 left. Anyone interested? The students from Hanyan Academy stared at the fading green vines in Liu Sihang's palm and the spatial ring on his finger, their expressions growing hard to read. They exchanged glances, shot a look at Zhao Xiaowei, and smirked in disdain as they began whispering among themselves. Looks like this guy's a wood element mage, right? That spatial ring on his hand. The design looks familiar. Of course it does. Our dean has the same style. I heard he bought it from the imperial capital for over 5,000 gold coins. 5,000? Damn, that's expensive. Expensive? You can't even buy one unless you have some status. Oh, come on, you're making stuff up. Our genius alchemist Xiaowei already said it, judging by his clothes. This guy clearly doesn't have money. How could he possibly own something that fancy? Zhao Lishan shot those students a sharp glare. They snorted but didn't dare mock any further. Liu Sihang glanced at the ring on his hand in surprise, thinking, my teacher said this was a gift from a friend. She never mentioned it was so pricey. I wonder how many friends like that she has. Maybe I should try to meet them someday. Zhao Lishan studied Liu Sihang, a flash of interest in his eyes followed by a hint of doubt. He smiled and asked, young man, how can you prove that what you have is the potion I need? You can't just. Aren't you supposed to be an alchemist? Liu Sihang cut him off, a mocking smile on his lips. Don't you have any judgment of your own? Just look at the state of the person next to you if you want to know if it's the real deal. Surely you don't ask for proof every time someone comes to sell you potions, do you? No wonder you're still stuck here. If you can't even tell real potions from fakes, you're bound to get scammed eventually. Zhao Lishan hadn't expected that his probing would get him nowhere. Instead, he ended up being mocked by the other party. His smile vanished instantly, his face darkening as he spoke coldly. 120 is too much. 60 gold coins. He'll take all the potions. Liu Sihang sneered, put away the potions, and turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhao Lishan ground out a harsh sound between his teeth and muttered, kid, remember having more friends opens more doors. Liu Sihang glanced back at him, barely interested, and replied with a laugh, friends? You people keep calling me a pauper and a lowlife, and now you want to be friends? Only fools would want to be friends with people like you. Sure, maybe you didn't say it yourself, but birds of a feather flock together. I'm not lowering myself to your level. The students nearby immediately became restless, scooting their chairs back as if to distance themselves from the two of them. Liu Sihang paused for a moment, thinking, do these two even get along with their own academy students? A flash of anger crossed Zhao Lishan's eyes. He snorted, humph, your lord in the lava territory really lets you people run wild. How dare you speak to an alchemist like that? Oh, so you're a distinguished alchemist? Liu Sihang feigned self-blame, smiling as he said, my mistake, my mistake. In the lava territory, we have alchemy masters, so alchemists actually behave themselves. I forgot that you folks in the Red Rock territory don't have any masters, so I guess being an alchemist seems like a big deal there. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh, but was immediately elbowed by a friend and bit down hard on his lip, trying to stifle it. Zhao Lishan's anger finally boiled over, and his magic power nearly surged out of control. Just as he was about to teach this insolent kid a lesson, he suddenly caught a strange look in Liu Sihang's eyes, a kind of eager anticipation, as if he were trying to provoke him into making a move. Zhao Lishan's gaze swept over to the old man in the distance, only to see that he made no move to stop things. Instead, he looked on calmly, almost as if he were waiting for something. All at once, Zhao Lishan realized he had walked into a trap. That old man was probably letting this kid provoke him on purpose, trying to set him up. A cold sweat broke out down his back, and a strong sense of danger welled up inside him. This wasn't the place for him who knew what might happen next. Was Azure Bamboo Academy really that influential? Zhao Lishan snorted coldly to himself, thinking, the more you act like this, the more determined I am to go to Azure Bamboo Academy and put the alchemy department in its place. Just wait and see. Having regained his composure, he fixed Liu Sihang with a sharp stare and said flatly, 120 gold coins per bottle. They'll take every potion you have. Liu Sihang hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of regret, almost put all his potions on the table, but managed to hold back and only produced 4 bottles of giant strength potion. Zhao Lishan, caught up in his own thoughts, assumed Liu Sihang was hiding his true intentions. Smugly, he counted out 480 gold coins, piling them on the table like a small mountain. Liu Sihang stared at the pile of coins, feeling a wave of frustration. What's wrong with this guy? Did I price these too low? But had already named his price, and there was no backing out now, so he placed the potions on the table. Zhao Lishan's grin grew even wider, as if had secured a total victory. The mountain of gold coins in front of Liu Sihang seemed to weigh heavier and heavier, a symbol of triumph in their standoff. Despite his annoyance, Liu Sihang held back, thinking to himself, the cost is barely 2 coins, and I just made almost 300 times that in profit. Not bad at all. He struggled to keep a straight face, calmly stacked the potions on the table, and finally swept the coins into his spatial ring. Once his business was done, Liu Sihang didn't linger. He nodded to Zhang Pide, then turned and left the Adventurers Guild. As Liu Sihang's figure disappeared, Zhao Lishan narrowed his eyes slightly. He stood up and walked over to Zhang Pide, wearing a smile as he asked, President Zhang, you seem to know that young man quite well. May I ask who he is? None of your business. Zhang Pide replied coldly. He already had little regard for this group, and now he couldn't even be bothered to keep up appearances. Zhao Lishan was taken aback, looking a bit embarrassed, but inwardly he was even more convinced of his suspicions. I knew it. We've been here for days and couldn't get any potions, yet this kid suddenly shows up with some today. There must be something going on behind the scenes. If the president of the Adventurers Guild really orchestrated all this, it would make perfect sense. Humph, now that the plot failed, the old man's so angry he can't even pretend to be civil. This isn't going to work. We need to get out of here before he comes up with another scheme against us. Pack up your things. We're leaving now for Qingzhou City, Zhao Lishan ordered impatiently. But his students didn't move right away. Instead, one of them said blandly, Mr. Li is still sleeping. Maybe you should go wake him up, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Lishan froze, his posture stiffening. After a moment, he cleared his throat. Ahem, Mr. Li went to bed late, let's wait a bit longer and leave when he's up. The students exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. After all, they weren't from the alchemy department, so a little superficial respect was all they owed. If Mr. Li wasn't happy, they wouldn't even bother with that. The truth was, the alchemy department had always held an awkward position at Hongyan Academy. With Zijing Imperial City on one side and Qingzhou Academy on the other, both places famous for their master alchemist Sanyan with real talent, would never choose Hongyan Academy for alchemy. To make matters worse, the alchemy folks at Hongyan kept talking about strengthening the academy's alchemy department and cultivating their own master alchemists, but everyone knew the real story. The one who had been excluded by the department and left in anger for the Alchemist Guild in Gumu City was now a renowned master, while Hongyan's alchemy program had become a laughingstock throughout the Zijing Empire. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Liu Sihang found that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly ran some distance away, then couldn't help but break into a grin, letting out a quiet chuckle. After a while, he remembered that middle-aged man and the annoying female student, and considered whether he should send a marauder to assassinate them. But Liu Sihang shook his head, brushing off the idea. He realized he was getting ahead of himself, actually thinking about taking someone out. Besides, the man was a teacher at the academy and definitely not easy to deal with. A marauder would probably lose. He didn't know anything about their backgrounds. If something went wrong, who knew what kind of trouble he'd be in? He shook his head again, glanced around, and, when the time was right, headed to Zhang Yiming's house. Since he rarely had the chance to come back, he figured he'd better visit, or next time he'd have to put up with Yiming's sarcastic remarks. By evening, a staff member from the Adventurers Guild came to find Liu Sihang, specifically to let him know that the group from Hongyan Academy had already left Baiyue Town that afternoon and were headed toward Qingzhou City. The staff member also advised him to steer clear of them if possible. Liu Sihang understood that Zhang Pide meant well. He was worried Liu might run into trouble on the road, and something unexpected could happen. After giving it some thought, Liu decided not to act rashly and chose to stay home for a couple more days. On this continent, The overall power of the orcs and human civilizations was fairly evenly matched, but when it came to the very strongest individuals, the orcs were at a slight disadvantage. No matter how much they developed the power of their bloodline, they could never reach the heights of the magma giants. The orcs managed to survive on these lands mainly because of their beast gods. While these beast gods had limited range and, in the eyes of humans, were little more than oversized earthbound spirits less divine, even than the evil gods, their power was truly terrifying on the Orcish plains, especially near ancient shrines and in tribes with long-standing traditions of worship. Humans had the strength to fight the orcs, but they hesitated for many reasons. There were countless enemies lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. If humans poured all their resources into wiping out the orcs, they would be left weakened and vulnerable, perhaps even to their so-called allies. More importantly, the orc tribes actually acted as a buffer, standing between humans and far more terrifying monsters. If the orcs were destroyed, humans would have to face those horrors directly. As a result, humans chose a more moderate approach, building a series of fortresses along the border with the orcs. Criminals who had committed serious but not capital offenses, or those with special circumstances, were exiled to these outposts. Over time, these fortresses grew into border towns, and the descendants of the exiles became the local inhabitants. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing on the edge of the Orcish plains. Goblins, driven out to the outskirts of the orc tribes, didn't dare venture deep into the grasslands. Instead, they set up camps on the periphery and fought with the smaller orc tribes over resources. These minor tribes, already weak due to the barren lands of the Yellowstone wasteland, suffered terribly under the goblin swarms, which descended on them like locusts. The larger tribes, however, turned a blind eye. In their view, the destruction of these small tribes was actually an opportunity. If they seized resources openly, they'd anger the Grand Shaman. But taking in the defeated survivors as slaves was above reproach. So, despite repeated orders from the Grand Shaman to eliminate the goblins, the small tribes lacked the strength, and the big tribes had no interest in getting involved. In this way, the goblins rampaged through the Yellowstone wasteland, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Not even roots underground escaped their hunger. Driven to desperation, the new goblin chieftain even considered eating his own kind, but the foul stench turned him away from the idea. With no other options, the chieftain led his horde to attack the tribes on the edge of the Orcish plains. At that very moment, a goblin peddler who had just been resurrected staggered into the Yellowstone wasteland. Without the protection of his spider companion, he was especially cautious, not even carrying his merchant's backpack. He looked no different from the other greenskin goblins, perhaps even more foolish. Swept up in the feverish excitement of the goblin horde, he joined in their thunderous shouts and marched with the army toward the Orcish plains. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.